corner. Get ready.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, Gail.
Yeah, boy.
November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country.
It is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
I am tonight announcing my candidacy for President of the United States.
This is not a time to be complacent. That's why I'm running for re-election.
Both leading candidates right now will be in their 80s.
For months when you were asked about your age, you would respond with the words, watch me. Then
With the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with if we finally beat Medicare.
There are at least some House Democrats who were gathered tonight watching this together, talking to the White House about having him step down.
Look what happened.
Shots have rung out at a rally where President Trump was addressing the crowd.
They have extended the security perimeter around the Republican National Convention, which is set to get underway tomorrow.
And that iconic photo of him coming up, all we have to do is show that.
President Joe Biden has decided to drop out of the 2024 race.
I decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation.
I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country.
It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page.
Both candidates presenting vastly different closing arguments.
We're running out of ways to say close, tight, even, right? Either candidate can win.
We're going to unleash a golden age of prosperity.
These guys are creepy and, yes, just weird as hell. And we will make America great again.
And when we fight, we win!
CBS News, America Decides, Election 2024.
It's 4 p.m. on the East Coast. Welcome to our America Decides election night coverage. I'm Lindsay Reiser.
And I'm Vladimir Gutiérrez. We are live from Studio 57 right here in the heart of New York City. And folks, as you know, this has been an election year like no other, with a former president convicted of multiple felonies, facing even more indictments, and threatened by 2 assassination attempts.
And he's facing a historic vice presidential nominee who has only been at the top of her party's ticket for 107 days. Of course, after President Biden stepped aside from the race in July. And America faces what could be a long counting of votes in a country that is deeply divided and anxious about the outcome.
So in our electoral college system, the path to 270 could come down to 7 battleground states. We've talked about them all cycle long, have we not, Lindsay? We're talking about, of course, Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia.
You'll be hearing about them early and often tonight, and our team of CBS News correspondents and reporters are spread out across the country. We are counting down to the first batch of exit polling as well, where we'll get a look at what is on the minds of voters. That'll come at 5 p.m. Eastern, but what a team.
What a team indeed, and more than 85 million of you have already voted early, and of course, millions more will make their way to the polls today and throughout the evening. So let us begin in those critical states with our senior White House correspondent, Weijia Jiang, who's joining us now from Philadelphia. Weijia, it's great to see you. Happy Election Day. Let's talk about why the Keystone State is so critical tonight for both campaigns.
Vlad and Lindsay, it is great to be with you. Well, it is the biggest battleground state, and that means it has the biggest number of electoral votes up for grabs, 19. And that matters because even though both campaigns say they still have a path to victory, even if they lose Pennsylvania, the reality is it is virtually impossible for them. They would have to sweep several other states that are, as you mentioned, extremely tight. So the point is, if they win Pennsylvania, it is that much easier for them to win the White House. And folks here in the state know it. Anecdotally, we are hearing from our colleagues as well as from local election officials here in the city of Pennsylvania that turnout appears to be very high because all the voters we spoke with say they understand the assignment. They understand that the center of the political universe is right here in this state because it could all come down to this state right here. And that is why we are so closely monitoring. And good news, guys, in 2020, you might remember that Pennsylvania was not able to call the race until Saturday. Well, they expect to be able to do that much sooner this time around, thanks to new technology, new machines, more workers, and fewer mail-in ballots because we are not in a pandemic. So an exciting night ahead from right here in Philadelphia, guys.
Okay, so Ouija, much sooner than Saturday. Do any officials give you a day of when we might know?
That depends. It also depends on how close the race is, right, and when they might be able to call it, because if there's still ballots left, but someone has already won the majority of registered voters, then, you know, they could perhaps call it. Now, nobody, I should say, is willing to commit to a deadline for when they think it's going to happen, but we are hearing Wednesday evening, Thursday morning, and very little beyond that. So that is at least a day and a half earlier than 2020.
Okay, Ouija Jang in Philadelphia, thank you. Let's go down to Detroit, Michigan, where we find CBS News national correspondent Jerika Duncan. Jerika, what key voter blocks are you keeping an eye out for tonight?
Well, let me just set the scene for you guys really quickly. We've been here all morning, and there has been a steady stream of voters. You also hear a lot of celebrations because that's what happens when they acknowledge there's a first-time voter. As far as the voting blocks that we're really focused on, you have the black male vote, which we've seen a lot of polls showing that Donald Trump was gaining some support in that area. You have the UAW members. We spoke to the president of the UAW about an hour and a half ago. He talked about his focus on policies, said that there's been a huge outreach to his members because they endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris. When I asked him, though, why do you think that Donald Trump's message is resonating with a lot of those blue-collared labor workers, he said, quote, quite frankly, he thought that he was doing a good job of playing on the fears of a lot of people who are worried about their jobs being taken by other people. Another block to note are the Arab Americans. Why? Because here in Michigan is 200,000 roughly Arab Americans that live here, the most concentrated in this area. And you have a number who have expressed that they are not comfortable with how Biden and Harris have handled the war in Gaza. So they're saying that they may not support the Democratic candidate, Kamala Harris.
All right, Jerika Duncan for us in Detroit. It's going to be a long night. Thank you, Jerika. Over to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. That is where we find Janet Shamlian standing by. So, Janet, you're at a ballot counting center. Tell us what you're seeing right now.
Hi, Vlad. This is Central Count in Milwaukee. Every in-person early voting ballot and absentee mail-in ballot will be counted here. That's currently 106,000 ballots, but that number is likely to rise as more ballots are brought in today. You can see 300 people working here behind me. Unlike some states, they cannot start counting these ballots before today, and that's why it's going to be a late night, or more likely a very early morning here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Earlier today, we were at a number of polling places ranging from Marquette University to one on the city's north side. Most notable was people's enthusiasm for the voting process. There have really been no big problems here today. A little bit of spotty rain, but other than that, voting going strong here in Wisconsin.
Love to see
Lindsay,
it.
back to you.
Love to see that, Janet. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, we're going to check in with the Sun Belt states. Alliterations always get me. A bit later on, let's get now, though, to presidential campaign headquarters.
CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes is with the Harris campaign at her alma mater, Howard University in Washington, D.C. And CBS News political correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns is in West Palm Beach, Florida, with the Trump campaign.
Let's start with our Nancy Cordes. So, Nancy, let's talk about what we can expect from the vice president on election night and just talk about the historic setting, Howard University, where the former president has actually questioned her race. This sends a really, really strong message.
Right. I'm standing in the quad at Howard University, of course, a famed historically black college university. It is Vice President Harris's alma mater. She says that's why she wanted to come back here tonight to use this as her campaign headquarters, her watch party. She's not here right now. In fact, just a short time ago, she went to Democratic headquarters down in downtown D.C., basically to thank the staffers and volunteers who have been working so hard for her over the past few months. She also did a little bit of last-minute phone banking. Can you imagine if you're sitting at home and you get a phone call from the vice president herself telling you that you still need to get out and vote? Other than that, she's been behind closed doors today, and we haven't been given any indication about when she might make an appearance here at her own watch party. I'm told it all depends on what the returns look like. They're also going to be watching to see what Donald Trump does. Does he come out and claim victory before there is a victory to be claimed by either side? And if he does, what does she do then? They say they've got plans for every eventuality, guys.
Nancy Cordes in Washington, thank you so much. Caitlin, over to you in West Palm Beach, Florida. How confident is the Trump campaign about its chances tonight?
Lindsay, great to be with you. This has been a wild campaign, and the Trump team is exuding confidence, saying that the fundamentals of this race, especially the issues of the economy and immigration, favor them. But they've also acknowledged that this is a tight race. The biggest question is, how is the former president feeling? We've gotten a range of remarks from him. Even today, he visited a polling location where he cast his own ballot today in West Palm Beach. He said that so far he believes that the election is fine, but he has also, almost in the same breath, raised doubts about the election process and cast unfounded doubts about election machines. But this has been a tumultuous race for the former president. He has been campaigning for the White House for nearly a decade, including one term in the White House. He's hoping in this third and final campaign to have a win, but it all comes down to those battleground states. And Lindsay, I've been traveling with him across the country. He has had a very intense campaign schedule, hitting 4 stops yesterday, a rally late last night in Grand Rapids, Michigan, a key swing state that lasted until 2 o'clock in the morning. The big question, though, as Nancy alluded to, is whether he comes out tonight and declares prematurely any sort of victory and causes any sort of further questions or chaos about this election. We'll stay tuned.
All right, Caitlin Huey-Burns in West Palm Beach, Florida, thank you. All night and for as long as it takes to project a winner, our CBS News data desk is analyzing the results as they come in from local and state officials and precincts. CBS News Executive Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto, is here with a look at how to watch the results. Anthony?
Hey, everybody. Anthony Salvanto here at the CBS News Data Desk with a look at how to watch election night here on CBS on Tuesday. Let me start with our up-to-date latest estimates from all the battleground states. That's the 7 tight states that you'll see here in white that will likely decide this in the Electoral College. And our CBS estimates, one after another, they're all close. They're all within the margin of error. You see, including across the upper Midwest there, Pennsylvania, dead even. That could be key. That's your map. Now, let me show you how to watch this as the results start to come in. CBS News will have exit polls from all the battleground states, sending interviewers to precincts as people are voting on Election Day. We will bring you that data as soon as the polls close. We will show you the estimates we have from each state in real time. As county votes start to report, we will first urge patience. I will remind folks that in 2020, here's an example from Georgia. When we got all the vote, it was a narrow Joe Biden victory. But if you had seen that at, let's say, 8 p.m., just an hour after poll close, it would have looked like this, where only a few counties had reported, many of them Republican-leaning. Have to wait for all the vote to come in a lot of close races. Now, as we go forward, I'm going to remind folks, one thing we always look for at the decision desk is the patterns and the shifts, comparing this election to the last one. For example, if in 2020 I had shown you this, it would have shown you that Joe Biden at the time, these blue arrows moving to the left, was swinging a lot of those counties around metro Atlanta. Donald Trump at the time was swinging a lot of these rural counties down in the central part of the state. We will show you how the shift is playing out in real time in this election, too. And the other thing I'll remind folks is where the votes come from and turnout. Sometimes on just a red and blue map, you can't see that. But if I turn the state on its side here, these higher bars are where you've got more voters. In metro Atlanta, this story is Democrats need a lot of turnout, whereas across the rural areas, fewer votes in each county, but Republicans tend to run up a rather consistent margin. That will be key for Donald Trump. So that's some of the ways that we will bring you all of this in real time as we go forward on election night. See you then.
All right, Anthony Salvanto for us. Thank you, Anthony. Let's go now to CBS News Chief Political Analyst John Dickerson, who's joining us now from Times Square. John, I thought it was interesting that Anthony focused on the state of Georgia. As you know, our Bob Costa reported this morning that some sources within the Trump campaign say he might potentially declare an early victory even before all the results are counted, before there's an official declaration. So break down sort of what's at stake in this election, because to me, that's sort of a microcosm of what we've been talking about all cycle long.
Well, there's a lot that's at stake in this election, but let's start with that. I mean, candidates don't get to declare that they won. We saw in 2020 that Donald Trump claimed that he won, and he didn't win, and he's still claiming that he won in 2020. And that's, of course, a lie. And he used that lie to persuade people to march to the Capitol. And, of course, there was violence in his name, for which the leaders of his party blamed him. For making a historic attempt to overthrow 81 million votes. So this looks very much like the same playbook. Now, that's just, so far, this is just speculation about what the former president should do, so we should be careful to note that. But that would be, very similar to what he did last time and suggest, the possibility of trouble this time around. But, of course, the rest of what's at stake is, of course, what the presidency is all about, which is the serious complexity of running the United States, which is a very difficult job.
All right, John Dickerson, always appreciate your analysis. Thank you. And the presidency isn't the only contest on the ballot tonight. From Arizona to Pennsylvania, there are razor-thin margins in Senate and House races.
We're going to break down the races that could determine the balance of power in Congress. You're watching CBS News' America Decides Election Night Special.
I mean, I'm a queer person in this country, and I'm very afraid of losing my rights, and fingers crossed that doesn't happen this week.
Get all the CBS News election information at your fingertips, including full access to interactive election maps, push alerts on major races, plus breaking news and 24/7 streaming coverage. Get the free CBS News app now.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, gal. That's right.
Let me see if you can find me.
I want to make sure that my voice is heard, but also that I lift up other voices.
You can't write a better script. Yeah, boy. It's gonna be a ride. We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
How fast do you think you were going? 195 miles an hour. This is incredible.
How close did you actually come to being killed?
That close.
Is this brain surgery without a knife?
It is.
What risk do these children pose to Russia?
I'm not sure the world is prepared for this change.
Definitely not.
Who's the best coach in college football tonight?
Let me see a mirror.
It's time for the CBS News original, 60 Minutes. Sundays on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking.
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
I'm a voracious consumer of information and constantly curious. I want to know the basic facts of every issue and to press into the heart of the matter. Information is the currency of democracy, and that's what we bring to the table every Sunday.
When you need your sports news all the time,
We've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you.
Big news coming out of the NFL. A lot of movement in the rankings this week.
With highlights
What a finish at the final round of play.
and in-depth analysis.
Can they three-peat? Tony Romo joins the conversation.
What can you say about this game?
When you need your sports in a snap,
We're bringing you that breaking news right here on HQ.
find it on CBS Sports HQ. Streaming free anywhere you are.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
For 1 hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores the system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
A CBS News investigation. People looking for love, finding their life savings gone.
This could happen to anybody.
And sometimes losing their lives. Anything for love. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to CBS News' America Decides. The U.S. House and the Senate are both controlled narrowly by each party at this very moment. And tonight, we could very well see the balance of that power shift, Lindsay.
Our congressional correspondent Scott McFarland has a look at the races to watch.
Sometimes we like to binge watch things. We don't like cliffhangers. This is not going to be one of those nights. There's going to be cliffhangers, not just for control of the U.S. Senate, but almost certainly for control of the U.S. House. Let's start off with the Senate. Democrats will begin this evening already painted into a corner with very little margin for error. Here's who's staying in the U.S. Senate no matter what happens tonight. 2/3 of the Senate is not up for election, but you can see how Democrats have far more to protect than Republicans do of those white seats behind me. And they're going to begin with a challenge. One of the first states to have their polls close is West Virginia, where the Democrat is retiring. Joe Manchin will no longer be a senator after this year. And the challengers include the Republican Governor Jim Justice and the Democrat Glenn Elliott. Republicans are especially bullish about their prospects of taking this seat, having a two-term popular governor as their nominee. Attention will then shift to Ohio, just to the west, where third-term Democratic incumbent Sherrod Brown is trying to win a fourth term against a Republican challenger endorsed by Donald Trump in a state won in 2020 and 2016 by Donald Trump. The challenger is Bernie Moreno. Sherrod Brown has withstood challenges before, but he's never been on the ballot when Donald Trump is too. That's the case tonight. To the north of West Virginia, another challenge for Democrats. Bob Casey is another one of those third-term incumbents trying to win a fourth term, but for the first time having to do it with Trump on the ballot as well. Bob Casey, son of the former governor, trying to top Dave McCormick, the Republican nominee this year, endorsed by Trump, has raised tens of millions of dollars. McCormick lost a primary for the nomination in 2022, but he won it this year. And then, oh, by the way, another third-term Democratic incumbent running in a state Donald Trump won in 2020 and 2016. John Tester trying to hold off political newcomer, Republican nominee Tim Sheehy. The party was excited about this nominee, the Republicans were. He's been very well funded. The polling has looked good. So that's the Democrats' issue. Republicans have an issue in the U.S. House, where they begin the evening in something of a corner. The entire U.S. House is up for election tonight, but Republicans are defending an awful lot of seats Joe Biden won in 2020, including several in New York. In New York's 17th district, the Democratic challenger Mondaire Jones is a former congressman. Mike Lawler, the first-term incumbent, trying to hold on to a seat that was a Biden seat in 2020. Same is true in the New York 19th. A Biden seat in 2020, a first-term Republican trying to hold on to it. Same deal on Long Island in New York's 4th. A first-term Republican trying to hold on to a seat Joe Biden won in 2020.
Scott McFarland, thank you. And our Ed O'Keefe joins us now at the desk. He's going to be here throughout the whole night with us with the analysis only he can give. So be tuned, stay tuned for that. And another state, of course, that we are watching where Democrats have argued they could stage an upset is Texas. Incumbent Republican Senator Ted Cruz has been in office for more than a decade and is facing a pretty formidable challenge by Democratic Congressman Colin Allred. Omar Villafranca, who's covering that race for us, is in Dallas. Omar, Democrats have had their eyes on this seat for a while now. What's the feeling in Texas this afternoon?
Well, the Democrats are watching this. They're optimistic, but nobody's flat out saying that they have this won. Now, Ted Cruz is seeking a third term here, but Democrats are hoping that Colin Allred can close that gap and possibly upset this race. Now, keep in mind, if that happens, if Colin Allred beats Ted Cruz, not only does that have implications for Texas, that will have national implications as well. So a lot of eyes will be on this race.
All right, Omar Villafranca in Dallas for us. Omar, thank you very much. All right, Ed, let's talk about what you're seeing tonight. I mean, we just got a really good picture of what we can expect in the House and the Senate from McFarland, but just writ large, this race, this campaign, you've been covering it since the beginning. Break it down for us.
I mean, tonight is the resolution, or tonight in the next few days, certainly the resolution of one of the most acrimonious I think the country's ever had, certainly in modern history. I think we're going to see some surprises, whether it's at the presidential level or congressional level, we'll wait and see. But given how tumultuous this whole year has been, something that's supposed to be up is probably going to be down, something that's supposed to be down is probably going to be up. We're side to side, and we'll just have to wait and see. I think that poll over the weekend, for example, from Iowa that got everyone talking, is an indicator that there are things happening in different states that suggest some kind of realignment or just a desire to vote differently for whatever reason is underway. Don't be surprised, for example, if we see tighter margins here in New York, over in New Jersey, or in states like Utah and Iowa, out west and in the middle of the country, simply because this has driven out more people who feel strongly about this, and who may be picking and choosing from both sides, believing that it's time to get back to a point where you vote for someone who's president and then vote for someone else down the ballot.
Real quick, since we're going to get some of the exit polling here in just about 35 minutes, what are you going to be watching for most?
Let's see if we get early indications of what really were the big issues of concern for those that showed up, not only today, but over the last several weeks have been voting. Is it still the economy? Do we see signs that something like abortion rights or the future of democracy also broke through? If it does, that's encouraging news for Democrats.
Yeah, it seems, though, as if that has been the theme throughout this campaign, right? Immigration, the economy, and gender rights. Those are the three issues that everybody's talking about. So we'll see if it bears out in that exit polling. All right, Ed O'Keefe, great to have you here at the desk. So where did you cast your vote? At a school, maybe City Hall. That's where I did it. That's where I got to vote. So there's been settings around the country that are fairly unique, though.
Yeah, we scoured the country for some of the more unusual polling places. In Philadelphia, some residents vote at the Mummers Museum. It chronicles the history of the city's annual New Year's Day Mummers Parade, an event more than a century old featuring lavish costumes and performances.
While in New York City, a massive space with a retractable roof known as the Shed in the Hudson Yards neighborhood rolls out the voting booths.
All right, but two of the most unique polling places in America can be found in Chicago. Voters there can make their presidential picks while bowling at the Lawn Lane Bowl, or perhaps picking out a new dress at the Celebrations Fashion Boutique. Pretty interesting places there.
That's cool. Bowling and voting.
Get a little shopping in, do a little voting.
That's right. Let's talk about Nevada, which has gone blue for the last 4 presidential elections. Can Vice President Harris make it 5, or will former President Trump flip the battleground state? Our Lily Luciano is in Las Vegas with more on who Nevada voters are betting on for the White House.
I know for a fact that, Kamala is going for reproductive rights, and I have a lot of women in my life that are very important to me, so I just wanted to support them and make sure I got that vote out there.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
It was genocide, a deliberate effort by the United States government to eliminate the food source that was relied upon by Native American tribes.
American bison were slaughtered and Native Americans displaced.
And that's how tribes were subjugated to reservations and our lands were taken.
But now, through conservation efforts at Yellowstone,
Buffalo provided everything that we needed. Now they need help.
a herd grows.
We need to step up and help them.
And a culture is reborn.
When the buffalo return and come back, that's when our tribe will begin to heal.
Yellowstone Bison Revival, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Oh, wow. Look at this.
Let 60 Minutes take you on a private tour of the National Archives.
So there may be treasures like this buried in boxes.
Historical secrets from America's past.
So this is original from 1778?
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Put me in the game, coach.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
The best interviews feel like it's just a conversation with a neighbor.
Hey.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask a question that is the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I'll see you in the morning.
Listening to how someone explains themselves is so key to understanding their perspective.
The grief of losing a child is immense. You can't breathe.
After decades of the war on drugs, things have only gotten worse.
Every shipment of fentanyl is a ticking time bomb.
50 times more powerful than heroin.
CBS Reports goes deep into Mexico.
What is your role in the Sinaloa cartel?
To find out why the cartels keep getting stronger and wealthier.
This is a war, but we're not fighting it. Our citizens are dying.
Funding Cartels, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Just 2.5 hours from the first polls closing. They'll close in 6 states, including battleground Georgia, at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Welcome back to our special election night. America Decides coverage live from New York City. I'm Vladimir Duthier.
And I'm Lindsay Reiser. This campaign cycle has changed a lot in a very short amount of time. We have seen multiple historic moments in just a matter of months. On June 27th, there was the debate between former President Trump and President Biden, which of course, led to calls from multiple Democrats for Biden to step aside from the ticket.
Then, former President Trump survived an assassination attempt during a campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, just before the Republican National Convention, where he officially clinched his party's nomination for president. Then, on July 21st, President Biden officially ended his re-election bid and handed his endorsement to Vice President Kamala Harris. She held her first campaign event just 2 days later.
It has all led to this moment. Both campaigns' paths to 270 electoral votes to win the White House goes through the 7 battleground states we have been talking about all year. 4 of them are located in the so-called Sun Belt, 2 in the east and 2 in the west. One of those states, of course, is Nevada, and that's where we find our Lilia Luciano. Lilia.
Hey there, Lindsay, Vlad. We are in Las Vegas. This is a city where we've heard from voters on both sides, where 100,000 or more voters have voted today on Election Day in person. But that's just a fraction of the nearly 1.1 million voters who either cast their ballots by mail or in person early. The breakdown in terms of voters and how they were registered, there were about 43,000 more registered Republicans who voted this time around early. But here's the thing about the state. The largest sector or section of the electorate is people who are either nonpartisan, independent, or people who sign off on any other category, but whose affiliation we don't know. Both sides are trying to get their vote, and part of what we're hearing is it's all about the economy. For more on another battleground state, I'm going to go to my colleague Chris Van Cleve, who's in Phoenix, Arizona. Chris.
Lilia, thanks. Arizona's 11 electoral votes up for grabs. The polls open until 7 p.m. local time. And much like Nevada, the bulk of the voting here happens early or by mail. Here in Maricopa County, home to about 60% of the voters. It's the nation's 4th largest county. More than 1.5 million early votes are already been received. We know in this county alone, about another 154,000 people as of 2:30 local time have shown up to vote in person. Voting, of course, those numbers will be bigger statewide as we move towards 7 p.m. when the polls close. Key issues here, the border, immigration, the economy, as well as reproductive rights. Abortion is on the ballot here in Arizona. The other concern we heard a lot from Harris supporters, protecting democracy. We're going to check in now with my colleague Skylar Henry, who is in Raleigh, North Carolina, another key swing state. Raleigh.
Elections officials say for the most part, the more than 2,600 polling places throughout the state have been running smoothly. There is one hiccup, forcing officials to have to hold a meeting to determine whether there should be an extension in nearby Wilson County. That's about 55 miles east of where we are here in Raleigh. There was a printing issue there. They say that because of that, that could lead to a bit of a delay in terms of when we receive the ballot count from that county. But as for the rest of the state, groundbreaking and historic record-breaking numbers. We're talking about 4.5 million voters that submitted their ballots early. They anticipate some 1 million voters to do the same here on Election Day. Now over to my colleague Mark Strassman reporting in Atlanta.
Thanks, Skylar. So far, so good here in Georgia. This is the Fulton County Elections Hub and Operations Center. Fulton County is the biggest puzzle piece on the Georgia map. About 750,000 active voters here, the most populous county in Georgia. And those 750,000 are about 1 in 10 Georgia voters. There were some disruptions today, bomb threats and scares, and at least a handful of precincts here. No bombs, but 2 precincts had to close for at least a half hour, and they may extend the hours of voting by that same half hour. A judge has to rule on that. In total, statewide, 4 million Georgians voted early. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger is expecting another million to vote today. So that's 5 million votes that need to be counted in an election that officials have promised will be fast, fair, accurate, and transparent. Lindsay and Vlad?
All right, Mark Strassman in Atlanta for us, where they tend to report right after the polls close, so we'll be watching. Ed O'Keefe is back with us, along with our political panel, Chuck Rocha and Matt Gorman. Chuck is a Democratic strategist who formerly served as a senior advisor for Senator Bernie Sanders' 2016 and 2020 presidential campaigns, and Matt Gorman is a Republican strategist who served as a senior communications advisor for Senator Tim Scott's presidential campaign. Great to have all of you here at the table. Welcome. All right, so Chuck, let's begin with you. 2 years ago at this point, there was a lot of talk of a red wave. I think what's been fascinating over the last couple of weeks especially is to see how cautious pollsters are going into tonight. No one wants to be caught red-footed the way that they were back in 2016 and the way that they were 2 years ago. What's going on?
You're exactly right. And what they didn't account for is new voters. And I was talking about this earlier in the green room about we don't know who these new voters are that are showing up. It looks like, from all indications, that vote is up. Like more folks are voting. When we do polling, we look at a guesstimation of what voted the last time. 2020, that's the last election we had where there was a presidential election. Voting is up then. And what pollsters have found, and they're very cautious to your point about it, they don't want to make that mistake. So they're estimating that it'll be about the same as 2020. I remind everybody, and we were talking about it, it was easier to vote in 2020 because of COVID. So everybody's being super cautious. But when you have a big turnout, there's no telling who that big turnout's going to help because you don't know who the new voters are because they weren't polled.
So, Matt, Trump's final message has bordered on dystopian. We heard from Drika Duncan in Michigan, who said that that's speaking to maybe some fear that voters have about where the country is headed. Do you think that that helps appeal more to his base, or do you think that his closing message has swayed some undecideds?
Look, fear is a good motivator, and it's also a contrast, right? It's Trump will fix it, and Kamala and the Biden administration broke it. And I think what you're seeing is also now, to Chuck's point, we don't also know how to quantify momentum, this new era where you've been voting for a month already, right? Do you peak a week and a half ago? Do you peak today? Obviously, you'd want to peak in both places, but really it's not always possible. And you've also seen the message evolution from, say, the Harris campaign, right? They're talking about something today that was very different than a week ago when they're talking about democracy on the National Mall. So what we're still figuring out is, and I think this will tell us a lot tonight, as you go into the full month of voting, right? It's no longer one day like it was in 2000, 2004, where everybody kind of jammed in one. How do you evolve your message strategy? And how do you evolve a campaign where you're going to have highs and lows just that month when people are going to the ballot box?
Ed, you want to jump in?
Well, I'm just curious. You guys do a lot of work down the ballot as well. You got any bright spots tonight or races you're watching beyond the presidential race?
A couple of things bellwethers to look for in the House. Pennsylvania 7, Susan Wild up in Lehigh County. That's a very even race. She's an incumbent. If she goes down or it's extremely tight, what does that portend statewide in Pennsylvania? Also, Michigan 7, open seat, Alyssa Slotkin going to run for Senate. That's Oakland County. That's swing district, open seat. Again, if Republican Tom Barrett wins there, tell me something about Michigan.
I'm super excited about the Arizona Senate race. Ruben Gallego is one of my best friends. I've been on that campaign for almost 2 years. I was reminiscing coming up here about our kickoff was in January of 2023. He may overperform the top of the ticket by 6 points. And so if he does that, that's going to tell us something about what's the difference between the campaign Ruben Gallego ran and the campaign that Vice President Harris ran.
Do you think Arizona will be a split ticket with Gallego and Trump both taking it?
I can tell you, since people are already voting, there is a large percentage of Trump-Gallego supporters in Arizona.
Yeah, that is fascinating. The other thing that I think is really sort of interesting, and both of you guys can talk about this, is gender in this race. I mean, I've seen the very online young men who support Donald Trump getting online and saying, get out there and vote. But we're seeing an enormous amount of women going to the polls. Back in 2020, President Biden relied on African-American women. In this case, it looks like the vice president may not just get African-American women, but also white women who in the past may have voted Republican. What do you say?
No, I think this is going to be the story of the night, is the battle of the gender gaps. And look, if we win men by more than we lose women, then we'll win, and vice versa for the Democrats. That is what I'm watching extremely closely right now. And I think, look, there was a calculation made on the Republican side that, certainly we've had our troubles with women over the past, say, 4 years, especially in the Trump era. Instead of trying to arrest that, we're like, can we get a couple more points with men on the margins, especially low propensity voters, African-American men, Hispanic men? We'll know the answer tonight.
One thing I want to take you back to Arizona, because if he overperforms, it's going to be because of men. And we're going to be looking at the way that messaging work on this men vote. And I think the Iowa poll told us or gave us a glimpse into something. Not one poll means anything, but that poll in a very wide area, me and Ed spent a lot of time in Iowa together, actually. It's a very wide area. It showed me that white women are really showing up, but independent white women and Republican white women, who we assume was some kind of a shadow vote, but nobody could prove it. It just gives you a glimpse that could be happening.
Fascinating.
Chuck and Matt, thank you so much. And Ed, you're stuck with us. You're staying forever. Thank you so much. Immigration, of course, one of the top issues on voters' minds. We're going to take a closer look at that issue and how a Harris or Trump presidency could shape it moving forward.
Well, I mean, 1 + 1 = 2. And if you get enough ones, it's going to come up to the big number. Every vote counts. Every single person is important.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded 1-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7. That is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable. The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
we are about to see American weapons in the hands of Mexican cartels.
A gun pipeline to Mexico.
We are arming the cartels.
100%, no doubt about it.
Happening right under our noses.
Who's doing something about this? Nobody.
A CBS Reports exclusive.
Most Americans have no idea that we are effectively arming the enemy next door.
This is the story the American people need to know.
Arming cartels. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
A look there at our Times Square studio on this big night, election night 2024. Of course, immigration reform has long been a top issue in Washington in recent years, but we've also seen the issue permeate in states far from the U.S.-Mexico border.
CBS News immigration and campaign reporter Camilo Montoyo Galvez is at the border in Arizona tonight, and he joins us to talk about this. So, Camilo, Arizonans are not just voting for the president. They're also deciding on some very important ballot initiatives like abortion and immigration. Tell us about them.
Hi, Lindsay and Vlad. That is completely right. Voters here in the battleground and border state of Arizona will not just be deciding the presidential election. They will be deciding more than a dozen important and key policy initiatives on the ballot, including on questions on immigration and abortion. Proposition 139 would codify abortion rights to the state's constitution, and Proposition 314 would allow the state to arrest migrants if they are suspected of crossing this border behind me illegally. Crossing this border is already a federal crime if you do so without the permission of Customs and Border Protection, Vlad and Lindsay. But Proposition 314 would turn it into a state crime, giving local law enforcement officials here the power to arrest, jail, and prosecute suspected migrants. And this measure has deeply divided residents and law enforcement officials alike. We actually spoke to the sheriffs of Cochise and Santa Cruz County here in Arizona about their divergent views on Proposition 314. Let's take a listen to that interview.
And now we're dealing with all the state crimes related to the border. Now you're going to add immigration crimes on there too. I don't have the infrastructure, I don't have the staffing, I don't have the funding, as stated.
I would not enforce that law because A, I think it's dangerous. We're going to get sued for racial profiling, and B, this has already been adjudicated by the courts and has been determined to be unconstitutional. Another thing, it would create distrust within the community.
As you just heard, Sheriff Mark Daniels of Cochise County supports Proposition 314, but he's concerned about not having the manpower, Lindsay and Vlad, or the funding to enforce it. But he still believes that it will pass because he believes Arizonans are fed up with what he calls federal inaction here at the U.S.-Mexico border.
Camilla, we've also seen immigration come up as a major issue in states that are not along the border. You've reported on that a ton this cycle. What have you learned in places like Ohio?
Well, look, we know that, for example, in Ohio, the town of Springfield has become an epicenter of our national debate, our polarizing debate over immigration. Former President Donald Trump and his running mate, J.D. Vance, have made comments, false comments, I should add, that Haitian migrants were eating or harming pets. That obviously is not true. But there are some legitimate issues in that town with the influx of Haitian migrants and how they obviously are straining local resources, hospitals, and housing. But obviously the comments made by former President Trump and Vance were false, and they really just illustrate how politicized our immigration debate here in the U.S. has become.
All right, Camilo Montoya Galvez in Arizona for us. Thank you, Camilo. Appreciate it. Officials in every state are working to ensure that this year's elections are secure. Our democracy desk is tracking any potential threat to the vote. We'll check in with them next. You're watching America Decides.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are. Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
For 1 hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores the system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Haitians are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hey there, welcome to The Uplift.
I thought she was a groom, and I stepped back and I went, oh, you're the queen. She's going to be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you'd go to Disneyland with me today.
I look over at him and he's smiling.
I'm going to remember that the rest of my life.
They told us when he was going to be born, he was only going to live for 30 minutes. It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift. Stream now on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
A CBS News investigation. People looking for love, finding their life savings gone.
This could happen to anybody.
And sometimes losing their lives. Anything for love. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to our special America Decides election coverage. Our team of experts at the Democracy Desk tonight are keeping tabs on any issues that could come up at polling locations, explaining how we're watching the vote tallies come in and when we might expect races to be called.
And O'Keefe is back with us. I told him he couldn't get rid of us, alongside our Homeland Security and Justice reporter Nicole Skanga and election law expert David Becker. Good to see both of you. You know, Nicole, we know there was an incident at the U.S. Capitol today. What can you tell us?
Yeah, the U.S. Capitol Visitor Center was closed this afternoon after Capitol Police arrested a man who was carrying on his person a torch and a flare gun during their security vetting process. The Capitol Police chief saying during a news conference moments ago that he smelled like fuel. And according to a Capitol Police spokesperson, the man was in his late 20s and was submitted to this routine screening at the Visitor Center when police arrested him. Police also saying he was trying to deliver papers to Congress. Of course, Congress right now is not in session, but the House is scheduled to meet for a brief pro forma later today. There's no indication as of this point that this threat is connected to the election. And of course, right now in D.C., U.S. Capitol Police, D.C. Police, U.S. Secret Service, all on high alert.
Of course, David, over in Pennsylvania, we saw the PA, the Philadelphia District Attorney telling folks to F around and find out when it comes to election violence. But officials today in Cambria County, Pennsylvania, have asked to extend voting hours because of a software malfunction. What happens in a situation like that, and what should anyone still in line waiting to vote know about that?
So we should remember that there's probably about 80 million people trying to vote today in a process run by millions of volunteers. So it's normal that there's always some hiccups here and there, and this is one of those hiccups. The machines were not accepting the ballots into the scanner for some reason. It looks like there might have been a barcode problem on those ballots. It didn't affect anyone voting. The ballots are still going to be put in a secure drop box and tabulated later tonight. But because of the delay, everyone in the county agreed, Republicans, Democrats, the Board of Elections, that they should extend hours from 8 to 10 in Pennsylvania. We saw something similar in Georgia. There's a minor problem in a couple places in Cobb County, Georgia, that are to stay open. It looks like an extra 20 minutes from about 7 p.m. to 7:20.
That's because of those bomb threats, right, David?
possibly the bomb threats. I think there were also some minor issues here and there with machines. Very, very minor.
Sure.
Again, no long lines, no big problems. We're seeing pretty good, pretty smooth elections, even with disinformation flooding the environment right now. It's really remarkable how well election officials have prepared for this so far. If they're in line, get in line before the polls close. If you're in line when the polls close, you get to vote, so stay in line.
And Nicole, in our remaining minute, speaking of Georgia, Fulton County officials say they're investigating a number of bomb threats. What more do we know about those and the security concerns we've seen not only in Georgia but across the country today?
Yeah, Ed, officials in at least 2 states, Maine and Georgia, say police have responded to threats against schools and polling places today. None of them credible. Brad Raffensperger, the Georgia Secretary of State, saying in a news conference that officials had identified the source, that it was from Russia. The FBI also putting out a statement indicating many of the threats appear to originate from Russian email domains. You know, law enforcement officials estimate about 30 bomb threat hoaxes have targeted election-related locations nationwide, according to 2 sources familiar with the matter. About 17 fake bomb threats have targeted the state of Georgia alone. 2 people familiar with the investigation told CBS News. These numbers are fluid. They could change. Officials believe they're part of a foreign effort to disrupt election activity. Good news here, none of this actually impacting the results of the U.S. election, and Homeland Security officials continue to stress it is safe to vote, no credible threats to polling stations.
All right, David Becker and Nicole Skanga at the Democracy Desk. We'll check in with you all night long. Thank you very much.
And Ed, real quick, we're going to have exit polling data here in roughly 5 minutes at the top of the 5. Why does that matter?
It starts to give us a sense of how exactly this may shape out, because we're going to get a sense broadly of the issues of concern to voters today. What was it that was driving them to the polls? We may, over the course of the next few hours, then get a better sense as the information fills in who exactly was turning out today versus early voting. But ultimately, we just want to see who won.
All right. After a huge surge in early and mail-in voting, millions of Americans are still heading to the polls to cast their ballots. Ahead, we're going to take you back to the candidates' campaign headquarters. You're watching our special America Decides election night coverage.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this.
What is at stake here? What is the answer then?
Do you know why? You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis? You're not answering my question.
This really is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened? Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, really good.
Is it good? Mm-hmm. Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
If we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024? Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
When people say who's first to get in the morning, that would be me. Morning news matters because it sets the tone for your day, and it's a way of getting you started.
Day to day, that first draft of history, it happens right here.
We're going to uplift you. We're going to send you out your way.
We take you places, we teach you new things, and we make you feel like, you know, it's not all bad.
People say to me, you always seem to be having a good time. And you know what? You're right.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
CBS News, 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Let's get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, gal. Yeah, boy.
A very big welcome to a special election night edition of America Decides. We're happy to have you. I'm Lindsay Reiser.
And I'm Vladimir Gutiérrez, joined by our colleague Ed O'Keefe here in Studio 57 at the CBS News Broadcast Center. We expect to get our first look at exit polling any minute now. It is our first glance at who is voting and which issues are driving voters to the polls, both nationally and in those critical battleground states.
Of course, this has been a campaign year like no other. Several assassination attempts, a change at the top of the ticket, a sprint for the new Democratic nominee to pick a running mate and introduce herself to voters, just to name a few.
And if elected, Vice President Kamala Harris would be the first female president, the first black woman to hold the office, and the first Indian American president. Meanwhile, if former President Trump wins, he would become the first president since Grover Cleveland and those mutton chops in the late 19th century to serve non-consecutive terms.
And as we'll keep reminding you all night, we may not know the winner before most Americans go to bed or even when they wake up in the morning. That is all our new normal as more Americans vote early and vote by mail.
And we have reporters spread out across the country tonight, and we're going to be checking in with them in just a moment.
First, let's go to the Trump and Harris headquarters. We're going to start with CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes in Washington, D.C., who is monitoring Harris and her campaign. Nancy, good to see you. We talked to you about an hour ago. How's the crowd looking at Howard?
Good to see you. No major crowd just yet, and that's because folks don't expect that the vice president will actually be coming out and speaking for several hours. But the quad or the yard behind me here at Howard University will be filling up throughout the night. A short time ago, we did see the vice president make a stop at Democratic headquarters here in Washington, D.C. to thank her volunteers, thank her staffers who have been working so hard for her for the past few months. She did a little bit of phone banking as well, which led to one funny moment where she called a woman who was sitting at home watching the vice president on TV give her a call. You sort of know you've slipped into some sort of fourth dimension when something like that happens. Nevertheless, we're told that she is going to be spending time with her family this evening, extended family. Her husband, the second gentleman, actually did a little bit of last-minute campaigning in one of the battleground states today, so he's got to come back here to D.C., but she'll be with her sister and nieces. That's a tradition for the Harris family before coming out here to speak at some point tonight. We don't know when.
All right, Nancy Cordes for us in Washington at Howard University. Nancy, thank you very much. Let's go over to Florida. What are you going to say?
We're all in a fourth dimension.
I know. It does feel like that. It has felt like that for the last couple
Especially
of months.
Ed. I don't think he's going to sleep tonight. It's like, what time is it? Is it 5? Is it 3? I don't know.
I feel exactly where you're coming from, Lindsay. Let's get over to Florida, where CBS News political correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns is covering the Trump campaign. Caitlin.
Lindsay and Vlad, happy Election Day from here in Florida. The former president landed here in the early hours after a long rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan last night that lasted until 2 in the morning. Earlier today, former president cast his ballot in this presidential election in West Palm Beach with his wife, former First Lady Melania Trump, by his side. He also raised some doubts about the integrity of the election, railing against voting machines, even though a majority of ballots are cast on paper ballots. Of course, those claims are unfounded there. But it is notable that he is ending his campaign here in Florida tonight. This is the third time that he is appearing on the ballot as the Republican nominee. And at 78 years old, former President Trump has said this will be his last campaign. The campaign is feeling confident that they had blitzed these battleground states. Actually, earlier today, the former president held tele-rallies across battleground states, trying to leave no vote unturned, trying to get out every last vote. So we'll be paying attention here in West Palm Beach as those returns come in. The big question that we're watching is whether the former president comes out and gives a premature acceptance speech like he did 4 years ago. Lindsay and Vlad.
Caitlin Huey-Burns, thanks so much. Vice President Harris has made the argument that it's time to, quote, turn the page on divisive politics and unite. Former President Trump has countered that Americans were better off 4 years ago when he was in office. Let's turn to our chief election and campaign correspondent, Robert Costa, who has covered both candidates. Bob, good to see you tonight. Both parties are painting this election as existential. What are you hearing from your sources in both campaigns as voting winds down?
Good to be with both of you. You're seeing from both campaigns a sense behind the scenes that turnout is extraordinarily high across the board for Democrats and for Republicans. How this plays out, whether it means there's a surge of women and men who support abortion rights showing up, and that's going to turn it for Vice President Harris, or whether it means the Trump movement is showing up across the country, no one's really clear at this point, because you're just starting to get this after-work vote as we hit 5 p.m. Eastern. So there's a lot of variables in the air to determine what this turnout means.
Bob, there has been concern over the last few days, or intrigue, about what exactly the former president might do later tonight into early tomorrow morning, depending on how results are going. What's the latest you're hearing about what might transpire?
Well, Ed, some Trump allies, such as Steve Bannon, are urging Trump to declare victory tonight if he appears to be ahead somewhat early in the evening, though that's just one voice of many around the former president. There is a sense among the Trump campaign, among those at the highest level, that what happened in 2020, in their view, was unfair. Trump has continued to make false claims about the election being stolen. And that sensibility, that conclusion, continues to permeate the Trump campaign tonight. This has really been a 4-year project of grievance, unhappiness about 2020. And their skepticism toward the electoral system in this country continues tonight. And that colors, in many ways, how they're approaching their strategy and approach to this evening.
Robert Costa, we look forward to more of your reporting and analysis throughout the evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have a stellar team of correspondents at polling places in cities in 3 major battleground states. CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang is in Philadelphia. CBS News senior national correspondent Mark Strassman is in Union City, Georgia. And CBS News correspondent Chris Van Cleve is in Phoenix.
So let's begin first with Weijia, who's in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, that critical battleground state. Weijia, how have the lines been so far?
Well, there's been a steady stream of voters here at the South Philadelphia High School, where we have been camped out since this morning, and the campaign is feeling optimistic, Vlad, and that's because they say they've left it all on the field. They've worked on this for months now, and in the past weekend alone across the state of Pennsylvania, volunteers knocked on 1.5 million doors. And so we have heard from them that their ground game is extremely robust, that they have been connecting with voters. And of course, we know the vice president spent the entire day in this state yesterday as she closed her campaigning with a massive rally here in Philadelphia. And so I think people here, they understand the assignment. They know that they are at the center of the political universe today, and they are taking this very seriously. They are feeling emotional. We're told that they're excited. Some tell us that they are anxious and losing sleep over what's going to happen. But, you know, this is the beauty of the democratic process, Vlad and Lindsay, and we are watching it play out in this critical battleground state. And it's not just the Harris campaign, of course, watching the turnout, but of course, the Trump team has really been going after low propensity voters in rural areas who historically do not turn out. And that's the people that they have been working to try to convince to come out to the polls for the first time. And we have colleagues spread out all over this state. And what we are hearing from everybody, guys, is that turnout is very, very high. In fact, one state official tells me that Philly is on track to break the record that was set in 2020.
Wow.
Weijia Jiang in Philadelphia, thank you. For the latest in Georgia, let's bring in Mark Strassman. Mark, we know law enforcement officials tell CBS News there were more than a dozen non-credible bomb threats targeting polling places in Georgia alone. 2 of the locations had to be evacuated for some 30 minutes. What's the security situation where you are?
In fact, Lindsay, those 2 that had to be evacuated were here in Fulton County. This is the Fulton County election tabulation center. In effect, this is where all the votes will come in for Fulton County, Georgia's most populous county, where there are 750,000 likely voters on the rolls. I can also tell you that Fulton County has 177 precincts, and there is a cop on the beat of each and every last one of them, just in case. They want to make sure that these elections are safe, that there are no disruptions, and so far, Lindsay, so good.
All right, Mark Strassman in Union City, Georgia for us this evening. Let's bring in Chris Van Cleve, who's joining us now from Phoenix. So, Chris, I saw somebody on Twitter this morning say it's crazy that people outside of the United States know about Maricopa County. But Maricopa County will once again be key in this election cycle. So the question is, of course, how long will it take for officials to tabulate those final results?
Well, Vlad, Maricopa County is a great place to live. I don't know why people wouldn't want to know about it, but it's going to take 10 to 13 days, the state says, before Arizona's vote counts will be finalized. And that's normal because so many people vote by mail here. And because of the verification process that goes along with those mail-in ballots, it takes extra time, particularly in close races. Even though if there's a big difference in one of the races, they may be able to call it sooner. We may be able to call it sooner, but it will take them up to 10 to 13 days, they think, to count all of the votes. We should tell you, we have just learned from the Secretary of State here about some bomb threats into a couple of polling places in Navajo County in the northern corner of Arizona. Also hearing about a handful of technical problems in Apache County, another small county in northern Arizona. So the bomb threats spread beyond just Georgia, certainly, into other battleground states.
Chris, what can you tell us about the Senate race there? We were speaking earlier with our political panel, and Chuck Rocha was saying that he believes that Arizona could end up being a split-ticket state with people voting for Trump for president, but Ruben Gallego, a Democrat, for Senate by potentially large margins against Kari Lake.
Yeah, you know, the CBS News poll, the last battleground poll we had from Arizona had Gallego up by about 9 points over Lake. Now, both campaigns think the race is closer than that. Lake says she doesn't believe any of the polls but her internal polls, and those show her leading. But so far, those are the only polls we've seen that show her in the lead. So it is distinctly possible you're either going to see split tickets, or what we've heard from some Republicans is that they may just opt to leave the Senate line blank. So this is certainly a state where one of the things, if you look at the polling, Ruben Gallego is outperforming Kamala Harris here, and very well could result in a split ticket where Donald Trump could win the state, but Gallego wins the U.S. Senate seat that's being vacated by Kyrsten Sinema, who was a Democrat before she became an independent.
Some excellent reporting there from our Chris Van Cleve in Phoenix. And I agree with you, Chris. Maricopa County is absolutely lovely. It's just weird.
I lived there for
you did?
decades. Yes,
really?
I'm from there.
It's just weird that people in Denmark are asking me about it.
Yeah, Maricopa County, side of Arizona.
Oh, boy. Thanks, Chris.
All right, as we mentioned, exit polls are beginning to come in. So this will give us our first glimpse at the 2024 electorate. Vlad, what are we learning about what voters most care about? What do we know so far?
All right, so we're going to start with issues that matter most to voters. This is really interesting. 35% of the people polled say the state of democracy is the most important issue. That's kind of surprising because I would have thought the economy would be number one, but the economy is followed there by a very close second. 31% say the economy. 14% say abortion is the most important issue facing them. Now, let's talk about the condition of the economy, how voters feel about that. 32% of voters say the condition of the economy is good. 67% say it is bad. If you are saying that, then you are most likely hearing the former president's message. In the last year, inflation has been at 21% of voters saying that they see inflation as a severe hardship. 53% say it's a moderate hardship, and 42% say no hardship at all. 24% of voters we polled say the financial situation is better than it was 4 years ago. That's interesting. 45% say it is worse than 4 years ago. 30% say it's just about the same. And finally, 7% of voters, only 7% of voters, feel enthusiastic about the country. 19% say that they are satisfied. 43% of voters are dissatisfied with the country, and 29% say that they are angry. So we're looking at those numbers, Ed. What strikes you?
These are the most preliminary bits of data we will get tonight. These will change. Nothing you see right now holds up even within an hour as we get more data. That number on anger, 43% or whatever, saying that's, I would have thought that'd be higher.
That's what I would have thought as well.
7% saying things are great. I can understand that, but I would have thought the other one would be higher. Look, what this is suggesting is the economy remains a top concern, but state of democracy was a big deal.
Yeah.
Well, which side was focused mostly on that?
That's the question I have.
Both were in different ways, right? Because Trump at various times has said, if we let them keep running the country, you know, we're never going to be the way we were. But the democracy, the specificity around the future of democracy was more of a democratic message. So that may, again, very preliminary
those
data.
numbers could change.
They will change.
Okay,
they absolutely will change. But they are the first sampling. You know, it's that, what's the amuse-bouche they bring out to you?
It's a little taste.
This is your election amuse-bouche on a little spoon.
The big entree is coming a couple hours later after the polls close.
Kitchen stays open tonight.
All right, folks, when we come back, we love it.
I'm starving.
We're going to get another look at our exit polling data for some of those key battlegrounds, and we're going to bring back our political panel right here at the table. Stick around.
I like one candidate, you know, but I don't like his behavior, but I like his outcome. And that's important. Yeah. And I look at it that way.
CBS News election information at your fingertips, including full access to interactive election maps, push alerts on major races, plus breaking news and 24/7 streaming coverage. Get the free CBS News app now.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will.
You go, gal.
That's right.
Let me see if you can find me.
I want to make sure that my voice is heard, but also that I lift up other voices.
You can't write a better script.
Yeah, boy!
It's gonna be a ride. Sunshine down.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
How fast do you think you were going? 195 miles an hour. This is incredible.
How close did you actually come to being killed?
That close.
Is this brain surgery without a knife?
It is. What risk do these children pose to Russia?
I'm not sure the world is prepared for this change.
Definitely not.
Who's the best coach in college football today?
Let me see a mirror.
It's time for the CBS News original 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
I'm a voracious consumer of information and constantly curious. I want to know the basic facts of every issue and to press into the heart of the matter. Information is the currency of democracy, and that's what we bring to the table every Sunday.
When you need
your sports news all the time?
We've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you.
Big news coming out of the NFL. A lot of movement in the rankings this week.
With highlights.
What a finish at the final round of play.
And in-depth analysis.
Can they three-peat? Tony Romo joins the conversation.
What can you say about this game?
When you need your sports in a snap,
we're bringing you that breaking news right here on HQ.
Find it on CBS Sports HQ. Streaming free anywhere you are.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
For 1 hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores the system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
A CBS News investigation. People looking for love, finding their life savings gone.
This could happen to anybody.
And sometimes losing their lives. Anything for love. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to our special America Decides election night special. I said special twice, all right?
It's okay. It is very special.
It is. We've talked a lot this election cycle about different demographics and really how each candidate has been working to target them. Of course, one of those critical voting blocks is Latino voters. Journalist and producer Soledad O'Brien joins us now on set. Ed O'Keefe is back with us as well.
So, Soledad, let me begin with you because you recently put out this incredible documentary that looked into how there's a fight for Latino political support on the airwaves. But what I'm always fascinated by is, and I've had this conversation with a lot of people when it comes to not just Latinos, but African Americans too, that if you are Black or you are Latino, you're not going to necessarily fit into the bucket of what people consider Latino or Black.
Right.
We're not a monolith.
Yeah.
What do you find
and
out?
I feel like people have been yelling that for a really long time. Not a monolith, not a monolith.
Right.
And it might be actually this election cycle that tells people not a monolith. And I think that's really important. We also talk about the power of the Latino vote just because of sheer demographics. And now I think, again, this might be the election cycle where you see the power of the Latino vote just because the number of new eligible voters, half of those are Latinos. I mean, that is massive. And also, of those new voters, they vote 80% of the time. I mean, that is, again, the impact of that is huge. So not a monolith and also just potentially could have a real change. This rally, I think, had a big impact, of course.
The one in Madison Square Garden. Yeah.
I want to talk to you about that in a second. But first, as we're keeping in mind not a monolith, what are some of the issues that you keep hearing again and again that are driving Latinos to the polls?
Often people will say immigration. I've been on 10 gajillion immigration panels, and they're like, actually, economy, and in their inflation, kind of under economy. But in a recent poll by Univision, which I find really interesting, while economy, inflation, very high still, mid-high 80s, racism was emerging as an issue at 70%. I thought that was really fascinating. Healthcare for Latinos as well, a really important issue. So kind of the same as kind of any American voter, but I think that new appearance in this poll of racism, again, post this rally is sort of interesting.
Part of the reason why I'm glad we're here together is for years I've been telling people when they get confused, how are you Hispanic if your last name's O'Keefe? I said, have you ever heard of Soledad O'Brien?
We're the Irish thread.
We're the Black Irish
Latino name, so.
But it is, you're joking, but you're not. It's very confusing to people. And of course, Latinos have married a lot of, across a lot of different continents.
And I think part of what this cycle, as you said, this is the one that's going to demonstrate again the power and the influence that we have in different parts of the country and in different ways. I was dwelling on the fact that it was Ricky Martin in Philadelphia last night that was more critical to the Harris campaign than, say, her being out in Las Vegas with other actors and performers that might be there, because it's a reminder that now there's enough in Pennsylvania, in other mid-Atlantic states, that they can throw elections one way or the other. And that's why they've been so intently focused on places like Allentown and Reading and Philadelphia.
And if you look at the swing states, that margin of victory, there are not enough Latino voters in each of those swing states.
But guys, even when people talk, so there's a lot made, for example, the former President Trump is getting Black voters to his camp, right? But it's who are those Black voters? Some of them may be folks who are naturalized Americans from African countries or other places in the Caribbean that are not African Americans. In other words, multi-generational Black Americans living in this country. Perhaps they're breaking for Kamala Harris. But if you are if you are a first-generation person from Nigeria, you maybe don't want to see the chaos at the border as the way the president has painted that. So that's why it's so interesting to dig into those numbers.
And I think one of the challenges we all have going forward in covering politics is algorithms for different voters are so different. Your algorithm's different than mine, is different than yours, is different than yours. So we can't see, unless it's shown to us, what it is those voters are being, sent by campaigns or by those that are influencing information. I tell the story about seeing this ad on my way on the train to Philadelphia a few weeks ago of this Black guy telling other Black men, you've got to vote for her. Why wouldn't you? She reminds us of our aunt. She reminds us of our mother. Why wouldn't you vote for her? The only reason I saw that ad as a brown guy watching my Hulu app on the train to Philadelphia is because it was being sent to me via stream and it wasn't being aired on broadcast television. If I hadn't been watching at that moment in that space when they were looking for people like with my background,
like you,
I wouldn't have seen it.
It's
So when I told the campaign, they said, oh, you got it because we were targeting you. And it's impossible now for us to really get a sense of what it is voters are seeing if we're not seeing those.
But it's been interesting
ads.
to see what doesn't resonate in our documentary. We could see that, I guess I'd call them social issues, or maybe it's more like social chaos, right? Talking about trans kids, way outsized of the actual impact of the issue, talking about who's using what, did not seem to really resonate with Latino voters. And some of the polling around abortion, I mean, you're looking at Latinos, overwhelmingly Catholic, religious. Actually, it's kind of a mixed bag, far more mixed than you might think, sort of if you were just going to guess at what the polls might show.
My parents are immigrants, extremely liberal. They're not getting behind a lot of the issues that are facing LGBTQ people or trans people. So it's really interesting.
All right, Soledad O'Brien and Ed O'Keefe, thank you both so much.
So good to have you here, Soledad. Oh, man, very happy. All right, Donald Trump says this is the best campaign he's ever run. We're going to get some insight from one of the former president's senior advisors down in Florida. Stick around.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
It was genocide, a deliberate effort by the United States government to eliminate the food source that was relied upon by Native American tribes.
American bison were slaughtered and Native Americans displaced.
And that's how tribes were subjugated to reservations and our lands were taken.
But now, through conservation efforts at Yellowstone,
Buffalo provided everything that we needed. Now they need help.
a herd grows.
We need to step up and help them.
And a culture is reborn.
When the buffalo return and come back, that's when our tribe will begin to heal.
Yellowstone Bison Revival, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Oh, wow. Look at this.
Let 60 Minutes take you on a private tour of the National Archives.
So there may be treasures like this buried in boxes.
Historical secrets from America's past.
So this is original from 1778?
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered. There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places. Bright, shiny faces.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Put me in the game, coach.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
The best interviews feel like it's just a conversation with a neighbor.
Hey.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask a question that is the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I'll see you in the morning.
Listening to how someone explains themselves is so key to understanding their perspective.
grief of losing a child is immense. You can't breathe.
After decades of the war on drugs, things have only gotten worse.
Every shipment of fentanyl is a ticking time bomb.
50 times more powerful than heroin.
CBS Reports goes deep into Mexico.
What is your role in the Sinaloa cartel?
To find out why the cartels keep getting stronger and wealthier.
This is a war, but we're not fighting it. Our citizens are dying.
Funding Cartels, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to America Decides, election night coverage. Ed O'Keefe is back with us. Folks, we are less than 2 hours away from the first polls closing, which will begin at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Former President Donald Trump was one of millions of Americans who voted in person today, and Tim Murtaugh joins us now from West Palm Beach, Florida. He is a senior advisor with the Trump campaign. Thank you for being here. First off, how do you feel about Trump's closing message? Was it enough to bring in undecided voters?
Well, I think so, because we're now getting some exit polls from CNN, and they show that 72% of the people coming out of the voting booth today describe themselves as dissatisfied or angry, and there's a 58% disapproval rating of Joe Biden and the Kamala Harris administration. So there is, without question, an anti-incumbent mood, and people don't like the direction of the country. And that's why when we're talking about the economy and immigration and the way that America positions itself in the world, that the central message and the closing message of Donald Trump, which is that Kamala Harris broke it and Donald Trump will fix it, we think that does resonate, because that's exactly what people are concerned about, and they're looking for solutions to it.
Tim, let me ask you about the battleground states. There have been reports coming in of large enthusiasm, for example, in the critical battleground state of Pennsylvania. What's been the ground game attack for the campaign in some of those crucial states?
Well, I will tell you that in Pennsylvania in particular, it's a perfect example. Our ground game began years ago in 2020. If you see that the Democrats have historically had a huge voter registration advantage in Pennsylvania, in 2020, there were 750,000 more registered Democrats than Republicans in Pennsylvania. And throughout the course of the last 4 years, our ground game has been registering Republicans, and that edge has been cut in half. So now, relative to Democrats, there are now 350,000 more Republicans in Pennsylvania than the last time that Donald Trump was on the ballot. So that's a ground game right there. And I would point out that we are hearing some reports of very high turnout today in the Philadelphia area, but we understand that that is in South Philadelphia and in the far northeast of the city. And those are two areas where Donald Trump has been historically strong in both of his previous runs for president. So we feel very good about the game in Pennsylvania. We also think that the issue set lines up very well. The economy, of course, Kamala Harris has throughout her entire career been hostile to fossil fuels. Fracking is a big industry in Pennsylvania. It's responsible for about 100,000 jobs, and people have very strong concerns about the southern border. There are a number of communities in Pennsylvania which actually have an illegal alien problem, despite the fact that they're over 1,000 miles from the southern border. So we think Pennsylvania lines up very well for us.
Tim, in 2020, the former president declared victory prematurely. A lot of people across the country wondering what's the plan for tonight. Is he going to do it again tonight before all the states have been called?
Well, I think as we see the numbers coming in, and there are going to be a number of states that do report the numbers tonight, I think by the end of tonight we will have a pretty good idea who has won this election. Maybe a lot of those states might not be called, but I think that everyone who's watching it will know what direction it's headed. And I think that in a fair and free election, Donald Trump is going to win this thing, and he'll make that statement at the appropriate time.
And Tim, before we go, when you say fair and free election, what does that mean to you? What does that mean to the former president?
It means that all the laws are followed. That means that everyone who is eligible to vote and wanted to vote can vote, and that those votes are legally cast and legally counted. That's what a free and fair election means to us, and I dare say that should be what it means to everybody.
All right, Tim Murtaugh joining us from West Palm Beach, Florida this evening. Tim, thank you very much.
Vice President Harris has had less than 4 months to persuade voters across the country to elect her as the next president of the United States.
But our next guest has known and supported the vice president for more than a decade. California Democratic Senator LaFonza Butler is joining us now. Senator, thanks so much for being with us this evening. You've been, as we said, an ally to the vice president since she first ran for the California Attorney General back in 2010. How has she evolved as a politician since then?
Thanks so much for having me. Look, I think the vice president has taken the time that she's had to make a very strong case to the American people about what kind of leader she's prepared to be on behalf of all of America. Whether you're talking about issues of the economy, speaking directly to voters and meeting them where they are. What California has prepared the vice president to be able to do, and I think the American people have seen this throughout this short period of campaigning, is building a coalition. California is more than just Los Angeles and the Golden Gate Bridge. It is 58 counties. It is rural and urban. It is everything in between. And in order to win statewide in a state like California, not just once, but 3 times, the vice president has had to put together the kinds of coalitions that are required in this election. What she's done over the last 107 days has been nothing short of remarkable. The people from all walks of life who believe in and who are casting their vote for her know that this is the opportunity to write a new chapter in the American story. And I think we're all excited to be a part of it.
How do you think, Senator, that the vice president, do you think she has successfully painted herself as a change agent in that she can successfully link herself to some of Joe Biden's accomplishments in office, but also she has routinely said her presidency will not resemble a Joe Biden presidency? We know that Trump has essentially been saying, if you were going to do it, why didn't you do it the last 3.5 years? What do you think about her messaging, and what is your response to that criticism?
Yeah, I wonder if President Trump would ask Vice President Pence what policy he actually got passed. I think there was a young high schooler who taught us that civics lessons during the first debate. What I would say, and what the vice president has made very clear, is that she is not Joe Biden. And Donald Trump is not running against Joe Biden. He's running against Kamala Harris, a new generation of leadership in our party and in our country, who has a vision to move us beyond the politics of hate and division, and who is working to unite the people of this country to achieve the greatness that is ahead of us. And so, yes, I am satisfied that the vice president has communicated herself and articulated a vision that is about turning the page and writing the next chapter. And we'll know in a few hours if that was able to resonate with the American people.
Senator, thanks for being with us. You formerly served as president of the Service Employees International Union, which represents about 2 million workers across the country. Do you believe she's done enough, the vice president, to win over those workers?
Yeah, thanks so much for the question. I have traveled the country on behalf of Vice President Harris, having those very conversations, because what I want the American people to know is that the vice president didn't just wake up one day and, when President Biden stepped aside, decided that she was going to stand with working families. I have known her for more than a decade, and every time that she has had the opportunity to stand with workers, union workers, and non-union workers, she has stood with them, whether that is fighting wage and hour claims, taking on employers who are ripping them off, introducing the homeowners Bill of Rights. It has been I think her life work to stand with working families, and I'm proud that she has centered those working families and the middle class as a part of her presidency, because these are sets of issues that she is not new to. And I think that union workers all across the country are going to be going into that ballot booth tonight, and have been over the past few weeks of early vote, making their voice heard and standing with someone who doesn't say that they should be fired because they go on strike to exercise their rights to collectively bargain, who doesn't go on Twitter and talk about how their rights as union workers in this country, how those rights just don't matter. And so I think that the vice president has made her point very clear, and I'm excited about unions like SEIU and others who's been working to help her get elected.
California Senator LaFonza Butler in Washington, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We're following breaking news out of Milwaukee.
So let's get straight to Janet Shamley. And Janet, what is the news? What can you tell us?
Vlad and Lindsay, starting on this shot of this tabulation machine, just to give you an idea of what's happening here, they are restarting the count here in Milwaukee. of some 31,000 absentee mail-in ballots and early voting ballots because this machine, I'm sorry, someone's standing there, has just moved in front of the machine. Mark, can you see if you can ask him to move for us, please? These machines have like a little seal on them and the doors weren't completely closed. This morning when the tabulation started, there's going to be some 105,000 or more absentee ballots like that today. More than 30,000 were already counted. Out of an abundance of caution, they are restarting the count as of just a few minutes ago. There are 18 machines like the one that you're looking at in this facility here in the Baird Center in Milwaukee. And so that's going to put them many hours behind. They do believe that now that they may not finish until 5 o'clock tomorrow morning because of the restart. Again, they've zeroed out the machines, meaning that the clock starts at 0 on each of these machines. They're not adding those ballots in a second time, but out of an abundance of caution. And if you can see that little red tape, that's where the door is that was ajar on all of these machines. So there's no wrongdoing at this time, guys, but out of an abundance of caution, it's going to make it a very late night to restart this count of some 30,000 plus absentee and early voting ballots.
Okay, Janet Shamlian, thank you for flagging us and bringing us that breaking news.
I think it's good. What Janet is saying there about an abundance of caution, it makes me feel good about our democracy and about what our election process is like. As Janet says, there is no wrongdoing, but they are just making sure that everyone's vote is counted. I don't know about you. When I went to my polling center, you see people that are just doing their civic duty, helping us to vote. It's kind of a nice feeling. A lot of them are older Americans who feel very passionately about the right to vote. And, you know, there was a little moment when somebody was a first-time voter. They said, first-time voter, and everybody cheered and clapped. It made me really feel good.
Yeah.
So it's good to see that they're doing
and
the right
every
thing.
election expert that I've talked to, at least in this cycle, have said when problems are flagged, that is a symptom of the system working.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Perfect saying.
Well, the 2024 election has made history, ranging from shortened timelines to unpredictable speeches. We're going to take a closer look at each campaign's very different strategies and whether that has helped or hurt their bids for the White House.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7. That is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable. The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
we are about to see American weapons in the hands of Mexican cartels.
A gun pipeline to Mexico.
We are arming the cartels.
100%, no doubt about it.
Happening right under our noses.
Who's doing something about this? Nobody.
A CBS Reports exclusive.
Most Americans have no idea that we are effectively arming the enemy next door.
This is the story the American people need to know.
Arming cartels. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Love that camera work outside our Paramount studios in Times Square. Coverage there will begin on CBS News 24/7 at 6:30 and on your local CBS station at 7 p.m. Eastern. Welcome back to our special CBS News election night coverage. I'm here with Vlad Duthiers. I'm Lindsay Reiser, and we're very happy that you're here with us. Let's go ahead and bring in our political panel. Democratic strategist Chuck Rocha and Republican strategist Tricia McLaughlin. Thank you both so much for being with us here. I know we have some more exit poll data that we're going to dive into, but Chuck, first I want to ask you out of the gate that Kamala Harris did not really make her identity a focal point of the campaign in terms of her race, in terms of her gender. Do you think that that was a mistake, that she didn't lean into it more instead of sort of just addressing it when asked in interviews, or do you think it was a good strategy?
It's a debate that's out there. You could see plus and minuses as a strategist on both sides. I think she did the right thing by not leaning into that too much, because you can obviously tell she's a woman and obviously tell she's a woman of color. She did tell her story about growing up in a middle-class household. People almost made fun of it. She talked about it so much.
People did on SNL.
People did almost, they did make fun of it.
But let me clear the air. As a strategist, you want people to make fun of it because that's the thing you have to drive home, because I'm sure we're going to talk about, has she distinguished herself in what she's going to do and what's different? She only had 100 days to distinguish herself when Donald Trump's been running for president now for like 47 years.
So, Tricia, let me ask you, both the Trump and the Harris campaigns frequently attacked each other throughout this campaign cycle. But the former president was particularly tough on the vice president, using sometimes vulgar language. He questioned her racial identity. When you hear what you saw over the course of the last 6 months, do you think voters are thinking about that as they go to the polls?
Yeah, I think definitely on both sides. I think the Americans don't want us to be so divided at this point. I mean, I know, the sitting president, Biden, he might have waffled a little in his words, but he did call half of Americans garbage. Tim Walz repeatedly said that Republicans who attend Trump rallies compared them to Nazis. So I don't think Americans want this kind of rhetoric. I think Donald Trump, when he's at his best, he's talking about policy solutions, whether that be immigration reform, really strengthening our border. We know the immigration crisis that's going on. When we talk about the economy, getting inflation under control, when we talk about, peace in the Middle East, peace in Ukraine, that's when Donald Trump's on his best. And I was glad to see that in his closing argument yesterday.
So, Tricia, one of the things that has been interesting, when we talk to folks on the ground, they say, look, they don't like the language. They think that Donald Trump is rude. They think he's crude. They might not even want him to babysit their children, but they like what his message is on the economy. They like his message on results. His result is what one voter told Argyle King this morning. So you're saying that for a lot of the voters that you're polling, that the language doesn't matter. A mean tweet doesn't matter.
It's not that it doesn't matter, but I think this election is about priorities. I think because of where we are with the economy, the fact that inflation is double what it was 4 years ago, the fact that prices are up 20%, that we are dealing with an immigration crisis, I think that's what matters, is that what Americans are feeling has not been positive for the past 4 years, versus they can compare Donald Trump's rhetoric from 2017 to 2019 and say, hey, I actually like my time under Donald Trump better.
Chuck, I want to ask you about this because we're getting some data from exit polls, and we know that the numbers can change, so we want to preface with that. But 46% of voters only have a favorable opinion of Harris, 42% of Trump, 7% of neither, 1% of both. What does that tell you about today's politics?
It backs up what we've been seeing nationwide. I'm working on races from New York to California. I'm one of those old consultants who are still working on races as of today on congressional and Senate levels. So we've been doing a lot of focus groups and a lot of polling. Donald Trump, let me connect this to what you just asked about the way he's been acting. Most folks don't like the way the country's going because they've never felt the recovery, or they're still worried that things are too high, just like Tricia said. Donald Trump should be winning this thing by 60 or 70% if 3/4 of America say the country's going in the wrong direction. And the only reason he's not, take it from a political pro, is because there's a portion of America who don't like that. They think he's mean, they don't like the way he acts, they don't think he's presidential. Some of them will still vote for him because they want gas to be whatever it was back then. If he was more likable and could stay on message, this thing would have been over yesterday.
So another exit poll that we want to show here to our viewers has to do with the question of which candidate has views that are too extreme for mainstream Americans. Donald Trump, 46% of those polled say Trump's views are too extreme, compared to 37% of Kamala Harris. 8% say both. What does that tell you?
I think it goes back to the likability, because I think Trish has something in common. There's a lot more of us. Most of America is in the middle of wanting some kind of results. And so I think that that's the biggest thing, is like, this is a likability.
Trisha, final thoughts?
You know, I think tonight's going to be very interesting with the gender gap. We're hearing a lot that's a silver lining for Democrats, really. Right now, though, in the early vote, we're not seeing that American women are really getting out in these early states as they were in 2020. Yes, is COVID a factor? Maybe. But I also think that we'll see. We'll see if the polls are being quiet for Republican women, because I think that there might be a shy Trump voter in the women.
Interesting. All right, Chuck Rocha and Tricia McLaughlin, thank you both so much.
Thanks
we really
so much,
appreciate your help. All right, one more time from Allie. Are we going to Finn?
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Finn. CBS News political director Finn Gomez hanging out in Times Square. Finn, good to see you. What are you watching for as we're getting some of this data coming back? What are your thoughts right now?
You know, I've been talking to both campaigns today about just in terms of turnout of like what they're seeing, what they're expecting, and how they basically how they're feeling about the turnout. You know, the Harris campaign has told me that in Philadelphia specifically, like that critical city, of course, in the key crucial state, battleground state of Pennsylvania, that they're seeing a high Puerto Rican voter turnout. You know, I spoke to Malcolm Kenyatta, who's a state representative there, and also on the Harris campaign's advisory committee there in Pennsylvania, who says that they're seeing this very big turnout amongst that specific group, and also just overall in Philadelphia. This is according to him. And also, I did speak to someone close to the Trump campaign who tells me that they feel very good about Arizona right now. It's earlier, obviously, in Arizona, the time difference, but they're looking not only just at the early voting that occurred, but also that they felt that they made some inroads with Latinos, especially with Latino males. Of course, it's early. There's a long way to go here, Lindsay and Vlad, but it's going to be a tight race.
Finn Gomez, thanks.
All right, CBS News has spent the past year talking to voters across the country and specifically across the political spectrum. So for more on what we found as we prepare for election results, we're going to share that with you. You're watching America Decides.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking.
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
For 1 hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores the system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Haitians are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hey there, welcome to The Uplift. I thought she was a groom, and I stepped back and I went, oh, you're the queen. She's going to be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you'd go to Disneyland with me today. I look over at him and he's smiling.
I'm going to remember that the rest of my life.
They told us when he was going to be born, he was only going to live for 30 minutes. It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift. Stream now on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
A CBS News investigation. People looking for love, finding their life savings gone.
This could happen to anybody.
And sometimes losing their lives. Anything for love. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back. Looks like some busy streets there in Times Square, along with some of our favorite yellow cabs. We love to see it. For months, our Major Garrett has been meeting with voters across the country for our Eye on America series. That includes North Carolina, where people of vastly different political views came together for a river rafting experiment in unity. The organizer of the event explained why it's so important.
What is the essence of this experiment?
Bringing people together with different points of view has become difficult. And what we're finding is that what unites us is a lot more powerful than what separates us.
Let's bring in Chief Washington Correspondent Major Garrett. Major, in these conversations, what did you learn about the state of our politics? I often love sort of the backstories of what's happening at polling places, that it's fun. People are talking not about politics, but other walks of life. Did you find the same?
I did, and let's just talk about the person you heard from, Ken Powley. He watched January 6th and decided to do something about it. He'd been a rafting instructor most of his professional life, but he decided to put people from different political perspectives in the same boat. Metaphorically and literally saying, in America, though we differ on politics, we're all in the same boat. And that's not going to solve all of America's problems. He knows that. I knew it when I did that story. But let's just bring out the aperture a little bit. We did that on the Nantahala River in western North Carolina. A couple of months later, absolutely devastated by Hurricane Helene. What has happened there since? Republicans and Democrats, storm-tossed both, have come together to try to rebuild their communities and, most importantly, Lindsay, prepare each other to participate in this election. All in western North Carolina, ravaged by Hurricane Helene. They stood up voting precincts. They changed, adapted methods for people to participate either early in person or through mail balloting. They solved a huge problem on a bipartisan way under very difficult circumstances. That was sort of what people were talking about in those rafts. That little thing I discovered on the Nantahala River actually played itself out in western North Carolina a couple of months later.
Major Garrett, thank you for giving us that storytelling. Appreciate it. Polls are closing in several states, including Georgia.
And while voting continues across the country, we're going to have much more on what we're hearing from that exit polling data. Plus, we have reporters stationed at both presidential candidates' election night headquarters. We're going to hear how they are feeling as our special America Decides election night coverage continues right here on CBS.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean in
Did any of that make
What
sense?
have you learned? What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has a glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, really good.
Is it good? Mm-hmm. Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
So if we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail.
What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
When people say who's first to get in the morning, that would be me. Morning news matters because it sets the tone for your day, and it's a way of getting you started.
Day to day, that first draft of history, it happens right here. We're going to uplift you. We're going to send you out your way. We take you places. We teach you new things. And we make you feel like, you know, it's not all bad.
People say to me, you always seem to be having a good time. And you know what? You're right.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
CBS News, 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Let's get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go down.
Yeah, boy! November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country.
It is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
I am tonight announcing my candidacy for President of the United States.
This is not a time to be complacent. That's why I'm running for re-election.
Both leading candidates right now will be in their 80s.
For months when you were asked about your age, you would respond with the words, watch me. Well, then
with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with if we finally beat Medicare.
There are at least some House Democrats who were gathered tonight watching this together, talking to the White House about having him step down.
Look what happened.
Shots have rung out at a rally where President Trump was addressing the crowd.
They have extended the security perimeter around the Republican National Convention, which is set to get underway tomorrow.
In that iconic photo of him coming up, all we have to do is show that.
President Joe Biden has decided to drop out of the 2024 race.
I decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation.
I accept your nomination
Kamala Harris. What's up? Good to be. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country.
It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page.
Both candidates presenting vastly different closing arguments.
We're running out of ways to say close, tight, even, right? Either candidate can win.
We're going to unleash a golden age of prosperity.
These guys are creepy and, yes, just weird as hell. And we will make America great again.
And when we fight, we win!
CBS News, America Decides, Election 2024.
We made it, November 5th.
be here. Welcome to our America Decides Election Night special. I'm Lindsay Reiser in New York.
And I'm Vladimir Dutsev. The first polls will close in just 1 hour from now, 7 p.m. Eastern. That includes the battleground state of Georgia.
Exit polling data continues to come in from voters across the country. The most important issue nationally is the economy. The second most important is the state of democracy. And of course, this was a completely different race just 5 months ago, with Vice President Kamala Harris a candidate for only 107 days. In that same time span, former President Donald Trump survived 2 assassination attempts.
Our CBS News reporters and correspondents are here all evening long with us to bring you the results, the analysis, and the reporting from every critical state and races down the ballot.
We begin tonight at the campaign headquarters with CBS News Chief White House Correspondent Nancy Cordes at Harris campaign headquarters at Howard University in Washington. And CBS Mornings co-host Tony Dokoupil is at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. We're going to kick things off with Nancy. Nancy, what are you seeing?
Good evening. I'm in the quad at Howard University in downtown D.C., which tonight is going to be serving as the watch party location for Kamala Harris, who, of course, attended Howard University, feels very strongly about her alma mater. When will she come out and speak? We don't know. It all depends on the returns, I'm told by top aides. Also depends on what Donald Trump does tonight. Does he preemptively declare victory before all the votes are in or before all the votes are counted? What do they do then? I'm told that they are prepared for a number of eventualities. She has stayed largely out of sight today. She did a slew of drive time radio interviews this morning across the battleground states. Other than that, I'm told that she has been spending time with family. That's a tradition for her to have dinner with her family members on election nights. She also made a quick visit to Democratic Party headquarters here in D.C. to thank the staffers, thank the volunteers there who have been behind her during this 108-day sprint to the finish line after she became the nominee by surprise after President Biden dropped out under pressure from his party. She also did a little bit of phone banking at Democratic headquarters, surprising a couple of voters in battleground states who picked up the phone to hear the vice president on the other end. Back to you guys.
I'm sure it was an incredibly surreal moment. Nancy Cordes, thank you very much. Let's now go to Tony Dokoupil, who's joining us from Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Tony, my brother, you look rested for the very long night ahead. What's the mood like right now at Trump HQ?
Hey, Vlad, good evening. Well, they just cut the music and put the cable news shows back on. The feeling until that moment changed was kind of like a wedding reception here. The convention center is giant. It's beginning to fill up. The greatest hits are playing from your uncle's best wedding, maybe the second time around. There are about a dozen cash bars that are setting up, preparing to open. And there's a feeling of reunion, maybe a feeling of goodbye among the invited Trump guests. It's all invite only here, and many of them have already begun to gather at the foot of the podium there, where they expect Donald Trump to speak later tonight in front of, and we counted, 43 American flags. Gone are the days when 1 or 2 would be enough. One way or another, as one supporter told me, this is a night that they anticipate will end in tears. They're hoping for victory, though, obviously, and just a short time ago, we talked to a senior Trump aide who said they like where they sit, they like their shoes. They are bullish on North Carolina, they are bullish on the senior vote, and they feel like the gender gap is more about Kamala Harris collapsing among men than Donald Trump collapsing among women. Of course, as Nancy touched on, one of the questions is whether we're going to have a rerun here of 2020, where Donald Trump comes out after talking as though victory were going to be inevitable and then accusing the American public and the 10,000 jurisdictions that run elections of a giant fraud, claiming victory while votes were still being counted. If that were to happen, all bets are off. But like I said at the top, and as a supporter put it to me, the one thing that's certain is, in this room tonight, there will be tears by the end of the evening.
Tony Dokoupil, thank you so much. We have reporters on the ground covering election night all across the U.S., including the so-called blue wall states. So let's go to Pennsylvania and Michigan.
I'm Weijia Jiang in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the biggest city in the biggest battleground state where voters say they understand the assignment. They feel excited, they feel anxious, and anecdotally, election officials say it appears that they are ready to go because there's been a steady stream of voters here all day long, and it looks like the turnout will be high, which is, of course, is what both campaigns are really banking on. For the Harris campaign, they really need turnout in cities like Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania that typically overwhelmingly vote blue. And for Trump, he needs to have the rural area voters come out, especially because he has been targeting low propensity voters, those that don't usually vote, that don't usually engage in elections, to come out possibly for the first time for him this time around. And so it could all come down to this state that offers 19 electoral college votes. And while both teams, both sides say they could still win without Pennsylvania, it would be certainly much more difficult if they lose.
I'm Jerika Duncan here in Detroit, Michigan. We've been speaking with voters all day, many of them describing the feeling of relief and excitement to finally be able to cast their ballot today. Here in Detroit, African Americans make up about 80% of the population. And while Harris is projected to win, she still has a number of other cities and counties to consider. Trump hoping to make gains on black voters as well as union workers. Another voting bloc that is worth paying attention to is what happens with Arab American voters. Many of them have expressed that they are not happy with how the Biden-Harris administration has handled the war in Gaza. Meanwhile, the Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, tells me that based on the number of people who voted before these polls even opened, they are on track possibly to have a record-setting voter turnout this year.
All right, Weijia Jiang and Jerika Duncan, thank you both.
We're following breaking news out of Milwaukee.
Janet Shamlian is there. Janet, what are you hearing? What can you tell us?
Vlad and Lindsay, the city of Milwaukee has just restarted and announced a recount of more than 30,000 absentee ballots. It's happening as we speak over my shoulder. This is because 18 tabulation machines here in Central Count weren't properly sealed. They say there is no evidence that there was any damage to the ballots or the vote was at risk. And in fact, the machines were zeroed out under the observance of election observers here. But it is going to delay the results here in Milwaukee by several hours. They were originally saying 2 a.m., now perhaps as late or as early as 5 a.m. before we have a count here, at least in the Milwaukee area.
All right, Janet Shamlian, thank you for keeping us updated. We appreciate it. And when we come back live, we're going to be breaking down new exit polling data. More on who's voting and what they care about most. That's on the way. Stay with us. You're streaming CBS News.
Get all the CBS News election information at your fingertips, including full access to interactive election maps, push alerts on major races, plus breaking news and 24/7 streaming coverage. Get the free CBS News app now.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will.
You go, gal.
That's right.
Let me see if you can find me.
I want to make sure that my voice is heard, but also that I lift up other voices.
You can't write a better script.
Yeah, boy!
It's gonna be a bright, sunshiny day.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
How fast do you think you were going? 195 miles an hour. This is incredible.
How close did you actually come to being killed?
That close.
Is this brain surgery without a knife?
It is.
What risk do these children pose to Russia?
I'm not sure the world is prepared for this change.
Definitely not.
Who's the best coach in college football today?
Let me see a mirror.
It's time for the CBS News original, 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
I'm a voracious consumer of information and constantly curious. I want to know the basic facts of every issue and to press into the heart of the matter. Information is the currency of democracy, and that's what we bring to the table every Sunday.
When you need your sports news all the time,
We've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you.
Big news coming out of the NFL. A lot of movement in the rankings this week.
With highlights.
What a finish at the final round of play.
And in-depth analysis.
Can they three-peat? Tony Romo joins the conversation.
What can you say about this game?
When you need your sports in a snap,
We're bringing you that breaking news right here on HQ.
find it on CBS Sports HQ. Streaming free anywhere you are.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
For 1 hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores the system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
A CBS News investigation. People looking for love, finding their life savings gone.
This could happen to anybody.
And sometimes losing their lives. Anything for love. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We're taking a live look right now in Delaware County, Pennsylvania. Of course, one of the crucial 7 battleground states we will be monitoring all night long at a polling place there, as it looks like votes are being tabulated there by poll workers. Welcome back to our America Decides Election Night special coverage live from New York. We have analyzed polling all year, and today we finally hear directly from the voters. So Vlad is looking at exit polling, a sampling of what actual voters are feeling. Vlad, what are we finding out?
All right, Lindsay, we're going to look specifically at the issue of abortion. Check it out. Harris voters. This has become the most important issue for those voters who say that they are supporters of Vice President Harris. Take a look at this. 56% of Harris voters say that they are concerned about the state of democracy, followed up very closely by 21% who say abortion is close top of mind. So for Democrats and seemingly these Harris voters, the economy, can you believe it? It comes in at only 13%. Obviously, foreign policy not even registering with just 3%. And this, to me, is incredibly surprising. Only 2% of those Harris supporters say immigration is top of mind. So state of democracy, abortion. Let's take a look here. They say abortion should be, this is a national poll now, 33% say legal in all cases, 33% say legal in most cases, 25% say illegal in most cases, 6%, only 6% says illegal in all cases. Not very surprising here when it comes to how Democrats think about the issue of abortion. Among women, abortion should be 69% of those polled, Lindsay, say it should be legal. Only 27% say it should be illegal. So, of course, as we've been talking about, this is the first national election since the overturning of Roe versus Wade. And so you see that's a very, very big number. All right, Harris voters, abortion should be legal in all cases. 34% say legal in most cases. This is really, really telling. 58% legal in all cases, 34% legal in most cases. One more slide here. Now, we're looking at Trump voters. Abortion should be legal in all cases. Only 6% say legal in all cases. But this is kind of surprising. 32% say legal in most cases. 47% say illegal in most cases. So under 50% when it comes to those Trump supporters. Again, this is the first national election since the overturning of Roe versus Wade. These numbers are incredibly telling. Back to you, Lindsay.
Very interesting. All right, Vlad, thank you. And our CBS News correspondents across the country are covering battleground states in this historic election. Let's go ahead and check in on North Carolina and Georgia.
I'm Skylar Henry in Raleigh, North Carolina, where voters here recognize that it will be a razor-thin race for president in this battleground purple state. We spoke to the North Carolina Board of Elections that says that as of 10 o'clock this morning, they anticipate that voter turnout will either meet or exceed what we saw in 2020, where 75% of registered voters came out to the polls. Both the Harris and Trump campaigns say that they are confident The Trump campaign saying that they are pleased with the GOP early vote turnout up until this point. Harris' campaign says that they are pleased with the numbers that they have seen in the urban areas and also feel as if they've made several inroads in the suburbs. We'll see what happens when polls close tonight at 7:30.
I'm Nicole Killian in Atlanta, where there is a mix of excitement and cautious anticipation as we await the results here at a GOP watch party where state Republicans hope former President Trump flips the state, although Democrats are also confident in their ground game. Turnout at the polls has been relatively steady, but there have been a number of issues today, including a series of bomb threats in Fulton and Gwinnett counties, which are part of the Atlanta metro and some of the largest counties in the state. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger told reporters that some of these threats appear to be from Russia and were deemed not credible. Some polling locations in Georgia are extending their hours due to the disruption and other delays. Ahead of Election Day, a record 4 million people had already voted, and many voters we spoke to believe this could come down to the wire. Both Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump made nearly a dozen visits to the Peach State, which has turned into a fierce battleground with 16 electoral votes up for grabs.
Our thanks to Skylar Henry in North Carolina and Nicole Killian in Georgia. So the number to watch for, 270. Of course, that is the number needed to win the majority of electoral college votes and become the next president of the United States. Now, both the Harris and Trump campaigns have their own strategies to reach that number and see their own paths to success. CBS News' Maurice Dubois has more.
Okay, Lindsay, we are here at the Paths to Victory tabletop, and this is the map that's going to show how the night shapes up. This is set up to show you the expectations for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. It's expected, based on our data team, our past history, voting patterns, what we've seen over the years, this is where the election is going to start, with the red states going to Donald Trump and the blue states going to Kamala Harris. And that results in a starting point of 226 electoral votes for Kamala Harris expected and 219 for Donald Trump. That's what the data shows. That's what historical voting patterns show. That's where we will begin. And what that does is that leaves 7 battleground states up for grabs. So 93 electoral votes up for grabs for the candidates. And here's what they're looking at. Let's say we're Donald Trump. The Trump team is hoping desperately to flip Georgia. This would be their easiest path to victory. Remember, Joe Biden took it by 12,000 votes or less. And then to hold on to North Carolina. Trump won North Carolina last time around, and he would like to hold on to that. And then if they can get Pennsylvania, Donald Trump becomes the next president of the United States, right on the nose, getting 270 electoral votes. Now, if that's not available to Trump, let's say he doesn't get Pennsylvania, but he's able to flip Georgia and hold on to North Carolina, he's going to be looking out west. He's going to start in Arizona for 11 electoral votes and Nevada for its 6 electoral votes. And then he's still 2 votes short, 2 electoral votes short. So that means any of these states here, let's say he doesn't get Pennsylvania, but that means he has to go to Wisconsin or Michigan, and either state will put him over the top as the next president of the United States. For Kamala Harris, the paths slightly different. The expectations or the hope for Democrats is that they duplicate what Joe Biden did back in 2020. If she is able to hold on to Pennsylvania and get the 19 electoral votes there, and Michigan, their 15 electoral votes, and Wisconsin, their 10, that brings her to 270 right on the nose. Now, if that doesn't work, how'd you like to be in the war room for either of these candidates on election night, right? If that doesn't work, Kamala Harris does have the southern belt available to her. If she's able to hold on to Georgia, to flip North Carolina, and to grab Arizona and Nevada as well, that brings her to 275. She becomes president of the United States. So you see a couple of very distinctive paths. The road is not easy. It's long and difficult. It's been a long campaign, but it's going to end soon. And that's where we're going to show you how this shakes out on election night. So that's the story here from the Paths to Victory tabletop. We'll see you on election night, Vlad.
All right, Maurice Dubois for us. So you can see there are a couple of paths for both candidates to 270.
Helps my visual brain to see.
It really does. Very cool board, that. So how does either party analyze all this information? We're going to ask our strategist who will join us at the table. That's coming up. Stick around.
So I'm just over today. I'm over this whole election, like I'm sure the rest of America is. And that's really it, just for it to be over with. There's not anything I'm anxious about. I mean, it is what it is.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
It was genocide, a deliberate effort by the United States government to eliminate the food source that was relied upon by Native American tribes.
American bison were slaughtered and Native Americans displaced.
And that's how tribes were subjugated to reservations and our lands were taken.
But now, through conservation efforts at Yellowstone,
Buffalo provided everything that we needed. Now they need help.
a herd grows.
We need to step up and help them.
And a culture is reborn.
When the buffalo return and come back, that's when our tribe will begin to heal.
Yellowstone Bison Revival, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Oh, wow. Look at this.
Let 60 Minutes take you on a private tour of the National Archives.
So there may be treasures like this buried in boxes.
Historical secrets from America's past.
This is original from 1778?
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Put me in the game, coach.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
The best interviews feel like it's just a conversation with a neighbor.
Hey.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask a question that is the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I'll see you in the morning.
Listening to how someone explains themselves is so key to understanding their perspective.
The grief of losing a child is immense. You can't breathe.
After decades of the war on drugs, things have only gotten worse.
Every shipment of fentanyl is a ticking time bomb.
50 times more powerful than heroin.
CBS Reports goes deep into Mexico.
What is your role in the Sinaloa cartel?
To find out why the cartels keep getting stronger and wealthier.
This is a war, but we're not fighting it. Our citizens are dying.
Funding Cartels, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to Studio 57. You're looking at a live shot from Fort Bend County in the great state of Texas. We are here in our New York City studio, Studio 57, at the CBS News Broadcast Center for our America Decides Election Night Special. First polls, Lindsay, are going to close in just about 30 minutes. Woo. That includes a number of states, including the battleground state of Georgia, a state that President Biden carried by just over 11,000 votes back in 2020.
Let's bring in our political panel, Chuck Rocha and Matt Gorman. Chuck is a Democratic strategist who formerly served as a senior advisor for Senator Bernie Sanders' 2016 and 2020 presidential campaigns. Matt is a Republican strategist who served as a senior communications advisor for Senator Tim Scott's presidential campaign. Thank you both so much for being here.
Thank you for having us. Of course. All right, so I don't know if you guys were watching Maurice Dubois at that very cool board where he sort of showed the 2 different paths for both candidates, 270. If you go by what Maurice showed, which is that if Vice President Harris is able to carry the state of Pennsylvania, and she's able to either flip North Carolina or Georgia to blue, then, and she keeps that blue wall in the Midwest, that path to 270 is relatively easy. Same for Trump. If he picks up North Carolina, picks up Georgia, keeps Pennsylvania, he's at 270. How do you guys see it happening?
These things aren't in a vacuum, right? If you win Pennsylvania, for instance, you're suddenly not going to just lose another random state that you expect to win, right? So
what you mean by that is that if you win Pennsylvania, are you saying then that you're going to win those other states in the Midwest?
You have a better chance than not, right? Because a lot of this stuff doesn't move in isolation. A lot of things move, as we're seeing with these exit polls, in concert, right? So, for example, if Kamala Harris was to win North Carolina and or Georgia, she should be the strong favorite in Pennsylvania, and vice versa for Trump a little bit too. So that's the way I'm looking at it. But more than anything else, Pennsylvania gives you optionality as you go to the electoral map.
And you're not going to know right away. You're going to know North Carolina tonight, probably. You're probably going to know Georgia tonight. You're probably not going to know Pennsylvania if it's close for a couple of days, just because of how, for everybody at home, everybody counts their votes a little bit different. Some of them are opening their ballots now. In Florida, they've been opening ballots for a week and a half. Like, every state's a little different. But Matt makes a great point. If you see that inertia, and it's better to win than not, because if you win that, it don't mean that she's going to, if she wins Pennsylvania, doesn't mean that Donald Trump's going to win Michigan by 5. He could, but it probably means she does pretty good in Michigan and Wisconsin. Well, vice versa, though, to give credit. Same with Trump.
So, Matt, earlier I had asked Representative Byron Donalds about the exit polls and what he was going to be watching for, and he said he was specifically going to be looking at urban voter turnout. Can you explain why, and is that also something that you're looking at?
Sure. I think urban voter turnout, specifically for African-American men, Latino men, have been a large part of the Trump campaign's effort, right? They want what they call low-propensity voters, which are voters that don't often turn out every year for elections. They maybe do every 1 of 4 or 2 of 4. But here's the thing. I think I tend to take exit polls with a grain of salt. I think they're better in a historical context when looking at issues. But for nights like tonight, it's easiest to latch on to when there's not a lot of news going on, but it's hard, I think, to really get a sense of where this is fully going with just exit polls.
Let me give you 3 congressional seats to watch tonight as the polls close that are on Eastern Standard Time that have nothing to do with the presidential that'll tell you a lot. First is the Northern District of Maine, which is Maine 2. It's everything north of Portland. All of that up there, and it's represented by a Democrat, Trump district. Let me take you to Pennsylvania 8, another Democrat, Trump district, and take you to Ohio 9, another Democratic congressional seat. All 3 of these are congressional seats that Trump won that are represented by a Democrat. If a Democrat loses in any of those 3, it could be a good night for Donald Trump.
Before we wrap this up, let me get a bird's eye view about the state of elections in the United States. A buddy of mine texted me something that I thought was kind of amusing, where he said, look, over the last 20 years, we get the results. You know, we're all fairly of a certain age. We remember getting the results by 11, 12, or 1 a.m. In most years. Since COVID, we've seen this dragging out, and that has sown some of that distrust in our elections process. Is it frustrating for you with your clients? Let me just get your thoughts.
No, I mean, I looked what Florida did. You mentioned Florida earlier. I used to work for Jeb Bush. After the mess in 2000, they reformed the laws, and 95% of the vote in 2022 was counted by 9:30 Eastern time in Florida. And that's with early voting, it's access. You can count it quick and count it securely and efficiently without it taking days and if not weeks in some states.
It's the same. Like, you should be able to do this quickly, and they prove in Florida that you can do this quickly. But not everybody at home understands early vote, when they open, when they don't open. And then when you have candidates up there saying that there could be things going on, it makes people, because they just don't have every day to listen.
Right.
Love that.
Chuck Rocha and Matt Gorman, thank you both so much. That does it for our America Decides Election Night special. I'm Lindsay Reiser.
I'm Vladimir G. Coming up next, the CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell.
The most important election. Like, we all have to go out there and vote.
Tonight, one of the most consequential elections in American history, and the first polls are about to close.
I am excited, very thrilled that it's over.
It'll be nice to finally put this behind us and move forward as a country.
We're monitoring election security across the country as we settle in for a long night of results.
It looks like we have a very substantial lead.
Votes out here. Gotta talk to voters.
Could turnout be historic? We're in the battleground states. What brought voters to the polls?
The abortion access is a big deal. Definitely the economy.
A special edition of the CBS Evening News, live from our election headquarters, starts now. Good evening, I'm Norah O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us as America Decides on this election night 2024. Right now, we're kicking off what will be a long night of extensive coverage and analysis here at our election headquarters in New York City's Times Square. The first polls are closing in 30 minutes from now as Americans cast their ballots for who will be the next President of the United States. Vice President Kamala Harris is spending election night at her alma mater, Howard University in Washington, D.C. Former President Donald Trump is at his Palm Beach, Florida resort, Mar-a-Lago. We could see record turnout with long lines from coast to coast today. Secretaries of State in those battlegrounds of Michigan and Georgia saying tonight they expect that their states will have their highest turnout ever. And so far, the process is mostly going smoothly with a few isolated problems, as is normal, including long lines and some technical glitches. There have also been bogus bomb threats at polling places in several battleground states, which the FBI says appear to have come from foreign actors. We have correspondents positioned in all the battleground states and here at our headquarters to bring you up-to-the-minute information and insights, including details from those first exit polls that came out just a short time ago. CBS's Nancy Cordes is going to lead us off with the Harris campaign in Washington, D.C. Good evening, Nancy.
Good evening, Nora. We are at Howard University tonight, which is the vice president's alma mater, and will be serving as election night headquarters. The vice president has been enjoying dinner with extended family. She's also been doing some speech prep. And I'm told that the mood among top officials on the campaign at this hour is good. It's calm, even as the rest of the nation nervously awaits the results.
Vice President Harris made one final campaign stop today to Democratic headquarters in D.C. to do some last-minute phone banking.
Hi, Carolyn. It's Kamala. Hi.
And to thank the staffers behind her bid. Last night, she held one last rally in Philadelphia.
We finish as we started, with optimism, with energy, with joy.
She made this closing pitch to a crowd of 30,000.
I've spent my life fighting for people who have been hurt and counted out, but who never stop believing that in our country, anything is possible.
Today, it's her supporters taking center stage at polling places across the country.
I voted for Kamala Harris. I think she's the right choice to continue our democracy.
She is more for the people.
I think the other guy's insane a little bit, and he makes me fearful.
It has been just 108 days since the VP took the reins of this campaign after President Biden, facing pressure from his party, dropped out. Since then, she has visited the 7 battleground states 51 times in a truncated bid to catch up to Trump in the polls.
I think she fits more what I'm looking for into a leader.
She would make history if she wins. This would make history for the world.
Harris herself hasn't talked much about the historic potential of her bid.
Honestly, I've just been so focused on the task in front of me.
But she did nod to it this morning in an interview with a black radio station in Atlanta.
To go back tonight to Howard University, my beloved alma mater, and be able to hopefully, recognize this day for what it is really, it's full circle for me.
Harris added in that interview that the first office she ever ran for was freshman class representative here at Howard University, and she won. 42 years later, she is waiting to see if she will be the one to crack that highest, hardest glass ceiling. Nora?
And Nancy, let me ask you about those exit polls that just came out. They show that roughly 7 in 10 voters are dissatisfied or angry about the way things are going. That usually hurts the incumbent party. In this case, that's the Biden-Harris administration. So what is the one data point tonight that the Harris campaign is pointing to that makes them optimistic?
Well, Nora, they're very excited about the enthusiasm that they're seeing on college campuses today. They point to Lehigh University, for example, in battleground Pennsylvania, where the lines to vote were 4 and 5 hours long. Campaign surrogates actually had to go to Lehigh to encourage those students to stay in line, and young people tend to vote Democratic.
Nancy Cordes at Howard University. Thank you, Nancy. Let's turn now to Florida, where Donald Trump will watch results come in. He returned to the Sunshine State in the early hours of the morning after campaigning in 3 battleground states yesterday. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns joins us now from West Palm Beach. And good evening, Caitlin. What are they saying?
Good evening, Nora. Well, Trump is here tonight in Florida for his
third and final election as the Republican Party nominee. He spent part of the day holding tele-rallies across the battleground states trying to get every last voter out to the polls. And he told reporters earlier today he has no regrets about how he ran his campaign.
Joined by wife Melania, former President Donald Trump made his final campaign stop, swinging by his campaign headquarters to thank his staff.
We just wanted to come over and pay our respects.
He then continued to raise unfounded concerns about the integrity of the election, railing against voting machines, despite the fact that over 95% of all votes will be cast on paper ballots.
You use a computer because it calculates quickly, and you use paper because you save cost. But the paper turns out to be much quicker than the computer. There's something wrong with that, so we don't like that.
Earlier in the day, after he voted in Palm Beach, he told reporters the process had been fair so far.
If I lose an election, if it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it.
But CBS News has learned that Trump loyalist Steve Bannon, released from prison just a week ago, is standing up a war room in Washington to help, quote, secure a victory for Trump. Trump, whose supporters stormed the Capitol after he lost the last election, said he was unconcerned about violence this time around.
Of course there'll be no violence. My supporters are not violent people.
His supporters have witnessed a tumultuous Trump year, from a criminal trial to assassination attempts to a litany of false and sometimes offensive statements.
They're eating the dogs.
And crude insults of his opponents that rile up his base. That continued up to the very last rally last night, in this case against Nancy Pelosi.
She's an evil, sick, crazy bitch. Oh, no. It starts with a B, but I won't say it.
And Trump will await election results tonight at his Mar-a-Lago resort with family and friends, including Elon Musk. He also says he doesn't have a speech prepared tonight, saying that he knows what he'll say if he wins, and he doesn't want to think about losing. Nora?
It was remarkable to see that rally, shouting the B word at his final political rally. Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you. We have reporters spread out across the battleground states tonight, including in Georgia, where the first polls close at the top of the hour. CBS's Nicole Killian is in Atlanta tonight. And Nicole, voting in the area, I understand, was disrupted by several non-credible bomb threats for just a very short time. What are we learning?
Yeah, that's right, Nora. Well, as polls get ready to close here in Georgia, there is a mix of excitement and cautious anticipation as we await the results. We're at a GOP watch party where state Republicans hope the former president flips the state.
The road to the White House runs through Georgia, and winning Georgia makes it very likely that he'll be the next president of the United States.
Even though turnout at the polls has been steady, there have been several issues today, including a series of bomb threats in various metro Atlanta counties. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger told reporters these threats appear to be from Russia and were not deemed credible. Some polling locations are extending their hours due to the disruption and other delays. More than 1 million people are expected to cast votes today. That's in addition to a record 4 million who early voted. I spoke with one woman who lives abroad and flew all the way back home to Georgia to cast her ballot in person for Vice President Kamala Harris.
She looks like me. I'm a black woman. I have 4 children, so that's kind of important to me.
I know for a fact that Kamala is going for reproductive rights, and I have a lot of women in my life that are very important to me, so I just wanted to support them and make sure I got that vote out there.
Both Harris and Trump have made at least half a dozen visits to the Peach State, which has turned into a fierce battleground with 16 electoral votes up for grabs. Nora?
So many voters turning out today. Nicole Killian, thank you. Let's head now to CBS's Weijia Jiang. She's at a polling location in Philadelphia. All right, Weijia, we know Philadelphia is the big electoral prize tonight with 19 electoral votes. What are you hearing from officials there?
Well, Nora, it's great to be with you. Voters tell us they understood the assignment in this critical battleground state, and officials tell us that turnout has been high statewide, including right here in Philadelphia. Now, the Harris campaign needs big wins in Philly and Pittsburgh, which is why even today volunteers knocked on over 100,000 doors before 11 a.m. alone across the state. And the campaign claims they are seeing a high concentration of Puerto Rican registered voters in Philly after a comedian made a vile joke at a Trump rally last month. Tonight, the Trump campaign tells us they are tracking a robust turnout in rural areas where they have been courting low propensity voters, especially men who usually do not go to the polls. Voters across the state say they are feeling the pressure along with excitement.
I have immense anxiety about it. I actually lost sleep about it last night.
I mean, it's going to be a tight race, just like 2020 was, 2016. So, you know, we do what we can. We go out and vote.
According to a CBS News analysis here in Pennsylvania, Harris has banked a lead with mail-in ballots up by roughly 500,000 votes. Nora?
Weijia Jiang in Philadelphia for us tonight. Thank you. Let's turn now to battleground Michigan, where the Secretary of State says the turnout there is off the charts and that they might have the results by midnight. CBS's Jerika Duncan is talking to voters in Detroit. Good evening, Jerika.
Good evening to you, Nora. Good evening to everyone at home. The voters that we spoke to said that they were excited and relieved that they were able to finally cast their ballot today. In fact, I met a woman here, 41-year-old Jessica Jackson, at this polling location here in Detroit. She said that she was torn between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. Ultimately, she cast her ballot for a third-party candidate. Take a listen.
I just had too many questions for, still regarding Republican, Democrat, and I always vote straight Democrat ticket, but I was so confused, I just went with the non-affiliation, Cornel West.
In the Motor City, where 80% of the population here is made up of African Americans, Harris is projected to win this area. However, Trump is hoping to make gains with black voters and union workers as well. This afternoon, I spoke to the UAW president, Shawn Fain, who said Biden-Harris policies have actually helped union workers. You say Trump's policies aren't working for the labor class, the working class, but he's resonating with them. How do you explain that?
Look, Trump is a very good salesman. I say he's a con artist. I believe a lot of what Trump says resonates with people because he tells them what they want to hear.
We reached out to a spokesperson from the Trump campaign to ask them how they're feeling about Michigan, and they simply said, quote, "We feel great." And Nora, to your point, the Secretary of State told me today that based on the number of voters who cast their ballot before the polls even opened today, she expects that Michigan is on pace to break a record when it comes to voter turnout. Nora?
Wow, what an exciting day it has been and will be tonight. Jerika Duncan, thank you. Let's bring in our chief Washington correspondent, Major Garrett, to get some analysis of a big night. All right, Major, so excited to talk to you because you have such great sources in both parties. But let's start first with what states we're going to look to first tonight to get some sense of how is this going to go?
We're all in this together, Nora. What do I mean by that? What we're curious about here, the campaigns are curious about, the voters are curious about. Georgia and North Carolina. Why? Because they close early and they count quickly. Why is this collection of two states so important to the Trump campaign, Nora? 8 visits by the former president in the last week of this campaign to Georgia and North Carolina combined.
They're must-wins for him.
They are, they are very high priority items for the Trump campaign, for sure. And then let's go up to Michigan. We talked about this a little bit last night. Of the 3 blue wall states, so-called, Michigan will report votes earlier than Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Maybe not dramatically earlier, but we get a clear sense of the evening there. 5 visits by Kamala Harris to Michigan in the closing week of the campaign, a huge priority for that campaign. So Georgia, North Carolina, Michigan will begin to tell us the tale of the evening.
Is there anything in these exit polls that give us a sense about how this night may shape up?
Again, these are preliminary exit polls. We want to be careful not to overcharacterize them, but we do have some areas of emphasis for the 2 candidates and their supporters. Let's go first to Harris voters. Most important issue for Harris voters. democracy and the preservation thereof, 58%. Abortion and abortion rights, reproductive health care generally, 22%. Economy, 12%. On the Trump supporter side, most important issues for Trump supporters. Economy, 49%. Immigration, 21%. Preservation of democracy, 13%.
All right, Major Garrett, so glad to be with you tonight. Thank you so much. And the nation's capital is the site of some extraordinary security measures for election night and beyond. Voters concerned about security, potential violence. We'll have more when we come back.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Nations are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Can see clearly. CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly, more CBS Mornings.
Plus,
sunshiny day.
About 30 bomb threats, all apparently fake, have targeted election-related locations nationwide, law enforcement sources tell CBS News. And CBS's Nicole Skenga is with us now. Nicole, what have we learned?
Hundreds of National Guard have been deployed across 15 states, Nora, and in Washington, D.C., even more on standby. And earlier today, U.S. Capitol Police arrested a man that they say arrived at the visitor center smelling like fuel. He was carrying a torch and a flare gun. Authorities say they don't believe the incident is connected to the election, but everyone here in the nation's capital on high alert. This D.C. Police command post will be operational 24/7 through at least Friday. And Nora, as for those hoax bomb threats, they affected at least 4 battleground states, including Georgia, but of course, no impact on the results of the U.S. election. Nora?
Russia behind some of those. All right, Nicole Skenga, thank you. All right, what we're watching tonight, the pathway to victory, 270 electoral votes. That's next.
I'm a voracious consumer of information and news. I am constantly curious and constantly want to learn. I know I personally want to know the basic facts of every issue and to press into the heart of the matter. Information is the currency of democracy, and that's what we bring to the table every Sunday.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Your Holiness, what an honor. So wonderful to meet you.
What's it like to have a conversation with the Pope? You're about to find out.
When you look at the world, what gives you hope?
60 Minutes takes you inside the Vatican for a rare and extensive interview with Pope Francis.
Thank you very much.
God bless you.
Bless you.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah.
I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Need more time with 48 Hours? Go deep behind every true crime episode with first-hand accounts from 48 Hours Investigations.
Were you at all prepared for what happened in this case?
Shock is the word that comes to mind.
Get inside the twists and turns and get in on the case. Listen to Postmortem from 48 Hours, now available wherever you get your podcasts.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Let's get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go down.
Yeah, boy!
They watched battleground states. As we mentioned, Georgia polls close in just minutes, followed by North Carolina at 7:30 Eastern. Pennsylvania will start posting results at 8 p.m., followed by Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan at 9 p.m., and then Nevada at 10 p.m. And that brings us to the all-important numeric path to the White House, the winner of the presidential election. As we know, 270 electoral votes. Ed, I'm so glad you're here. So let's game this out, because Georgia and North Carolina, we could know pretty early in the night.
Both campaigns and state officials expect that by the end of the night, when most people in the East at least go to bed, yeah, we may know ultimately who won. Let's say, for the sake of argument, this is the map where both parties agree things stand. She has 226 electoral votes. He has 219 to start. For the sake of argument, let's say he gets Georgia, North Carolina, which, remember, was the closest one he won by 4 years ago, which is why it's a battleground now. And ultimately, when all is said and done, Pennsylvania, that would get him to exactly 270.
But we may not know Pennsylvania for days, so let's put that back. So then what happens?
Let's say in the next few days, Arizona, he could get Arizona, and say ultimately that wouldn't be enough. So let's say things go his way in Wisconsin. That would be another way it could conceivably happen. This is typically a powerful Democratic state, and what many say Harris has to do is win the blue wall states that President Biden won 4 years ago, those Midwestern states, where Democrats are pretty good at winning statewide. So let's say she gets Wisconsin and Michigan, and eventually, when all is said and done, Pennsylvania. That would get her to at least 270 electoral votes. That's the easiest way for her. Working his way up the I-95 corridor is the easiest way for Donald Trump. But as you know, nothing about this cycle has been easy.
And that's why we'll be here all night.
Exactly.
Ed O'Keefe, thank you so much. And we will be right back.
This portion of the CBS Evening News is sponsored by Breasttree. Visit us at breasttree.com.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
It can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7. That is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are about to see American weapons in the hands of Mexican cartels.
A gun pipeline to Mexico.
We are arming the cartels.
100%, no doubt about it.
Happening right under our noses.
Who's doing something about this? Nobody.
A CBS Reports exclusive.
Most Americans have no idea that we are effectively arming the enemy next door.
This is the story the American people need to know.
Arming cartels, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Can see clearly, CBS Mornings.
Weekdays on CBS.
Yeah!
Tony, you coming?
No, I'm going to stick around for an hour.
CBS Mornings Plus with Adriana Diaz and Tony DeCopel, right after CBS Mornings.
It's just like mornings.
Plus fun.
And that's tonight's CBS Evening News. We look forward to seeing you in just 1 minute for our election night coverage. I'm Norah O'Donnell in New York. Stay with us.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, let's go. You guys good?
Hey.
All right, we good?
Keep going.
The clock, it's ticking.
Off we go.
60 minutes. 60 minutes.
60 minutes.
It's time for 60 Minutes, Sundays.
Tonight, America Decides. Vice President Kamala Harris, former President Donald Trump, control of the White House and Congress at stake. Our coverage of election 2024 starts right now.
Are we ready to do this?
We've been waiting for 4 years for this. 4 years.
Vice President Harris.
This has not been about a fight that is against something. This is about a fight that is for something.
Former President Trump.
We're going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we're going to make America great again.
CBS News, America Decides, Election 2024. Now reporting, Norah O'Donnell.
Good evening and welcome to CBS News Election Night headquarters in New York. It is 7 p.m. in the East, 4 p.m. in the West. And let's take a look at democracy in action. Voting is still underway in much of the country. And while today is Election Day, people have been voting in record numbers for weeks. In fact, more than 85 million people voted early, and all reports today are that turnout is strong, and we could see a record surpassing the more than 160 million who voted in the last presidential election. We are going to share results with you as soon as we get them. And now the polls have closed in 6 states, so let's take a look. In Kentucky, CBS News projects Donald Trump wins the bluegrass state, where voters have picked a Republican for the last 6 elections. In Vermont, CBS News projects Vice President Harris wins the solidly blue state. Polls have closed in Indiana, one of the reddest states in the Midwest, and CBS News characterizes this race as likely Donald Trump. And let's take a look at Virginia. It's still early, but CBS News characterized this as lean Democrat. It has been 2 decades since a Republican clinched the Commonwealth. Let's take a look now at South Carolina. Polls also closed there. CBS News rates this race as lean Republican. The Palmetto State, a reliably Republican state for candidates there, and it goes to Donald Trump. The big number tonight, 270. That's the number of electoral votes needed to win. And with those early results, the race to 270 shows Donald Trump with 8 electoral votes and Kamala Harris with 3. A big part of our focus tonight is these 7 battleground states. Here you can see all 7 of them in purple. That's where this election will likely be won or lost tonight, or, well, it could be in the days ahead. The polls just closed in one of them in Georgia, and CBS News characterizes this as a toss-up. Georgia may be the quickest to count of the 7 battleground states. We're going to dig in as those numbers just come in, but record turnout there and still a toss-up at this hour. You can see our CBS News team is here to cover the whole story of America Decides, who Americans voted for and why. Is there a historic gender gap tonight? Did young voters turn out? The political team here in New York will bring us the analysis all night long. Our Democracy Watch team is here in New York and in our nation's capital, covering every angle on how America votes and how those votes are counted. We've got it covered. CBS News has correspondents spread across the country at campaign headquarters and battleground states, plus our data desk, where our team is analyzing potentially the largest election data gathering ever in U.S. history. Wait till you see it. I know, it's exciting. I've had a peek. And that's, of course, where we'll find CBS News Chief Washington Correspondent Major Garrett and CBS News' Executive Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto. What are you guys seeing in Georgia?
Good evening, Nora. It's fantastic to be with you. Anthony is already showing me up, shedding his sport coat. I'll catch up with him in a couple of hours, I promise you. But what we're going to do here at the data desk is tell you how the numbers come in, what trend lines we see, and how they inform our judgments about projections or leans one way or the other. Let's start with Georgia. Anthony, explain, because we always want to show our work, how we get there.
All through the night, we're going to show you in real time what we see here at the data desk. One of the things we do is compare how this election looks compared to 2020. So, for example, if I light up the board here with what it looked like in the 2020 presidential race, you're going to see red counties, Republican voting, blue counties, Democratic voting. We'll see how those margins shift or change. The other thing I'm going to watch all night, Nora, is turnout, because this area around here, for example, in Georgia, Metro Atlanta, I'm going to show it to you this way. I'm going to turn the state on its side. And what you're going to see is these higher bars mean more people. As we go through the night, remember, Democrats often have to run up their margins in big cities like that. And that's how you're going to get a deeper dive into what's going on in the state.
And it's also interesting to point out, in those metro Atlanta counties and Fulton County itself, which is Atlanta, 33% of the 2020 vote came from that part of Georgia, an enormously important part of the story. We'll tell you that and much more as the evening progresses. Nora?
We will dig into those numbers. Thank you, gentlemen, very much. And the road to tonight has been unpredictable and unprecedented. There were 2 assassination attempts against former President Trump, the incumbent President Joe Biden dropping out of the race, Kamala Harris's campaign. Remember, it's just over 100 days old. She would become the first female president if elected. Trump would be the oldest person ever elected at age 78. And the race for president has been incredibly close for weeks. And we may not know the winner tonight. And so we will say this a lot. Slow results do not mean that anything is wrong. Election officials want to get it right. So pack your patience. The night is young, but what a privilege it is to witness democracy in action, where your vote is your voice. We do have a lot of questions tonight that we're all going to be discussing. 1, how did the late deciders break? Will the fight for abortion rights power Harris to a historic victory thanks to women? Or can Trump offset her gains by running up the score with men? Will those young voters, Gen Z, actually show up? And what about seniors or Arab Muslim voters, Black and Latino men? Did the Democratic Party make its case to working class white voters? That's what we will be discussing tonight, and we have lots of data to share with you. But first, let's start with CBS News chief political analyst John Dickerson. And John, what are you looking for tonight?
Well, the voters finally get to say something. You know, they've been pelted with ads and, punditry. Now it's their voice. And so we're going to be checking in on the exit polls, which will be an evolving picture. I want to grab some of what you were talking about, that patience. We need patience to answer all those questions you want to know, that we all want to know.
Did I ask too many questions?
No, never, never, Nora. No, I just want to have all the answers and the right answers, and that will take some work. One of the things we're seeing is familiar things, like Harris voters care about the state of democracy. Trump voters care about the state of the economy. That's expected. But there will be plenty of surprises. How could there not be in this race full of surprises where you have 2 candidates who should not be here? Kamala Harris, the understudy, who's now at center stage. Donald Trump was agreed by the leaders of both parties, including his own party, to have done something historically disqualifying, which is to try to overthrow the vote of the winner of the presidential election, yet they're both here.
January 6th.
January 6th. So one finding that struck me in this early batch that is evolving, as I say, is how the voters feel about the election and what would happen. So we asked Harris voters, if the election is won by Donald Trump, how would you feel? And the Harris voters said by 70% that they would be scared if Donald Trump won. And the Trump voters, by the high 50s, said they would be scared if Kamala Harris won. There we see the Trump number. 70% Harris voters, if Trump wins, feel they would be scared if Donald Trump won. Now we're looking at the Trump voters. What would they feel if Kamala Harris won? 58%. Thank you. My eyes have grown weary. 58% would be scared if Kamala Harris is elected. So that gives you a sense of the mood of the electorate. Now, I know you want to know about Georgia. And again, we have to be provisional here. But let's look at the race makeup of Georgia. One of the things we'll be looking at all night is, has the Democratic coalition stayed together? Has the Trump coalition stayed together? Black voters are a key part of the Democratic coalition. Here we have Kamala Harris's performance among black voters who are voting Democratic. You see she has 86%. Biden got 88%. The share of the vote is 30%. Black voters make up 30% of the vote in Georgia. That is the same share as in 2020. Donald Trump, which we don't see on the screen here, but Donald Trump is getting, at the moment with these evolving exit polls, he is getting 12% in 2024 of the black vote. He got 11 in 2020. So right now, the picture in Georgia, Kamala Harris doing a little worse than her predecessor, Donald Trump doing a little bit better, but hardly by enough in either case to give us a final picture of what's happening in Georgia.
Do we know about the gender makeup yet in Georgia?
We don't. Unless they've got it back there, I don't think we
know yet. But that's going to be an important element, is the composite of the electorate tonight, right?
Next time we talk, we'll have gender composite of the nation, and also then in North Carolina, another key state. The reason it's important, of course, is because women tend to vote for the Democrat, Republicans tend to vote for the Republican. Men tend to vote for the Republicans. So if more women are participating in the election, that is sometimes better for the Democratic candidate.
No doubt. This is really interesting. I also think, having looked at so much, is that the data may only take us so far tonight, because it's who turns out at the polls. Robert Costa, I know you have been speaking with your sources. We did see Donald Trump with his wife, Melania, today voting, and he did take a number of questions. What are you hearing about how he's feeling?
Good to be with you, Nora. I've been speaking to my sources inside the Biden White House at the top ranks of the Harris campaign and the Trump campaign. Within the past hour, it's evident that former President Trump is feeling pretty good so far about the turnout. I spoke with former President Trump just before we came on air, And I asked him, how do you see this? I reminded him it's been 11 years since we first had a conversation in 2013 about him thinking about a White House run in 2016. And he said tonight he's looking at the turnout and he believes his base from 2016 and 2020 is showing up. He knows that many Democrats believe some traditional Republicans are coming across to vote for Vice President Harris. But he told me tonight he believes on immigration and the economy, he's putting himself in a position. He said, I've never seen anything like it. We're going to wait for the final result. He has been on social media, been raising questions about the integrity of the vote, including in Philadelphia, which is a crucial area for Democrats. The Philadelphia district attorney has countered former President Trump's claim. Larry Krasner said there is no factual basis for what Trump is saying. I asked Trump, are you going to come out tonight and declare victory? He did not say he was going to do that. He said, we're going to watch the results at Mar-a-Lago. We'll see. He says it looks like we're winning everything so far. Republican turnout is amazing. But he's going to digest the results, he says, tonight. He raised questions about how the vote's coming in, and he said he has a legal team ready to contest if he moves in that direction. I said to him, are you looking ahead to the presidency? And he said he is. And I know Cecilia and 60 Minutes have covered the possible mass deportations on the horizon. He said he's ready to implement that should he win power tonight, move forward with extending the tax cuts, has an aggressive agenda should he win power again. And he said at this point, his team is telling him the data looks good for Republicans, but he's hesitant to make any sort of conclusion. We'll be checking in with him and his team throughout the night, along with Vice President Harris and her team.
Excellent reporting, Robert Costa. Thank you for that. I want to bring in our Face the Nation moderator, Margaret Brennan. And Margaret, as I was saying, the data only takes us so far. But I do think there has something to look at this early vote. I mean, those 85+ million people who turned out early. What can we glean from that, if anything?
Well, Nora, it's more than half of the electorate that we expect to be showing up and participating. And as you pointed out, gender, it's women who showed up in higher numbers to vote early. Women like to get things done, and we are seeing that play out in this election tonight. They showed up at higher rates than men in states like Georgia, North Carolina, and that very key battleground of Pennsylvania, just like they did back in 2020. So we're going to have to see what those indications mean, given some of the themes or historic trends that John referenced earlier. But when we try to look at the party breakdown in this early vote, it's not entirely clear yet. The ballots cast before Election Day, when you look at a state like Pennsylvania, we did see more Democrats voting there than Republicans. But then you go to the battleground in Arizona, it's the inverse. So it's too early to say that even the gender trend means much. We do, to what Costa was just laying out there in that excellent reporting, there's so much that we're tracking tonight, even apart from the presidency. It's going to be the control of Congress, whether they green light or put the brakes on all those things these candidates have been promising.
But as we're looking for all these little nuggets of information, some trying to read the tea leaves about what may happen tonight. Pennsylvania, you were talking about the early vote there. We did see the Democrats voted in large numbers in the early vote that may have banked hundreds of thousands of early votes, which would be a good sign for Kamala Harris. However, Republicans then show up on Election Day, and they could take back that vote, right?
That is the historic trend, make up that deficit. And as we know with Pennsylvania, it's a little different than other states. They can't really start counting until day of Election Day. So there are a lot of factors that you have to take into account when it comes to that state. And it's 19 electoral votes, the most of any battleground. It's such a huge prize to win. And for Vice President Harris to win, she's got to turn out those low propensity voters, the college kids, Nora, those that are hard to count, and the young voters.
And some new information on that. We are hearing that there has been a 7-hour wait at a polling place near Lehigh University. So there's a request to extend the voting there. That means young people, apparently long lines waiting to vote. That's certainly the Democratic Party was trying to turn out that Gen Z, that younger vote. So we're going to find out more about that and bring that to everybody.
And also, young men, and so key in this as well for the Trump campaign, those under 30.
Excellent point. We want to check in now with our teams at the two campaign headquarters. Let's start with Chief White House Correspondent Nancy Cordes with the Vice President at Howard University in Washington, D.C. And Nancy, what are you hearing?
Nora, I've been talking to top campaign officials, and they all continue to say that they're feeling good right now. They keep pointing to early results from Indiana, because that's one of the first states to report, where they say in suburban areas, former President Trump is doing a lot worse than he did 4 years ago. And they are pointing to that as a sign of strength for the vice president in the suburbs everywhere. on college campuses. They say they're very pleased with the Puerto Rican turnout in Pennsylvania. They're not here at Howard University right now. They are set up in boiler rooms here in D.C. watching the results come in. Campaign headquarters, of course, normally in Wilmington, Delaware, but they're all down in D.C. now, while the vice president has dinner with extended family at her residence at the U.S. Naval Observatory, about 2.5 miles from here. When will she speak to the crowd that is starting to gather here? Nobody knows. It all depends on how the night unfolds and how quickly the results come in, and, of course, what Donald Trump does, which is always a wild card.
Nancy Cordes, thank you. And with President Trump at the Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida is CBS Morning's co-host Tony DeCopel. Good evening, Tony.
Hey, good evening, Nora. Good evening, everyone. Donald Trump is just a few miles away from here at Mar-a-Lago, taking in the early returns with some friends and allies, including the sometime world's richest man, Elon Musk. As for this room, there's an invite-only crowd of Trump faithful. They've been gathering for hours. They're already at the foot of the stage. And I went down there a few moments ago. I can say they're on a knife's edge emotionally. As one man put it to me, the only certainty at the end of tonight is tears. They're hoping it'll be tears of joy if Donald Trump can pull off what they see as the greatest political comeback in history. And Donald Trump, for his part, he appeared earlier today, cast a vote. Day 721 of his campaign, said he's feeling very confident, has a big lead. One of the worries, some reporting from our CBS colleagues, is that he may come out early, declare victory, do so before millions of votes are cast. And if that's the case, Nora, well, we're in a world reminiscent of 2020, and it'll be a long and chaotic night. 7 p.m. significant because polls closed in some places. Also significant in this room because the bar just opened. Beer and wine only. Cash, please.
There you go. That may change things. All right, Tony DeCopel there in West Palm Beach. Thank you. Also with us here, 60 Minutes correspondent Cecilia Vega. And Cecilia, I know you've been out on the campaign and doing a lot of incredible reporting on Sunday nights. And, you know, it's interesting as we go into this evening, the tone and tenor of the campaign, and especially how Donald Trump ended his campaign last night.
We've all covered a lot of campaigns in this room. And I was just, as Bob was talking, doing the math, I think I've been covering Trump now for going on a decade, dare I say. I have never heard his messaging as dark as it has been in recent weeks. You mentioned last night. We also, Tony just mentioned today, we saw the former president cast his ballot there in Florida, where he falsely claimed yet again fraud in 2020. And he talked again with lies about criminal migrants, he said, pouring through our border. That is just factually untrue. But it's important that we talk about what he has done with race in this campaign since the very beginning, because it's really been unlike anything we have seen in modern political history. He has suggested that migrants have bad genes, that they are poisoning the blood of our country. What this is, though, Nora, and we've been talking about this and we'll continue to talk about this tonight, there's a very clear strategy with Donald Trump. Having covered him for so long, he is targeting and really trying to speak to young men who feel aggrieved in this country, who feel like they have not been getting their fair share, tapping into a frustration that they see with immigration, those numbers that we saw in December of people pouring across the border, telling them that those are the people that are making your neighborhoods unsafe and they are taking your jobs, and really tapping into this us versus them and expanding who the us is in this country. Is it Latinos? Is it also African Americans? What I'll be watching for tonight, though, is whether that actually works, because traditionally a closing argument in a campaign for a president has been hope and optimism. And that is what is thought to drive voters to the poll. And today from Donald Trump, what we heard there in Florida was that immigrants are, again, taking your jobs and ruining this country.
Well, this goes back to sort of my original set of many questions that I posed at the top of the hour, which is these late-breaking voters, right? These late deciders, as we call them. And the Harris campaign has said on the record that they believe those late deciders were breaking by double digits for them. We don't have the full exit polls yet from the whole country, so we don't know yet exactly if that's true. But then last night, the message in particular, I was struck by even all the things that Donald Trump said, by having a crowd in Michigan shouting the B word to describe the highest ranking woman in American politics, Nancy Pelosi, when at the same time his own campaign acknowledges he needs women voters.
We are going to see, it looks at the moment like from the preliminary exit polls that there is a little bit more voters who made up their mind in the last week, but not a great deal. And of course, they have to participate in the 7 important battleground states. And it might get hard, Nora, I know this is going to be disappointing, but it might be hard to slice the bologna thin enough to know what kinds of voters are voting late in those individual states, though we might have a national picture that might give us some indication if there's late breaking.
The bologna is the exit poll data?
The bologna is the exit poll data. Thank you for helping me through that. Can I sneak in with that women and men question you were asking? Let's go to the national share of the vote by gender. This was the question you were asking earlier, for which I did not have an answer, but I do now. In 2024, 47% of the electorate is men. 53% of the electorate is women. Now, that is 1 point more in terms of women as the share of the vote. You see that there in the lower left-hand corner pocket is 52% of the vote in 2020. So there is 1 percentage point more. Again, I'm being specific here. These numbers may change during the night. So it looks, though, like a little bit fewer men, a little bit more women. Let's now go to North Carolina, where we don't have numbers yet. So
because those polls close in 10 minutes. So stand by. So we are going to have some interesting data on that.
Inside the states, we will be able to say how the men and women are breaking down by candidate, which we can't do yet nationally.
Really interesting. John Dickerson, thank you for squeezing that in. CBS Morning's co-host, Gail King, is here as well. We've covered a lot of these elections.
Yes, we have.
And I know you were just in Pennsylvania. It was a great piece this morning where you talked to a lot of voters. What was the sense you got?
I was just in Pennsylvania, you're right. And listen, they know how crucial their vote is. They know they're a battleground state. They know that they're key to both campaigns. They're taking it very, very seriously. I want to follow up on what Cecilia said about Donald Trump sowing the seeds of, if he doesn't win, that it's rigged. We met very loud and proud Trump supporters who said unequivocally, if he doesn't win, we know this is rigged and that we will be out in the streets. That was number one. Number two, I was struck by undecided, because I said, when I met them, are you really undecided or are you just not declared? No, we're really undecided. And I met some people that said, I'm not going to make up my mind until I get into the booth today. Pennsylvania had early voting of 25%. So 75% of Pennsylvania voters were planning to vote today. But I was struck by one guy, Eric, who said, I don't like the Republican candidate, but I like the Republican policies. I like the Democratic candidate, but I don't like the Democratic policies. So that may also explain why there's such a difference there. And then the woman that really got to me was Peaches, who was a bartender, mid-40s, black woman, who said, I'm not voting for either one of them. They haven't deserved my vote. And I said, how can you feel this way, mid-40s, in this country? But she said, I want her to win. How can she win if you're not going to go and vote?
Yeah.
That kind of thing always throws me, Nora.
And that certainly exists, although the numbers suggest today we may have a record night for all in terms of polling. And I know we're going to be speaking with David Becker about that shortly, because it looks like huge numbers turning out, not only that early vote that Margaret talked about, but today as well. And David, why don't I throw that to you? What are you hearing about in terms of the numbers today? I know you heard a lot about Georgia, too.
Right. I've been talking to election officials all over the country, and particularly in the states of Georgia and Michigan. I think it's very clear they're going to hit a record turnout. Georgia had just a shade over 5 million votes in 2020. It's going to be probably 5.1, maybe even getting close to 5.2 million in 2024. And remember, about 80% of that vote is already in there through early votes. Nationwide, about 85 million early votes. So we could be approaching that nearly 160 million turnout number that we had in 2020 this year in 2024.
Thank you, David. And when we come back, the polls close in 3 more states, including the key battleground state of North Carolina, then Pennsylvania at 8 o'clock. You're watching CBS News Election 2024. America Decides.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
this case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 Hours, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I can see clearly now.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly, more CBS Mornings.
Plus, sunshiny day.
Hello, I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News' America Decides. We begin in North Carolina with 16 electoral college votes up for grabs. The Tar Heel state is tied with Georgia as the second largest prize among the 7 battleground states. Let's check in with CBS's Skylar Henry in Raleigh. Skylar, what are you seeing?
Hey, Lindsay, good evening to you. Yeah, the people here in the Tar Heel state recognize that this will be a razor-thin race because of this battleground purple state as it relates to the presidency. We have spoken to both the Harris and Trump campaigns. The Trump campaign confident because of the early voter turnout and the number of Republicans that we saw cast their ballots during that period, which is an about-face, really, given what we saw 4 years ago, given the number of Republicans that we saw back in 2020 that actually voted on Election Day. And so members of the Trump campaign say that they are confident about that. Same time, the Harris-Walz campaign says that they are also confident, and that is because they are making significant inroads in the urban areas throughout the state, what we know of, the Charlottes, the Triangle here, where we are in Raleigh and elsewhere. And then they also say that they have invested a significant ground game and significant dollars here in the Tar Heel state. Since April, really, we've seen more than 29 field offices put out all across the state, more than 350 staffers as well, been really trying to sort of coordinate and flip this state, which has not gone to a Democratic presidential candidate since 2008. So the work is certainly cut out for both campaigns, which is interesting given the fact that former President Trump has won this state the last 2 cycles. We should point out that over the weekend he held 4 rallies here in a 3-day stretch, indicating that there is some wobble, if you will, in terms of what we have been seeing here in North Carolina. But again, the campaign feels very bullish about what will happen here tonight. Zooming out a little bit more, remember Hurricane Helene and the devastation that we saw in western North Carolina? Well, officials that we have spoken with, including the Buncombe County Board of Elections chair, where Asheville is located, has indicated that everything has gone according to plan. Now, the State Board of Elections has said that there has been several temporary facilities that had to be put in place because of the precincts no longer being there, simply washed away because of the hurricane. But they say that everything going according to plan as polls close here in about a minute or so.
All right, Skylar Henry in Raleigh, thanks so much. As he mentioned, polls in North Carolina are about to close. You're watching CBS News, America Decides.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break the
Welcome back to CBS News election headquarters in New York. It is 7:30 p.m. in the East, and polls have just closed in 3 more states, including one of the 7 key battleground states we are laser focused on. You can see them all right here in purple. In North Carolina, just closed, CBS News characterizes this race as a toss-up. In Georgia, which closed half an hour ago, CBS also characterizes this race as a toss-up. There's just too many votes still not in yet. Let's take a look at some of the other polls that just closed. We have new results to share as well. In West Virginia, CBS News projects Donald Trump wins. The former president won the state in 2020 easily, winning every county in the states, and he has won again this year. In Ohio, CBS News characterizes Ohio as lean Republican. Remember, Ohio was once a battleground, but it has shifted right over the last few election cycles. Now let's take a look at Indiana. CBS News projects Donald Trump will win the Hoosier state. Remember, that was home to his Vice President Mike Pence. And in the all-important race to 270 electoral votes, Donald Trump currently has 23, and Kamala Harris has 3. As you can see, the night is young. Want to check in with Major Garrett and Anthony Salvanto at the CBS News data desk, because as those votes come in, want to know what you're seeing in Georgia.
Hey there, Nora. So just a handful of votes, 8% in. We expect, obviously, over 5 million here. And you can see on the map, the counties in red are starting to report, but a lot of gray. That means we haven't gotten reports yet. I want to tell everybody why it's going to need some patience tonight. And I'm going to rewind the clock a little bit. I'm going to show you the 2020 presidential race in Georgia, but then I'm going to take you back to 8 p.m. on election night in 2020, and you see a similar pattern, right? A handful of red Republican counties had reported at that point, and still a lot of gray. So it's kind of deja vu all over again. But what happens was, when we get to the end, then we fill in the whole map and we find out who won. So we're going to need some patience there in Georgia. Now, I'm going to take you to North Carolina, where we're going to start getting results in soon. But again, and Major's going to show you here why we're also going to compare this to 2020. Major?
That's right. So in North Carolina, there's some very vital areas for President Trump. All of these suburbs around Charlotte and southern Raleigh, all very important. High concentrations of exurban and suburban voters, where he did very well in 2020. To contrast that, I want to show you what's very important to Vice President Harris's campaign. Raleigh-Durham, Winston-Salem, Asheville, and Charlotte. High concentrations of urban and suburban voters. All 4 of those areas have seen a population gain since 2020. Much of North Carolina's outcome will be determined right around those 4 cities and the surrounding suburbs.
In fact, I'm going to tilt this on its axis, too, and you're going to see those higher bars where that population growth has happened and where Democrats need to run up big margins.
Really interesting to see those early numbers. We'll be watching very, very closely. Anthony and Major, thank you. I want to turn now to John Dickerson, because I understand you're getting some new exit poll data from North Carolina since the polls just closed there.
I am. First, your question of late deciding voters. You were saying the Harris campaign was saying they're seeing some late deciding voters participating. Well, that is happening in North Carolina. If we look at the exit polls from North Carolina and ask, when did you decide in the last week? Kamala Harris is leading over Donald Trump 58 to 37. So there's late-breaking voters. It is happening in North Carolina, but caveat, only at 5% of the vote based on the exit polls. So it may not be a gargantuan group, but tight margins, that might be enough. I also just want to show you very quickly the gender distribution in North Carolina. We talked about the national split. 53% women, 48% men. Well, in North Carolina, we can actually go inside those numbers and see how men and women are voting. So in North Carolina, the women represent 52% of the electorate, men 48% of the electorate. Kamala Harris is winning with women 55% to 43, Donald Trump 57 to 42. So that's the emerging gender picture inside North Carolina at the moment.
And that is a 27-point gender gap there in North Carolina with these early numbers.
Yes, that's exactly right. And just for national reminder, the largest gender gap nationally was in the Clinton race against Donald Trump, that was 24 points. So a gender gap of 27 in North Carolina is larger than the national gender gap in 2016.
It could be one of the big storylines we are covering tonight. And Celia, I understand you're hearing some other information about North Carolina.
Well, we're just following some polling before this. We expect to get a more detailed breakthrough on North Carolina soon on Latinos. But this is a voting bloc. The Latino voting bloc is one that we are particularly interested tonight because of their significance in this election and how tight the races are in these battleground states. In North Carolina, 24% of Latinos are voting for the first time there. Wow. Democrats say that that is the bloc that they care the most about. They call them the ghost electorate because nobody knows how they're going to go. We are talking about voters particularly who were born in this country for the most part, that perhaps their allegiances to Democratic politics are not what their parents were. And so you may start to see Donald Trump chip into some of that bloc that traditionally has been for Democrats leaning towards him. We are seeing that in the national numbers. We will certainly be following it in North Carolina. But again, 24% in North Carolina, 38% of Latino voters since 2016 have never voted before. So we know nothing about them and how they will vote today.
It's so interesting. Thank you, Cecilia. I want to turn to Robert Costa because we are getting word that Donald Trump is not done campaigning. In fact, he is calling into radio stations, trying to get people to stay in line. He called into WHT in Philadelphia, where he said, if we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole deal. Everyone has to stay in line. Who are they reaching out to at this late hour?
Nora, the campaigns are digesting this data just like us. And inside the Trump campaign tonight in Florida, they're trying to run up the score among men at this late hour. You have Stephen Miller, one of Trump's confidants, longtime policy advisors, tweeting in recent minutes, going on X, the social media platform, all the men of America need to fulfill their duty, get to the voting booth, and end what he calls the invasion of undocumented migrants at the border. You have it from Charlie Kirk, the high-profile conservative activist. Get in line now. He's very popular among young men nationwide who are conservative. He says, stay in line. And so you have Trump imploring his base, especially men, get out and vote, because they want to make sure that if female voters nationwide, especially in the suburbs of Philadelphia, are turning up, maybe even surging towards the Democrats, they need Republican men to show up. And they're saying, show up after work.
But do you think they would be doing that if they weren't worried? Does that show that they're worried?
Both campaigns are on edge. I wouldn't say anybody's feeling confident now because everyone's seeing the high turnout, but no one's quite sure inside the Harris campaign or inside the Trump campaign what exactly it means.
Wow, really interesting. You know, the other big story that we are following tonight is control of Congress. Both chambers could easily flip. Want to bring in congressional correspondent Scott McFarland is covering that part of the story. And Scott, I know that both parties face an uphill challenge defending Congress, and there's also some news from the Senate.
Yeah, we're in this now, high stakes and the potential for high drama for control of Congress. Whoever controls the U.S. Senate could handcuff or help the next president with cabinet appointments, Supreme Court nominations, and, oh, by the way, policy. And Democrats are already in a corner. They had limited margin of error, and they just lost it. First of all, take a look at the numbers. You can see Democrats are defending far more seats than Republicans tonight, including in 3 states that were Trump states in 2020, West Virginia, Ohio, and Montana. CBS News projects the West Virginia Republican Jim Justice is the winner in West Virginia, flipping a state from blue to red. The margin for error is gone for Democrats the rest of the night in the U.S. Senate. A mirror image in the U.S. House, where Republicans are defending so many seats that Joe Biden won in 2020. Nearly a dozen of the seats won that are being defended by Republicans tonight were won by Joe Biden. That includes roughly a half dozen competitive seats in New York and a half dozen competitive seats in California. It's possible one party waves through or washes through those states. If we come back in after we see the numbers, overall seats in Biden districts, overall seats in California and New York that we see as battlegrounds, we can bring in our virtual U.S. Capitol. And I'll try to stand on the center aisle of the virtual Capitol as we equip ourselves for the long night ahead. It's worth noting the entire U.S. House, all 435 seats are up tonight. I'm standing near the battleground seats. These white chairs behind me are the ones we'll watch closely all night. And a reminder, Nora, if Democrats can net a gain of 4 seats in the U.S. House, they have the majority. It'd be a Democratic Speaker of the House on January 6, 2025, in the first half of the next president's first term.
You explained that so well, and it will be a long night in terms of control of Congress. Scott McFarland, thank you. And, you know, one of the big storylines of the night is that this is the first presidential election since the overturning of Roe versus Wade, abortion on the ballot in some 10 states to try and restore reproductive rights in those states. The Democratic Party hoping that that will drive women to the polls. How do you measure what's happening tonight, Margaret?
Well, we'll be able to measure it in 10 states where it's literally on the ballot, but it is going to be a little challenging to slice the bologna, to continue John's analogy there, because sometimes people cross over party lines. What we have seen, though, in the early exit polls that CBS has conducted is that when they do talk, those are the 10 states you see right there. And by the way, Arizona, battleground. This could be a game changer, possibly, when it comes to driving up turnout. However, that is a state where abortion rights are already protected. It's about putting it in the Constitution. Similar story in some of the other states. Florida is going to be a really fascinating one. We'll tell you about in the 8 o'clock hour when we get those results. But broadly speaking, in the exit polls that we see, when Harris voters are asked what motivated them, number one issue, state of democracy. Number two is abortion. Economy ranks 3. For Trump voters, it's economy and it's immigration. So it's a motivating issue for Democrats. One we saw was perhaps decisive in those midterm 2022 races. In this presidential election, will it be? It's unique. The man on the ballot is the president who appointed the justices that overturned Roe versus Wade. And the woman on the ballot for the Democrats has put reproductive health care, women's reproductive health care, at the center of her campaign in a really unique way, Nora. I don't think we have ever had such a national conversation about health care in the way we have. And it's an emotional one. It's a galvanizing issue. It's an uncomfortable one. And we're going to be able to perhaps measure that in some of these key states. And we'll bring you those referendum tonight.
I want to bring in Robert Costu. I know has some new reporting.
Just to build off Margaret's reporting, there's another intriguing storyline on abortion rights inside the Trump campaign tonight and among top Republicans. There's concern that Trump's unwillingness at times to embrace the overturn of Roe v. Wade and claim responsibility for the nominations of the Supreme Court justices who overturned it in recent years, that is softening potentially the support of evangelicals in places like North Carolina, conservative Catholics, conservative evangelicals. If Trump does not win tonight, there's a fear that it's because those who support overturning abortion rights don't show up for Trump at the numbers they need to for Trump to win.
It's fascinating because his former vice president, Mike Pence, cited the abortion stance Donald Trump has taken as the reason not to vote for him. Not January 6th, but the fact that he has left the pro-life movement.
We will continue this conversation when we come back, and we'll also talk with key members of the Trump and Harris teams. How are they feeling? CBS News coverage of America Decides, Election 2024. We'll be right back.
Get all the CBS News election information at your fingertips, including full access to interactive election maps, push alerts on major races, plus breaking news and 24/7 streaming coverage. Get the free CBS News app now.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity? I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
an original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Haitians are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, Gail.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
I want to make sure that my voice is heard, but also lift up other voices.
Hey, give me some
love, baby.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of Election Night 2024. Take a look at this live look at crowds gathering at what is Harris headquarters tonight, otherwise known as Howard University. The vice president, the first vice president to graduate from a historically black college, and she has said publicly she hopes to be the first president to do that as well. So you can see the crowds there gathered tonight hoping for a victory. Joining us now is Harris campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond. And Cedric, so good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
All right. What's the inside scoop? What are you hearing inside the campaign?
Look, we have great enthusiasm. We're seeing it all over the country. If you look at young people on college campuses in North Carolina and Nevada and Georgia and Pennsylvania, you see very long lines, and they're staying in line to vote, but that enthusiasm is real, and so we're excited about it.
What can you tell us about black voter turnout, specifically in North Carolina, Georgia, those two early battlegrounds that have already closed?
African Americans came out, black people came out to vote, and I think that what we saw is that they recognize that their future is on the ballot and that they can take charge of their own future and be co-architects of their own destiny. I think that people came out to voice their support for the vice president, but more importantly, for her agenda and how it affects them.
And let me ask you, I am just hearing that in the Philly City Commissioner's office is saying they have turnout there that's the highest in decades, above even Obama in 08. What can you tell us about that?
Well, I'll tell you, we have the better candidate. We have the better person. Vice President Harris has gone everywhere. We were in Pennsylvania all day yesterday. We ended in Philadelphia, where she talked to the crowd about an opportunity economy, bringing down cost of health care, child care, and the things that are affecting people. And that on day one, she's going to have a to-do list on how to make the American people's lives better. And I think that resonated as opposed to the contrast with her opponent and the things that he's been saying in the closing days. I think people want to be optimistic. People want to be hopeful. People want to imagine that tomorrow is going to be better than yesterday. And that's what she talked to them about, and that she's going to ensure that tomorrow is better than yesterday.
And Cedric, Gail King is with me as well. Gail?
Cedric, it's really good to see you. There was a perception, either rightly or wrongly, that Kamala Harris had a problem with black male voters. What can you tell us about that?
Well, I don't think it was true, but I will say this. Black male voters deserve to be talked to and persuaded like every other constituency. So just like we talk to seniors, just like we talk to veterans, we should talk to black male voters and tell them that they have an opportunity in this election to be game changers. They have an opportunity in this election to make sure that the person on the other side who's talking about stop and frisk and bringing back unlimited police immunity and that police should rough up people, that we don't go back to that history. And so we expect that African-American male turnout, black male turnout, is going to be good, it's going to be on par. But the other thing the vice president said, Gail, that I think is very important is we don't automatically get black male vote. We have to go earn it just like we earn every other vote. And so I think that her putting out an agenda for black males and how she would focus on entrepreneurship and all of those things that would allow them to be the successful entrepreneurs and community leaders that they want to be was very impactful and very successful.
Yeah, I like the point you're making there. Black voters are not monolithic. You know, there's a wide variety to the black voter. That said, do you think she should have put out that opportunity agenda a little earlier? Would that have made a difference in the conversation?
No, actually, I think she put it out at the right time. And black men were clamoring for it. They wanted to know what she would do. In fact, they wanted to know what both candidates would do. And if you go back, Donald Trump said, oh, I'm a convicted felon, so black men will vote for me. Oh, I'm putting out gold tennis shoes, so black men will vote for me. And what she answered with is, let me talk about education, entrepreneurship. Let me talk about home ownership. Let me talk about wealth creation. Let me talk about those things. And I think that it was the right time, the right agenda. And I think African-American men were paying close attention to what both candidates were offering. And so I think that she met that moment.
Mm-hmm. Right. Cedric Richmond, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me again.
And want to give equal time now to Republican National Committee Chair Michael Whatley. He is with us from Trump headquarters in Florida. And Michael, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. What are your internal numbers showing?
We really like what we're seeing right now in places all across the South, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, feeling very comfortable about what we're seeing there on the ground. We also are very excited about what we're seeing in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. The president is in a very good place based on what we saw with early voting, with absentee voting, for us to have a great day today. Right now, we are continuing to work very aggressively to get every last vote out. We are also working very hard to make sure that we are in place with our observers, our election integrity program. Every time a vote is cast or counted, we're ensuring that we're in the room.
And Michael, let me ask you about turnout. I know that those within the campaign are sending out messages to get men to go to the polls after work. Are you concerned about male turnout?
No, I think what we're doing is just making sure that we're doing everything we can to get every last voter out. We know that this is going to be a tight election. Every election is a tight election. These are battleground states. We call them battlegrounds for a reason, and we want to do everything we can all the way through the tape to get everybody out.
And Michael, finally, those late deciders, John Dickerson was looking inside the exit poll data, which suggests in North Carolina they are breaking toward the vice president. Is that worrying to you?
What we're seeing right now is that North Carolina, we had the first time ever that the Republicans won the early vote, absentee vote. We have a lead going into Election Day. There is very few undecided voters at this point in time. The turnout has been great all across the state, and we feel cautiously optimistic we're going to have a great result in North Carolina.
Well, Michael Whatley, keep us posted. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And when we come back, the biggest poll closing time of the entire night, 16 states plus the District of Columbia. We're talking about 171 electoral votes up for grabs. Among the states, the pivotal battleground, Pennsylvania. We'll dive into the numbers. You're watching CBS News, America Decides, Election 2024.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why? You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question. Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean in English?
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has a glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, Gail.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
I want to make sure that my voice is heard, but also lift up other voices.
Hey, give me some love, baby.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. We begin with all eyes tonight on Pennsylvania. With 19 electoral college votes, it's the most valuable of the 7 battleground states. And it was the most visited state by the presidential candidates with more than 50 visits. Let's check in with CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang in Philadelphia. Weijia, what do we know so far about the turnout there?
Well, Lindsay, you don't see anyone behind me right now, and that is because the polls close in 4 minutes. And we know, according to local election officials, that turnout has been high across the state, including right here in Philadelphia, the largest city, of course, of them all. And the Harris campaign says tonight that they are feeling confident because, remember, they have to have a big win here and in Pennsylvania and in Pittsburgh, these urban areas where they really rely on blue turnout, Democratic turnout to offset really the rest of the state, much of which is deep red and rural. And tonight we're hearing from the Trump campaign that they are confident because they are seeing a, quote, robust turnout in the specific rural areas that the Trump campaign has been targeting, going after low propensity voters, especially men who typically do not vote in elections. And so they are trying to slice each other's margins in this way. And both teams say they are feeling good, Lindsay. But of course, we won't know until we start getting some returns. But Pennsylvania is a state where no officials, no workers could start counting the ballots until 7 o'clock this morning. And you may remember in 2020, we did not have an answer about Pennsylvania until Saturday. The good news, Lindsay, is that officials believe they will be able to do it quicker this year, citing new election machine equipment, citing the fact that the ballots are physically smaller and easier to process. They have more workers and fewer mail-in ballots than they did in 2020 because we are not in a worldwide pandemic.
Weijia, there's also a Senate race we're watching in Pennsylvania. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, this is a pretty critical Senate race because, again, the margin is so small, and this could determine who controls the Senate. It is between Democrat incumbent Senator Bob Casey and Republican challenger Dave McCormick, who is a businessman and who served in the Trump administration. What's really interesting here, Lindsay, is that Casey previously was a pro-life Democrat, but for the first time, he is promising to try to reinstall Roe v. Wade. So we'll see how that plays out because McCormick is calling him out for that.
Weijia, thank you so much. You're watching America Decides.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
Welcome back to Election Night in America. Vice President Kamala Harris, former President Donald Trump. Will there be a winner this evening, or will the race continue into the days ahead? America decides right now.
We will vote, 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 and we will win, win, win.
It is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
We're going to take back what is rightfully ours.
We are going to fight for the country we love.
CBS News, America Decides, Election 2024. Now reporting, Norah O'Donnell.
And welcome back to CBS News Election Night headquarters in New York. Control of the White House, Senate, and House up for grabs in this historic election. It is now 8 p.m. in the East, 5 p.m. in the West, and it is the biggest poll closing time of the entire night. Polls just closed in 16 states and the District of Columbia. We're talking about 171 electoral votes are at stake this hour. Half of the states now in America closed. And so we're going to check in, too, on those all-important battleground states. Here you can see all 7 of them in purple. The polls just closed in perhaps the most important battleground, Pennsylvania. We say that because it's the big prize with 19 electoral votes. And in Pennsylvania, CBS News characterizes this race as a toss-up. Checking back in on Georgia, which closed an hour ago, CBS News characterizes Georgia also as a toss-up. And in North Carolina, which closed half an hour ago, CBS News characterizes this race as a toss-up. That vote still just coming in, as you can see. And we have some breaking results to share with you from the states that just closed. In Florida, once an electoral battleground that has moved right in recent circles, CBS News projects Trump will win the Sunshine State. In Alabama, CBS News projects Trump will win this race. Trump carried Alabama by large margins in the past 2 elections. And in reliably blue Massachusetts, CBS News projects the Vice President Kamala Harris will win. Let's take a look now at Maryland. CBS News projects Harris will win there. There's a key Senate race. We'll check in there as well. And Oklahoma, CBS News projects Trump will win. Let's take a look now at Tennessee. CBS News projects Trump will win in the state of Tennessee. The big number we've been talking about, 270 electoral votes. That's the number needed to win. And so far, with those early results, the race to 270 shows Donald Trump with 90 electoral votes and Kamala Harris with 27. Want to check in with our data desk team to see what they're seeing in these battleground states. And Major, what's happening in Georgia?
So you just mentioned, Nora, that Georgia we rate as a toss-up. We have about 33% of the vote in. You can see the distribution so far. So why do we do that? First thing I want to show you, what is our estimate? Our estimate is about 50-50 when all the vote comes in. Let's talk about where the vote is yet to come in. Of the 67% that we still need to wait for, you see most of it in generally blue, metro Atlanta, and some other bluish parts of the state. What's interesting about what the trend lines are currently, Nora, and I want to emphasize this because RNC Chairman Michael Whatley was just talking about this. When you see southeast Georgia, you see a lot of red. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the historic comparison back to 2020, and I'm just going to run through. I'm not going to name the counties, but just watch the counties as I go through them and compare where Trump is now compared to where he was in 2020. You'll just see as I move through them, again, I'm not going to name them. The names aren't important, but you just see he's running slightly ahead of what he did in 2020. That was exactly the strategy the Trump campaign wanted to have. More turnout and higher vote totals all throughout rural parts of every battleground state. At least in Georgia, and I could go all over the map, the trend line is pretty consistent, Nora. He is doing that. Even though the small counties have smaller numbers of votes, running up the margins there does help offset, or possibly could offset, what are expected to be very strong vote outcomes for the vice president in Metro Atlanta and some other parts of the state.
So break that down. What do you think that means? Well,
what it means is, for now, going back to our estimate, 50-50, that's by county, statewide. We go back to that overall estimate of Georgia at 50-50. That means as we get closer, as more of Metro Atlanta comes in, there is at least more of a buffer for former President Trump. It is not decisive. It is not determinative because we don't have a call here yet. But in general, and Michael Whatley was talking about, what are these early indicators? They're just seeing higher turnout, higher vote totals at the margins in some of the redder counties of southeast Georgia and other parts of northern Georgia as well.
Major Garrett, thank you. I want to turn to Ed O'Keefe, our senior White House correspondent. I understand you have some new reporting on this, too.
Part of why things remain so tight there in Georgia is if you look at those counties around Atlanta, and maybe Major can zoom in on some of them, what the Harris campaign is seeing is real encouragement there. That, in fact, she's running ahead of President Biden in some of those ex-urban counties around Atlanta, higher totals than what the president got 4 years ago. That is how she wins a state like Georgia tonight. Can you run up the numbers in the suburbs? Can you get young college voters across the country to turn out? Can you lean on the black and Latino voters you need? In Georgia already, we're seeing good indications that the reason she's keeping it even is because Democratic advantages there around Atlanta, the biggest city in the South, may be improving.
All right, Ed O'Keefe, thank you. I want to bring in 60 Minutes correspondent Bill Whitaker, part of our Democracy Watch tonight. And we did see some foreign sources try and interfere with the democratic process today.
Yes, we did. We've been talking to election officials in key battleground states all across the country. The headlines: federal officials are investigating dozens of fake bomb threats at election-related sites all across the country, about 40 in Georgia alone. And federal officials tell us that these threats are picking up as this evening goes on. The federal officials have traced the threats back to email accounts in Russia, though they're not yet sure that Russia is the actual source of these threats. But again, these threats have been deemed not to be credible. There's also what CISA, the country's top cybersecurity agency, calls a fire hose of disinformation coming from our foreign adversaries designed to sow doubt in our election system. Election officials across the country are taking an aggressive approach to these claims this year. They're finding the disinformation, they're exposing it, and they're debunking it as quickly as possible. All in all, they tell us they are tracking no national-level incidents that would have an impact on the security of our election infrastructure. And it's an infrastructure they repeatedly assure us has never been more secure.
Well, that is some good news tonight, right, Bill? Yeah, very good news.
Good news indeed.
Yeah, very good news. David, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, we've heard all throughout the country, despite this flood of disinformation, despite these bomb threats and others, voting's gone relatively smoothly. There are some places, 5 polling places in Fulton County, 5 polling places in DeKalb County, Georgia, that were ordered to stay open a little bit later because of these bomb threats, but election officials are handling it, and it might lead to some delays in getting those reports out, but Georgia counts very fast, so I'd expect that's going to be resolved pretty quickly.
We are watching it closely. Thank you very much, Bill and David. I want to check in with our correspondents that are in the battleground states with new reporting. Let's start it with the biggest battleground prize, Pennsylvania. CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang is in Philadelphia. And Weijia, we just keep hearing about big turnout today.
And Nora, both campaigns say they are really excited about what they are seeing because they are seeing high turnout in the places that matter most to them. For the Harris campaign, it is right here in Philadelphia and the city of Pittsburgh that typically votes overwhelmingly blue. I just heard from a campaign source that says that they are overperforming the internal turnout expectations here in Philly, and it continues to look very strong, which was a real concern for them because there was a softening of Democratic turnout over the past several years. 55,000 fewer registered Democrats in this city compared to 2020. And so they are optimistic. As for the Trump campaign, they are seeing, they say, a robust turnout in those rural areas where they have been targeting, especially men, low propensity voters who may not have ever voted at all. And so they say where it matters in the deep red parts, they're getting new voters out. But what is really different, Nora, is the way that they've gotten people to the polls. The Harris campaign ground ground game has been like a well-oiled machine, with 50 field offices spread across the state, with 110,000 volunteers since her launch, knocking on over 5 million doors. And this is something that they love talking about because they say they have a ground game that the Trump campaign doesn't even touch. But for the Trump team, they own that, and they say, yeah, we have about 24 field offices and we are reaching people, but they've really outsourced the door knocking and the traditional ground game to super PACs, including Elon Musk's. And the Harris campaign says that's a real risk because they don't have the same kind of data points that they are getting, so they can target people that they need to get out and vote. So, Nora, tonight the headline is that the turnout is high. We don't know if it's a record, but every official that we've talked to here in Philadelphia, across the state, and certainly in those collar counties in the Philly suburbs are saying they are seeing remarkable numbers.
Yeah, we've heard those stories in Lehigh, that at the university there, that long lines with students still waiting to vote. Weijia Jiang, thank you for that reporting. Let's turn now to Georgia, and congressional correspondent Nicole Killian is in Atlanta. And Nicole, what are you hearing about turnout?
Well, in terms of turnout, Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger says that more than 800,000 votes have been cast today, and he expects that number to surpass the million mark before the end of the day. That is on top of an additional 4 million ballots that were cast in early voting, which was a record. So that being said, there is some concern, as you all were talking about, that some of those polling locations had to extend their hours due to a number of bomb threats, particularly here in a number of the counties in the metro Atlanta area. For instance, Fulton County had at least 30 bomb threats alone that were either called in or sent via email. That is of particular concern to some Democratic operatives that I talked to who wanted to make sure that those locations that were impacted, the people stayed in line to cast their ballots, particularly because these are not only Democratic strongholds, but in some cases more predominantly black precincts. And in terms of the black turnout, I do want to point to some exit polling data that we have that shows, at least for Vice President Kamala Harris right now, it appears that turnout is hovering somewhere around 86%, which is slightly lower than President Biden back in 2020. But that being said, I've talked to a number of organizers here in the state who emphasize that they are not particularly concerned about the numbers right now, and that in these final days leading up to the election, they really doubled down on places here around Atlanta, DeKalb, Clayton counties, also further south in the state, places like Albany, Georgia. So they are confident that turnout will be there.
Nicole Killian, thank you for that reporting. Want to check in now with Skylar Henry. He's in the battleground state of North Carolina at a Democratic watch party there in Raleigh. And Skylar, what are you hearing about turnout?
Hey, Nora, good evening to you. Board of Elections officials have indicated that they anticipate that the results here tonight could very well surpass what we saw in 2020 in terms of voter turnout. 75% of registered voters back then came out to vote. They anticipate that number either meeting or passing that. Both the Harris and Trump campaigns say that they are confident about what's happening here in the Tar Heel state. The Trump campaign enthused about those early voting totals in that Republicans outpaced Democrats. Meanwhile, for the Harris campaign, their team says that they are confident as well, given the fact that they invested the resources that they did here in North Carolina so early on in the cycle. They had more than 29 field offices around the state, more than 350 election workers here as well. And we're talking about something that I just received from a harris-walz campaign representative that said that they are focused on the ground game. They say close races come down to turnout and ground game. We have the ground game advantage, and so we will see there. But the Harris campaign says that they're also enthused about the inroads that they're making in those urban areas, especially in Charlotte, in Winston-Salem, here in the Research Triangle. That's where Raleigh is, as well as Asheville. Now, speaking of Western North Carolina, obviously Hurricane Helene hit that area incredibly hard. Many people say that they were concerned about what turnout could potentially look like out there. We just got off the phone with the Buncombe County Board of Elections chair, there who said that they set an early voting record with more than 116,000 votes cast. So something certainly surreal given the fact of all the devastation that they had to deal with. We should point out very quickly that there are several precincts that have to be temporarily put up in tents, and that could potentially impact when we see those numbers come back to those election offices, because roads are still washed out. There are temporary road structures that had to be put in place. It is still difficult to move around in some parts of western North Carolina, and so that could take a little bit of time in terms of the results that we see here tonight.
Skylar, you did such excellent reporting following Hurricane Helene, so I know you know that area, the devastation that they faced, and it's good to see that many of them will be able to vote. They surged that area with polling places. Great reporting, Skylar. Thank you so much. I want to turn now to John Dickerson. There is some new exit poll data coming in. We are focused like a laser on Georgia, too, because that was the first, of course, these battlegrounds to close. And one of the key questions is that composite of the electorate. Yep. What about independents?
Well, the story about independents coming into this race was that Joe Biden won them in Georgia. The Democrats are not winning them. So Kamala Harris.
He won them 4 years ago.
4 years ago in 2020. I'll give you the picture. In 2020, independents represented 28% of the electorate. Joe Biden got 53% of that vote. Donald Trump got 44% of the vote. That was in 2020. So Biden won them by 9 points. If we look now at what's on your screen, you see that Donald Trump has 54 and Harris has 43. So Donald Trump, according to the emerging picture from the exit polls, is up by 11 points in Georgia. And if you don't mind, I'll spin you through the independents in North Carolina and Pennsylvania as well.
Absolutely.
So in North Carolina in 2020, Biden beat Trump by just 4 points. They were 30% of the electorate. In North Carolina now, thank you for keeping me on track, Nora. Right now, independents in North Carolina, they're even. 49-49 among independents in North Carolina. So Trump is winning them by the exit polls in Georgia by 11 points, but they're even in North Carolina. Finally, let's go to Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, the independents represent 24% of the electorate so far. Trump is up 50-44. So that also is divergent from the picture that we saw in 2020 when Joe Biden won independents 52-44. So the overall net of all of this is that in Pennsylvania and Georgia, Trump is doing well with independents, whereas those voted for the Democrat the last time around. And in North Carolina, it's right down the middle, 49-49 with independents.
Could that be decisive?
It could be decisive in a teeny tiny tight race. You want all the groups going for you that are up for grabs. And in this case,
and if she's underperforming in independents, that's a big story.
Exactly.
All right, we've got so much more coming in. We've got to take a quick break. We'll dig into the latest results, also the path to victory. CBS News America Decides Election 2024 coverage returns in just a moment.
Get all the CBS.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
but with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Haitians are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I can see clearly. CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly, more CBS Mornings.
Plus,
sunshine in
The state of America, one state at a time.
We're just going about farming a bit differently.
I was in tears, and I said to myself that I can't make this about me.
I believe in our country, and I want to serve it.
Eye on a...
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of Election Night 2024. We're going to talk about Paths to Victory with Maurice Dubois in a minute. But first, look at this projection. CBS News projects that Josh Stein has won the governor's race in North Carolina. You may remember this story because Mark Robinson had been backed by Donald Trump. He had been called MLK on steroids, and then it was alleged by some and uncovered by some CNN reporting that Mark Robinson had posted some racist and misogynist stuff on a porn site. And so they cut off the funds in that state for that Republican candidate, and Josh Stein has emerged victorious, according to our CBS News projection. Now to Maurice Dubois with our Paths to Victory. Good to see you, Maurice.
Great
and
to see
this
you,
is,
Nora.
I think, it's early in the night, and we haven't projected any of the battleground states yet, but we can show people. But I know you're going to tell us how each of these candidates can get to 270.
The road to 270, right? A lot of us got into journalism, by the way, because there'd be no math. But here we are. This is all about the numbers, and the numbers do tell the story. So this starting map, Nora, is where we are at the moment. Very, very early. That's the headline. The night is young. 99 to 27, Donald Trump is leading. But we can take you to what we consider to be the starting point. This is based on past history, likely patterns expected to play out this year as well. So the red states showing Donald Trump's likely wins, and the blue states showing Kamala Harris's likely wins as a starting point. So she would have 226 to his 219. In the middle are 93 states in white, up for grabs, the battlegrounds, right? So let's take a look at a couple of the paths to victory. For Kamala Harris, the most likely and the one that she's banking on the most is what traditionally Democrats have won. Pennsylvania taking 19 there, Michigan taking 15 there, and Wisconsin taking 10 electoral votes.
The so-called blue wall strategy.
Exactly, the blue wall, all the bricks there in order. Joe Biden won them. Donald Trump, by the way, won them back in 2016. But this is traditional Democratic territory. You see it gives her 270 right there. She becomes the next president of the United States. Easiest path, if easy could be used here.
Exactly. Doesn't look easy tonight, right?
Nothing easy about this. It's very, very much a cliffhanger. But if Donald Trump were to flip Georgia back, right? Remember, he lost by fewer than 12,000 votes, 11,799 votes, to be exact. If he were to flip Georgia back into the red column, and then North Carolina, 16 more electoral votes there, and to hold on to that, he won that one by 75,000 back in 2020. Yes, 2020. And then if he were to take Pennsylvania, he would become the next president of the United States, 270 right there. So it shows you how critical each of these states is at this point. Pennsylvania just closed. If that were to go the other way, you know, that takes it right out of his hands, and now he has to go elsewhere to find votes, and that would be, say, Arizona and Nevada. Does that bring him closer?
Closer, but not yet.
251, a long way. He'd have to go into one of the blue walls and take one of those bricks out of that. He'd need at least 15. Whoops, sorry, 15. He'd get it right there. And call that 266. He'd still need one more state. He'd still need to get to Wisconsin to get over the top. So you can see how critical Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, they all are to both candidates.
Maurice Dubois, thank you. Want to turn now to Cecilia Vega, because Cecilia, I know you did some reporting in Pennsylvania. What are we learning about what may be happening in the Keystone State?
Yeah, we're just back from a reporting trip there. Look, this is the Holy Grail. Margaret said it at the top of the show with its 19 electoral college votes. And I think, Nora, to understand the significance of Pennsylvania, all you got to do is look back to the final day of campaigning. Both candidates there, Donald Trump telling everybody, if we win Pennsylvania, we'll win this whole ball of wax. Kamala Harris ending her her final rally on the steps of the famous Rocky Steps there. But look, Al Schmidt, the Secretary of State, told me we are probably not going to know the results from Pennsylvania tonight. Delay does not mean anything nefarious is happening. Pack your patience, you said at the top.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did any of that make
What
sense?
have you learned?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly more CBS Mornings.
Plus,
sunshiny day.
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. Georgia played a pivotal role in the 2020 election. The Peach State has 16 electoral votes, and vote counting could extend beyond Election Day if margins are tight once again. CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killian is in Atlanta. Nicole, good evening. What are you watching for?
Well, we are watching the turnout here in Georgia. According to the Secretary of State, more than 800,000 votes were cast today, and he expects that to surpass the million mark before all is said and done. That would be on top of 4 million votes that were cast in early voting, which was a record. So once again, we're seeing pretty high turnout rates here in Georgia. That being said, there have been a number of issues at polling locations across the state, particularly here around Metro Atlanta and counties like DeKalb, Gwinnett, and also Fulton County, where a number of bomb threats were called. And in fact, in Fulton County, there were as many as 32, according to local authorities. And because of that, some of those polling locations had to be swept. Some of the polling locations had to have their hours extended so that people could continue to vote in light of those disruptions. We are starting to see some results starting to trickle out from Fulton County and other locations. Of course, the race is still too close to call, but we knew here in Georgia things may be razor thin, particularly because you'll recall that this was a state that President Biden flipped for the first time in some 30 years back in 2020. Former president lost by about 12,000 votes, but tonight, in terms of talking to Republican officials, they are feeling very good about how things are looking. They believe that their strength here in the state will really come from a lot of these rural counties outside of Atlanta, and also this focus that they have had in recent months on these low-propensity voters, trying to turn them out. However, for the Harris campaign's part, they were really looking to build a multiracial coalition here in the state. Obviously, black voters are very critical to that dynamic, but so far they are also feeling very good about the turnout here in the state. Lindsay?
Nicole Killian, thank you so much. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, polls close in Arkansas. You're watching CBS News, America Decides.
Morning, 25 years of
Let's do it!
Let's go!
Let's do this!
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, Gail.
Yeah, boy!
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Hot. That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Welcome back to CBS News election headquarters in New York. You are looking live at people counting votes in Fulton County, Georgia. Lots of transparency in the process. You can also see what's happening right now at the Harris and Trump campaign headquarters. It's 8:30 p.m. in the east, 5:30 p.m. in the west. Let's check in with the 3 battleground states where the polls are closed. In Georgia, CBS News characterizes this race as a toss-up. Look at this. Only 53% of the vote in, even though it's 8:30. You know, the Secretary of State had told us we were going to have more votes in. I'm going to check in with David Becker on that, what's happening. And we'll check in at the Magic Wall. Let's take a look at North Carolina, another important battleground state tonight. Again, it is early in the night, but look at this. It is a toss-up at this hour. New reporting coming in from North Carolina we want to share with you shortly. And then Pennsylvania, the electoral prize of the night. And remember, Pennsylvania takes a little longer to count, but these are the early numbers that are coming in, and CBS News rates this as a toss-up. But we are hearing some interesting things about long lines in Pennsylvania. Some polling places extended, some polling places not extended. We're going to dig into those numbers. Let me also show you these other results just coming in from other states, including one where the polls just closed. In Arkansas, CBS News projects Donald Trump will win in that state. Let's take a look at Missouri. CBS News projects Trump will win there as well. And just in from our data desk, in South Carolina, CBS News projects Trump will win also in that reliably red or Republican state. CBS News projects Kamala Harris will win the District of Columbia, where her election night headquarters are. No surprise there. And 3 electoral votes there. And then in the race for the all-important number of 270 electoral votes, Donald Trump is at 105. Kamala Harris has 27 at this hour. As I promised, the Magic Wall, more information. Major Garrett, Anthony Salvanto at our CBS News data desk. I'm getting texts from friends who say, dig into the wall. We want more information. So, gentlemen, take it away.
We will oblige. We want to start in Florida because, okay, it wasn't a battleground coming into this, but I'll tell you why we were able to call it. And that is that you see all these red counties here, in one after another, you've seen shifts even from Donald Trump's previous victory. So that consistency told you that he was going to win. But there's another part of this, maybe the most important part of this. Major, take it away from Miami.
Sometimes, Nora, there's a story in a state that's just a story in that state. And I want to bring everyone's attention to Miami-Dade County. Look at where things currently stand in Miami-Dade County with 80%. Let's compare that to where things finished in 2020. See how much farther ahead former President Trump is of what he was in 2020. Let's go back one more step, ladies and gentlemen, to 2016. Look at the transformation of this once solidly Democratic county, a place of highly concentrated Democratic support. One of the anchors to Democrats in Florida when it was a competitive state. The fact that it is competitive no longer flows through Miami-Dade. There's one other thing we want to show you about Florida writ large, and that is the phenomenon of ticket splitting. So in Florida, there is a right to abortion referenda. It's at 57% now. It needs a 60% threshold. Anthony, take it from there.
Well, what we're looking at is some in the Harris campaign thought maybe support for this measure might connect to support for Harris and maybe help bring up her vote numbers. It hasn't. Now, this needs 60% to pass. So we don't have a projection on that yet, but we do have it characterized as lean no, because as you can see, it's tracking below that 60%. Even with that majority, it has to get that 60% threshold. But that's your story, that big, big gap between Harris and the abortion referendum. Of course, she made that such a central part of her campaign, but it's not bearing out in the vote, Nora.
Let's go to North Carolina, Nora, because you asked for more data. We want to give you data. Anthony?
Okay, North Carolina, as you see, 14% in, so not a lot yet. But some of the tracking here already out of places like Raleigh-Durham, like around Charlotte, is going to be critical because what's going to happen is Democrats have to run up large margins in these counties. Major, show the history here.
Sure,
this is what we're going to be. This is what we're going to be looking for. Okay, when you get to these areas, you're going to have to see, and she's getting it now, right? But it's very, very early. You're going to have to see Kamala Harris run up the score, run up the margins, because what's going to happen is that Donald Trump, or at least our exit polls tell us and our projections tell us, is going to do very well in and around these rural areas. So that's how you break down North Carolina, but it still evens out to a toss-up.
Want to show the estimate?
Show the estimates to her. That's just Mecklenburg. That's just Mecklenburg. But I do want to show you this, too. Take a look at the ticket splitting in this, because this is important. So go to the ticket splitting, and here again, we have a story in differences, because here's Harris's current number, right? But you also saw Josh Stein win at 58%. And so at that point, he versus the 49% that we're getting for Harris right now, those differences telling you that some Republicans have gone over.
There's a Trump-Stein vote in North Carolina.
There's a bit of a Trump-Stein vote right there. Yeah, of course, that was a controversial race and one everybody was paying attention to.
Gentlemen, this is excellent information. Can we go back to Georgia and just see? I want to see where the outstanding vote is there. Of course, we have heard there's record voting. Not we knew in the early vote, but also today. So just want to get a sense is where is the outstanding vote right now?
I'm glad you asked, because here on this map, what you see is the circles represent the amount of outstanding vote, and the color represents what's projected or the past from those areas, blue for Democrats or red for Republicans, right? So if I zoom in here on these key counties we talked about all night where Democrats have to do well, Cobb, Fulton, a lot still outstanding from there. That's why one of the reasons you can't project the race. Right now, there are places, more rural areas, where you see, and also these outer suburbs.
Forsyth and Cherokee are very strong Trump counties.
Yeah, and there's still Republican vote out there, so we'll see exactly how that shapes up. But still more to come. That's why it's so close, but only half in, Nora.
All right, let's keep looking into those numbers in Georgia and North Carolina. So close at this hour. Thank you very much. I want to turn now to Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan. Margaret, we started this evening talking about, will there be a historic gender gap? Will there be the first female president of the United States? The first election since the overturning of Roe versus Wade and abortion on the ballot, reproductive rights in 10 states. Where does that stand at this hour?
Well, I want to zero in on Florida, which Anthony just highlighted for you, because that is the first place we are seeing the results of this referendum. 84% of that, 83% of that vote already in. It is lean no. Why? Because they haven't reached that supermajority threshold of 60%. Put that aside, what does that mean for the people of Florida? Well, the current law is that abortion is restricted after 6 weeks of pregnancy when a fetal heartbeat is often detected.
One of the most restrictive in the country.
One of the most restrictive in the country, particularly. You can get an abortion after 15 weeks if you can prove you were a victim of rape, of incest, or human trafficking. You got to hand in a police report, a court order, some proof that you were victimized. That's the only way you could get it after 6 weeks. The referendum asked, do voters want to change that and actually amend the Constitution to include the right to an abortion? And so far, we are at lean no, because they have not reached that supermajority. Now, Nora, this is so interesting, not just on the very practical, real-world implications of this for the women of the state. From the political level, we were talking about ticket splitting there between Major and Anthony. They were pointing that out. Vice President Harris has put at the center of her campaign the issue of women's reproductive health care. It doesn't necessarily, this would suggest, always break in her favor. And also what we saw here is for the very first time in this country, when reproductive health care has been put to the voters in a state, it hasn't expanded access. 7 times so far, we have seen referendums in states on this issue, even in ruby red states where it was a surprise, even in Ohio, even in Kansas.
Meaning it's always been a sure win for the Democratic Party.
Or at least to expand access. And so perhaps this suggests that ticket splitting. You do have Republican men and women voting here that aren't necessarily going to just then follow on
but forgive me, I don't know this. In those other measures when they were on the ballot in 2022, though, did they require a 60% threshold?
That's a great question. Yeah. This is different. This is a much higher benchmark to get to that 60% threshold, the supermajority. It's a good point.
I mean, it's really interesting today, and I know you know all the details on this, and of course we're going to be checking in. We just don't have the data yet on Nevada and Arizona, those battleground states where there's also abortion measures, right?
One final point on Florida. This is the state where Donald Trump is a resident. He cast a vote for this today, and he said he was going to vote no. So for the candidate who has, as Robert Costa pointed out, sort of changed publicly his position on what his view is on abortion, he went into the voting booth and he cast a vote. He said no, which would mean he has effectively then endorsed a 6-week restriction on access to abortion.
Interesting. Margaret Brennan, thank you. Exit poll data, I understand we've got some new information in.
We do. On this question of men and women voting, just to remind everyone, women since 1980 have tended to vote for the Democrat. Men have tended to vote for the Republican. Here's what the gender gap looks like in this election. We've got overall, in terms of share of the vote, you've got 53% of the electorate is women, according to the emerging exit polls, 47% is men. Okay, how are they breaking up? Well, Kamala Harris has 55% of women to Donald Trump's 43% of women. So she's ahead by 12 points. But just for historical reference, in 2020, when the share was a little bit lower, 52% of the electorate, Joe Biden had a 15-point lead among women. So Joe Biden, according to the exit polls at this moment, as we've been talking about, they're tentative, had a better lead with women than Kamala Harris has at the moment. Let's just talk about men briefly, if we must. Donald Trump is up 53-44. So he's up by 9 points. In 2020, Donald Trump won men with 8 points. So Donald Trump, now 8 and 9 is relatively basically even in terms of the exit polls, so you don't want to go too far on a single point gap. But essentially, Kamala Harris, based on these figures, is not doing as well as she needs to do to turn out the women's vote. If you'll tolerate a little bit more, let's look at the gender gap with men under 30. There was a lot of reporting about whether Donald Trump was going to do better with men under 30. Here, basically, it shows Harris 49, Trump 47. That's essentially even. But if we go back in history to 2020, men under 30 voted for Joe Biden 52% to Donald Trump's 41%. So historically, Biden got young men by 11 points.
So is this the so-called bro vote? The men under 30?
The bro vote is basically even, which is not great for Kamala Harris based on the traditional patterns of voting.
So I wonder, let's just take stock of where we are, because you have said that he's doing better among young men. He's the bro vote. She's underperforming with women, if these exit polls are correct. And in Georgia and North Carolina, she's also underperforming Joe Biden among independents.
That's right. Georgia and Pennsylvania, she's even among independents in North Carolina. So that's right. And she's and if you want to just look at women under 30, Harris, it's 63-35. So she's doing very well. Of course, Biden was 67-32. So his margin was bigger with women under 30 than hers was as well.
And you know what has been so fascinating to watch in this campaign is how Kamala Harris herself has avoided using gender as something to campaign on. And I can't help but think about the difference between this campaign and Hillary Clinton's campaign. I was there on election night in 2016 when she was at the Javits Center here in New York, and it had that symbolic glass ceiling that she clearly did not crack at that time. And here we are with Kamala Harris intentionally almost avoiding questions about and having to answer questions about her gender, that she has not asked voters to see her gender or her race or her ethnicity, for that matter, as a reason that she should get this job. It has been a very clear strategy for her to not campaign on gender.
And Nora,
There were cracks in the glass ceiling, just didn't get shattered.
Some cracks, exactly.
I remember that speech. Yes. You were there, yes.
It came late, exactly.
If you dive deeper into these gender numbers, there's some real concern for Democrats. Let's start with Latino men, for example. Trump is winning them 54-45 right now. And she's only winning 61% of Latinas. Those are low numbers. Those are not comfortable numbers. The other one, if you look at white women, the hope was that she could win them nationally, given the abortion issue, given the fact that she would make history. Trump is winning what traditionally happens, 52% of them, based on this exit poll. So no measurable difference there either among women. Both of those would be real warning signs for the Harris team.
There was a belief that women, Republican women in particular, would go into the booth and vote their values, vote their conscience.
And they may still.
And they kept saying, you don't have to tell anybody, it's your own private vote. And what we're seeing early on, that does not appear to be the case.
This is national. So we'll see whether in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, these numbers are more specific and different, but nationally at least, it doesn't look like there's been much movement and losses with Latinos.
Robert Costa, I understand you have some new reporting.
Yes, some new reporting. Former President Donald Trump, of course, has not addressed the country yet as he watches these results, but he has spoken in recent minutes, according to my sources inside the room at Mar-a-Lago, to members of his private club, and he has expressed confidence, especially as he looks at states like Georgia and the exit poll data. Though I've been talking to my sources in Georgia via text message in recent minutes, and they say they feel really good about turnout because the Republican Party this time around is unified, unlike it was in early 2021 when the Democrats were able to pick up 2 Senate seats. I just got a text message from Governor Brian Kemp. He said still too early to say where Georgia is going, but they are feeling good. Meanwhile, in Philadelphia, Representative Brendan Boyle, a key Democrat in Philadelphia, says Democrats have to feel good. He's seen on the ground very strong turnout among Puerto Ricans in the North Philadelphia precincts. Historically low turnout in those precincts. That congressman, who's one of the main organizers for the Harris campaign on the ground, says very high turnout. But all of this is coming as the Trump campaign is preparing to potentially contest this election. Former White House chief strategist Steve Bannon tells me in recent minutes they are preparing a legal and political effort to help Trump fight this in Congress should he appear to be defeated. But right now, a lot of optimism in the Trump campaign, but it is very early.
It is very early. We're also just hearing that in Lehigh County, where we had talked about those long lines of young people at the university wanting to vote, they are going to extend there so that all the people in line can vote. We'll continue to follow what's happening on the ground in these key battleground states. And when we come back, we're going to check in on the battle for the Senate. CBS News, America Decides, Election 2024 returns in a moment.
Get all the CBS News election information at your fingertips, including full access to interactive election maps, push alerts on major races, plus breaking news and 24/7 streaming coverage. Get the free CBS News app now.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Haitians are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, Gail.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
I want to make sure that my voice is heard, but also lift up other voices.
Hey, give me some love, baby. We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
The night is young. The vote is just coming in. A number of battleground states have closed, and we have new information for you. Also, remember, control of Congress hangs in the balance, and Scott McFarland covers Congress for us. So, Scott, let's talk about the Senate.
Yeah, at this hour, Democrats are clinging to the narrowest of majorities. They can afford to lose a net of just one seat, and they are on a political plane that is running out of runway. Let me show you why. In the state of West Virginia, it was a Democratic seat for years held by the retiring Senator Joe Manchin, West Virginia's governor, projected as the winner of that seat. So Democrats are now out of their margin for error. They're hoping to make some inroads maybe in one of the Republican-held U.S. Senate seats. But take a look at one of the ones they aspired to, Florida. CBS News projects Rick Scott, the one-time governor, is winning another term as a U.S. Senator from Florida. So where else do Democrats go? They'll look to Texas as a possibility. That would be another aspiration of theirs, far from a sure thing. And they have this murderer's row of seats to protect in the coming hours. Sherrod Brown, the three-term Democrat trying to win a fourth term. In Pennsylvania, it's three-term Democrat Bob Casey, son of the former governor, trying to win a fourth term. And in Montana, another one of those three-term Democratic incumbents, John Tester, against the political newcomer, the military veteran Tim Sheehy. There is some connective tissue here, Nora. All of those three-term Democratic incumbents have never been on the ballot, with Donald Trump on the ballot, too.
Really interesting. Scott McFarland, thank you. Want to touch base with Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes. She is at Harris headquarters at Howard University in Washington. Nancy, I know you've been talking to your sources inside the campaign. First, are they nervous?
Nora, the campaign officials I've been speaking to sound fine. They don't sound incredibly ecstatic. They don't sound full of despair. And I think that that's a result of a couple of things. First of all, it's still early in the night. Lots of results still to come in. Second of all, this is, as expected, a very tight race. The Harris campaign itself was insisting for weeks that this was a margin of error race in all the battleground states, and it turns out they may be right. So it is a nail-biter. As one White House official put it to me a short time ago, nauseously optimistic is the phrase of the day. Speaking of the White House, President Biden, remember him? He is there taking in the results with family, with top aides. No word on whether he might join the vice president here at Howard University if she does, in fact, speak later tonight. And just to give you a little flavor, Nora, how important young voters in particular are to this campaign. You've talked a lot about those long lines on college campuses. Well, the campaign was prepared for that. And so today they dispatched Paul Rudd and other top entertainers to entertain those students in line, make sure they stayed in line.
Nancy Cordes, thank you. And it's not only the Democrats that are encouraging people to stay in line. Donald Trump just a short time ago also tweeting about the counties in Pennsylvania where voting has been extended and telling people to stay in line and vote. Let's bring in CBS Morning's co-host Tony DeCopel. He's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. And Tony, what are you hearing?
Hey, good evening, Nora. Well, the room has filled up considerably since we last checked in, and they are noticing what a lot of people are noticing at this hour. Big cheers when Florida was called by another network, and the Trump campaign is blowing up everyone's phone up here on the press riser with what they see as optimistic numbers with independents, with Latinos, and with black voters. And all of that adds up to the first bubbles of a certain champagne mood in the room here in West Palm Beach. It is still early. They are still prepared for anything, but they're definitely starting to smile, definitely starting to sway. They're feeling good here at Trump headquarters.
Tony DeCopel, thank you. And when we come back, polls close in 15 more states.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Sunday morning, 25 years of SpongeBob SquarePants plus Mancini's magic. And we hit the heights. Don't try this at home.
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. We are getting snapshots from a handful of important battleground states this election night. Polls in Wisconsin are about to close, where 10 electoral college votes are up for grabs. CBS's Janet Shanlian is in Milwaukee for us tonight. Janet, good evening. We understand there was a recount of several thousand ballots tonight.
Good evening to you, Lindsay. Yes, more than 31,000 absentee ballots here in Milwaukee after it was discovered a problem with the 18 tabulation machines in this room. Authorities say this was done purely for transparency, but it appeared that the doors were not fully closed on these machines. There was no compromise to the ballots, and they reset all of these machines to zero. But this is going to add several hours to the count here in Wisconsin, which was already going to go into the morning because they can't start counting ballots like that, the absentee ballots in this state, unlike some other states, until Election Day. So whereas we were expecting a 1 or 2 a.m. close, now several hours later than that, at least here in the Milwaukee area.
Janet, can you talk to us about the importance of this state in the race?
10 electoral votes at stake here. And this has been a swing state. It went for Biden in 2020, Trump in 2016. Both of the last 2 presidential races decided by fewer than 25,000 votes. This state, unlike most of the other swing states, is not that diverse. It is largely white and rural. We saw a big turnout at the polls here today, Lindsay.
What can you tell us about the Senate race there?
it's very close as well. We've got the incumbent Democrat trying to hold on to her seat, Tammy Baldwin, against a challenger who is increasing in the polls. It's been far apart for weeks now. It is very tight. This is a very important race to the Senate as Republicans try to regain control.
All right, CBS's Janet Shamlian in Milwaukee. We really appreciate that update. Thank you. Coming up at the top of the hour, polls close in Wisconsin and 14 other states. A total of 163 electoral votes at stake. Stay with us throughout the evening as the votes are tabulated, and stay tuned to CBS News for more analysis and exclusive polling. You're watching CBS News, America Decides.
Morning, 25 years of SpongeBob SquarePants plus Mancini's magic. And we hit the heights. Don't try this at home.
Let's do it! Let's go! Let's do this! I can see clearly now that the rain is gone. Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, Gail.
Yeah, boy!
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Ooh, it's hot. That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
This is CBS.
Welcome back to CBS News Election Night headquarters in New York. Control of the White House, Senate, and House is up for grabs. You're looking live at vote counting in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It's 9 p.m. in the east, 6 p.m. in the west. And polls just closed in 15 states with 163 electoral votes, including 6 key battlegrounds where the race for the White House will likely be decided. All eyes are on the 7 battleground states. You can see them here in purple. In Michigan, CBS News rates this as a toss-up. In Wisconsin, CBS News rates the presidential race there as a toss-up. And the same can be said in Arizona. CBS News rates this as a toss-up as well. In Pennsylvania, polls have been closed for an hour in the Keystone State. And you guessed it, CBS News rates this as a, everyone say it, toss-up. And in Georgia, the Peach State, CBS News rates the presidential race as, say it together, toss-up. Yes. And in North Carolina, CBS News rates this as a toss-up as well. So at this hour, the battleground states are all toss-ups. That means the vote is still coming in. It's just too close for us to be able to say what's happening in those states. But we've got lots of data to share with you from the exit polls. First, though, let's take a look at some of the other states that have just closed. CBS News projects Donald Trump will pick up North Dakota. The former president also projected to win in South Dakota. The Mount Rushmore state is reliably Republican in presidential elections. And in Wyoming, CBS News projects Donald Trump will win there as well. Let's take a look at the great state of Texas. CBS News projects Donald Trump will win in Texas. We'll have an update on this big Senate race there in just a minute, where Ted Cruz is facing a tough race there. And then Iowa is characterized at this hour as lean Trump. Remember, there had been that stunning poll out of Iowa recently that suggested Kamala Harris gaining ground among older women. And the big number to remember tonight is 270. That's the number of electoral votes someone needs to win. So far, the race to 270 shows Donald Trump with 154 electoral votes and Kamala Harris with 27. Those big numbers from Donald Trump, in part because of the calling of Florida and Texas. Of course, when states like New York or California or other big electoral prizes come through, if they go for Kamala Harris, that will add to her vote tally as well. Let's check in now with Major Garrett and Anthony Salvanto at the data desk. Gentlemen, we are dying to know what's happening in these states.
Nora, Anthony is still working at the data desk making calls. I'm going to take this one by myself. Let's talk about Georgia. Lots of vote in, 66% in. Now, the question everyone has at home, well, where is the outstanding vote still to come in? Geographically, I'm going to show it to you right here. Highly concentrated around urban Atlanta. I don't need to say urban and Atlanta. Obviously, it's a big city, and the suburbs around there. So let's go to what Kamala Harris needs, according to our understanding of the outstanding vote, and what is our CBS News estimate. So you can see very, very close. That means of that outstanding vote, this is how much Vice President Harris would need to make Georgia super competitive, and we are estimating she's going to hit that mark. So what I'm telling you is, based on our data, based on our estimates of that data, matching over with the exit polls, very long night in Georgia, could go down to the wire.
And let's take a look, too, at North Carolina,
Sure.
because that's that other battleground that's been closed for a while.
Yes, we've got 39% in. Where's the outstanding vote? Raleigh, Asheville, there's probably a good deal still coming in from Charlotte, because we don't have a lot of data yet from Mecklenburg County. We have a needs estimate for Kamala Harris and a CBS News estimate right at that margin of 53 to 52. So, again, that's what's outstanding vote she would need. That's our estimate of what she's able to get based on what is out there and our estimates of the vote and the exit polls. So, again, very close. That's why both North Carolina and Georgia moving toward photo finish for both.
What about Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania's a little bit farther behind, Nora. We have 16% of the vote in. We don't have a lot of the map colored yet because of that 16%. So we're still waiting for more data from the various counties to have a stronger coloration and presentation for you. And we can't, because of that, we can't give you an outstanding vote or a needs analysis quite yet, with only 16% in.
And that's why we see people saying, as some of the polling places in Pennsylvania have remained open, you see supporters saying, stay in line, carry out that vote. Thank you.
And the estimates and the way we put this together are really data dependent. So we need a substantial amount of numbers coming in to match with the exit poll data before we can even begin to do the estimates that I just showed you for North Carolina and Georgia. That's why we're not able to do that in Pennsylvania yet.
Pack your patience. All right. Thank you, Major Garrett. I want to turn to 60 Minutes correspondent Cecilia Vega. I know you have some new reporting.
Yeah, Nora, we are just hearing from the Republican Secretary of State in Pennsylvania, Al Schmidt, whom we interviewed for a story for 60 Minutes a couple of weeks ago. He just held a news conference in Philly. His role is exceptionally important there because he's overseeing the race in this complicated state. And what he says is, here's the headline: we will not have in-person turnout numbers tonight in total. So we will not be expecting to hear a final count from Pennsylvania. He says they're very, the numbers, they're seeing very high turnout numbers in the state for an election year. And here is his plea to voters right now, at the American public waiting for these results to come in. He's asking everyone to be patient. Counting millions of votes accurately takes time, and we want to take the time to get it right. They're looking right now, he says, at some 2 million mail-in ballots. That's a headline because they had in 2020 2.5 million mail-in ballots. Schmidt says that, though, should not be interpreted as a reflection in enthusiasm. We were expecting, after our conversation with him last month, to see perhaps a little bit of a quicker turn in counting in Pennsylvania because of how some things have changed there. We expect to see fewer mail-in ballots than we did in 2020, of course, because that was the height of COVID, and that's how people were voting. We've also seen some technology advancements in the state where machines are faster and they're opening up these envelopes there. But counting in Pennsylvania is complicated. They did not, by law, start counting ballots until 7 a.m. today. They're one of the few swing states, battleground states, where they have this no pre-canvassing law in place. So we always have a delay in Pennsylvania. In fact, Al Schmidt even told me he hates the word delay because it's not actually just a delay. It's just how they count Pennsylvania. Buckle up, it takes time. So he's saying that doesn't mean anything is wrong.
That's a really good point. I like the way you make that, yes.
But I also think it's interesting, Mr. Schmidt's very colorful language the other day when he was saying anybody who was thinking about interfering in this election, he was basically saying bring it on because we have jail cells waiting just for you. Yeah. He's very sure that they are very safe in anybody who is voting in Pennsylvania.
You don't want to go up against anybody in Philly talking like that either.
No, you don't.
Ed, I know you're digging into what's happening in Pennsylvania as well.
The Harris campaign remains incredibly confident, in part because what transpired just up the street a few days ago seems to be paying off for the Harris campaign, not the Trump campaign. The Madison Square Garden event, where that comedian said all those nasty things about Puerto Rican people and others across the country, it is registered. They noticed this morning that turnout in the 3 most Puerto Rican dominant wards around Philadelphia had exceeded the 2020 numbers already, or 79% of the total had already shown up by lunchtime today. That's a good sign. You saw her last week campaigning across Philadelphia as if she was running for mayor. They put her in front of a black audience. She went to a deli. She went to a Puerto Rican restaurant. All of it designed to drag people out of their homes and vote. This is why tonight Democrats are feeling, as Nancy said a while ago, fine, because ultimately they believe this is what's going to get them the votes they need. The other thing, and I think if you tuned in 4 years ago and now you're tuning in again and you think to yourself, I thought all these states fixed things to make things faster. Pennsylvania is the big exception. If we have 50 states with 50 different sets of rules, Pennsylvania said, hold my beer, because the 67 counties of Pennsylvania do things a little differently, and that is why we're waiting. They had the chance to fix that. Right, a divided legislature.
Shocking, a legislature couldn't get election law done, yes.
And Gail, I understand you have some reporting about Northampton County.
Yeah, you know, it was interesting because we were in Northampton County, and we're talking about being a swing county and a swing state. 12, it was for Obama.
16?
16.
No, 16, it was for Trump. 20, it was for Biden. And now here we are in 2024, and we saw some of the Puerto Rican voters who, one woman was on the fence, but after that comment from the comedian, she said, nope, I'm now leaving Trump. But I said, but Trump wasn't the one who said it. They said it didn't matter. He didn't stop it. He didn't stop it. And they took great offense at that, and they think he took too long to even apologize for it and even own up to it.
But we had Senator Marco Rubio on Face the Nation Sunday just flat out dismissing that he's handling outreach to the Hispanic population for the Trump campaign and saying, oh, no, this, you know, he's not going to be in the cabinet, dismissing it altogether. But what's interesting with...
That doesn't seem to be the case, though, when you talk to the people.
Well, the Harris campaign seems to think in the moment that it's breaking in their favor.
Exactly.
It's insulting. No one is saying it is not.
Exactly.
He even said that, and he was defending Donald Trump. But in terms of the targeting of groups, one thing we have seen the Harris campaign also try to do is target all the Eastern Europeans or those of that ancestry in the state of Pennsylvania. 800,000 Poles, the Ukrainians, the Eastern Europeans. You had President Zelensky come and tour one of the weapons facilities in Pennsylvania, something that earned him the ire of the Republican Speaker of the House. But you have these interesting dynamics. It's not always clear, though, if these ethnic groups vote in a monolithic way.
No.
At all, Ed. I have to tell you that.
As you know, we have our election expert, David Becker, here as well. And David, what are you hearing about Pennsylvania?
So under Pennsylvania law throughout the state, anyone who's in line at 8 p.m. when polls close gets to vote. And we're hearing that in Northampton County, where Lehigh University is, people are in line waiting to vote, and it might go for a while. And I've just confirmed with a Philadelphia city commissioner that there are people in line still in Philadelphia waiting to vote, even now an hour after polls closed. There have been a couple counties, Clearfield and Cambria, where the courts have ordered later poll closings, 9 p.m. and 10 p.m. respectively. And Cecilia and Ed are quite right. There's those mail-in ballots that 2 million of them that came in early. Pennsylvania is an outlier among the states, with Wisconsin as well. They just won't have as many of them, where they can't start processing them until this morning. So that's going to take some time. So they're going to do the best they can. They're going to be counting 24/7 throughout the night.
60 Minutes correspondent Bill Whitaker is here, too, leading our democracy desk. And what are you hearing, Bill?
Nora, the FBI is reporting tonight that videos have surfaced online impersonating the FBI insignia to promote fake narratives, including complaints about malfunctioning voting machines. Now, our similar videos out this weekend were attributed to Russian bad actors. Now, our elections are typically a showcase for our democracy, but our adversaries also see them as an opportunity to sow chaos and discontent. The U.S. intelligence community, the FBI and CISA all say that Russia is the most active threat. And the Department of Justice says that Russia is getting involved in our elections to bolster Donald Trump. They're pumping out fake videos, fake articles, fake social media posts, all of this to spread disinformation so that we will lose belief in our own election system and to stoke divisions among us.
Bill Whitaker, thank you. Margaret, on that, we're going to get some exit polls in just a second. Why does Russia want Donald Trump to win?
Well, U.S. intelligence would say they want Kamala Harris to lose and therefore Donald Trump to win. But this comes right to the policy around Ukraine, which the Biden administration has been very much supportive of. There are a number of reasons in terms of just liking chaos, but trying to just instill some kind of division within the United States and exploit it. And that is what Russia's modus operandi has been, trying to be agents of chaos. And the threat doesn't stop with Election Day. It continues well after. U.S. intelligence has declassified a lot, including information that back in January, Russian intelligence tried to hire Americans to carry out violence in the United States of America. So it is making us doubt ourselves, our systems, each other, and possibly stoke violence.
At this hour, every single battleground state has closed except Nevada. And so but they are all too close to call at this hour or a toss-up. But we do have exit poll information in some of these key battlegrounds. And John Dickerson is here with that. John.
We spent some time talking about younger voters, but actually at the other end of the age scale, older voters are A, interesting, and B, a whole lot more of the electorate. Let's start in Michigan and take a look at how voters who are older than age 65 are voting. There you see Harris has 55% of the vote and Trump has 43. That becomes increasingly historically interesting because in 2020, the share was roughly the same, and Joe Biden only won that group of seniors by 2 points.
Oh.
So Kamala Harris is up by 12 among seniors in Michigan. Joe Biden was only up by 2. Now let's hop on over to Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you see Harris up with voters over age 65, 58 to 42. In 2020, Joe Biden won that group, but only with 6% of the vote. So Harris is at 16, Biden was at 6. So that's another state, essentially Wisconsin, looking like Michigan when it comes to senior voters who are a larger share of the electorate than those younger voters. Now I've got us over in Pennsylvania. You see there Trump is up 50 to 48. But in 2020, Trump won that group of older voters by 7 points. So for him to only be up by 2 means he's not performing as well with older voters in Pennsylvania. So the message here, of course, and you remember there was that late-breaking poll
in Iowa.
Ann Seltzer in Iowa, which included in it that Kamala Harris was ahead in Iowa, which is a red state that Donald Trump should be ahead in, and she said a large portion of that was older voters. I can't break it down by gender for you, though. That is cutting the bologna too thin. So I can't. I'm anticipating your next question.
And I think, the way to describe this, and I think for many of us who have covered a number of these presidential elections and talked to the strategists on both sides of it, the way that Iowa poll that was described to me is that what indicated was that plus 65 voters were breaking towards Kamala Harris. And that was a trend, and that you may see that in other states. And you're suggesting now that exit poll data shows that in Michigan, in Wisconsin, that she is overperforming Joe Biden among the plus 65 group, which is a reliable vote.
Yes, a larger share of the electorate. So she's doing better with this larger share of the electorate. And what'll be interesting is, as our reporting continues, and maybe it'll take a few days, is to figure out why that is. Are those older voters disappointed with the way Donald Trump has behaved? That's a question yet to be answered.
Ed,
that is part of it. Yeah. And this, again, is why they've been so confident that ultimately they'd prevail in those big 3 states in the Midwest, is they knew, with elderly voters especially, they were going to do all right.
All right, Ed O'Keefe and everyone, thank you. When we return, we're going to check in with our correspondents in those battleground states, and especially Arizona, which perhaps some history has been made in the U.S. Senate there. CBS News America Decides, election 2024. We'll be right back.
Get all the CBS News election information at your fingertips, including full access to interactive election maps, push alerts on major races, plus breaking news and 24/7 streaming coverage. Get the free CBS News app now.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Nations are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Can see clearly now.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly, more CBS Mornings.
Plus,
sunshiny day.
Yeah. Welcome back to CBS News Election Headquarters. You're looking live at vote counting in Maricopa County, Arizona, where Phoenix is located. And our Chris Van Cleve is there. And Chris, how's the vote counting going?
Well, Nora, I was just inside that room here in Maricopa County. You know, it's the nation's fourth largest county. It is a critical swing county. About 60% of Arizona voters live in Maricopa County. They have a lot of ballots to go through. This is the processing room you're looking at, and they're working on the early votes, those mail-in ballots that have come in. We're about 8 o'clock tonight, here local time, 10 o'clock your time. We'll get the first batch of those that have been tabulated, about 1.2 million, but they have hundreds of thousands more. They're still going through. And now part of this process, you see people sitting at those tables. It's a Republican and a Democrat, or a Democrat and an independent. It's two people from different parties. And independents here make up about a third of registered voters in Maricopa County. And they're going through batches of 200 at a time, taking them out of the envelope, making sure the barcode of the ballot matches the envelope, making sure there's no damage to the ballot. Then it can move on to the tabulation process. So this is a tedious, slow process. It's part of why it takes Arizona consistently so long to count all of the votes. We expect it will be 10 to 13 days before every vote in the state of Arizona has been counted, because so much of this state votes early by mail. We can also tell you the polls closed at the top of the hour here, except for 9 polling places in Apache County. That's a small county in northern Arizona, because there were some issues there. But we're waiting for this first update here in about a half hour, Nora.
Chris Van Cleve, thank you very much. Let's go now to congressional correspondent Scott McFarland with the other big story tonight, control of Congress. Good evening, Scott.
Hey, good evening, Nora. We're going to see some history in the U.S. Senate tonight. We are likely to double the number of elected African-American women to the U.S. Senate in American history Tonight, CBS News projects in Delaware. Lisa Blunt Rochester, a three-term House member from Delaware, is on a trajectory to win the U.S. Senate seat over the Republican Eric Hansen. Lisa Blunt Rochester would be the third elected African-American woman in U.S. history for the U.S. Senate. And we go over to Maryland, could get a fourth. Too early to project a winner here, but the Prince George's County, Maryland executive, Angela Also Brooks, off to a good start against the two-term Republican governor, Larry Hogan, in that race. So it would be a total of 4 all-time elected African-American women to the U.S. Senate. Carol Mosley Braun of Illinois, if Angela Also Brooks holds on, if Lisa Blunt Rochester holds on, and number 4, familiar name tonight, Vice President Harris from California, Nora.
All right, Scott McFarland, thank you very much. And we have a CBS News projection at this hour. Florida has rejected adding a state constitutional amendment guaranteeing access to an abortion. That needed 60% of the vote to pass. And Margaret, this is a victory for Governor Ron DeSantis in that state. And now doesn't it mean that most of the South has very restrictive abortion policies?
Very restrictive. And for this state, it is also important because Donald Trump endorsed the no. So he has staked out a position. When he said he sent it back to the states, this was the result in the state of Florida. They fell short of the supermajority, that 60% benchmark. First state to hold a referendum like this where reproductive rights were restricted, not expanded.
And failed. All right, Margaret Brennan, thank you. And when we come back, new results. CBS News America Decides. Election 2024 returns in just a moment.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why? You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Can see clearly now.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly, more CBS Mornings.
Plus,
Sunshiny day.
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. Let's go to Michigan, considered crucial to decide the outcome of the presidency, where 15 electoral college votes are in play. CBS's Jerika Duncan is in Detroit. Jerika, good evening. What are you looking out for tonight?
Good evening. We're here at the headquarters for the Democratic Party. We are looking at some counties specifically to keep our eye on, but I want to share with you some information we just got from exit polls that show Harris is leading when it comes to voters 65 and older. But when you look at the statistics, or the numbers, I should say, that come in for those 30 and under, Trump is actually leading in that demo. So something worth noting there. Of course, the votes are not all in, and we're still getting reporting from other counties, 3 that just closed up actually at 9 o'clock this evening. But I want to talk about the counties to look for. Wayne County, one of the largest counties, and It includes Detroit and Dearborn. This is significant because Detroit, of course, has that large African-American population. And when you look at how that group turned out in 2008 for Obama, they set a record then at 5 million votes here in the Michigan. Then 5.5 million people voted in 2020. And at that time, we saw about 53% of registered voters that came out in the city of Detroit. Wayne County's executive telling us within the last hour or so that he believes that number is actually going to be slightly lower when you look at the number of registered voters that came out in Detroit, from 51% in 2020 to about 50% in this election. But again, all of those numbers are not in just yet. Oakland County is another one to look at. This is a more affluent community. In 2020, 75% of registered voters came out and voted. And then Kent County, which is where I spent a couple of days about a month ago during that vice presidential debate and spoke to voters there. Kent County is interesting because this is the space that usually went to Republicans, but it became sort of a swing county. In the last 4 elections, it has picked the correct winner 3 times. So that is the county that we're looking at. And of course, the UAW vote is another one because this is a big market, as you know, for labor, for union workers. The UAW president, Shawn Fain, who I spoke to today, said that they made 300,000 trips knocking on doors here in the state of Michigan. Lindsay?
Jerika Duncan in Detroit, thank you so much. Polls close in 3 more states at the top of the hour: Nevada, Montana, and Utah. You're watching CBS News, America Decides.
Superstar approaching.
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
That's right.
Let's do it.
Let's go. Let's do this.
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
Superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, gal.
Yeah, boy.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Hot.
That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
Welcome back to CBS News election coverage. America Decides Campaign 2024. We are sharing some of the striking I voted stickers that have caught our eye. Take a look at Michigan. It shows a werewolf pulling apart its shirt while howling at the sky. The image was actually created by a 12-year-old from Grosse Pointe, Michigan. It was one of the winners in the state's first ever sticker design competition. Everybody loves their I voted sticker.
Everybody does.
Yes, you saw them all, of course, on social media today. Welcome back to CBS News election headquarters. It's 9:30 p.m. in the east, 6:30 in the west. And in the race to 270, Donald Trump has 162. Kamala Harris, 62. We're going to check in with the battleground states. Here's a look at the blue wall states. CBS News projects them all as toss-ups at this hour. And then let's go to the Sun Belt. Also toss-ups at this hour. Nevada, there's no tally there because Nevada does not close until 10 p.m. Eastern, so we'll check in there as well. CBS News projects Donald Trump will win Louisiana. Voters in the Bayou State have chosen a Republican for president since 2000. CBS News projects Rhode Island for Harris, and CBS News projects New York for Harris, which will add significantly to her electoral vote tally. I want to go to Major Garrett now, who has new information from the CBS News data desk. Hi there, Major, and I'm glad you have up the state of Virginia because something interesting is happening there.
Something interesting is happening in Virginia. We rate it currently as lean Harris. You can see 59% of the vote in. But what is interesting and cannot be described in any way, shape, or form as encouraging to the Harris campaign is how much farther behind she is running than, let me show you right now, Joe Biden did in Virginia in 2020. You see that. 54%. She's at 48.5%. I will show you where the outstanding vote is left to be gotten in Virginia. That's why we rate this as lean Democrat. But that's not as encouraging as you might think, and here's why. I'm going to show you 3 counties in northern Virginia. Loudoun County, highest median income in all of the United States. That's where Kamala Harris is right now, 56.7. Look at Joe Biden, running almost 4 points behind Joe Biden in Loudoun County. Same thing in Fairfax County. Let me go to Fairfax County. Oops, not Fairfax City, there, Fairfax County. Again, running behind Fairfax County and Prince William County. All of those Washington, D.C. suburbs, Kamala Harris is not performing as well. One of the emphasis of the Harris campaign to all of us leading into this election was how well they were going to do in suburban areas around large major metro areas. At least in Northern Virginia, that is not manifesting itself. As I said before, and this is key, we still rate this as lean Harris. I will show you what I showed you what the outstanding vote is, show you what she needs and what we project. A narrow victory in Virginia, not nearly as large as Joe Biden achieved in 2020. That's a story of itself.
So, and just a reminder that Donald Trump was in Virginia last week, and I am hearing from one source close to the Trump campaign that Trump is actually performing better, 2 to 4 points in these rural counties in Virginia and North Carolina. And essentially, he's turning out his vote there, which blunts any advantage that Democrats have in the cities.
And when you're not running up the totals or matching what Joe Biden did in the suburbs, that becomes more of a problem. It will not, according to our estimate, be a decisive problem in Virginia, but it could be part of the story as it plays out in North Carolina, and we'll have to see in Georgia as well.
All right, Major Garrett, thank you. Robert Costa.
I have some new reporting to build upon the data just outlined there by Major Garrett. In Virginia, there has been a real emphasis by former President Donald Trump to build a coalition there. Chris LaCivita, who's one of the people running the Trump campaign, a retired Marine veteran, actually lives in Richmond, Virginia. And they have put an emphasis on trying to recreate Governor Glenn Youngkin's 2021 effort, where he was able to really make inroads into the suburbs of Washington, D.C., in Northern Virginia and convince them on the business front that Trump, the Republicans, are standing with those kind of voters. So they're feeling good about Virginia. Down in Mar-a-Lago right now, my top sources say they're feeling very good about North Carolina and Georgia. That makes the emphasis on Pennsylvania so much more key for Democrats. Everyone's watching Governor Josh Shapiro there. He was a runner-up for the vice presidential slot. He has the machine for the Democrats in Pennsylvania. I just spoke with Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia, the independent. I said, what's the mood among Democrats? I know you're not part of the Democratic Party anymore. He said, quote, "We will survive whoever wins."
That's very Joe Manchin.
Yeah. that is peak Joe Manchin.
Yes. That is very
It's
Joe.
like, say again, Bob? Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
Well, he has lots of friends that he invites to his houseboat in Washington, D.C. Excellent reporting. Thank you so much, Robert Costa. I want to bring in our congressional correspondent, Nicole Killian. She is in Atlanta, Georgia. And, Nicole, all eyes on Georgia at this hour. 1, because of that record turnout. 2, because Donald Trump narrowly lost that state 4 years ago, and because it is just too close to call at this hour. What are you hearing?
Yeah, that's right. Well, echoing kind of what Bob is saying there, Trump campaign operatives here in the state are feeling pretty good about their positioning here, as well as the head of the Republican Party, Josh McCoon, who we spoke to ahead of some of these returns. And here is why, particularly in some of these outlying counties, kind of outside of the greater metro area here in Atlanta, places like Forsyth County, Cherokee County, that are typically part of that northern red wall as you get closer to the Tennessee border. They are overperforming, particularly in Forsyth, and that is notable because that is actually where former Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan is from. And as we know, the former Lieutenant Governor actually endorsed Vice President Harris. So in that particular county, the Trump team is seeing much stronger numbers there than they did back in 2020 and 2016. But overall, kind of to some of the broader points you've been making, their focus has really been on these rural counties, really trying to drive the turnout there, targeting some of these low propensity voters in particular. And so they do believe that that strategy is working. Also, Trump campaign operative told me they're feeling pretty good about their performance with African-American voters, particularly African-American men. They believe that they have been able to pick up support and see some gains in that demographic, although they don't have firm numbers there just yet. Now, in terms of talking to those with the Harris campaign and Democrats here in this state, they are continuing to keep their fingers crossed because they acknowledge and note that there are still a lot of outstanding votes out there, particularly in Democratic strongholds right here around Metro Atlanta, places like Fulton, DeKalb, and others where they feel they will pick up some more numbers and pick up some more steam. So they are continuing to watch and wait these returns as they come in.
Nicole Killian with that great reporting from Georgia. Thank you. I want to bring in CBS News contributor Ed Gordon. He's at the Harris campaign headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C. And Ed, I know it's still loud there as many people are celebrating and waiting to potentially hear from the vice president. But what are you hearing?
Hi, Nora. It is a celebratory mood here in Washington, D.C. on Howard's campus. Every time the announcement comes of a state won by Kamala Harris, there are huge uproars and applause. And, of course, when Donald Trump, in fact, wins a state or projected to win a state, there are boos. But we should note what we've been hearing throughout, and as we've been saying all along, it is really down to those crucial states. At the early part of the evening, it seemed, and I talked to the National Urban League, the National Action Network, and the NAACP. They were all excited about the turnout as we've gotten deeper into the night. Some of those states didn't hit the projections they wanted to see, only by a couple of percentage points. And so the black vote, while it turned out, particularly in Detroit, in Atlanta, and in Philadelphia, there is still concern that it may have been a little softer than they wanted to see, but it is, as you all have been saying all evening long, still very early, and we'll have to see. Some of those polls stayed open much longer than they were supposed to, based on a bomb threat in the Atlanta area, and one poll opening late in Georgia as well. So they've kept that open. So we will just have to wait and see how the black vote starts to roll itself out and the impact it will have.
Ed Gordon, thank you so much. I want to just take everybody through the latest numbers when it comes to those 7 battlegrounds that we have been watching so closely tonight. And if we could just start with, Georgia and North Carolina and tick through what that latest vote count is, because as David Becker has told us, let's start first with the blue wall, if you will, there. These are the states that the Democratic Party believes if they win all 3 of them, and the numbers show Kamala Harris would become the next president of the United States. At this hour, CBS News rates all 3 of those as toss-up. So that's where that stands at this hour as that vote comes in. And as we know, Pennsylvania takes much longer to count. 4 years ago, we were all here until Saturday. They were saying it would be quicker this year, but we don't know yet because we know that polls are still open in Pennsylvania because there were long lines today. Now let's take a look at those Sun Belt states. And there you see Georgia, a toss-up, still that vote coming in, although officials had told us that we would have a lot posting, and I'm going to get to David Becker in a minute on that. And then in North Carolina, where I am hearing from a source close to the Trump campaign that he is doing well in the rural areas in North Carolina and Virginia. And so that is making them feel optimistic. And a reminder, North Carolina is the only of the 7 battlegrounds that Trump won 4 years ago. David Becker, tell us where we stand now in terms of these battleground states and the vote count.
So first of all, we should just mention it's only 2 hours and 40 minutes since the polls closed in Georgia. So there's a lot of votes to count. And I think we may want to call it up again to show how many votes have been counted so far. But I did the quick math. I think it was about 4 million of a little more than 5 million out there. So they're doing a pretty good job. Remember, those polling places were ordered to stay open late in places like Fulton County and DeKalb County because of bomb threats and other issues. So, yes, it looks like about 4 million have been counted and reported out so far. So I think they're actually doing a pretty good job, and I expect that we're going to see that lion's share from the Atlanta metro area come in shortly. As you noted, in Pennsylvania, it's a little different because we've got those mail ballots, those 2 million mail ballots that they're working diligently to process. I don't think it's going to take till Saturday, but I think it will take a couple of days to get to the point where we know exactly who won Pennsylvania, depending upon the margin.
Good information. And of course, Nevada closes at the top of the hour. And so we will have any results and reporting from there as soon as that comes in. Of course, one of the things we have been talking about tonight is control of Congress and the United States Senate. And I was just curious myself about what's happening in Ohio to Sherrod Brown, the powerful chairman of the Senate Banking Committee. And Scott, what's happening in that state?
It's worth underscoring how pivotal control of the U.S. Senate is for the next president. If they want to get cabinet members confirmed, Supreme Court nominees confirmed, who controls the U.S. Senate is everything. And Democrats have run out of margin of error. They've lost West Virginia, according to our projections. Ohio, the next state up. And you can see right now the three-term incumbent Sherrod Brown is trailing early against the Trump-endorsed Republican challenger Bernie Moreno, a businessman from Ohio. This really could be make or break for Democrats, even though they have so many other states to defend. Pennsylvania, Montana, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. Ohio is the next one up, the one we are watching meticulously, Nora, as the results continue to pour in.
Really important information. Scott McFarlane, thank you. Ed O'Keefe is also with us and covered Congress for many years.
Yeah, well, we'll continue to see there what exactly or how things pan out in the Senate. And that Texas race that I think a lot of people are interested in, looks like Cruz may be maintaining a lead there. So that would be another lost opportunity for Democrats. I just wanted to turn back to Georgia and North Carolina if we could. Former President Trump currently has a lead. The Harris campaign still holding out hope, however, because they look again. We've heard evidence of long lines of college kids in Pennsylvania and other places. There are long lines, apparently, of several hours still. UNC Charlotte, UNC Wilmington, where they're telling students to stay in line. Long lines at the University of Michigan, so around Ann Arbor tonight. Part of why they think they're doing okay. They report that they see that they're expected to do slightly better than expected with suburban early voters in Georgia. All of those reasons why, to Democrats, it's still a very early night despite those numbers.
All right, Ed O'Keefe, thank you. And ahead, we'll talk with Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. CBS News America Decides Election 2024 returns in just a moment.
Get all the CBS News election information at your fingertips, including full access to interactive election maps, push alerts on major races, plus breaking news and 24/7 streaming coverage. Get the free CBS News app now.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours Podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Nations are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, Gail.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
I want to make sure that my voice is heard, but also lift up other voices.
Hey, give me some love, baby. We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Set more canvassers.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of Election Night 2024. You're looking live at vote counting in Fulton County, Georgia. Joining us now is Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger. He was first elected in 2018 and then overwhelmingly reelected in 2022. You may recall former President Trump's infamous 2021 call to Raffensperger, in which he asked the Secretary of State to find him 11,780 votes to try and overturn the 2020 election results. And Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for joining us. Will Georgia break a record? Good evening to you. Will Georgia break a record tonight?
Well, we already did. First of all, we had 5.2 million people vote in Georgia, which is a new record. We also had 4 million people show up to vote during the early voting process, which is another record. What I've shown, I've led Georgia so that we would have safe, secure, fast elections here in Georgia, and not just in Georgia, but the entire country.
Well, congratulations on that and that huge turnout in the state of Georgia. I know all the officials there are working quite hard. When do you expect the votes to be counted?
Well, right now, we've already listed probably close to 80%. We have 4 million of the 5.2 million are already listed up there, and you can take a look at where we are, county by county. So we have the other 1.2 million to come in over the coming couple hours. So we're in pretty good shape. The counties continue to upload as they finish each of their precincts, and each county, finishes what it's doing. So we're in good shape. I think what we've seen today with this huge turnout is that voters trust the process here in Georgia. I'm the first Secretary of State to ever do an audit of the voter rolls to make sure only American citizens are voting in our elections. I've done 2. First one 24 months ago and just finished up in July. People trust the results. No matter how you vote in Georgia, we have photo ID. That also shored up voters' concern about the absentee ballot process.
Mr. Secretary, Margaret Brennan is here as well. Margaret?
Mr. Secretary, good to talk to you again. I saw the other day you tweeted that Russia messed with the wrong Georgians when it came to your elections. You were referring then to some fake videos. Today, you had threats of bombings. CISA has come out and said these were non-credible threats. You've pointed back to Russia. What evidence do you have, and what do you assume the intent was?
Well, first of all, federal authorities put out this afternoon that it was emanating from Russia. So that really was why we said that. They can look over the horizon. They see things that really can help us locate these threats. We just continue voting. Just a few precincts had to be open an extra 20 minutes, 30 minutes, things like that. But at the end of the day, counties that were hit with that still report their results on time. For example, Fulton County, our largest county, got their early votes total within that 1-hour time window. So we're battle tested. Didn't phase us. We put our heads down and continue working.
And what do you assume will happen in the coming days? Do you expect more of these videos or these threats? Do you have a anticipation of the threat picture in Georgia?
Well, in Georgia, we're basically done voting. We're waiting for our overseas military ballots, about 10,000 ballots that have to be postmarked by today at 7 p.m. and have to be received by Friday per federal law. And so that's about all that's left to count, but we'll have everything else buttoned up tonight.
Well, Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for joining us. And thanks for all you do for democracy.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to 60 Minutes correspondent Bill Whitaker. He's part of our Democracy Watch team tonight. And Bill, I know you have some new reporting about what's happening in Philadelphia.
Well, we've got reporting that former President Donald Trump is claiming that there is massive cheating happening in Philadelphia. He made this claim on his Truth Social site this evening. Seth Bluestein, a Republican city commissioner, says there is absolutely no truth to this allegation. And Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner chimed in, also saying there is no factual basis for any of these claims. And if you will remember, Donald Trump made similar claims about Philadelphia in 2020.
Bill Whitaker, thank you. And David, what do we see about that in terms of the former president claiming that there's cheating going on?
Yeah, we saw this in 2020. He said the same thing about the same three cities. And ironically, he actually outperformed his 2016 performance in 2020 in all of those three cities, if memory serves. So what we're seeing is no reports of any kind of significant problems in those cities. We're seeing a lot of enthusiasm. Certainly, we know that there are people who are in line waiting to vote in Philadelphia, but that's the process. That's the way it works everywhere. And he's actually encouraging voters who are in line in Pennsylvania to continue to stay in line and vote, as everyone should be.
Cecilia Vega, you did a great report for 60 Minutes on Pennsylvania. What have you learned tonight?
Well, this isn't, Nora, thank you. This isn't a mistake. This is a strategy from the former president. He is laying the groundwork to challenge the results, and he did it in 2020, and he started this with Pennsylvania months ago and basically has been doing it all day. Look no further than his ally, his close advisor, Steve Bannon, who said Trump should preemptively claim victory. And we just heard from special counsel filings a few days ago that in 2020, Bannon said just because Trump claims victory, it doesn't mean he's the winner, but he's still going to say it anyway. This is all a strategy to sow doubt. And the folks in Pennsylvania, the governor there said they are very legitimately worried about the damage that this could do, the potential for violence in the streets that we could see as a result of this, because people get whipped into a frenzy, because the former president has told them their vote has not been taken seriously. There are real consequences to lies like this when they're spread.
And his words have power and they believe them. Believe him. We saw that when we were there.
Exactly. And we see in the exit polls, too, that people are concerned about violence in the days ahead. We have much more to talk about when we come back. More poll closings, including the key battleground state of Nevada. CBS News America Decides Election 2024 returns in just a moment.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened? Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 Hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, Gail.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
I want to make sure that my voice is heard, but also lift up other voices.
Hey, give me some love, baby. We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. Let's go to the battleground state of Nevada. CBS's Lilia Luciano is in Las Vegas. Lilia, tell us where you are and what voters are telling you.
Hey there, Lindsay. I have been hearing from voters throughout the day today, people who went to the polls undecided, people who went to the polls and did not want to pick a presidential candidate but were voting on locals election, and people who went to the polls with a great deal of passion. Right now, we are at a viewing party for the Republican Party. They're counting and they're seeing as the results from other states are trickling in. And we're just a few minutes away from when the polls are supposed to close. I was just talking to the chairman of the GOP here in the state of Nevada. He was telling me in places like Nye County, though, there are still people standing in line for about 3 hours. What that means is that even though the state has changed the rules to make sure that they're counting the votes that are coming in from either in-person early or mail-in ballots up until today early, they started those in-person early this morning when the polls opened, they're not going to be able to release those results until the last person who was standing in line by 7 p.m., which is about 3 minutes away, has voted. So there's that delay. Besides that delay, of course, there's the tabulation, the taking of all of the in-person votes, but we expect at least a dump of data to come in to know how many voters have voted in person, and as well as the ones as the early votes. Here's what we're paying attention to. This is a state that has a very large nonpartisan, independent, or other voters. So even though the GOP chairman I was just talking to and the voters here that are here for supporting former President Trump are celebrating that there have been more Republican-affiliated voters in those early votes and also in the in-person votes that we saw from earlier today. The undecided, or rather the nonpartisan group, is so large that it's really hard to arrive at any conclusion from that. We expect to start seeing those numbers, but the results might not come for hours, is what we're hearing.
Okay, CBS's Lilia Luciano in Las Vegas. Thank you so much for your reporting. As she mentioned, polls are about to close in Nevada as well as other states, Montana and Utah. Stay with CBS News to watch the returns throughout the evening and throughout tomorrow. You're watching CBS News, America Decides.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching. I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
That's right.
Let's do it. Let's go. Let's do this. I can see clearly now that the rain is gone. Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, gal. Yeah, boy.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Ooh, it's hot. That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
CBS News, America Decides, Election 2024. Here again, Norah O'Donnell.
Welcome back to CBS News Election Night headquarters in New York. It is 10 p.m. in the east, 7 p.m. in the west, and polls just closed in 3 more states, including a key battleground. Here's where we stand at the hour in the race to 270. Donald Trump has racked up early wins in Florida, Texas, and other red states. And so you can see he has 172 electoral votes, Kamala Harris 81. We're still watching these 7 battleground states. You can see them all here in purple. The polls just closed in Nevada, and CBS News rates it as a toss-up, along with every single other one of the battleground states that we've been watching closely. And so there's lots to still learn about how America decides and who they've chosen as the 47th president of the United States. But now, at this hour, all of the battleground states have closed. And we're going to be checking in on those to see what more we can learn, new exit poll information, new data from inside those states. Quickly, let's take a look at these new projections in Utah. CBS News projects Donald Trump will win. And CBS News projects the former president will also win in Montana. Montana has voted for a Republican in the last 12 of 13 presidential elections. Key Senate race there that we also are going to be watching closely tonight. And in Delaware, President Joe Biden's home state, CBS News projects Kamala Harris will win in that state. And let's take a look at Illinois. CBS News projects Harris will win there as well. Chicago was home to the Democratic National Convention this summer, where the vice president accepted her party's nomination. Now, to go inside the numbers, let's check in with Major Garrett and Anthony Salvanto with new information from the CBS News data desk, and excited to look at Georgia because almost 80% of the vote in. It looks like Trump has a lead, but where are we waiting for votes from?
Well, that's exactly the right question, Nora. Let me take you inside the way we're looking at it here in the desk. You're right that 80% is in, 79%. If I show you where the outstanding vote is, these circles, the larger they are, the more vote there is. And what you see is that they're from key Democratic counties, Fulton, DeKalb, even some from Cobb. Now, what do I do with that? Let me just back it out here for a second and show you. What I'm doing is I'm going to take that and I'm going to put it into our CBS News model, and I'm going to show you how we look at this at the data desk. This is right now the range of Donald Trump's potential percentage at the end, right? So you see a large range around that in that red bar. This is the range of Kamala Harris when I incorporate all that information into the model. And what you see here is that these have overlap. That is visually why a decision desk can't make a projection. As long as these ranges overlap, if they don't go apart, then there's a possibility that this race could flip. And that's why and how we incorporate that outstanding vote. Major?
And why don't you show, Anthony, the needs and our current estimate as the race stands right now based on the information we've received to date?
Well, she needs 59% of the outstanding vote, right? Right now, we think she could get 59% of the outstanding vote. So that's sort of another data point to say the race could get even tighter than it already is, and why you can't make a projection just yet, why I still rate it as a toss-up, Nora.
Because you're saying in the big city like Atlanta, there's more votes to come in.
Yep, that's
okay.
it.
Can we do the same in North Carolina?
Yeah, sure.
We most certainly can.
All right, so here's North Carolina. Now, let's do the outstanding vote here because it's somewhat of a similar story, right? In and around Raleigh, you see the large blue circles, Wake County, okay? So you even see some here in Durham. So those are Democratic areas, and those, if they come in, and they come in for Harris. But I will add this, it's not just the percents, though. She's got to get the turnout there in order to catch Trump, because what you also see is around Charlotte here, see these large red circles? That's a lot of Republican vote that could still come in. 50,000 votes there. Major, go ahead.
Look at Mecklenburg County. That's what's remaining there. That's one of the things that the Harris campaign has to look at and say, boy, they really need to run up the margins in Mecklenburg County because you almost have 500,000 votes outstanding. Wake County, 156,000. We can actually put numbers on this. Guilford, 133,000. So there's areas really need to come in strong for Harris. One of the problems, go back to the regular map, Anthony, that Harris has run into. Look at these counties right here. And then, Anthony, go through the history on those counties.
Yeah, sure. Now, in these places, you do typically see a Democrat might do okay.
But on almost every single one of those, Harris is running slightly behind Joe Biden. This is an accumulating problem for the Harris campaign outside of Raleigh and Charlotte. These other areas, historically strong for Democrats, stronger for Biden than they have been so far tonight for Harris.
Right, and Biden lost North Carolina. And
correct, by 74,000 votes, yes.
Underperforming. John Dickerson has some exit polls, but before we do those, can we just take a quick look at Michigan? Because that blue wall, Michigan and Wisconsin, that the Democrats are banking on in order for her to become the next president of the United States.
So 17% in. We're still waiting for a lot more data out of Michigan for sure. But, Anthony?
Well, what's going to happen here is we're going to tell a similar story and see if she gets turnout, especially in Detroit, this Wayne County. You're going to hear a lot about that as the hours go on tonight. Oakland County as well. So we don't have data in from there yet. I do want to show you this, though, just to give you the historical context here. I'm going to go back to Michigan for a second. So if I show you the 2020 presidential race in Michigan, and then I do that, tilting the state on its side, this will illustrate what I mean. See these larger, higher bars here? That's where there are more votes, right? There's more people in Detroit, for example, and Democrats have to get large margins there. So in the case of Detroit, we're going to be watching, can Kamala Harris not just win by a given percentage, but can she replicate something like the 330,000 vote margin that he built up there? And that comes back to the turnout story.
Same thing in Oakland County, just to the north.
Same thing in Oakland, right? We're going to be looking at that, and that's where Biden got 56%, but also got 100,000 votes more added to his total. The Democrats have to do that in order to carry the state, if they do, because the rural Republican counties add up, in this case for Donald Trump, Nora.
Okay, great. Gentlemen, thank you very much. The exit polls have some really interesting information. And I, of course, got a sneak peek of them because I get to sit next to John Dickerson.
One of the many advantages of that.
That's right. So tell us what you're seeing.
Well, we're going to zip all the way to the other part of the country. We're going to look at Arizona and Nevada. But it's essentially the same story that Major and Anthony were telling, which is when we look at this election, the Democrats have to turn out their voters, and Donald Trump has to turn out his voters. Well, Latinos are key to the Democratic coalition. Let's look first in Arizona, how Kamala Harris is doing with Latino voters. Well, she's up by 14 points, so you might think, well, she's doing pretty well. But if you compare that to what Joe Biden did in 2020 in the state of Arizona, he won them by 24 points. Yeah. So Kamala Harris is underperforming what Biden did in 2020. Also, just a sideline, an interesting story of the night, if these exit polls are solid, there seems to be a much larger Latino vote in Arizona. The share is much larger than it was in 2020. That's something in the future to look at. But now let's look.
That's just the future of Arizona in general.
But it's a 7-point difference.
Yeah,
that seems a lot.
Historically have exceptionally low turnout. Yeah.
But the difference between 16 and 20 was only 4 points. So it seems, I mean, I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying it's interesting to look at. Nevada, the share is the same between 20 and 24, 17%. And we see here that Kamala Harris has a 50 to 45 point lead. That's in Nevada, where the polls just closed. That's 5 points. Biden was up by 26. In Nevada.
Remember, we're seeing in the national numbers that Trump is winning Latino men. That's part of what's changing this, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, and not doing as well, and she's not doing as well with Latinas.
And I had spoken to one Democratic pollster before this evening, and he said very clearly, if Trump on the national numbers gets 40% of the Latino vote, Harris is screwed.
Yeah.
That is a very concerning number for them. And the reason this is such a big deal is because Latinos really, we've said this for so many years, but this year it is true. Latinos could very much end up being the decisive demographic in this election. They're the largest minority group in the country. They're an estimated 36 million Latinos eligible to vote in this election. And when you were talking about election that is in the margins, by 1 point or another, like the one that we are following tonight in a state like Arizona, in a state like Philadelphia, it is this specific demographic that could make or break it for either side.
Mm-hmm. Just to give you the national Latino vote, Harris is up by 5 points. Biden won it by 21 points. That's the national number.
So concerning to the Harris campaign.
The point that you hear from whether it's Marco Rubio or others, is to say, put the identity aside and look at the issue of the economy and border, and particularly the economy. I had Senator Cortez Masto of Nevada on the program on Sunday, and she was saying, look, Nevada is always going to be tight. You know, pointed to her own race, but she only won by about 8,000 votes in 2022. But when I pointed out to her, those demographics Trump seems to be edging in on, those without college degrees, those who are first frustrated about the economy, that fits her state as a profile. Nevada has the second highest unemployment rate in the country.
Right.
And so this is a place, as we get later on into the evening, we're going to be parsing these things very, very closely.
One interesting just to remember is Nevada is the smallest electoral prize of the night, just six electoral votes. It is also the most diverse battleground state and also has more registered nonpartisan voters than Democrats or Republicans, but a state worth watching and certainly getting that new data. Robert Costa, I think you had some new reporting you wanted to share as well.
Yes, just briefly, have been speaking to Representative Brian Fitzpatrick in suburban Philadelphia, represents Bucks County, a centrist Republican. He has long been a representative and political organizer in that area, a key area if Vice President Harris wants to win. He said Trump is now on track based on all of the returns he has seen to do better than expected in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. I was with Vice President Harris when she went to Bucks County. They've put a huge emphasis on that. When we look at Michigan and Wisconsin, labor is going to be key. Sean Fain, the head of the United Auto Workers, just told me moments ago that he believes labor is going to turn out in strong numbers, that they're going to hit their metrics they need in Michigan for Vice President Harris to do well. Notably, just got off the phone with Senator Ron Johnson in Wisconsin, a Republican. He's a little nervous about what the Democrats are doing in Milwaukee. He thinks they might have strong turnout there. He said it's very early in the night. He's also watching the suburbs of Milwaukee. But so far, Senator Johnson told me he believes ultimately the rural turnout in Wisconsin could put that state in the column for Trump. It's still early in the evening, but most notable in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, the centrist Republican there, Brian Fitzpatrick, no big fan of Trump, believes Trump is doing well.
But isn't Bucks County the one collar county that Republicans have done well in?
They have over the years, but so have Democratic presidents in recent cycles.
But just recently,
the Republican hasn't won it since 1992.
Right. In the national,
Yeah.
Let's check in now with Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes with Vice President Harris at Howard University in Washington, D.C. Nancy?
Nora, it's funny that Robert Costa just heard from Senator Ron Johnson saying he's a little nervous about Wisconsin. I just heard from a top Democratic operative who says he's worried about Wisconsin, too. And so I think the bottom line is that everyone is pretty nervous right about now. They're certainly nervous in this crowd here at Howard University. Unlike all the Kamala Harris rallies we've been to in the past few weeks, it's totally silent here. People are watching the screens. They're checking their phones. They're having hushed conversations. They're waiting for some good news, and they haven't seen any in a while. And the Harris campaign knows that. It knows that Democratic supporters across the country are getting worried. And so they are trying to reassure them that they are seeing some bright spots. And I'll just walk you through what they say those bright spots are. This is coming from Ian Sams, the senior campaign spokesperson. He says, first of all, that they are tracking slightly above expected support levels among suburban early voters in Georgia. Note that's not all suburban voters, just early voters, but they're feeling good about that. Still waiting to get more information about same-day voters, I guess. He says in some larger suburban counties, and maybe we can hear more from Major and Anthony about this, they are currently outperforming Biden's winning 2020 margin. They're talking about Douglas County outside Atlanta, where she's running 5 points ahead of President Biden from 2020, and Rockdale County, where she's 10 points ahead of what Biden did back in 2020. So they are feeling good about that. They say that their rural turnout in Georgia is matching expectations right now. They don't have a lot of information about Michigan yet, so they're watching and waiting there. In North Carolina, he says they're seeing additional late arriving mail ballots, which are favorable to them. So they are not expressing optimism that they are going to win any one of these particular states, but they haven't given up either, and they continue to insist that they are still in the fight in North Carolina and Georgia.
Nancy Cordes, thank you, and stand by because soon we're going to go to John Dickerson, who has some information about Michigan and Wisconsin. But first, I want to check in with CBS Mornings co-host Tony DeCopel, who's at Trump headquarters in Florida. Good evening, Tony.
Hey, good evening again. You know, as we get a little bit deeper into the night, a little bit closer to some of these key calls in this race, projections that could swing things one way or the other, I want to give you a little bit more context on the conversation around political violence from the perspective of people in this room. They are ready for anything in terms of results in this room, and that's because Donald Trump in recent days, up to and including today, has said just about everything about this race. On the one hand, today he said he would accept the results if they are fair, but then on the other hand, in radio interviews just tonight, tonight. He has referenced unsubstantiated rumors of alleged fraud in Detroit and Philadelphia, things that a senior federal official has told us are flatly untrue. But what you end up happening is a population of people are in this room and in many rooms like them all over the country who think they won in 2020, think they're winning again here in 2024, and think the only way they can lose is if there is cheating. And so you can understand why in this really remarkable CBS poll out today, 7 in 10 Americans are concerned about violence tied to the election in the days ahead. In the land of Democrats, that tends to be Republicans, they imagine, protesting, demonstrating, rioting because their candidate has been somehow, quote unquote, cheated. But when you talk to people here, they say, yeah, we are also concerned about violence by Democrats. And their imagination, what's going to happen tonight and in the days ahead, is potentially riots in blue cities. Nora.
And all you have to do is look at our nation's capital, which is boarded up and fenced up in anticipation of some of the concern about what is ahead. Tony Dokoupil, thank you. When we come back, we'll check in with our correspondents in the blue wall battleground states. You're watching CBS News America Decides Election 2024.
Get all the CBS News election information at your fingertips, including full access to interactive election maps, push alerts on major races, plus breaking news and 24/7 streaming coverage. Get the free CBS News app now.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Haitians are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Can see clearly now.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly, more CBS Mornings.
Plus,
Sunshine in day.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of Election Night 2024. Just in from the CBS News data desk, CBS News projects Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio, the home of his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance. And in the state of Mississippi, CBS News projects Donald Trump wins there as well in Mississippi. Also, CBS News projects Kamala Harris will pick up Colorado's 10 electoral votes. And in the hunt for 270 electoral votes, Donald Trump has 195. Kamala Harris has 91. The former president racking up a number of big electoral wins with Texas and Florida early in the night. But as you can see, a number of states have still not been called. And in those key 7 battleground states, we have rated each of those as toss-up at this hour. But we will dive into the details to get a sense of where those states could break. CBS News correspondent Janet Shamlian is in Milwaukee, Wisconsin for us tonight. And Janet, what are you hearing?
Nora, good evening to you. The polls are closed here, but the count is going to take longer than expected. And that is because of what happened in this room a couple of hours ago. And that is when authorities here started a recount of some 31,000 absentee ballots after it was discovered that the 18 tabulation machines in this room didn't have the doors completely sealed. They say the machines were not compromised. Ballots were not compromised. This is for transparency's sake and out of abundance of caution. But what was going to be a count going until 1 or 2 in the morning, authorities now say will be several hours longer than that. Nora?
That's important information. Janet Shamlian, thank you for bringing that to us. National correspondent Jerika Duncan is in Detroit, Michigan. And Jerika, what are you hearing about turnout in Detroit and other parts of the state?
Yeah, in Detroit, we're hearing from the Wayne County executive that they're expecting turnout to be slightly below what it was in 2020. Now, there were projections that it could be about 53% of registered voters, but last check, about 50% or so. But the big story to me that looking at some of the data from Michigan is that the more people that turn out to vote, the more likely it is that a Democrat is to take this state. But still, a lot of votes have not been tabulated just yet. The UAW president took the stage not too long ago, encouraging people, trying to create that celebratory mood, telling me earlier today that they feel confident in the strides that they've made, knocking on over 300,000 doors in the last couple of weeks of this campaign. Nora?
Jerika Duncan, thank you so much for that information. Senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang is in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania for us tonight. And Weijia, we're so interested in what's happening there in Philadelphia and in the greater state of Pennsylvania. I just spoke with a source close to the Trump campaign that says the Trump campaign believes that they have overperformed in these rural counties.
And Nora, so much has been made about that because they specifically went after voters in those rural counties, in deep red counties that may not be typically engaged in elections. And I'm hearing the same thing from Trump sources who say that they are doing even better than they thought they would. Here in Philadelphia, I can tell you that a city commissioner says they expect to have the count wrapped up sometime between midnight and 1 a.m., which is very significant because that will tell the story about whether the base for Kamala Harris turned out like they really worked for them to do. And I just want to mention, Nora, a really interesting storyline that you guys have been talking about here in Philadelphia. We know that the 3 wards with the most Puerto Ricans have been voting for, have been turning out in record numbers. And so they are very...
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why? You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean?
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has a glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
this case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 Hours, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Sunday morning, actor Kirsten Dunst, plus Wayne Brady on Broadway, and a beloved cherry tree named Stumpy.
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. From coast to coast, in big cities and small towns, millions of Americans cast their ballots for the nation's highest office. Bomb threats did disrupt some polling, including at several locations in Georgia. CBS's Nicole Skanga joins us with more. Nicole, what do we know about the origin of those bomb threats?
Yeah, Lindsay, polling places in about half a dozen states were disrupted and targeted by these bomb threats. As you mentioned, Georgia there among the handful of states, all pretty much battleground states here, Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Of course, in those cases where there were any delays, there were voting hours that were extended. And these are isolated cases in Pennsylvania, in Georgia, as well as in Arizona. Now, as to what we know about where these bomb threats are coming from, secretaries of state in Georgia and in Arizona have alluded to the fact that there seems to be some sort of link to Russia or Russian bad actors. Here's what we know. There is an important caveat on that. The FBI has only said that some of the threats came from Russian email domains. That means that the actors behind them aren't necessarily from Russia. You or I could sign up for a Russian email domain, and cybersecurity officials and law enforcement officials I've been speaking to tonight say they're combing through some of these threats. They're determining patterns, similarities, but it might take days or even weeks to really attribute and pinpoint exactly where these threats are coming from. But again, the big good headline here, Lindsay, no material effect on the outcome of the U.S. election here.
And Nicole, quickly, the FBI is warning about some misinformation videos using their logo.
That's exactly right. The FBI putting out a warning about 3 videos that claim to use the FBI insignia, name and likeness. They're spreading false claims about alleged voter fraud, violence at polling stations. And by the way, Lindsay, according to CBS News exit polls, 70% of voters are concerned with violence after Election Day. And we should just note, speaking with law enforcement officials today, they say so far the coast is pretty clear, but they're looking ahead to next week. I was at the D.C. Police Command Post earlier today, and that's a command post that's operating through Friday.
Okay, Nicole Skanga, thank you so much. Stay with us. You're watching America Decides.
Get answers in a tweet on Face the Nation. We try to separate the noise from the news. You need to be able to have an actual conversation.
Let's do it!
Let's go! Let's do this! I can see clearly now that the rain is gone. Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, gal.
Yeah, boy!
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Ooh, it's hot.
That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Welcome back to CBS News election headquarters here in New York. It is 10:30 p.m. in the East, 7:30 in the West, and we have a CBS News projection in a closely watched Senate race in Maryland. CBS News projects that Democrat Angela Also Brooks has won in that state over the former governor, Larry Hogan. All night, we have been laser focused on those key battleground states that are right here in purple. We have yet to call or project any of these 7 states. They are all toss-ups at this hour. Let's take a look at the peach state of Georgia at this hour. You can see 86% of the vote in, but we're going to dive into the numbers about what's still left to count. Let's take a look too now at North Carolina. As you can see, about 80% of the vote in the Tar Heels state. Donald Trump currently with a lead, but we still rate this as a toss-up, as some of the major cities have not yet reported. And then take a look at Pennsylvania. This is the big electoral prize of the night with its 19 electoral votes. And Republican sources I'm talking with there say that Donald Trump has performed well in the rural counties, but just 57% of the vote in. And if you were with us 4 years ago on this journey, you'll remember that it took a few days to get the full count in from Pennsylvania. They do not pre-process their ballots like most other states do. So it takes them a little bit longer. That doesn't mean there's anything wrong with it. It just, you got to pack your patience. So let's go inside these numbers and touch base with Major Garrett. He's over here at the data desk, and I think this is our first time actually in the same room together all night, Major. Yes.
Welcome to the room where it happens.
I know. I'm excited to be here because Pennsylvania, everybody's curious about what's going on in that state. We'd heard about some polling places staying open late, young kids in line.
Lehigh University, exactly. So let's just walk through very gradually where we are currently in Pennsylvania. Here's where the outstanding vote is yet to come in. This is where the Harris campaign is hoping it can make up some ground. You see around Philadelphia and the collar counties and Pittsburgh and Allegheny. I will show you some numbers now, Nora, that illustrate what's outstanding. So Bucks County, more than 200,000 votes still outstanding. Montgomery County, 342. Chester County, 300,000. Delaware County, 243. Philadelphia, 256. Allegheny County, 192,000. All of that is still outstanding. So how do we look at Pennsylvania writ large right now? We look at it this way. To prevail in Pennsylvania, claim those vital 19 electoral votes, Kamala Harris, the vice president, needs 52% of the outstanding vote. What is our current estimate based on the data? 54%. So she is in position currently to achieve victory in Pennsylvania based on the data set as we know it and as it overlays exit poll data and historical trends. That's where we are in Pennsylvania right now.
Because you were saying there is still a huge outstanding vote, not only in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, but what we call these collar counties.
Precisely, the suburbs around Philadelphia. And let's look as these
are high population centers. And of course, we know Trump does very well in the rural areas.
So let's walk through some of them in that area. Here's Bucks County. Robert Costa was just talking about it. That's the current trend, only 34% in, but let's look at the historical. So right now, again, it's early, a third of the vote in, running slightly ahead of the percentages in Bucks County. Let's go right next door to Montgomery County, running a little bit ahead then. Again, 36% in. You don't want to draw too many conclusions. Not so favorably in Chester County, running a little bit behind there, but as you close you get to Philadelphia, running a little bit ahead. These are positive signs for the Harris campaign, at least initially. Also, Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh, running slightly ahead of the totals there. And in Lackawanna County, Scranton, not running right next to former President Biden for obvious reasons, but competitive there. And in Luzerne County, running slightly ahead of Joe Biden. Those are somewhat soft, encouraging signs for the vice president, at least in Pennsylvania.
But what about the rural counties that he may be doing even better than he did 4 years ago?
So let's look at the ones that the Trump campaign was very focused on outside of Pittsburgh. Let's go to Butler County, which has all sorts of literal resonance for the president.
Interesting.
Running right about where he was in 2020. Beaver County, also a nice place, doing well there. Westmoreland County, even a larger concentration of voters, more strongly there. Washington County, competitive, doing, generally speaking, a little bit better or as well as he was right around Pittsburgh. Center County, Trump is running a little bit better than he did in 2020. And let's go to the all-important Erie County, which we all focus on. Again, 32% of the vote in. Kamala Harris doing slightly better than, considerably better than Joe Biden did, at least at this stage of the evening in Pennsylvania.
We have a projection, but then I want to go inside the numbers in the other blue wall states of Michigan and Wisconsin. But first, CBS News projects that Iowa is for Trump, that the former president has won the state of Iowa. You see just a little bit more than half the vote in there. There had been that poll by the Des Moines Register suggesting that she was doing much better than expected, but Iowa, a reliably Republican state there, and those 6 electoral votes now in the Republican column. John Dickerson, want to check in with you. What are the exit polls showing us?
Various different splits with the electorate. We've also talked about how there are shifts going on. Donald Trump is getting more of the African-American vote than you might have expected, or you would have expected a Republican to get in the past. We've talked about Latino voters. Another key way to think about the electorate is between college and non-college voters. Particularly, let's look at white college voters. That's to say, voters with a college degree. So let's look at white voters with a college degree. Kamala Harris, 54 to 44. So that's a 10-point margin. The reason this is important is this is a key part of the new emerging Democratic base doing well with college-educated voters. That's 7 points better than Joe Biden did in 2020. He won that group, white college voters with a degree, by only 3 points. Now let's look at the other group, which is the one that Donald Trump does well in, and that's white voters without a college degree. Now you see he is creaming Kamala Harris, 65 to 33 among white voters without a college degree. So that's a 32-point difference. But that's a little bit less than he did in 2020 when he beat Joe Biden with that same group by 35 points. So this is we see the shift happening. Kamala Harris overperforming with white college voters. Donald Trump doing essentially as he did in 2024, although a little bit worse. Why, of course, this matters is in the battleground states. White non-college voters are a big part of Wisconsin and Michigan. In those states, the picture is a little bit more mixed. Now, I'm not going to have exit poll slides for you or graphics, but just to give you a sense of the picture. In Pennsylvania, the picture we just described, where Kamala Harris is doing well with white college voters, she's doing 19 points better than Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. Biden beat him only by 9. Trump is beating her by 29 points with voters without a college degree who are white, beating her by 29 points, but he beat Biden by 32. So the Pennsylvania story matches that national story. But in Wisconsin, and I'll just wind it down here, Wisconsin and Michigan, it's much tighter. White college vote for Harris is about what it was for Biden. White non-college, Trump is doing a little bit better in Wisconsin than he did in 2020. In Michigan, Harris is doing a little bit better among white college voters, but in white non-college, Trump is up by 3. So in those 2 key states, the picture's a little bit more mixed than at the national level. Nora, back to you wherever you may be.
I know, John. I decided to stay over here with Major Garrett.
Sure. Well, who can blame you? Who can blame you?
No offense to any of you, but of course, I'm geeking out over here at the board, and I wanted to know about Michigan and Wisconsin because we haven't yet got to dive into those numbers. So, Major, take it away.
So, again, Michigan, 23% of the vote in. We have a current lead for the vice president. Where's the outstanding vote? Well, okay. As we mentioned earlier, as Anthony went through this, Wayne County, Washington, that's Ann Arbor, Oakland. Very large concentration of outstanding vote there. What is the overall needs for President Trump to prevail in Michigan? What is our current projection? 46%. Again, these are projections based on the vote that's come in so far, our estimation of what the overall turnout will be, and overlaying that with exit poll data. So that's what we can basically say about Michigan at this hour.
Okay, Wisconsin.
Let's go there now. We have 52% of the vote in. Where is that vote that we still need to see come in? Where is it concentrated? Milwaukee and Madison. Those are good, strong areas for the vice president. What is the general orientation? Vice President Harris, according to our estimates, needs 50% of the outstanding vote. We saw just a moment ago where it's concentrated, Madison and Milwaukee and the surrounding suburbs. According to our estimates, she's going to get 43% of that outstanding vote. That could be problematic in Wisconsin for some of the reasons that John mentioned on some of the exit poll data in that state, showing a difference of the coalitions and the assemblage therein.
So she may be in trouble in Wisconsin.
She may be in trouble in Wisconsin, exactly, based on our current estimates, yes.
And what about Door County?
Door County, let's bring that out. Door.
Interesting.
76% in.
So sometimes Door County has, well, I think Door County has always predicted the potential.
Door County has a near perfect record, and she is running slightly behind Joe Biden. Trump is currently in the lead there. We have it a light shade of red, leaning Trump.
Really interesting. All right. Thank you, Major, for indulging me. Now to Maurice Dubois at our Path to Victory table. And Maurice, I know we're all looking about the importance of Pennsylvania.
We sure are, Nora. Thank you so much. Let's first take you through where we stand right now. We are at 201 for Donald Trump, 91 for Kamala Harris. But if we look at the beginning of the night, this is where we expected and will expect the votes to go throughout the evening. Red states for Trump, blue states for Kamala Harris. She started with 226. He started with 219, and what we believe to be likely based on past experience and past voting. Okay, so let's see what Pennsylvania, how it shakes out when it comes to being pivotal for Donald Trump. If he were to flip Georgia and get the 16 votes there, electoral votes, and take North Carolina and to hold on to that, and then go to Pennsylvania and take the 19 electoral votes there. We talked about this earlier, but that would bring him straight to 270, lights out. He's the next president of the United States. If he cannot hold on to Pennsylvania, he then has to go through the southern strategy, the Sun Belt, if you will. So that would mean flipping Georgia, holding on to North Carolina, taking Arizona, taking Nevada as well. He's still not there. He's at 268. So he would have to take one of the upper Midwest, right? If he doesn't get Pennsylvania, he'd have to take Wisconsin or Michigan, and he gets right there to 278. Now, for Harris, Pennsylvania is huge. It's big. So if she were to take Pennsylvania and hold on to it, Joe Biden won it by 82,000 votes last time, and to hang on to Michigan, this is the blue wall we talked about, and Wisconsin, we don't know where that's going to go. That would get her right to 270. So Pennsylvania, pivotal as it has been for so many elections in the past. But again, we're at nail-biter status, 7 battleground states. We just don't know. This is where we stand right now. Nora.
Maurice Dubois, thank you so much. And when we come back, we'll have new results to report. CBS News, America Decides, Election 2024. We'll be back in a moment.
Get all the CBS News election information at your fingertips, including full access to interactive election maps, push alerts on major races, plus breaking news and 24/7 streaming coverage. Get the free CBS News app now.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Nations are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, gal.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
I want to make sure that my voice is heard, but also lift up other voices.
Give me some love, baby.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of Election Night 2024. Let's take a look at some of the other states. We have results to share. Just in from the CBS News data desk, CBS News projects Donald Trump will win the state of Kansas. In Ohio, CBS News projects the former president will win there as well. And so here's where we stand in the race to 270. Donald Trump, 207. Kamala Harris, 91. And we should note, as it is almost 11 o'clock in the East, that of those 7 battleground states that will decide who wins the presidency, they are still a toss-up at this hour. That is how close this contest is tonight. But we are getting some clues as more and more of the vote tally comes in. I want to bring in Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson. She was elected Secretary of State and oversaw the Michigan's 2020 and 2022 general elections, both of which drew record-breaking turnout. Secretary Benson, welcome.
Thanks for having me. Happy election night.
Happy election night. I know Michigan looked like it was on track to break records. Where do you stand tonight?
We're still on track. We're waiting to see what we've also done really that I'm really proud of is more efficiently tabulate the absentee ballots than even we had anticipated. So we're on track to have all our ballots tabulated in the next few hours statewide, and from there the results will become known. I will caution we have 6,000 outstanding ballots for military and overseas voters. Those may come in the days ahead, but beyond that, the rest of our millions of ballots have been securely tabulated, and we're on the way to being reported. And I'm really grateful to all the election workers who worked so efficiently through this process to count every valid vote.
With the two of them?
And Secretary, I know you said earlier tonight that you expect the vote to be tallied by midnight. Is that still true?
That's my hope. There is some time between when the ballots are tabulated to when they get securely reported out publicly, and so there's still that gap that we're assessing. But certainly, I anticipate before the morning we'll know the results of the bulk of Michigan races. Of course, again, the closer ones that may take some more time to assess. There may be recounts and all the like, but I'm hopeful, and we're certainly seeing the tabulation process go smoothly. And I'm hopeful we'll have those unofficial results ready to be reported in the next few hours.
And Secretary, Donald Trump tweeted earlier this evening that there was heavy police presence in Philadelphia and Detroit. Is there any truth to that?
No, there isn't, neither in Detroit or in Philadelphia. To the extent that there is a law enforcement present anywhere in our city, it's to really ensure our election officials are protected. But people have been respectful. People have been observing the process, but not disrupting the process. It's really been a sea change from 2020, and I'm grateful to see such a peaceful, secure process here in Detroit and across Michigan.
And Secretary Margaret Brennan is here as well. Margaret.
Good to talk to you again, Madam Secretary. There were a number of incidents today with bomb threats in your state. What can you tell us about what the impact was, practically speaking, on just administering this election?
Yeah, we know there were 4 bomb threats made to precincts and 1 to an office building, our office building in Lansing. All of those were investigated and debunked and essentially treated like swatting attempts. No one was really significantly disrupted. No voter was stopped from voting, and things continued apace and continued smoothly, in part due to the fact that our partnerships with law enforcement enabled a quick investigation, a quick response, and we quickly were able to source it to Russian interference.
Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson, thank you so much for your time tonight. Good luck with the count.
Thanks, and thanks for having me.
Absolutely. And we want to head back to Major Garrett and Anthony Salvanta at the CBS News data desk with some new insight into the Pennsylvania turnout. Good evening, gentlemen.
Yeah, good evening, Nora. So I want to take you down to the local level. You wanted granular data? This is the city of Philadelphia. These are precincts in the city of Philadelphia. We've talked all night about how important turnout is here, but also vote shifts. We're looking at some analysis that my colleagues Corey and Kabir have been running on those precincts, and I can tell you that we're seeing a vote shift at about -2 overall from Democrats 2020 to now. And you can see it coming in live, populating here. But the really key thing here, Nora, is in neighborhoods that are Latino, Hispanic neighborhoods, including up in here in the northern part in Fair Hill, as we get up here away from the center city, we are seeing perhaps a 6 to 8 point swing from 2020 away from the Democrats. I know a lot of folks talked about that might go the other way after maybe Donald Trump's comments or other comments that they'd heard. But nope, in fact, that is going back towards Donald Trump right now. So all in all, the other thing that's really important here is it looks like turnout is also tracking to be a little lower. So between that little bit of a vote shift, between the Hispanic vote shift that we're seeing so far and the fact that it's tracking a little bit lower on turnout, right, might even come in at under 700,000, at least right now. None of that bodes well for Kamala Harris. And that's your local level dive into Philadelphia.
All right, Anthony Salvanto and Major Garrett, thank you. Were you going to say something, Cecilia?
I was going to say, viewers may hear what Anthony just said and think that sounds counterintuitive, right, given the rhetoric that we have heard from Donald Trump over this campaign and his 4 years in office and the campaign leading up to it. One of the polls that has been the most illustrative for me from this entire campaign is the one that said 2/3 of Latinos who were surveyed said that they believe that Donald Trump was not referring to people like them when he spoke about immigrants. And half of foreign-born Latinos said the same thing. Broadly speaking, Latinos are still overwhelmingly Democrat, but Donald Trump has very successfully started to get into this population. Many Latinos seem to be finding a sense of belonging in Trump's otherism because he is talking to them the same way he talks to white voters. They hear him on the economy. That's their message from him.
All right, when we return, poll closings in 4 Western states, including California and its 54 electoral votes. CBS News America Decides Election 2024. We'll be right back.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will.
You go, Gail.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
I want to make sure that my voice is heard, but also lift up other voices.
Hey, give me some love, baby.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. Most voters in Arizona cast ballots by mail, and election officials estimate that results could take about 2 weeks to finalize this year. The state's most populous county, Maricopa, has one of the largest voting constituencies in the country, with roughly 2.6 million voters registered this election. Let's get more from CBS's Chris Van Cleve in Phoenix. Chris, good to see you. What can you tell us about the early vote?
Yeah, well, Lindsay, of those 2.6 million registered voters, we have returns of more than 1.1 million that have been posted. Now, the early vote, particularly this first batch, these were ballots that were returned well in advance. Those tend to lean Democratic, and that's what these are showing. We expect several of the races to tighten up as more and more of the votes come in, particularly the day of voting, which tends to lean Republican.
Chris, there's also an abortion ballot measure voters are deciding. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so in early voting, that is passing by a 2/3 margin. We spoke with the supporters of that measure. It would codify abortion as a right in the state constitution. They feel very, very optimistic based on these first returns that this is going to pass here in Arizona. Interestingly, though, we talked to Congressman David Schweikert's team. He's a very pro-life Republican. There'd been a lot of talk about whether that would make him more vulnerable. His team believes this allows Republicans to vote their conscience and vote their party and re-elect him in District 1. So that's one of the races we're watching, because that, in theory, should be a very close race.
How about the Senate race? How's that shaping up?
Well, right now, CBS has it leaning Ruben Gallego, the Democratic challenger, over Carrie Lake, who is a local television news anchor, well known here. She ran for governor unsuccessfully 2 years ago. But we also expect that margin to tighten up as more votes come in. But right now, CBS News has that leaning as a Democratic hold.
Chris, any of your sources there saying when we might know result of some of these big races, including the presidential race in Arizona?
It really comes down to how close they are, Lindsay. If it's a very, very close race like it was in 2020, it could be several days. If we're talking about several percentage points difference, we could know that perhaps as soon as tomorrow. But it's unusual that we know them that quickly anymore here in Arizona.
Chris Van Cleve in Phoenix, thank you so much. Polls are scheduled to close in 4 more western states at the top of the hour: California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. You're watching America Decides.
Morning, a visit with the Wayans at Papa's house, plus affairs of state with the diplomat, and in praise of pigeons. Listen for the trumpet.
Let's do it! Let's go! Let's do this! I can see clearly now that the rain is gone. Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will.
You go, Gail.
Yeah, boy!
dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Hot.
That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Election night in America, Vice President Kamala Harris, former President Donald Trump, and the polls are now closed from coast to coast. America decides right now.
Are we ready to do this?
We've been waiting for 4 years for this. 4 years.
Vice President Harris.
This has not been about a fight that is against something. This is about a fight that is for something.
Former President Trump.
We're going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we're going to make America great again.
CBS News, America Decides, Election 2024. Now reporting, Norah O'Donnell.
Welcome back to CBS News Election Night headquarters here in New York. And we're coming on the air with some breaking news in Georgia. CBS News now rates the presidential race there as lean Trump. This is the first of the 7 battleground states that we are rating as lean one way or the other. And at this hour, we rate it as lean Republican. We'll be checking in on the battleground states throughout the night, but we also want to give you results from western states where polls just closed. In California, Vice President Harris's home state, CBS News projects that she will win there. In Idaho, CBS News projects Trump will win, and over 5 decades, Idaho has supported a Republican for the presidency. And here is where we stand right now in the race to 270, shows Donald Trump with 211 electoral votes and Kamala Harris with 145, a number of states still to be called. I want to go now to Major Garrett and Anthony Salvanto at the data desk. And so why is Georgia now lean Republican?
We will explain that to Nora and the team here in a moment. Anthony, walk us through how we got to this lean Trump designation for Georgia. It's 16 electoral votes in a state that former President Trump very much wanted to flip.
So you see there's still some vote outstanding, right? It's 88% in. But what I'm going to do is show you our models here that incorporate what we expect out of that vote. And so when you do that, you see that Donald Trump's current lead holds up in that model. Now, the other way to show you this, though, and why it's a lean but not a projection, is if I show you that in terms of the range of possibilities here. And what you see is that Trump's range around that estimate is in this red bar, and Harris's range around that estimate is in this blue bar. There is still some overlap here, so we can't be certain. But our best estimate right now is that Donald Trump does have that lead, and therefore we made it lean. And Major, maybe you can talk a little bit about where that outstanding vote is.
Right, because many of our viewers will see that there is outstanding vote. But what I want to do is take you inside those bubbles and show you the numbers. And the numbers tell a story about a declining amount of vote that's out. 126 in Gwinnett, 38,000 remaining in Cobb, 54,000 remaining in Fulton County, 29,000 remaining in Henry County. So these numbers suggest that there would have to be a tremendous push for the vice president in those places where vote is still outstanding and they are historically Democratic. And also, Anthony, show the needs and our projection on where the vice president is in terms of the need.
She needs 62%, we believe, right? And right now she's on track to get 58%. Now, there's some estimate, or there's a range around these estimates, right? So you say, well, that is trailing what she needs, hence the lean, but it's not trailing by so much that we can project the race just yet. But we do want to give you, like I said, the whole sense of the race, and that is lean Trump, Nora.
All right. Can we do the same thing in Wisconsin? Because all of us here, when I came back from the data desk with Major, everyone was also surprised about what we saw in Wisconsin. That would dramatically change the path to victory. So can we go through that margin in Wisconsin?
Sure can. Far less relative vote in there, right? We're at 60%. So the needs yet doesn't quite come into play as much, but we are going to be looking at places like Milwaukee. And if I look at that and then I show you the history there, you see this tells very much the story. So far, Harris is trailing Joe Biden's numbers there in Milwaukee, and that doesn't necessarily tell a strong story for her. Just a little bit behind Joe Biden's numbers in critical Dane County. This is a place where Democrats traditionally really run up a lot of votes. Now, again, this is not all in, but that tracking number plus just slightly lower turnout, perhaps, that's not enough of a margin.
And let's walk through the needs and our projections currently.
You got it. Okay, so there's your needs, right? Needs 51% of the estimate. That's not that hard to do, okay? So the trouble is, given what I just showed you in those key Democratic counties, right now she's tracking it, getting 44% of the outstanding votes. So again, still a lot of vote to come, still some uncertainty here, but right now not immediately on track.
And because we only have 61% of the vote in statewide, that's why we have not made a designation in this race. It is still a toss-up based on our estimates, but these are the trend lines at this hour.
Leadership and what?
All right. Thank you so much. I want to go, we're going to dive into the exit poll numbers in Wisconsin. Are you ready?
I'll just
real quick, because we'll know what's going on in Wisconsin.
Tiny little dash into Wisconsin, just two little pieces. One, let's look at the union household vote in Wisconsin. Kamala Harris is up 50 to 49. It's basically 50-50, actually, in what you're about to see on your screen. So it's even, flat among union households in Wisconsin. Biden won that group by 19 in 2020. So that's
this is the working class vote.
This is the working class vote. This is the connections longstanding to Joe Biden's advocacy for the unions that helped him in 2020. But here in Wisconsin, if Wisconsin is not going well for the vice president, that could be one reason why. Now, one reason it could be going well, just to remind from something we talked about earlier, that she is winning with seniors by 17 points. Biden only won with seniors by 6 points. So as we watch where each coalition is built, Kamala Harris is not doing well with union voters in Wisconsin, but she's doing better with senior voters than Joe Biden did in 2020.
I think this is a good time to go over to the path to victory, and I know that Ed O'Keefe is there with Maurice Dubois. So let's play that scenario out, because if Georgia goes red and Wisconsin goes red, does Kamala Harris have a path to victory, and what does it include?
So, she does, and it narrows. Yeah, so Nora, I want to show you something. This is the briefing book that we all got, right? And right in the beginning of it, there are 21 different ways that Democrats can get to 270 plus, okay? 21 different options for our political unit. If you go through now and cross out all the Georgia and Wisconsin options, she's down to very few. So this is where we are right now, right? Yes, we are.
I just want to point out that Margaret Brennan has already done that over here.
Yeah. So we're going to... Hey, at least the guys are asking for directions and using the map, right? So let's use the map.
Which way is up?
All right.
With Donald Trump ahead at the moment, 211 to 145. So let's go to our hypothetical map and see these paths to victory, right?
So let's make...
if Georgia does go red...
And make Wisconsin red.
Wisconsin goes red as well.
So now here's how she could get to 270. She would get Pennsylvania.
Got to hold on to Pennsylvania.
She'd have to get North Carolina.
Got to flip that.
And give her Arizona.
Got to take Arizona as well.
That's one way she can do it. The other way, if I'm looking at this correctly, North Carolina, we're going to make that red. North Carolina.
That narrows things.
Michigan.
And Nevada.
Arizona and Nevada.
Right.
There aren't many options at this point.
Right.
Okay. The other one would be Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona. We did Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Arizona.
Those
would
two.
Be the other option.
That's 270, right?
Okay. This could go red. And that gets her to
287.
It gets the map, it gets the entire country to 287, 251. So there's ways it could happen if Wisconsin and Georgia aren't happening.
Thank you. You made it very clear. Let me bring in Robert Costa, who has some new reporting real quick. Thank you.
Real quick. It's really interesting to imagine all the different scenarios, but I've been talking with my top Democratic sources, close to the Harris campaign. They say Jen O'Malley Dillon, who's running the Harris campaign, now believes the blue wall is the path to victory. She sent out a memo stating that, and that's going around the top Democrats in Congress. Some of the top Democrats in Congress privately within recent minutes have told CBS News that they believe the blue wall is the way she gets to the White House. She must win, they believe, those 3 states. I just spoke to a source close to Speaker Pelosi. When I sat down with President Biden in August, he only name-checked one Democrat, Speaker Pelosi, the former speaker, for nudging him out of the race. A source close to her says she's watching everything. She's, quote, still optimistic. Still optimistic. Perhaps one of the most powerful Democrats. That's her phrase, based on a source close to her watching the returns.
Bob, it's interesting. They say she must win, but do they think she can win? There's such a big difference there. You expect people to be optimistic at this point, but it's
come down to the turnout, Gail, in cities and labor. Cities, labor, and they got to eat into the Republican vote in the suburbs. They're still optimistic, from Pelosi to others, that she can do it, but they see a narrowing path, but a still viable path. But there's a lot of Democrats, to be clear, on edge right now.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that we can see with the data and our reporting, but it's strategists with close contacts that know about the ground game, like CBS News political contributor Joel Payne and political contributor Leslie Sanchez, want to bring you into that conversation. Joel, what are you hearing within Democratic Party ranks at this hour?
I'm hearing similar to the reporting that was just shared. Look, that path to 270 is narrow. I thought it was narrow coming in to the evening. I've said that Harris was a low ceiling, high floor candidate coming into this race. I think that holds true. I think Jen O'Malley Dillon's memo is correct, that it seems like the blue wall is the path. And I will say this. I think Democrats are kind of coming to grips with a stubborn reality that some of the bets that were made in this cycle may just not pay off. That doesn't mean Kamala Harris will lose, but it does mean that some of the bets maybe around abortion and some of the bets around Donald Trump maybe receding in public regard just did not come to fruition. There is still a path despite all that. And I remember in 2020, many Democrats around this time of night felt maybe similar to looking at the map right now, the same way that they felt 4 years ago, the same way they feel now. And that race was able to be pulled through. But I think Ed's point is right. I think there are narrow paths to victory, and I think Democrats are bearing down for what could be an extended process here when you get past those blue wall states, looking at Nevada, seeing what happens with those votes. The ballot curing, I think, will be a really key issue. And you even look at that Reid machine in Nevada that many Democrats rely upon to deliver key votes in that culinary workers union. Those will be the places where Democrats will look if they plan on delivering an electoral college victory here.
Yeah, I mean, as I look at the map and the path to victory, if she cannot win Wisconsin, in other words, if there's a piercing of that blue wall, she would have to win Arizona.
Right.
And so that's really what it would come down to at this point. Nevada's still too small at 6 EVs. She'd need Arizona, and I have to go back to the magic wall or the data desk and figure out what's happening in Arizona, because I don't have a good sense yet about what's happening in Arizona. Major and Anthony, we'll go to them in just a second, but let me touch base with CBS News political analyst Leslie Sanchez, because she is with us. And Leslie, I know you've been with us for most of this conversation. We heard Cecilia's reporting and more about the Hispanic vote. What are you hearing?
I'm hearing that the Democrats are cratering their support among Latino voters, and it's across the board. It starts in Texas. You look at the Rio Grande Valley, you're seeing stronger support leaning toward Trump along those border counties than he did, performing better than he did in 2020. And I expect that to move into the Sun Belt, into Nevada, where you have the culinary unions, into Arizona, where you have a lot of working class, middle class Latino voters. I expect that to tip toward Trump as well because of this growing middle class. They are second, third generation Latino dominated. Ed O'Keefe talked about the growth of Latino men on the Republican side, and they are tilting over toward Trump. And because of the economy, because of high inflation, and some of them do talk about border security, but that economic inflation number and feeling that pinch is really what's driving that all the way across. You can even argue in Florida, along that I-4 corridor, the Puerto Rican vote, you saw them come eventually aligned under Trump. They were not affected by those, kind of those Madison Square Garden components. And I think expect that in the suburbs of Philadelphia. My reporting says they are coming out for Trump as well.
Leslie Sanchez, thank you. And we have a race alert at this hour. CBS News rates North Carolina as lean Republican. And so while the vote count is still coming in, our CBS News models indicate this race leans Republican for Donald Trump. Remember, this was the one of the 7 battlegrounds that he won 4 years ago and is performing well in the rural areas of North Carolina. You could argue North Carolina was a must-win for Donald Trump tonight, and we rate it as lean Republican at this hour while it is still early in the night. Let's go now to Major Garrett to explain why.
So lean Trump for North Carolina. How did that happen? We should remind ourselves 5 visits by the former president to North Carolina in the closing week of this campaign, underscoring its importance as the Trump team looked at the electoral map of the country. So here we have 86% of the vote in. This is the actual vote as it has been tabulated. Here is our estimate of where this will land when all the votes are counted. 51.7 for Trump, 48.3 for the vice president. Where's the outstanding vote? We still see some outstanding vote there. But again, the numbers keep getting smaller and smaller. Mecklenburg, yes, there's vote out there, but it's simply not manifesting itself in the way that the vice president needs if she's going to prevail in North Carolina. Our estimates suggest she needs 59% of that outstanding vote, and we project, when it's all said and done, and Nora, you joined me over here. Great to have you back at the wall. 48%. So that's a big gap. 59% she needs. 48% is our current estimate based on outstanding vote, historical patterns, and exit poll data.
So you heard Robert Costa's reporting that Jen O'Malley Dillon has now sent out a memo. She's the campaign manager for the Vice President Harris, and says they still believe that the blue wall is the ultimate way to win. It's close in Pennsylvania. It may take a couple days to get the vote there. Michigan, it looked fairly good last time we looked. Wisconsin did not look that great.
Did not look good, no. But we were talking, and I heard you on the other room, because you guys are on the other side of the wall, about Arizona. So let's go to Arizona.
Yes, because this was my thing. Because Wisconsin is 11 electoral votes. If she loses that, she has to win Arizona. So what is happening in Arizona?
So here we have 51% of the vote in. That's where the total is currently. This is our estimate. We have it at 50.3 to 49.7. How does that compare to 2020? We remember how close it was. That's overperformance of Joe Biden. Things presently look good in Arizona. And
for the Democrats.
For Kamala Harris. Here's where the outstanding vote is. Maricopa County, let's be specific. How much vote is still outstanding? Maricopa County, more than 1 million votes. Maricopa County in 2020 accounted for 61% of the statewide turnout. Let's go down to Tucson's Pima County. How much is outstanding? 273,000. So let's go back to that basic question. What does Kamala Harris need in Arizona to prevail? 50%. What do we have a current estimate of her projected ability to retain or achieve from the outstanding vote? 51%, on the razor's edge.
So Margaret Brennan and John Dickerson, we should look at, because Arizona is one of the 2 battleground states that has an abortion initiative or something to expand reproductive rights. So I'm curious how that affected the vote. And of course, oh, well, excuse me. I'm asking the wrong person. Major Garrett has it right here. Oh,
I have an answer for you, Nora.
Okay, yeah.
So we see this, 63%. We also see Trump well ahead of Kerry Lake running for the Senate. So there are, in Arizona, and this was a big question, would there be Trump-Ruben Gallego votes in Arizona? Actually, in fact, there were. But was there a transference on the question of abortion and linkage with Vice President Harris? This data indicates not nearly as much as the Democrats.
Well, I'm wondering if if the vice president is riding the coattails of Gallego and the abortion initiative.
She very well might. She very well might. But not nearly as strongly. There's not that connection that many people thought there might be.
All right, so let's go back to the paths to victory on that front now that both Georgia and North Carolina are in the lean Republican column. Maurice Dubois and Ed O'Keefe are there. Gentlemen.
Okay, thank you so much. Once again, this is the current map, right? 211 to 145, with many votes still to be counted. But let's take you back to the likely expectation. Mostly red, Donald Trump, blue for Kamala Harris, And if those states we just mentioned go red, what does that do? That brings Donald Trump within nine votes.
9. So all he needs is Arizona or Michigan or Pennsylvania eventually. It might take a few days in both of these. That same Jen O'Malley-Dillon memo, by the way, says that we're not going to get final vote until about 3 to 5 a.m. local time in Wisconsin. So stick with us.
So then for Kamala Harris, what does that look like?
Okay, so she's at 226.
Got to take Pennsylvania.
Let's say she squeaks by there. Let's say she squeaks by in Michigan. Now she needs 10 more.
Arizona.
Let's make that red right now. See? Okay, this is the problem for her.
This is a major. All right.
Okay.
Nevada?
Turn it blue.
Turn it blue. Okay. She holds Nevada from last time.
But he wins.
He does win.
Okay. Now, I want to flip it.
It's Arizona.
Give her that one. She wins.
That shows you exactly.
This is why we're going to be here a few days potentially, because if we're going to get in all these tight margins, we're going to have to be waiting for every single last vote. That's the way it could conceivably happen.
If you haven't bitten your nails yet,
start biting.
They're going to be bitten. All right, that's where we stand. Those are the past, Nora.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm just walking back over.
Yeah.
I think yeah, I know, Margaret, you heard me. I had a question for you about the abortion initiative. Yeah.
I did hear you very well on Arizona. Abortion's already legal there, but this is amending their constitution. But I think that's so fascinating to see. Perhaps it's that split ticket, or as you said, it just didn't boost the vice president. I was just looking at my paths to victory. There's some other very narrow ones, some pretty obscure options here, but we are left with a total of 5 paths for her at this point.
If the vice president were to lose Wisconsin and that blue wall was pierced, which was going to be her easiest way to victory. On that note, let's check in with CBS Morning's co-host, Tony DeCopel. He is at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. Hi there, Tony.
Hey, good evening, Nora. While you all are characterizing the race there, I'll characterize the room in just 30 seconds. We've got 10:53. Time of dancing has begun here at Trump headquarters. YMCA came over the loudspeaker, and Trump seemed to be pulling ahead in Pennsylvania. Loud cheers in the room. Our colleague Olivia Rinaldi says they're now looking at the exit polls in Trump world, quote, gleefully. That's the word from Trump world. And the young staffers, junior staffers, according to Jake Rosen, another one of our colleagues, they are now looking for apartments in Washington, D.C. and talking openly about what jobs they want in the new administration. So they are measuring the drapes, so to speak. I also talked to some of the Trump supporters in the room. How are you feeling in one word? I heard fantastic, I heard relieved, and I heard vindicated, Nora.
All right, Tony DeCopel, thank you. Now let's check in with Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes. She is at the Harris headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C. And Nancy, we knew this would not be an early night, given how close the polls have been. And it looks like it is going to be a very late night, or may stretch for several days to get in that Pennsylvania vote and more. What are you hearing? I know that the Harris campaign manager just put out a new memo.
Right. She did put out a memo saying that she feels good about what she is seeing in the blue wall. But I can tell you that Democrats outside the campaign don't feel particularly good about what they're seeing in Wisconsin in particular. And they're surprised to be worrying this much about Wisconsin. This is not the state of the 3 in the blue wall that they were most concerned about going into the night, partly because Democrats just won a big statewide election in Wisconsin last year, a special election for the state Supreme Court, Janet Protasewicz, the new justice there, and it had a lot to do with abortion. So they thought they'd see a repeat this time around. Instead, it's this nail biter, and Jen O'Malley-Dillon sending out this memo, basically telling the entire Democratic stratosphere that there's a lot of vote outstanding in Milwaukee, that it may not come in until 3 to 5 in the morning. But the fact remains that there is not a single state right now, not a single battleground state, and maybe they're just being cautious. There is not a single state that they are expressing confidence right now that they are going to win. They just keep reassuring their supporters that they still have a chance. And this is not the position that many of their supporters thought they'd be in at this point in the night.
All right, Nancy Cordes, thank you very much. And when we come back, a big update in the Senate. CBS News America Decides election 2024 coverage returns in a moment.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly, more CBS Mornings.
Plus,
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. All eyes are on the battleground states as results roll in. Let's go to West Palm Beach, Florida. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns is at Trump's election night headquarters. Caitlin, what are you hearing from supporters there?
Hey, Lindsay, great to be with you. Well, this is essentially Trump's home state now. He has declared residency in Florida. He voted in Florida earlier today, so the crowd here is a hometown crowd. We're in a convention center arena, essentially, and it is really filled. Red hats, kind of a sea of red hats everywhere. Just on the screen behind me, they projected that the former president won North Carolina. That's going off an AP projection. CBS News has not called that yet, at least as far as I know. But I want to talk a little bit about Trump's strategy over the past couple of days, where he went and what that signals in terms of what we're seeing in the results. He spent as much time in North Carolina over the past few days as he did in Pennsylvania. North Carolina, a key state for him, a must-win state for him. They recognize that and spent a lot of time in the closing days trying to shore up that state, especially because of all the states that Trump won in 2020, North Carolina had the slimmest margin. We're also hearing from Trump campaign officials sharing what they're seeing in the exit poll data, and they're very encouraged by Trump's showing, at least in the exit polls, among Black, Latino, and young men. And remember, we've been talking about this for a while. This has been a specific pitch from the Trump campaign to reach male voters facing a wide gender gap, really leaning into male voters and specifically trying to widen out their support in terms of demographics among men. So again, we'll wait for those results, but that's what the campaign is seeing, at least in those exit polls. But the ballroom filling up here. The big question is whether Trump will come out and speak. He's been watching the returns at his resort in Mar-a-Lago with family and friends like Elon Musk. So we're just waiting to see whether he does come out here and speak. Lindsay.
CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns in West Palm Beach, Florida. Thank you so much. You're watching CBS News America Decides. Stay with us.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching. I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
That's right.
Let's do it. Let's go. Let's do this. I can see clearly now that the rain is gone. Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, Gail. Yeah, boy.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemonade chicken.
Ooh, it's hot.
That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Welcome back to CBS News election headquarters in New York. It is 11:30 p.m. in the east, 8:30 p.m. in the west, and polls are now closed across the lower 48 United States. Let's check in on the race to 270 electoral votes. That's the number needed to win the White House. Here is where we stand right now. As you see, Donald Trump has 211, Kamala Harris 165. And part of those electoral votes include two new CBS News projections, Oregon and Washington State, both for the vice president. And in those all-important battleground states, you can see all 7 are in purple. In Georgia, CBS News now rates the presidential race there as lean Republican. And in North Carolina, CBS News now rates the race as lean Republican. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, part of that blue wall. The Democrats say a must-win for the vice president. CBS News rates this race as toss-up. In Michigan, CBS News rates this race as a toss-up. The Secretary of State there telling us they could have the vote counted by midnight. That doesn't mean we'll understand or know what that full vote is, but that could come quickly. And Wisconsin, CBS News rates this race as a toss-up at this hour. Let's check in on more of the Sun Belt states, including Arizona. Just about half the vote there in Arizona. Look how close it is, those prized 11 electoral votes. It is a toss-up at this hour. And then Nevada. Again, the vote, not enough of the vote yet in, but we rate that as a toss-up at this hour. As I mentioned just a short time ago, there's important news on the United States Senate. Let's go now to Scott McFarland, who covers Congress for us. Good evening, Scott.
Nora, this has such outsized impact on the next president. Which party controls the U.S. Senate? The evening began with Democrats and their feet in quicksand, immediately almost losing that West Virginia seat they've held for so many years. And now they are fighting an uphill battle and losing so many of them. Let's go to Ohio first. CBS News projects at this point it leans Republican. Bernie Moreno, the Trump-endorsed businessman from Ohio, leading Sherrod Brown, the 3-term Democratic incumbent from Northeast Ohio. He served in the U.S. House before his 18 years in the U.S. Senate. He literally wrote the book on Congress. Sherrod Brown is in trouble, and the trouble exists elsewhere as well. Let's go to Montana. The military veteran, the political newcomer Tim Sheehy, projected as a lean Republican race in Montana. The 3-term Democratic incumbent John Tester in trouble there. Democrats would have to make inroads into Republican-held states to offset these losses with such a narrow margin for error. They were bullish for a while on their prospects in Texas with Colin Allred, the former NFL player, but Ted Cruz, who eked out a 3-point win in 2018, projected as the winner here, and that is a wider margin with 80% of the vote in. Same deal in Florida. Democrats aspired to being competitive in Florida. Rick Scott projected as the winner there. So there are no more outs for Democrats on this map. They still have to protect the state of Pennsylvania. They still have to protect Nevada. And look at Arizona. This is an open seat. The incumbent senator in Arizona is retiring. Ruben Gallego, the congressman from the Phoenix area, faring well early on. We forecast this one right now as lean Democrat against Carrie Lake, who lost her bid for governor 2 years ago. Let me quickly show you the U.S. House. Oh, by the way, control of the U.S. House is at stake tonight. I'm standing in the very narrow battleground seat races that exist. The magic number here is clear, 218. There really is a bunch of offsetting dynamics so far, Nora. Quickly, in New York, Democrats making some inroads. There's a lean race that was held by a first-term Republican on Long Island, another one in central New York and Syracuse. Democrats faring well early, but Republicans also seem to be out of the gates good in some of their battleground races from Iowa through the Tidewater area of Virginia. A long road to haul in the battle for control of the U.S. House.
Really interesting there in Virginia. Scott McFarland, thank you very much. Scott, I'm sorry. Can I just, does it look like Republicans could control both chambers?
Oh, that's certainly in play. The field is narrow in the U.S. House in several ways. Again, these are the battleground seats, the white chairs that surround me. Democrats net a gain of 4 seats. They have the majority. They'll have the Speaker of the House, likely to be Hakeem Jeffries for January 6, 2025, in the next 2 years. But the battleground races are not splitting in one way or the other. Well, watch for California, and it's going to take a while. Could take days to measure California. There are a half dozen competitive races there, many of them held by Republicans. Democrats have a big night in California. They can offset losses elsewhere. This is going to take days to figure out the U.S. House, but Republicans are bullish on their prospects. Really important point. Scott McFarland, thank you very much. Want to bring in CBS Morning's co-host, Gayle King. And Gayle, we've been here now for several hours, and we're getting a little bit of a sense of how the night is going.
Yeah, and it seems that if you're a Donald Trump supporter, you're feeling very confident and encouraged. And if you're a Kamala Harris supporter, you're feeling a little worried at this particular time. Although we keep saying there's still a lot of votes to be counted. People say they still are holding out hope, even though at this particular time she seems to be underperforming in all the things that they thought she would do well. You know, a friend of mine called me from Florida this morning, clearly a red state, and said, you know, America is in labor today, and today we'll find out if we are delivering a boy or a girl. Right now, as you sit here tonight, it looks very good for the Donald Trump team. And I think people are trying to figure out what is happening to Kamala Harris's campaign at this particular point, even though people still have hope. Well, I think the vote is still being counted in Pennsylvania. We need to keep emphasizing that. Yes, and we certainly don't know what's happening in Arizona or Nevada just yet, and or Michigan, Wisconsin. So the early states, Georgia and North Carolina, because they were the first to close, we were able to rate them as lean Republican. And so, you know, just as the hours go on and more votes come in, we'll have a better sense, I think, of what's happening there. But look, you know what I think is troubling, though, Nora, is that she seems to be underperforming in areas that they thought she would do well, certainly among women, certainly among the reproductive rights, certainly among some of the black voters. That's why I think people are so concerned at this particular point. Gayle, thank you. Want to bring in Robert Costa on that note. Robert?
Just briefly to add to what Scott McFarland was talking about in terms of a possible expanded House majority for Republicans, Speaker Mike Johnson just made remarks in Louisiana to his supporters. He believes he will enter next year as the Speaker of the House should he win the gavel again with more Republicans in the House. He also stated publicly that he believes there will be a Republican Senate and a Republican in the White House in Donald Trump. So you're looking potentially, and to Gayle's point, it's early in the night. A lot of votes still need to be counted, but Republicans are already tonight at this hour getting confident about what could be a very ambitious policy agenda next year.
And it's not just Republican senators. These will be Republican senators, very different than the Republican senators who were there when Donald Trump won in 2016. Jeff Flake, John McCain, Mitt Romney, those three are all gone. And these are Republican senators who grow up out of and into the Trump politics. It'll be if Donald Trump wins, a different Washington, different Republican majority. We are pleased to be joined now by South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn. And Congressman Clyburn, good to see you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much for having me.
So what you have seen so far tonight, do you believe there is still a path to victory for Vice President Harris?
Well, there's still a path, but it's thorny, and we'll see how it comes out. The fact of the matter is that the blue wall is still there, though there seems to be some underperforming in some areas where we thought we were in good shape. But we'll just have to wait and see. It's not over yet.
And what about what you just heard from Speaker Johnson, that he is predicting that he will retain control in the House of Representatives that would prevent a speakership for the Democrats and Hakeem Jeffries?
Well, I hope he's not right about that. I have not looked at all of the House seats, quite frankly. California, I'm sure it's going to be a long time before we find out what happens in California. There are a couple of seats in New York that I've looked at. Two that I expected to win. Looks like we have won them. But the other two, not so much. So I'm still not giving up on the fact that we'll get a 1 or 2 vote victory in the House.
Mm-hmm. As you know, we have called Georgia and North Carolina, states near your home state, as lean Republican at this hour. As you noted, there is still a blue wall path to victory for the vice president. I know you know just about everybody in the Democratic Party. What is their concern tonight? Where is she underperforming?
There seems to be some underperforming taking place in Pennsylvania, really. I thought that there's some counties in Pennsylvania we seem not to be performing as well then. There's some that we look like we are winning, and still by a lesser margin than I expected. I'm really concerned about Michigan as well. So I hate to, not knowing where all the votes are coming from, I hate to make any predictions based upon the totals unless I knew where they were coming from. When you got 75, 80% of the vote in, it could very well be a pocket that would be favorable to us, but I'll wait to see before making any concessions.
Congressman Jim Clyburn, thank you so much for your time. And we have a CBS News projection for the battleground state of North Carolina and its 16 electoral votes. We can project that Trump will win North Carolina. That is a state that he won in 2020 and 2016. And the Tar Heel state, the last time it went to a Democrat was Barack Obama in 2008. It was a very narrow win for him. Of course, he had a blowout victory in 2008, and so he was able to carry North Carolina. But that was a surprise to many people. So this was a must-win state, I think, for President Trump, and he has delivered today in part by turning out strong supporters in rural areas, just as he did in Virginia and other states, as we are seeing tonight. That is where his base is. So that moves Donald Trump to 227 electoral votes. Let's go now to Anthony Salvanto and Major Garrett. Good evening, guys.
So we're going to explain how we were able to make this call. And it's significant, I think, Anthony, to share with the audience. Trump won this state, North Carolina, by just over 74,000 votes in 2020. We project he's going to win by a substantially larger number of votes than that.
So this gets very simple. I'm going to show you what the outstanding vote is and where it is. And you think, OK, here are Democratic areas, yes, but you see how these circles, if you've been watching us during the night, have gotten a little bit smaller and a little bit smaller. They are not large enough, even if they all go Democratic, for Kamala Harris to catch up, okay? And then I'm going to show you this because the needs, which we project for her in that outstanding vote, she needs 61% of it to catch up. I'm going to tap this, and I'm going to show you what our models show. She's still tracking to get only 47%. This comparison right here in a nutshell, that is why you can make the projection. Didn't get the vote that she needs, didn't get the turnout she needed. And I will add, Donald Trump did just fine tracking with his target numbers in and around, especially in the areas around Charlotte, doing just fine tracking with his 2020 patterns in county after county, and that's where he ran up the score.
And Anthony, show our viewers what we call colloquially here, doesn't sound like a colloquial word, extrusion.
The extrusion. Okay, I'm going to back this out for a second. So to do that, you're going to see where the vote comes from. And here what you see is the higher bars are more people. And yes, those are Democratic areas. But you also see all these areas, including in the western part of the state, red, red, red counties. And that's where Donald Trump consistently performed as well as he needed to, compared to 2020, compared to his vote targets this time. So once I see at the decision desk those patterns emerging, then you can get closer and then make the projection, Nora.
All right, Anthony and Major, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Well, joining us now is Florida Senator Marco Rubio. Senator Rubio, I think you're over here. I don't know if you can hear me and see me. I can see you now. Good to talk to you again. You know, when we spoke on Sunday on Face the Nation, you told me that the Harris campaign had a problem with turning out men. Are you seeing that tonight? And what are you seeing in terms of who is a decisive factor here for the Trump campaign?
Well, let's be clear. We don't know yet anything. I mean, we're still counting votes, as you said. There's still states out there, so I'm not going to claim anything. But I am going to say, and I'm sure your exit polls are showing this as well, you know, Donald Trump is winning a majority of the new voters. I think he's actually won over 5 or 6% of Biden voters. He's done exceptionally well among African-American men, doing incredibly well among Hispanic men, overperforming in Hispanic precincts and neighborhoods, in Reading, just outside of Philadelphia, as an example. I think this election, and again, we don't know what the outcome is going to be, but what we know right now is going to fundamentally remake not just the Republican Party, but what we know about American politics. I think it's time to begin to realize that the primary identity that voters bring to the ballot box is not the color of their skin, their ethnicity, it's what they do for a living. It's how much money they make or don't make. It's how hard life is for them. And I think that's really what we're seeing come through tonight. And you're going to see more of that when Nevada begins to come through, and Arizona more and more. But we're certainly seeing that tonight in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, everywhere we've looked.
Senator, in your home state of Florida, there was an abortion-related measure tonight that failed. It failed to hit that 60% supermajority threshold that would enshrine access to reproductive rights beyond the 6-week limit that is the current state law. What's your message to voters? Because it was still a significant turnout, just short of that 60% threshold.
Yeah, look, I mean, ultimately what happened with the Supreme Court's ruling is that now this is going to be in the hands of individual states and their elected legislators to pass laws, how restrictive, how not restrictive they want to make it. You know, I have my own views on it, but voters will get to weigh in on it and vote for or against state legislators that they agree or disagree with them. It's basically federalize the issue, meaning it's returning to federalism, returning that issue back to states. And, you know, there's been votes in other states like Ohio and Kansas where the vote went in a different direction when it was done. So I imagine it's probably not the last time we'll see that issue on the ballot in Florida, and certainly not the last time we'll see that issue debated nationally.
Well, with 57% of the voters saying they would like to have a broader access, that would be interesting to revisit. But let's talk about control of the Senate and Congress right now. It looks like that is going to be perhaps a tremendous either asset to the next commander-in-chief or the brakes on the agenda for perhaps a future Trump administration. What are you thinking there in terms of what those day one issues would be if Donald Trump is victorious tonight?
Well, I think he's been pretty clear what those are. The first is the securing our border. I think you're seeing across the board. I'm especially, I especially point to how concerned they are in Hispanic communities about what illegal migrants who are criminals that are coming to this country already with criminal records, they're coming to Hispanic communities. And that's something that's been forgotten here. You're seeing that play out tonight. So I think that's going to be top of the agenda. And then our economy, the cost of living. You look at Philadelphia, I think the Philadelphia and its suburbs have the highest increase in food costs of anywhere in the country. That's a factor here tonight. That's a factor in this election, and it's going to have to be a factor Congress deals with. And I think there's concern about the state of the world. And Donald Trump did something that no Republican's been able to do in a long time, and that is position himself as the candidate of peace and stability, not getting into wars, but preventing them through strength, but preventing them. I think that's a valuable lesson. I do want to point out, we don't know yet the numbers finally, but in Ohio, a Colombian American, Bernie Moreno, is on the verge of victory in Pennsylvania and Montana. So, there would be a real responsibility of governing that comes with a majority that gets to 53 or maybe even 54.
Indeed. Senator Rubio joining us there from the Trump campaign headquarters. Nora?
Thank you. And it is a good night for Republicans. You just heard Senator Rubio mention that, and CBS News can now project that Republican Bernie Moreno will win the Senate seat in Ohio, and that flips the seat from Democrat Sherrod Brown, who had been a popular Democrat in that state and had represented the state for some time and had a leadership position in the United States. But Bernie Moreno winning handily in that state at this hour, and CBS News projects he will be the next United States Senator from Ohio and joining J.D. Vance, unless J.D. Vance becomes Vice President of the United States.
I do remember on the floor of the convention the day that Vance was picked, Moreno turned to me and said, well, I may end up being the senior senator of Ohio by January. And everyone kind of went, hey, don't get ahead of yourself. But it very well could happen if J.D. Vance is headed to the vice president.
I just want to underscore what Senator Rubio brought up there. In terms of, we spent so much time talking about the Latino vote and talking about the economy. Those are the two things he said we're thinking of in the wrong way.
Yep. Sure.
Don't look at people based on identity. He said, look on their jobs, on their pay, on inflation, and hitting that again and again.
And that's been the Rubio thesis since he ran for president in 2016.
Well, it's also been the Trump thesis for the 2 years he's been running this campaign. Those have been the two issues. The Harris campaign had a much shorter runway, a much shorter time on this campaign, as you pointed out at the get-go, less than 100 days. And we're not seeing that reproductive health care vote play out as some had expected.
You know, I asked the Vice President Kamala Harris when I interviewed her in Kalamazoo, Michigan, just over a week ago, and I said, have you had enough time? Yeah. And she said, I'm going to make the most of the time I have. But there certainly will be some soul searching within the Democratic Party, whether President Biden stuck around too long. He didn't give the vice president enough time to present her case to the American people.
One tiny point on the Bernie Moreno. It means you now have another Republican senator from a Republican-leaning state. The split-ticket voting that creates the conditions for a bipartisanship is going away. So Sherrod Brown was a Democrat in a red state. When Nixon and Reagan were elected, there were half of the states they won had Democratic senators. Now that's almost down to zero. And it may be down to zero by the end of tonight.
Which means the Senate will become even more partisan, less a deliberative body, as it is known, the most deliberative body on earth. Go ahead and then
But it is becoming a more diverse body. We should point out. Bernie Moreno is Colombian. Ruben Gallego looks like he's on path to join the Senate as well in Arizona. We have two black women from Delaware and Maryland elected tonight. So while there may not be political bipartisanship, there's a little more diversity.
All right, John Dickerson with some exit polls for us.
Let's take a look at why the groups that were supporting Donald Trump in North Carolina, which has been called for him, men 57 to 42, Trump won them in North Carolina. That is ahead of his national numbers with men. He's only ahead by 10 points with men nationally. He won by 15 in North Carolina. White voters with no college degree, he won them 72 to 27. That's larger than his already very large national margin on that. So essentially, he's outperforming himself in North Carolina. He's outperforming his national numbers. New voters, you heard Senator Rubio there talking about new voters. Nationally, Trump is winning with new voters by 7 points. Here, you see him win with new voters by 21 points in North Carolina. So those are some of the exit poll numbers that give us an insight into why he won North Carolina.
Nora, I'm listening to you, John, and I'm thinking about some of the things that we have heard over the course of this campaign, and you'll have to forgive me on some of these, but, you know, from the former president, the vulgarity that we've heard, talking about Arnold Palmer. We all remember that comment, and the locker room, and doing all the Joe Rogan podcasts, and the Hulk Hogan ripping his shirt off at MSG, and all of this. I think
the gesticulating with the microphone.
The gesticulation at the microphone. That so much of America went, I'm sorry, what is happening? How is that possibly going to appeal to people? And what we're seeing tonight is that it actually is not a turnoff to many people, to many of the male supporters, particularly who sat in MSG and cheered it on. And that was particularly a very bro-y feel, a very dark rally that we all talked about in the wake of it. And the question was, is this going to help Trump expand his base? And what you just said right now, it actually very well may be.
He won bros in North Carolina by 21 points.
Mm-hmm. I just want to point out, we may be able to show this. In the popular vote right now, Trump has over 59 million and Harris has over 55 million. So he is currently winning the popular vote. When we come back, polls close in Hawaii, and we will continue to follow the latest results. You're watching CBS News, America Decides, election 2024 coverage.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered. Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 Hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will.
You go, Gail.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
I want to make sure that my voice is heard, but also lift up other voices.
Hey, give me some love, baby.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. Former President Trump is leading in the electoral counts as ballots are still being counted in the battleground states and across the country. CBS's Nancy Cordes is at Vice President Kamala Harris's election night headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C. Nancy, how is the Harris campaign reacting to the numbers they're seeing across the country?
Well, Lindsay, the Harris campaign is well aware of how worried Democrats across the country are right now. And so the Harris campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, has put out a memo trying to reassure nervous Democrats. She said that this is a razor-thin race, but that they still believe that the blue wall, this trio of states, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, are all within reach. And she says she's feeling good about what she's seeing. She does caution that there are a lot of outstanding votes in Wisconsin that won't come in until 3 to 5 in the morning. Obviously, we know we won't get some of Pennsylvania's votes in until tomorrow. But this is basically the best she can do to reassure people right now. A short time ago, Jim Clyburn, one of the leading Democrats in the House, a true veteran, expressed his own concerns. He said there is still a path, but it is narrowing. And here at Kamala Harris campaign headquarters at her alma mater of Howard University, the crowd has been extremely muted. They are watching the results come in. They are talking to each other. There's no jubilation whatsoever. They want to learn more.
Nancy, is the campaign giving any further details about when they can stop stressing, essentially when they think this will be a done deal and called?
No, they've said all along that it could be a day, it could be several days. They have always insisted that it was highly unlikely that we would know the outcome on election night. So that's something that they have been preparing their supporters for some time. What they hadn't prepared their supporters for was the possibility that they might be lagging in so many of these battleground states. They had been arguing that they had a chance of sweeping them just 12 to 24 hours ago.
Nancy Cordes, thank you so much. You're watching CBS News, America Decides.
When you need your sports in us now,
We're bringing you that breaking news right here on HQ.
find it on CBS Sports HQ. Streaming free anywhere you are. Let's do it!
Let's go! Let's do this! I can see clearly now that the rain is gone. Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, gal.
Yeah, boy! Dollar Jill.
You can't get into the market. It's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Ooh, it's hot. That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Welcome back to CBS News Election Night headquarters here in New York. It is midnight on the East Coast, 9 p.m. on the West Coast so far. A big night for Republicans and Donald Trump. CBS News projects the former president has already won North Carolina, a key battleground, and the Senate is lean Republican at this hour. Polls are closed in almost the entire country. Only Alaska is still voting, but of course ballots are still being counted in many states across the nation. Here's where we stand at this hour. In the race to 270, Donald Trump has 230 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 176 electoral votes. And let's take a look at the blue wall states. Harris campaign manager saying she still believes there is a path to victory with the blue wall states. CBS News rates the states of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin as toss-up at this hour. And along the southern route of battleground states, CBS News characterizes Arizona and Nevada as toss-up at this hour. Georgia, CBS News rates as lean Republican. And as we mentioned earlier, CBS News projects Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. My colleague John Dickerson is here and has been studying the exit polls. What accounts for where we are at this point of the night? We should note that all the votes are not in. Things can change. The only state we projected is North Carolina. But where are we?
Well, let's step away for a moment from the exit polls just to think about, no matter what happens with Donald Trump tonight, think of the comeback he has made after the attack on the Capitol on January 6th, in which his party pushed him away. Then in 2022, his candidates did not do well in their races. The hangover of Donald Trump. He is now tonight outperforming what was expected. I mean, he's doing well in the areas where he was supposed to be doing. His opponent is not doing as well in some places. He's bringing in Senate candidates who have run on his ticket with him. So just as a matter, whatever happens tonight, in terms of a political comeback story, leaving aside that he's totally redesigned a party around his views on the economy, immigration, it's already the fact that he's doing so well and it's so close is quite an extraordinary comeback for him.
Well, in addition to not only what happened on January 6th, even following those two impeachment trials, but of course, then two assassination attempts, a convicted felon, multiple federal felony counts against him.
Senior members of his national security team all saying he should not be allowed near power again. I mean, these are not rinky-dink people. These are former secretaries of state, national security advisors. I would also note, and Marco Rubio touched on this, and it'll be one of the stories of the night, is the realignment that might be going on in American politics. No longer by race and age, but now education, job. The forgotten man that Donald Trump talked about in his inaugural address in 2017, the forgotten man is voting for Donald Trump. and he's making inroads. He'll do better with African-American voters than any Republican has ever done, with Latino voters better than any Republican has ever done. He's not just changing the party. He may very well be changing American politics.
Mm-hmm. Nora, I wanted to pick up what John is saying, and you too, Cecilia, when you said, you used to think it was about your morals, your integrity, and your character. When we started out the evening, we said that the Harris campaign said that they were nauseously optimistic. Last time I checked, nausea is never a good thing. The Trump campaign was cautiously optimistic. And when I was in Pennsylvania talking to people, I had person after person, Trump supporter, say to me, yeah, he's mouthy, but I'm mouthy. Yeah, he doesn't tell the truth, but every politician lies. Yeah, he doesn't represent the values that I hold dear, but that's not what I'm looking for. I want to know, can this person do the job? And time after time after time, it came back to immigration, really hard on immigration, and the economy. But when I asked, who would you trust to babysit your children? Nobody. Only one person chose Donald Trump. And I just think, when you put it in that context, I'd like to know what that says about us as a country. What does this mean? John, is it a brand new party? Is it a brand new day? And we should also say nobody has 270 yet either. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the Harris campaign is still nauseously optimistic, but I bet they're getting a little sicker now as the night progresses.
There is this realignment, to pick up on what John was saying, that we are watching play out in terms of who's turning up to vote, but we are looking at a globe that is realigning too. There is a disorientation. There is, from the commander-in-chief question, who is going to take office at a time when the world is watching this election tonight to see who they will be dealing with, when they're looking at the largest land war in Europe underway, when they're looking at the expansion of that, they're looking at a Mideast on fire, they're looking at an aggressive China. And we are going to be digesting this as a planet when we wake up tomorrow morning to figure out what's next. A third of the world has had a female leader. This country has not. And tonight, this is also a test of whether a woman could be a commander-in-chief of this country, elected in a very short runway of an election against a man who has presented himself, despite what his national security advisors say, as about strength, as about he puts fear in other people. Therefore, you won't see that realignment or that threat around the world come to these shores. That's the package he's selling in his national security argument. And it's just something to chew on tonight as we wait to see who gets to 270. There are just some major tests that go, I think, beyond this moment when we talk about gender, when we talk about, projections of power and America's role in the world.
I know, but you look at the exit polls. Harris overwhelmingly wins when people say they want their president to have good judgment. Trump overwhelmingly wins support when you say you're looking for someone who could lead and who can bring much-needed change.
Can't hear you talk.
All right, let's bring in Robert Costa on this matter. Robert?
Some new reporting from former President Trump's inner circle at Mar-a-Lago tonight. It is just past midnight on the East Coast. People close to Trump tell me, just in the last few minutes, that it is notable that he has not yet made a statement. He is holding back from making remarks tonight, because there is a growing sense inside of Trump's inner circle at the highest ranks of the campaign that tonight is shaping up well for Trump. The vote is still being counted. But there was talk early on, as we discussed, former chief strategist Steve Bannon and others urging Trump to get out there and declare victory. He has not done that yet because there is a belief that he could win it within the next 6 to 12 hours outright. They're not betting that yet, but they're holding him back. And he's telling people behind the scenes he feels very good that Republicans are turning out. When I spoke to him just before we went to air, he said immigration, more than anything, is overwhelming this race. He believes, in his view, that by focusing on border security, he wins over people who might have questions about his character, his conduct, January 6th. But the way he's framing the country as an argument, casting the Biden-Harris administration as a bleak place that's managing a country in decline, he believes if he hammers that and immigration, he could win. That was his bet from day one of this campaign. And there's a belief inside Trump's campaign tonight that it could be paying off.
Do you think he'll still say, Bob, the election was rigged?
If he wins?
Yeah.
I doubt it.
Yeah, I doubt it, too. I doubt it, too.
It is still early in the night with a number of votes to be counted. Let's go now to Major Garrett at the data desk because we have not projected 6 of those 7 battleground states. We want to know what we see as those votes are coming in. Major?
So, Nora and team, there are toss-up status for Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. That is a fact. We have not changed or altered our projections. But there are trends within the toss-up designation that we must look at and look at closely. I'm going to start in Wisconsin. I'm going to move across the so-called blue wall. Let's look at Wisconsin. I'm only going to show you one thing. What Kamala Harris needs, the vice president needs, to prevail in Wisconsin and capture its 10 electoral votes. You see that, 56%. What does our estimate reveal? 45%. That is a substantial gap. Let's now go next door to across the lake to Michigan. All right, same question. What does Kamala Harris need? And we're talking about this in the sense that this is what her campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, has said is the place that this is a still winnable race. 52% in Michigan, outstanding vote. What is our CBS News estimate of the outstanding vote that she was likely to capture? 48%. That's a 4% gap. It is not catastrophic, but it is not a positive directional indicator. Let's go to Pennsylvania. Again, the same basic question. What does the vice president need, and what do we project? 57% is the need, 53% is the CBS News current estimate, with 85% of the vote in. These are trend lines beneath the toss-up designation, and these are not trend lines that augur well for the Harris campaign. And to Bob's point, that is why at Mar-a-Lago, the Trump inner circle believes what they have always said has come to fruition, that Trump is a turnout machine. If he was polling equally in this race, as he was in all the battleground states, he was going to overperform, even if it's just a tick or two, and that would make him highly competitive in every single battleground state. That is the trend beneath the toss-up designation we're seeing playing out right now.
That is quite illustrative. Major Garrett, thank you. And Caitlin Huey-Burns is in West Palm Beach, Florida, at Trump headquarters. And Caitlin, what are you hearing?
Hey, Nora, good to be with you. Well, Major just mentioned Pennsylvania. Donald Trump's home state essentially is here in Florida, but he had essentially taken up residency in Pennsylvania. I have been on the road with him all year. I've been to Pennsylvania at least once a week for the past 6 weeks. That is so centerpiece to their campaign. But I would also note that I covered Trump's first ever rally in New Hampshire, the first day that he was a candidate, and also covered his last rally as a presidential candidate last night. And in those intervening years, he has not changed a bit. And that's important because Trump's theory of the case has been that the American people, and especially the Republican Party, would come on board with his ideas, no matter his style. And that has served him well in the Republican primary. And their theory of the case was that there was 11% or so of the electorate that wasn't engaged in politics, wasn't watching the same media as the rest of the country, and to kind of tap into Trump's style would be able to pull those voters in. Now, that was a huge gamble. They were depending and are depending on those low propensity voters, but they felt like those two issues would make the deal. And I can't underscore enough how immigration has been centerpiece and the closing argument to Trump's campaign this time around and for nearly a decade.
Caitlin Huey-Burns. And coming up, we're going to talk with someone who knows Donald Trump well. CBS News America Decides, election 2024. We'll be right back.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I use sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Nations are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly, more CBS Mornings.
Plus,
sunshine in day.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of election night. You're very familiar with our regular election map. We want to show you a different way to visualize the results. This is our electoral vote map, which changes the shape of each state to correspond to the number of electoral votes it has. This map, in some ways, helps visualize the impact each state has on the presidential election and allows us to show you the Electoral College right on the map. Joining us now is Gary Cohn. He served as the director of the National Economic Council and it was chief economic advisor to President Trump from 2017 to 2018. Gary, welcome.
Thank you, Nora. Thanks for having me.
So you've seen the same results. You're along this journey with us. What do you think about how the night is shaping out?
Well, I think the night is shaping up as you've described it. I think the Trump campaign is done fairly well. I think they've performed better in certain areas, as you pointed out. But the night's not over.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone should be celebrating yet in Trump headquarters, but I think they got to be very, very pleased with where they are now and where they stand.
Mm-hmm. There has been an impression on the campaign trail and certainly among voters that Donald Trump would fix the economy. I mean, that's what he's been saying, I'll fix it. That's his slogan. He has also said that he would impose a 25% tariff on goods now from Mexico. He's added Mexico to the list. The estimate of his tax proposals in addition to the tariffs, the estimate is it would add some $7 trillion to the deficit over the next decade. That is double what Kamala Harris would do. Is that good for the economy?
So we've been on this deficit problem now for the last 6 or 8 years, and it really got exasperated with COVID. You know, if you look at
the spending that was enacted under Donald Trump.
It started, I said, 7 or 8 years we've been under this problem. It's not a new problem. But if you look at what's been going on in this country, tax revenues have stayed about equal. If you look at revenues to GDP, and that's the right way to measure it, how much of the economy are we collecting? What's really changed dramatically in the last 3 or 4 or 5 years is how much of the GDP we're spending. Expenditures as a percentage of GDP have changed quite dramatically, and they've changed quite dramatically in the last 4 years. I think we have to realize that the spending to GDP has to be brought under control, and that's before we get to the issue of the Social Security Trust Fund, which is ultimately going to run out of money in the next 7 years, and we're going to have to curtail benefits for seniors, which I don't believe we will ever get to that point. I think we will fulfill our obligation to pay seniors their benefits.
And I know we don't have time or the graphics tonight, but for everybody who knows the pie chart of the federal government, about 2/3 of it is entitlements.
Yes.
So if you ever really want to take a whack to federal spending, you have to take a whack to entitlements. And for entitlements, it's Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. So are you suggesting that under Donald Trump, he would do that?
No, I'm not. I'm not suggesting that
But
at
you're
all.
saying that someone should?
I'm suggesting there are many other places where we're going to have to take a hard look of how we spend our money and how efficiently.
There aren't any other major places. There's entitlements.
There are other places. You're right, it's 2/3. There's discretionary spending. There's military spending. How efficiently do we spend our military money? Are we spending our military money on things that we need today? Or are we spending our military money on things that we bought 10 years ago that made sense 10 years ago? And they're creating jobs in certain economies. Now, that's important. The jobs are really important. But I think we have to take a fresh look at everything we buy in the country, why we buy it, and why we spend that money.
Was there anything about Donald Trump's presidency where he exercised fiscal constraint?
Yes, there were places where he exercised fiscal constraint. I think he took advice from some of his advisors well on places where he would have spent additional money had he not listened to some of his advisors. And if you look at the spending during that period of time, we were 2 to 3% lower in spending to GDP than we are today.
Gary, you were the architect of the Trump tax policy that was put in place in 2017. He's campaigning saying he's not going to tax Social Security income. He's not going to tax overtime. He's not going to tax tips, something Vice President Harris also says. There are a number of things. It floated not having income tax. The Republicans look like they may get control of the Senate. Do you think a Republican-controlled Senate would do any of those things?
Well, you also need the House, potentially. So remember, we've got
legislation.
Legislation starts in the House, works its way to the Senate, and then gets to the president's office. So we don't know what the House is going to look like at this point. I think that what candidates promise on the campaign trail and what they do in reality are two different outcomes. You know, it's very interesting to go promise. As you said, both candidates went out of their way to promise the electorate certain things that cannot be delivered. We, at the end of the day, we are going to have to tax some things because we do spend money. As you point out, we have enormous entitlement programs in this country. We have interest on the debt. We have to service our debt. We have a military that we have to invest in. In fact, we have to continue to invest more in. We can't do that without raising money. So if you're going to change the way we tax and not tax certain buckets of income, and you're going to bring back SALT deductions, because both candidates want to bring back SALT deductions as well. State and local tax deductions. Yes.
The coasts.
The amount of taxable income that we're going to have in this country is going to be very small, and it just won't work. So I think we're going to have to deal with the reality of trying to look at our fiscal position and be somewhat responsible and get our debt to GDP back into a normal place.
But the Trump-Vance campaign promises to solve all of that through tariffs, which are blunt instruments. Gary, I know you don't like them. So, I mean, can you bottom line that for us, though? Because if we are being told that there are going to be tariffs put on goods, they will raise costs for the poorest people in this country. What they buy is going to become more expensive for them.
So, again, I won't categorically say I don't like tariffs. Tariffs have an important role to play when a country is dumping products or selling products in this country that we manufacture substantially below the cost that we manufacture them at, because they're run by state-owned enterprises, so they don't pay for capital, they don't pay living wages because they don't have to, and they don't care about the environment. If you have those three competitive advantages, you can produce a product substantially cheaper than we can in the United States. If you're doing that and selling your product here in the United States, we should impose a tariff on you as a country and the product. If we don't manufacture the product in the United States and we're putting a tariff on it, I agree with you. We're putting a consumption tax on our consumers, and therefore they will be able to consume less products, and therefore we will stop economic growth. We'll slow down economic growth. That's not what we want to do.
Gary, if he takes the White House again and he asks you to come back, would you go back to Washington?
Thank you for having me. You know, right now I've got the greatest new job in the world. I just became a grandfather, and it's a lot of fun.
You look too young.
That's not a no.
Grandfather. That's impressive, Gary. Thank you so much. Thank you for the policy discussion after midnight here. I know it will continue on many of our programs later. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
And David, I just want to go quickly to you, because as we look at some of the battleground states, and what we see. Is there a possibility of a red mirage, as it has been called?
So we talked about that red mirage, blue wave effect a lot in 2020, and that's when the Republican votes come in earlier, the in-person Election Day votes that skewed heavily Republican, and the later votes of the mail ballots that skewed heavily Democratic in 2020. I think what we're seeing is that has been compressed quite a bit. We're not seeing quite the red mirage, blue wave effect. I think we're seeing a little more geographic difference in when things are being reported. We're waiting on Philadelphia. We're waiting on Milwaukee. Whether that's enough to make up the deficit, Anthony and Major have demonstrated that really well. I think we're not going to see quite the same red mirage, blue wave effect that we saw in 2020.
All right, David, thank you. CBS News, America Decides Election 2024. We'll be right back. We will go back to our data desk and dive into the numbers to find out what's happening in Wisconsin, in Arizona, and those battleground states we have yet to call or characterize. We'll be right back.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here? What is the answer then?
Do you know why? You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
Is this really
Is that scary? Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean? Did any of that make sense? Have you What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Can see clearly now.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly more CBS Mornings.
Plus, sunshiny day.
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. North Carolina is the first battleground state to be called for Donald Trump. Georgia leans that way. CBS's Nicole Killian is in Atlanta. Nicole, what are you hearing where you are?
Well, even though we are rating this race a lean Republican, I can tell you here people are already celebrating as if they have won the state. And we are hearing from a number of Republican operatives, including the state party chair, who in essence has already declared victory here. We did hear from the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, a short time ago. At this point, there's about 93% of precincts reporting throughout the state. But he said about the former president's posture that he believes that former President Donald Trump has an insurmountable lead in this state. And so that's why many people here are very confident in the outcome. And if the former president does pull it out here in Georgia, it marks a dramatic turnaround because, as you know, back in 2020, he lost this state by 12,000 votes. Called the Secretary of State, asked him to find the votes, which ultimately led him to being charged here in the state last year for racketeering, a number of other charges stemming from alleged election interference. So to be able to win this state would, again, kind of be more than a 180, I would say, at this point. What has changed? A couple of things, in terms of talking to Republican operatives, they believe that their ground game was stronger than they got credit for. They really worked to mobilize voters, particularly in more rural areas, really trying to target low propensity voters. They believe that they cut into Democratic margins, particularly when we're talking about some African American voters, particularly black men. In terms of independents, some of our exit polling shows that the former president performed much better with independents, that they kind of broke for him over Vice President Kamala Harris. A Trump campaign operative telling me that they believe his message, particularly around the economy, is one big reason why. Lindsay.
Nicole Killian in Atlanta, thank you. You're watching CBS News, America Decides.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
That's right.
Let's do it.
Let's go. Let's do this.
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, gal.
Yeah, boy.
Dollar Jill.
You can't get into the market. It's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemonade chicken.
Ooh, it's hot. That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Welcome back to CBS News Election Night headquarters in New York. We have breaking news from the CBS News data desk. CBS News now rates the Wisconsin presidential race as lean Republican. All eyes on these 7 battleground states as our data desk analyzes the incoming vote. Let's take a look at where the presidential race stands at 12:30 a.m. in the East. Big number 270. That's the number of electoral votes needed to win. With the results so far, Donald Trump has 230 electoral votes and Kamala Harris with 189. Let's dig deeper into the battlegrounds in the blue wall states. CBS News rates the states of Michigan and Pennsylvania as toss-up, and then Wisconsin as lean Republican. And remember, Wisconsin, they're part of that blue wall. We now rate it as lean Republican. Along the southern route of battleground states, CBS News characterizes Arizona and Nevada as toss-up. Georgia, CBS News rates as lean Republican. And as we mentioned earlier, CBS News projects Donald Trump will win North Carolina. We have new reporting at this hour. Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes is at the Harris headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C. Nancy?
Nora, CBS News has learned that Vice President Kamala Harris is now very unlikely to travel here to Howard University from her home about 2.5 miles away to deliver any kind of address to the supporters gathered here. Things are still just too uncertain. The former president, Donald Trump, has not made any remarks, and so we are being told that it is unlikely she will come here to say anything either. The question becomes, if she doesn't come here to speak to the thousands of people who are still gathered here, yes, the crowd has thinned out somewhat, but there's still a lot of people here who think they're going to be hearing from her. The question becomes, does she have someone else come in her stead to basically address the crowd and explain to them that the vice president is not going to be here to speak herself, much in the same way that we saw John Podesta come out at the Javits Center in 2016 and let the crowd there know around 2:30 in the morning that Hillary Clinton was not going to be having anything to say that night. The Harris campaign has made it pretty clear that they're putting all their eggs in the blue wall basket, and they're holding out hope for some kind of turnaround in those states. They're hoping that they get a big rush of votes from urban areas, but they also acknowledge that a lot of those votes are unlikely to come tonight. They're expecting votes from Milwaukee somewhere between 3 and 5 in the morning. They know that Pennsylvania takes days to count, so it appears that they have made a determination that there's nothing that Harris could say tonight that would make sense, and so she's going to hold off.
All right, Nancy Cordes, thank you. I want to bring in Chief Election and Campaign Correspondent Robert Costa. And Robert, you just heard Nancy saying we likely will not hear from the vice president tonight. Will we hear from Donald Trump?
Donald Trump, the former president, is likely to speak tonight at some level. Whether he declares victory or not, we don't have any reporting on what exactly he's going to say. But it is likely that he heads to a victory party or to some kind of celebration of his reporters to give an update on the count, at the very least, to give an update on his perspective. Many Republicans across the country are telling CBS News at this hour that they remain increasingly confident that Republicans will win the White House, the House, and the Senate, but the count remains to be counted in so many of these states. So many top Democrats, I'm talking about people I really trust as sources on the Democratic side, are growing alarmed, frankly, as they look at these numbers.
And what is in particular in the numbers that's alarming?
They're not seeing the kind of support they need to from working people in the Midwest. Labor union members. I talked to Sean Fain, the head of the UAW, and other labor organizers. They were confident all night. But former President Trump, with his message on the economy and immigration, in the view of my Democratic sources, has been able to make gains with working people who are affiliated with unions or in a union by talking about the border again and again.
Mm-hmm. I think it's important now to go back to Anthony Salvanto and Major Garrett to look at where the outstanding vote is in these blue wall states and the additional battleground states. Major?
So, Nora, I told you in the audience a few moments ago that there were trends beneath the toss-up designation. Those trends have continued to play out in Wisconsin. That's why we have changed the rating to lean Trump. First thing I want to show you is the vote margin. Why do I want to bring our audience's attention to that? Just remind ourselves, 2016, Donald Trump won Wisconsin by just over 20,000 votes. 2020, President Biden won it by just over 20,000 votes. Look at the margin right now. It is in the range of 100,000, and there's a reason for that. Look at Milwaukee County. They're talking about that at the Harris campaign headquarters. 60% in. How does that compare with 2020? The vice president is running well behind what President Biden achieved in Milwaukee County. That's one of her problems. In Dane County, that's Madison. About equal, but still a little bit behind. And I can tell you, Nora, this red area of Wisconsin, redder than it was in 2020, which means former President Trump did precisely what his campaign said it would attempt to do. Run up the score in internal parts of Wisconsin, rural parts of Wisconsin, and try, if they could, to eat into any percentage gains in urban areas. And that's precisely what's going on. Let me show you Racine County. Harris running behind the president. Kenosha also running behind. These are systemic problems for the vice president. And we're going to go to that crucial definition of where things stand. 58% of the outstanding vote. What do we believe our projections of that underlying vote is achievable? 47%. That is becoming a gap that presents us with the designation moving from toss-up to lean Trump.
So can you do that? Because let's say, as you said, Wisconsin is now lean Republican.
Mm-hmm.
So if she loses Wisconsin,
10 electoral votes.
Right. She might need the 11 electoral votes that is in Arizona.
Oh, she would desperately need the 11 electoral votes.
Right, that's the only path to victory.
That's it.
So where does the vote look like now in Arizona?
Let's go. Arizona, when you were at the board with me a little bit ago, we were at 51%, Nora. We're at 52% now. It has not really moved that much. The needs for Harris, 50. Our projections, 51%. That same designation we had a little bit ago because they just haven't counted that much vote in Arizona.
Stand by. We have a CBS News projection for the battleground state of Georgia and its 16 electoral votes. We can project that Donald Trump is the projected winner in the state of Georgia. at this hour. Our first projected winner of the night, Georgia, for Donald Trump.
The first flip.
The first flip, as we know that Joe Biden won Georgia 4 years ago. That's significant.
Yeah, and I can give you a little taste of why that is if you look at the exit polls for Georgia. And we look at three groups here that Donald Trump performed well with. The first is independents. He won 54-43. That's an 11-point victory with independents. In 2020, Biden was the one who won independents. Voters age 65 and older. We told the story about how in the Midwest, the older voters are going for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump. Well, not in Georgia, 59-40. That's a 19-point victory with voters over age 65 in Georgia. And then finally, white, non-college degree. Remember, that was always going to be a good group for Donald Trump. But Kamala Harris,
huge margin.
Gargantuan, 81-18. If Harris was going to have to do well anywhere, it was because she was going to have to live in the mid-30s in that number. That's a deep Trump stronghold, but you've got to at least be competitive with your opponent's stronghold, or at least lean into it. She was not.
Now, one thing about Georgia, though, it does not have the size of an electorate of white non-college degree that Michigan and Wisconsin do. Almost 50% of the electorate in those two states is white non-college degree.
But the reason she's having problems there is because it's a larger share of the electorate, and she's not doing well enough in that larger share. It was always a share that Donald Trump was going to get. That was never a question. But she has to do well enough in that group and then do well in her groups, and she's just not doing well enough with white non-college, whether it's in Georgia or in the Midwest.
And perhaps our CBS data going back to September should have forewarned us on this. If you look at the way economic concerns resonated, 8 in 10 voters at that time told CBS their income wasn't keeping up with inflation. At that time, 7 in 10 said housing in their area of Georgia was unaffordable. We saw repeatedly concerns about accessibility, affordability, and people often, when they're asked about the state of the economy, that's what they think of, is what am I paying at the grocery store? They're not necessarily thinking of the data points that we are delivering on the national news that say, hey, the jobless rate is pretty good. Inflation is coming down.
Eggs and milk.
It's the lived experience of what you encounter. And that's something we saw in Georgia.
And I have to say, too, I think probably the media overemphasized the price of groceries, which are a main thing, but also mortgage rates, right? Being able to buy a house, being able, we talked about housing in the vice presidential debate, buy a car. I mean, the ability to borrow money and your credit card bills going up as well, borrowing money when you buy things. And so for everybody, they felt the pinch at home big time.
And the Harris campaign certainly tried to catch him on this issue, right? If you look at polling in the last few days, she had essentially drawn even with him. The problem is she didn't get ahead of him. There wasn't enough time for her to unveil these plans, and they'll have them marinate. And already tonight, you know they're in trouble when they start blaming each other, and it's coming in already. One congressman saying there'll be plenty of time to do this blame, but if there's one thing we're not doing right, the Democratic Party is a working-class voter problem. We must improve our numbers here to win. They understand as this continues to happen, and as the inevitable may happen in Wisconsin, as we're seeing already, that if they can't win over those voters and they fail to capture them on the economy, then they have some real restructuring to do going forward, especially if this is going to cut across age groups, education, and ethnicity.
He did very well, Donald Trump, with educated white men and white women, but it didn't seem to matter how...
Non-college educated.
Non-college educated, yes. But it didn't seem to matter how often you heard the economy's doing well, the job report is doing well. None of that seemed to matter. People would still say, I'm still paying too much for milk. I'm still paying too much for bread. Well, you can't feel it at home. It doesn't matter what you say.
You look at this, since Biden took office, rents in the battleground states are up 20%. That's not because Joe Biden was elected. The cost of your rent is affected by a number of different factors, but people blame the boss. I mean, the grocery inflation, 22%. We were on the back end of a pandemic that completely upended the supply chains and global economy.
What the political scientists will tell you is that also voters don't give you credit for the good things that are happening. The unemployment rate was lower in 6 of the 7 battleground states under Joe Biden than under Donald Trump, leaving aside COVID. Pre-COVID, Trump unemployment was higher in every battleground state but Nevada. But voters aren't, they don't give you credit for things that happen. They are concerned about the plenty of things that they legitimately feel about their own economic position.
Much to great frustration inside the Biden White House. Almost from day one, they would complain to you behind the scenes that they felt like they were never getting credit for the advancements in the economy that were happening even underneath him. They would scream from the rooftops, and he would do press conferences, or he would go to battleground states and talk about housing, and they felt like he never got the credit for it. There was nothing they could do to vocally challenge the microphone that Trump had on that point.
Or they just
Part of why they wanted to
Let's
move it.
listen now to the Harris campaign co-chair, Cedric Richmond. He's about to address the crowd at Howard University.
Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
And there you have the co-chair of the Harris campaign saying it's okay, everybody can go home. We're not going to have a decision tonight, and the vice president is not coming out to address, but we'll speak to the crowd tomorrow.
That is not going to land in a comforting way with Harris supporters, I think. And Nancy said it. We've all been talking about it, how extremely reminiscent this feels to 2016. And the campaign manager, John Podesta, coming out to those microphones. I was in that room addressing the crowd, saying you will hear from her, but you're not going to hear from her tonight. And then we ended up hearing from her the next day.
And also saying too, Cecilia, we still have hope. There's still a path. It's a big sense of a big case of deja vu.
He didn't say we still have a path.
No.
He said with their votes still being counted.
Yeah, he said the votes are still being.
Still have a path.
But he said the votes are still being counted, and that leads you to believe that there is that there still is hope. He didn't say, look, there's no chance. He said the votes are still being counted. So, there's a big case of deja vu, I think, for many people tonight.
What a shot this is, though, to see these supporters at her alma mater at Howard University, and many D.C. residents there in that neighborhood walking off of that campus right now, wondering when they will know the results of this election.
I know that as we watch the crowd disperse and wait for word from the Harris campaign about what is next, we enter this late morning period where votes are just still being counted. In Pennsylvania, it could take a couple of days. Michigan, it could take a day. I want to bring in David Becker on that because, David, you spent so much time speaking with state election officials about the vote count. What can you tell us about timing?
So right now, I think Philadelphia in particular and some the Pennsylvania counties are still looking to probably finish up a lot of those mail ballots. They had to start processing today, probably looking into tomorrow or Thursday. But depending upon the margin, we might get to the point where there's enough for us to call it. Michigan, I think they're mainly focusing on Wayne County right now in the city of Detroit. I think there's some that are still to be reported. I have an update on Arizona in particular. I just talked to a Maricopa County election official, and there's about 650,000 ballots that they have not reported out yet. They haven't tabulated yet, plus the mail ballots that were delivered today, and they're not sure of that number yet. So there's a significant number of Arizona ballots out, and I think that's going to go well into tomorrow, perhaps even Thursday until we get those. And that's always what happens in Arizona because they allow so many, and there's a culture of delivering those mail ballots on the day of the election, which doesn't allow them to pre-process. They have to do that right away and get it in the next couple days.
Mm-hmm. So that means we're looking at maybe Thursday if it comes down to Arizona?
I'd say about Thursday. I mean, if the path for Harris right now, as slim as it might be, is Pennsylvania, Michigan, and then possibly Arizona or the long shot of Wisconsin, Arizona's going to take probably a day or two Pennsylvania might take about that long, too. And remember, that's still significantly earlier, especially given the margins than what we saw in 2020.
I remember it took all the way till Saturday.
Right.
Much more to discuss. You're watching CBS News America Decides, Election 2024.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush. What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours Podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Haitians are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, Gail.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
I want to make sure that my voice is heard, but also lift up other voices.
Hey, give me some
love, baby.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Giving you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. CBS.
Welcome back to CBS News Election Night. You're seeing video of Trump supporters reacting to a projection that the former president will win the state of Georgia. I want to bring in Anthony Salvanto. And as we see that Donald Trump has won Georgia and North Carolina, the path narrows for the vice president as you have rated Wisconsin as lean Republican.
Yep.
So many people are asking what's going on in the blue wall. What's happening in Michigan right now?
Okay, I'll start here. So here's what you got in. You get 59% in. But for starters, Wayne County, which is the big county here, it's Detroit. Democrats are going to need a substantial lead there to carry them through the state. Well, what you see here is only a quarter of that is in. On top of that, we're not exactly sure how many votes are going to come in from there. So that's going to be a holdup, and that may be a while, right?
So I see Harris's top officials are tweeting about this. Well, the vote isn't in yet from Wayne County.
Right.
But I can remember 2016 with you, and when we had not called Michigan yet, and you kept saying, well, there's got to be more vote coming in from Wayne County and Detroit for Hillary Clinton, and it never came in.
No, and it didn't. And one of the things that we are seeing tonight, especially in cities like Detroit, metro areas, we just saw it in metro Atlanta, which is why we were able to call Georgia, is that not only is turnout a little bit down, but Harris's margins are a little bit down from Joe Biden's in 2020. And some of that is a slight shift among minority voters, if you look precinct by precinct, and some of that is just part of the overall shift that's going on here tonight. So to your point, yes, turnout may end up down there, and that would be a bad sign.
And any information on Dearborn, which is the largest population of Arab Americans, about what's going on there?
So that we don't have that information yet. That is in Wayne County. We're going to want to understand that might be 50 to 100,000 votes. If we see in those precincts that there isn't strong turnout, that would just add to the potential trouble for Harris.
But we can't go inside that narrowly.
We can't go inside that. I mean, I will show you that in Georgia, just as an example, we did that in Fulton. And if the same idea plays out, right, here's inside of Atlanta. This is where the shift, you even see some red areas. This is not what you saw in 2020. So even that 2 to 3 point shift, and we've seen that, I showed you earlier in Pennsylvania, we had seen that kind of a shift too. All the stuff that in the pre-election polling, we were talking about the potential for a few points more among minority voters shifting, and we're seeing that, and it may play out in Detroit as well.
All right, Anthony Salvanto, as we go into these numbers, and when we come back, we'll spend some more time trying to figure out what is happening in these remaining battleground states where the votes are still coming in and a sense of where they may be headed. That's coming up.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that?
Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean in
Did any of that make
What
sense?
have you learned? What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has a glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will.
You go, Gail.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
I want to make sure that my voice is heard, but also lift up other voices.
Hey, give me some love, baby.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. Wisconsin, part of that critical blue wall for Vice President Harris is lean Republican. CBS's Janet Shamlian is in Milwaukee. Janet, what are you seeing? Walk us through it.
Lindsay, good evening to you. More than 80% of the vote is in here in Wisconsin. Trump is leading. However, the Harris campaign believes it still has significant number of votes coming in for them. They placed a lot of stock in Wisconsin. They spent a lot of time and money here. They went after those so-called WOW counties, Waukesha, Ozaukee, and Washington. So those are the red counties just outside of Milwaukee. Meanwhile, the Republicans had gone after Dane County. That's home to Madison. It is the fastest growing county in the state. So a lot of new people people in Dane County, and that's where the Republicans have made some inroads here in Wisconsin. Now, the delaying of or the recounting of more than 30,000 ballots in this room because of an error with some of the machines or what was perceived as, for transparency, they should start the count over, has delayed the counting. But, Lindsay, it's not going to go now as late or as early tomorrow morning as originally thought.
And Janet, the U.S. Senate race between Democratic incumbent Tammy Baldwin and Republican businessman Eric Hovde is also being closely watched. What can you tell us there?
Yeah, this is a really crucial race, Lindsay. The Republicans desperately want this seat. The incumbent, Tammy Baldwin, has had a 7 or 8 point lead for the last couple of weeks. It's narrowed to 1 or 2 points in the last couple of days. And right now, the challenger, Eric Hovde, has the lead with about 80% of the vote in. Republicans really want this seat. Both sides have accused each other of being coastal elites. It's gotten very personal in the last couple of weeks.
Janet, when are you hearing from officials that will have answers on the results in Wisconsin?
Yeah, so originally we were thinking like 4 or 5 in the morning. I think they've rolled that back a little. They won't give us anything specific, Lindsay, but at least in this room, they thought that maybe they had about another hour and a half of ballots yet to go.
All right, CBS's Janet Shamlian in Milwaukee, thank you so much. You're watching CBS News, America Decides.
Superstar approaching.
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
That's right.
Let's do it. Let's go. Let's do this. I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
Superstar approaching. Superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, Gail.
Yeah, boy.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Hot. That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Welcome back to CBS News Election Night headquarters in New York. It is now 1 a.m. in the East, 10 p.m. in the West, and polls are now closed across all 50 states. Former President Donald Trump and Republicans are having a very good night. CBS News projects that Trump will win 2 key battleground states, Georgia and North Carolina. And in the race for control of Congress, CBS News rates the Senate as lean Republican. In the race for the White House, the electoral vote count now stands at 246 for Donald Trump and 194 for Kamala Harris. And all eyes are on the 7 battleground states where this election will likely be won or lost tonight or in the days ahead. As we mentioned, CBS News projects Donald Trump wins North Carolina, a major victory for the former president, the same battleground state he won in 2020. Trump is also projected to pick up a win in Georgia. In the blue wall states, CBS News rates Wisconsin as lean Republican, and that leaves Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And CBS News rates all 4 of those battleground states as toss-up at this hour. And just in, CBS News projects Kamala Harris will win the state of New Mexico. That is an expected win for the Democrats, although Donald Trump did pay a last-minute visit to that state, hoping to eke out a victory. I'm joined now by Major Garrett and Anthony Salvanto, who have new information from the CBS News data desks. And as we mentioned, Donald Trump, the Republicans having a very good night.
Yes.
The pathway for Kamala Harris has narrowed. Her own campaign manager says it's the blue wall. So wanted to go back and see what's happening in Pennsylvania.
The simple truth, Nora, is the path for Vice President Harris is narrowing by the hour. And we can illustrate that very clearly in Pennsylvania with its 19 electoral votes. And we can do it basically with just the color coding of this map. This is the map as it exists in this election. Let me show everyone what the map looked like. So bring the camera in here, if you will. Let's focus right on this part of eastern Pennsylvania. Here it is now in 2024. There it is in 2020. Do you see that difference? All this blue running up the eastern side of the Lehigh Valley up towards Scranton. Again, its coloration is either lighter blue or light red. And that is right now why the former president is running ahead of what he ran with in 2020 and is on pace to possibly capture Pennsylvania.
So she is underperforming Joe Biden and how he performed in 2020. Where? In what places?
Well, that's the important question, because this is a lot of white working class voters, many of whom now have shifted to the former president in this election. The other thing, though, is in Philadelphia. I want to look in here because we've also seen a shift in the city. And if you look internally at the local level, there are Hispanic precincts, Latino precincts that have shifted a little bit towards the former president from 2020. You see a little bit lower turnout so far. So all of that is part of the formula here for why Donald Trump is doing relatively better here than he did in 2020. It's across a number of key demographic groups, and the geography tells part of that story.
And the collar counties, which have traditionally been Democratic counties, although Bucks County now has more Republican voters in Bucks, you see.
But look at the difference. Look at the difference.
Yep.
Yeah.
Get that, right? We'll go to Northampton.
Running behind in Northampton.
Running behind
in Bucks.
Little behind. And that really is a story here again, Lehigh, right? People are going to look at that and they say, well, it's 1 or 2 points. But it adds up, right? You see the number of votes there. The lead for Harris so much smaller than what Joe Biden would have gotten out of there. And so one after another, those little shifts are adding up to keep Trump more competitive.
Now, you have not characterized this race yet. Can you show us why?
Well,
why you haven't called it lean Republican, for instance?
Yeah,
Tell us why. Because we still got 7% of the vote coming in, and it's coming in from cities.
Well, there still is outstanding vote. So let me show you where that is. And here is big circles, Montgomery, still some from Philadelphia. I told you about it, but still waiting for some there. Still some from Chester. These are places Democrats have done well in the past. So that's important and why we can't yet make a projection. But the other part is here, these dots may not be as small, but they represent Republican outstanding vote. So they could just as well go more for the former president, and then he would be able to hang on to what is now a narrow lead.
We can still look at this data, but I just want to bring in senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang because she is in Philadelphia as we're looking at these numbers. I know, Weijia, you can hear our conversation. How does this square with the case that the Harris campaign was making? I mean, they claimed that they had the ground game, that it was far more superior, that they had knocked on millions of doors in these final days in these battleground states. Tell us what you were hearing from the campaign.
Well, Nora, that's exactly it. And that's why they felt so confident going into Pennsylvania, because as Anthony was mentioning, several sources told me, look, it's not about flipping certain counties from red to blue. It's about losing less and going after Trump's margins. And that just hasn't panned out tonight, despite all of the money and the resources and the time that not only campaign staffers, volunteers, but the vice president herself poured into this state. And so when you look at what the Trump campaign was focused on, they really wanted to expand even more in those rural areas, in the deep red areas. And there were a couple other places they were looking at, Nora, including Erie County, which went for Biden in 2020. 98% of that vote is in, and it looks like Trump is poised to flip that because right now it's 50% Trump, 49% Harris. And they said to them the biggest hint was the fact that the Teamsters did not endorse anybody because their rank and file were really supporting Trump and they weren't prepared to make a formal endorsement. But Trump sources said that they really wanted to look at the rank and file across the board when it came to workers. And that storyline is playing out. Another one that we are watching, Nora, is the 2-2-2 corridor. Of course, that is where there is a heavily populated Latino population, and everyone was wondering whether the vile joke made at the Trump rally last month would make an impact. But we now know that in Berks County, for example, which is part of that corridor, 99% of the vote, 56% right now for Trump, 43% for Harris. And then he was also able to flip, it looks like he's on the path, Northampton, which is in that corridor as well. 92% of the vote is in. It looks like 51% for Trump so far and 48% Harris. So that did not pan out the way that the Harris folks had anticipated. And then you talk about Philadelphia. When I was talking to a Trump source a bit ago, they said, look, it just wasn't going to happen the way that the Harris team planned. So they are feeling very good tonight, Nora, the Trump team.
Yeah, Weijia, as you were saying, all those counties, Major here is pointing to all of them. So if we can take them on screen, because Weijia has just expertly laid out what some of the challenges are for the Harris team tonight in these counties. I was so interested, Weijia, that you mentioned Erie, because Erie, and I know Major will know this, in 2016 was the one county where many people who accurately predicted that Donald Trump would win the presidency talked about Erie, Pennsylvania, the handmade signs, that everyone was putting handmade signs up, and that was the early predictor that Donald Trump could win not only the state of Pennsylvania, but also potentially the entire presidency.
It was a phenomenon throughout Pennsylvania, Erie and much of eastern Pennsylvania, Nora. Back in 2016, I remember talking to members of the state legislature in Pennsylvania. They would run out of signs.
Yes.
And people who supported President, or then nominee Trump, made their own.
Yeah.
And that was sort of a bonfire that went all over eastern and northeastern Pennsylvania, and Erie was a classic representation of that. That's what the turnout was in 2016. I'll go back and let everyone see what happened in 2020. Joe Biden flipped it, and here we are now. Kamala Harris running behind in Erie County.
All right, can we just go back and look real quickly? So Pennsylvania, a challenging environment for the vice president, but still a number of votes to come. Oh, she's going to need 68% of the outstanding vote? She's
going to need 68% of the outstanding vote, according to our estimates. And we place her estimate at 58% of that 68. So there's a 10 percentage point gap. That is problematic for the Harris campaign, and that, Nora, is putting it mildly. Look at our model. Here's that range, but it is getting narrower by the hour. The range for Trump is moving up, and that is positive direction for the former president.
Well, this is when we should go to Maurice Dubois at the Path to Victory and see if there's a path to victory for Kamala Harris that does not include Pennsylvania.
Okay, Nora, thank you so much. Well, this map right here will bring it home for you. This is our expected votes per state. The red ones for Donald Trump and the blue ones for Kamala Harris. Of course, two states that we are projecting to go into the Trump column, Georgia and North Carolina. And so now you see how the path for Donald Trump has widened significantly. All he has to do is take Pennsylvania, and it's game over. That brings it home right there. Let's go 270. So if Pennsylvania is not available, however, Wisconsin appears to be leaning red, as we say tonight. That brings him to 261. Then all he needs to do is to go out to Arizona and take the 11 there, and that brings him over the top. So conversely, for Kamala Harris, we say the path has narrowed somewhat. If she is able to get Pennsylvania, she's going to need it. She's going to need Michigan. She's going to need the blue wall, Wisconsin as well. If Wisconsin isn't available, as we say it leans red tonight, she would have to go to Arizona to get to 270, and that would do it right. No, that would be 260. What am I doing here? 260, 272. Which one? I gave it to red. That's what I did. Okay, thank you. That would be blue. So there we go. Math isn't my thing, but the map tells the story, doesn't it? So, yeah, the paths are narrowing for Harris. They're getting wider for Donald Trump. Here we are at 1 o'clock in the morning. Nora, let's send it back over to you.
All right, Maurice Dubois, thank you so much. And we have breaking news at this hour just into CBS News election headquarters. CBS News can project Republican Deb Fischer will win re-election in the state of Nebraska. And that means we can now project that Republicans will take control of the Senate. This flips the Senate, which Democrats had controlled with Vice President Kamala Harris's tie-breaking vote. Scott McFarland.
You see the number behind me, Nora. That's the magic number for Republicans. They're there. We're projecting 51 seats. That gives them control of the U.S. Senate. That gives the next president a Republican Senate. So impactful when it comes to Supreme Court nominations, a cabinet, legislation, border bills. All of this now will go through a Republican Senate, which, by the way, does not have a designated leader yet. Mitch McConnell is stepping back. Let me show you how we got to 51 and tell you what's still ahead. First off, Ohio, where Sherrod Brown, a resilient Democrat in Ohio, had strong labor support, had strong backing in the 3 C cities of Ohio, Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati. After 3 terms, we project he has lost to Bernie Moreno, the Republican businessman from Ohio. That's 1 seat lost from the Democrats. West Virginia was an uphill fight from the jump. The Republican governor, Jim Justice, served 2 terms in Charleston, projected as an overwhelming winner over Glenn Elliott. That's the seat vacated by the retiring Joe Manchin. There's 2. Montana is, at this point, projected as a lean Republican for Tim Sheehy, the businessman from West Virginia. I'm sorry, the military veteran from Montana, the 3-term Democrat John Tester there. Democrats haven't really defended so much in the battlegrounds. They have a good situation in Arizona, where the Phoenix Congressman Ruben Gallego has a lean standing right now against Kari Lake, the Republican in Arizona. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada. Those familiar battleground states are also battleground states for the U.S. Senate. We deem Michigan a toss-up right now. Mike Rogers, the former congressman, against Alyssa Slotkin, who, by the way, represents the same district Rogers once did near Lansing. In Nevada, the incumbent Jackie Rosen against Sam Brown, another toss-up state for the presidential race, toss-up state still for the Senate. Democrats playing defense there, and they're playing defense in Pennsylvania, where Bob Casey, the 3-term Democrat, in a toss-up race against Dave McCormick. So at this point, Nora, you get a sense. Republicans have secured a majority. Now it's a matter of margins. Democrats are vulnerable to losing 2, 3 more seats as this night goes on. And for the Senate, every single piece of that puzzle, every single seat along that margin is impactful. Wow.
Fascinating to see those numbers and the Republican performance amongst those Senate candidates there, including Dave McCormick in Pennsylvania. That's his 2nd race for the Senate there, of course, and looks like he is in good position to win the contest there. One of the things is we're now past 1 o'clock in the morning, and as more of the vote comes in, and we know it has been a strong night for Republicans and Donald Trump, the question is, what was the composite of the electorate? Where did Donald Trump do well? Where did Kamala Harris not do well? So, John Dickerson, when you look at the exit polls, what have we learned about her performance with women?
And we could go through a variety of different areas, but let's just talk about women, because there was so much discussion about how women were going to be key to a Harris victory.
That there was going to be this giant gender gap, that women were going to come out overwhelmingly for Kamala Harris.
And particularly the gender gap would be driven by this overwhelming victory by Harris among women. Donald Trump was always going to do well among men, but she was going to swamp him with women. Well, the exit polls at the moment show, and they've shown this all night, that Harris has 54% of the female vote. Trump has 44%. That's just a 10-point gap. So in 2020, Joe Biden got 57% of the female vote. So he did 3 points better than Kamala Harris. But this is what's interesting to me. Donald Trump has done better with women voters. He did better in 2020 than he did in 2016, just by a little. And then in 2024, he has done better with women voters than he did in 2020. So he has improved with women voters. And think about the way he ended his campaign. You know, in a traditional sense, and his campaign advisors, some of them were saying this, is you've got a problem with women voters, college educated, women in the suburbs. And he did very little. In fact, some would argue he leaned into his problems with women voters, and it didn't hurt him in the least in the electorate.
What does that say to you, John? What does this mean?
Well, what it says is that there is no, when Donald Trump won in 2016, there was some conversation about, well, the office will change him.
Yes.
There will be people around him who will help with his rough edges. The office
He'll
will
become presidential.
There's no question that Donald Trump is Donald Trump in full. He ended his campaign fully Donald Trump, and that is what Americans, it appears, are signing up for. It's certainly what the exit polls show. He has a lot of support for that.
And he went through a primary where he was challenged by other Republicans. Nikki Haley, a former governor, someone who worked under him as the UN ambassador out there just recently, saying he wasn't going to win supporters when it comes to women because he's alienating them with his remarks. But she lost that primary, and perhaps her bet here it's not as clear cut. I mean, it's just interesting again and again to come back to the two things that Trump voters told us. It's the economy and it's the border. Yeah. Largely, the Democratic ticket avoided discussing the border and immigration as much as they possibly could. There's going to be a lot of analysis of should they have leaned in and talked about it in a way other than there was a bill that should have, would have passed.
Well, over whether Joe Biden, as one of his first acts as president of the United States, should have repealed so many of those executive actions and initiatives that had really locked down the border, that Donald Trump successfully was able to run against him. Let's talk about the border when we come back, because Cecilia Vega did some incredible reporting for 60 Minutes about the promises that Donald Trump has made, not only to secure the border, but also a mass deportation. Thank you. It is past 1:30 in the morning, almost 1:30 in the morning. So she's the expert. We'll touch base with Cecilia in just a moment. CBS News, America Decides, election 2024. We'll be right back.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Nations are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Can see clearly now.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation,
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
more uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly more CBS Mornings.
Plus,
Sunshiny day.
Giving you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. CBS.
And welcome back to CBS News coverage. You're looking at live pictures of Trump campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, where the crowd is cheering as another network just called a battleground state for Donald Trump. And the crowd excited as it looks like their candidate is marching closer to returning to the White House and becoming the 47th president of the United States. And we were talking about some of the issues that motivated Trump supporters to get to the polls, including the issue of immigration, the promises that Donald Trump made in the last campaign and this one. And Cecilia Vega, you did some excellent reporting for 60 Minutes on that. What did you learn?
You know, this mass deportation plan was perhaps Donald Trump's biggest policy proposal throughout this campaign. And I think a lot of folks were surprised over the course of the last few months to see how much support it got among the American public. An overwhelming majority, according to a lot of polls, more than 50% supported this idea of mass deportation. And for 60 Minutes, we sat down with the man who could end up being tasked with carrying out this plan, Tom Homan, who ran ICE under Donald Trump for the first year and a half. And look, there are very serious questions, is what we found out, about whether they can actually pull this off. By some estimates, we're talking about $88 billion a year that the American taxpayer would have to fund to deport, as Donald Trump has wanted to do, 1 million plus people a year. They say they want to start with criminals, but Nora, make no mistake, what we found in our investigation is this will end up involving people who have lived in this country for a very long time, people in the interior of the country, not just at the border.
All right, Cecilia Vega. And we have seen the polls said that a majority of Americans actually do support a mass deportation, but you went in to see how hard it would be and how expensive it would be. All right, when we come back, we may hear from Donald Trump. CBS News America Decides Election 2024 returns in just a moment.
That he has been able to accomplish this, it is nothing short of astonishing and amazing, and also
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
do you know why? You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did any of that make
What
sense?
have you learned?
What's your response?
What happened? Why?
It's time for the CBS News original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has a glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Can see clearly now.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation,
more money-saving tips, more recipes,
more uplifting ways to get you on your way.
plus more sports, more weather.
Clearly more CBS Mornings.
Plus,
Sunshiny day.
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. Donald Trump has flipped Georgia and taken North Carolina in a sharp blow to the Harris campaign. What's happening in the most important battleground, Pennsylvania? Well, for that, let's check in with CBS's Weijia Jiang in Philadelphia. Weijia, what can you tell us?
Well, Lindsay, the story that we had been talking about nationwide is really panning out here in Pennsylvania, and that is the gender gap and the difference between how women and men are voting here in Pennsylvania. We know that when it comes to women, it was 55% so far for Harris compared to 43% for Trump, according to our CBS News exit polls. And for men, 41% Harris and 57% Trump. Of course, it's important to note that votes are still being counted in Pennsylvania, and that could change, but that certainly paints a picture of what we've been talking about. And Lindsay, I can also tell you that the Trump campaign feels very good, and they mentioned the gender gap in the regard that there was so much made about this so-called silent Harris supporter who might, vote for Harris and not talk about it. And they're saying that, that just didn't pan out. Lindsay?
Are you seeing anything, Weijia, in terms of the age divide in addition to the gender divide that you just described?
So, yeah, we also have data about the age gap. And when it comes to voters between the ages of 18 and 29, 53% went for Harris compared to 43% for Trump. And the reason why that is so interesting is because in 2020, in the state of Pennsylvania, it was 62% for Joe Biden and 35% for Trump. So Trump really was able to gain ground when it came to this particular voting bloc. And we know that he was really going after young men in particular. And they believe that might help him flip Center County in the center of the state, which is where State College is located. Votes are still being tallied there, but a source tells me that they believe they might be able to flip that from blue to red as well.
CBS's Weijia Jiang in Philadelphia, thank you so much. You're watching CBS News America Decides.
Superstar approaching. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's do this. I can see clearly now that the rain is gone. Superstar approaching. Superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, Gail. Yeah, boy.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Ooh, it's hot. That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
She's the first black woman on the Supreme Court, and she's determined she won't be the last.
My parents had raised me to believe that I could do anything I wanted to do.
Welcome back to CBS News Election Night headquarters in New York. It is now 1:30 in the morning. And just in from the data desk, CBS News rates Pennsylvania as lean Trump. Keystone State there, leaning Trump, as we have just about 94% of the vote in. Doing well, Donald Trump doing very well in rural areas, and there's still some vote to be counted in the Philadelphia and Pittsburgh area, the cities there. Let's take a look now at the blue wall. This was the easiest path to victory for the Vice President, Kamala Harris. Michigan still a toss-up at this hour, but those two other states that the Vice President would need if she were going to take the blue wall strategy, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, at this hour, CBS News rates them as lean Republican. As we had mentioned her path to victory has narrowed significantly. Here's the electoral vote tally at this hour. Trump with 246 and Kamala Harris with 194. And you can see there, Pennsylvania still in white, Michigan still in white, Wisconsin still in white. Minnesota, we've also not called. And of course, Nevada and Arizona states we're looking at very closely. Let's check in with Tony DeCopel at the Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida, the site of Trump headquarters tonight. Tony, I know you have been there all night. It seems like the crowd has erupted in cheers a number of times, given that this has been a positive evening for the former president.
Yeah, good evening, Nora. I said at the beginning of the night that everyone here knew one thing for certain is that it would end in tears one way or the other. Tears with a loss or tears with what they say would be the greatest comeback in political history. It appears by the feeling in this room that it is the latter. While we were in commercial break, we're saying lean Republican for Pennsylvania. Meanwhile, Fox News, which is playing on the monitors here behind me, they have called that race for Donald Trump. And when that moment happened, it got loud in here. There was a roar. There was reverberations. The phones came out, and the expectation is that the phones are going to stay out because our understanding from the pool report is the former president and possibly now next president is on his way to this location. He is expected to speak. We've seen some evidence of that planning going on behind me. They've got the Make America Great Again sign, Trump-vance on the front of the podium. They've come out to raise the teleprompters up a little bit higher. And now the question becomes, if Donald Trump does appear on that stage to make remarks, which Donald Trump do we get? Do we get the Donald Trump election night 2016 version or 2020? In 2016, just to refresh people's memories, he was incredibly magnanimous and gracious. He said we owe a debt to Hillary Clinton for her service to the country. He reached across the aisle, asked for guidance from non-supporters, said the time had come to bind the wounds of division. That was the tone on that night. Of course, 2020, a very different mood. What will we get tonight? That's one of the questions. The other thing we're all chewing through right now is what went wrong for Democrats tonight. Why were they unable to capitalize on what seemed like some momentum in the final week? I put that question to some of the Donald Trump supporters here in the room, just saying simply, you know, Democratic heads are exploding all over America. How do you explain what happened to them? A couple of the quotes I got from people is, look, Democrats have lost touch with everyday Americans. Beyonce doesn't pay my bills. Democrats turn their back on us, and if you turn your back on us, eventually we're going to turn our back on you. It's a wake-up call here. That's the feeling in the room for Democrats, as Trump supporters who've been here for now 7-8 hours are awaiting that final moment when a call is made and they get an appearance from their political hero, Nora.
Tony DeCopel at the convention center. We should note that the former president has not been there. He has been at his home, which is just right across the bridge, Mar-a-Lago, from the convention center, where he has been entertaining some of his most prolific donors, as well as the world's richest man, Elon Musk, who has been a strong supporter of Donald Trump, a man who also has billions of dollars in contracts with the Pentagon for defense contracts and many different things, and has been a strong supporter of Donald Trump in many ways. And they've been pictures of them that have been put out on the internet. And I want to ask you, Robert Costa, how would you describe their relationship, the relationship between Donald Trump and Elon Musk?
It's Donald Trump at the center. It's the former president who is now comfortable with the levers of power. When he was elected to the presidency in 2016, after covering him for so many years, it was one of the only times I've ever seen shock on his face when he won in 2016, standing in that hotel in New York, because he wasn't prepared for the presidency. He now potentially enters the presidency once again fully comfortable, and he has allies around him who are reflecting the total ideological shift, a new paradigm in American politics. It's the nexus not only of Elon Musk and Donald Trump, but Donald Trump Jr., Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Tucker Carlson. What we're seeing tonight is potentially not just the victory of a political campaign, but the emergence of a new power structure in the United States that does not go on red and blue lines, Republican or Democrat, or even so-called nationalism or populist lines. This is in the image of Trump, with his instincts driving everything. Musk, of course, will want to work closely with the president on defense policy, foreign policy, technology, financial policy. But to be clear, based on our reporting and my conversations with Trump and others, it's him who's driving everything. And those around him, including Musk, I'm told, are highly aware that he comes into this presidency, should he win, as someone who is now seen by the Supreme Court as someone who can operate with total power on many fronts with his official acts, and will want to use that power and likes having that power.
Yeah, there we see Elon Musk jumping on the stage. I mean, Elon Musk just today said to his 203 million followers on Twitter, go to the polls and vote for Donald Trump today. Did that clearly make a difference for him? This whole bro code thing that we keep hearing about.
There's an erosion of institutional trust in so many places in this country that have fallen away. You could trace it back to the bank bailouts in 2008, how the Iraq war decision was brokered almost 2 decades ago. So many Republican voters in particular have lost trust with the legal system, the political system, the news media, and they see in Elon Musk and his X platform and Trump, as I said, this emerging power structure that they are comfortable with. And this is, if Trump enters the White House once again in 2025, it's a new America we'll be covering, because Trump is not just enacting tax cuts, that will be part of it, mass deportation's part of it, but it's a new framework for how someone conceives the presidency itself.
And, you know, Robert, one of the things that I think of, and I've never been able to shake from my memory, is what the Intel chairman, Senate Intel chairman Mark Warner, said about Elon Musk. No single person is more beholden to the Chinese Communist Party because of the business interests he has in that country. And I hear that time and again from lawmakers who say, because of the exposure he has, you hear him very critical of Western governments, of European governments supporting Ukraine. You hear him very critical of the Democratic government here. You hear nothing about China. You hear nothing about Russia, and deep concern that he is influencing so much. And it's one of the things when we were talking about sort of the way you look at this realignment that's happening, one of the things you hear from people in the tech space is that the world's moving too fast and government's not keeping up with it. And that's kind of the message Elon Musk has brought into the Trump campaign with these public statements he's made. And John Paulson, the former hedge fund manager who's being rumored as possibly being looked at as a Treasury Secretary in the Trump administration, where they say we're going to undo all sorts of regulation. We're just going to cut things and move fast. That's not how our government is built. In fact, it's intentionally not built that way. There are supposed to be backstops. But Elon Musk is selling this idea and presenting it as part of the Trump campaign that they're going to remake America.
As we think about what, since the night seems to be going so well for Donald Trump, you think about what this means for him. Winston Churchill said there's nothing so exhilarating as being shot at and missed. All the legal challenges Donald Trump faced, not all of them, but the federal ones, they go away. And I don't know what the New York judge is going to do about that sentencing, but this brings a wonderful, by Donald Trump's lights, legal windfall to him if he wins tonight. And that's got to be part also of the mindset of how he enters the next presidency. There's not just the immunity that the Supreme Court suggests he has for things that he does in office. There's not just the wonderful feedback he's getting for basically following every one of his instincts and having it affirmed by the voters. But there's also the significant legal peril that has now dropped, that will drop away if he wins.
So, John, what happens to this concept called checks and balances? Because if he gets in, he has the House, possibly the Senate, the Supreme Court. What happens? It seems that he would be in power with no guardrails, so to speak.
Well, I would add one more thing, which is what we saw in this campaign, which was different than 2016, was there were a number of members of his party who actively, buried memories of January 6th, who reinterpreted what he said in order to help him. There's been a conditioning over the last many years, but certainly within this campaign of those in his party to, row with him. We see the senators who are elected tonight, they will owe their success to him. So it's checks and balances is one question, but you also have, it's not just Donald Trump. There is a political movement now that has practiced at supporting whatever his impulses, wherever they may send him.
And nor even the way we do politics in this country is going to come into question. Because what were we spending so much time focused on the last few days? But, you know, ground game and knocking on doors and making phone calls may not matter anymore. And we don't have full grasp yet on what the digital work that was being done by the Trump orbit looked like.
Well, the information space has changed so much.
Because I was going to say, because the algorithms of journalists don't necessarily line up with the algorithms of the voters they were reaching. And so it's almost impossible for anyone to track what anyone else is getting. And we just don't know what was the kind of information they were getting a year ago targeted at them, what may or may not have been true, and what was the more explicit campaign message that was arriving in their feeds over the last several weeks. It's going to require a completely fundamental rethought about how you campaign for office on a national scale and on a statewide scale if this is what happened tonight.
I want to bring in our CBS News political contributor, Joel Payne, to weigh in on this. And Joel, how do you see this potential realignment?
Well, look, I think the conversation you're having matches a sober conversation that's happening all over the country with Democrats and state parties and at the highest levels of the party. Look, I think there are some who still see a narrow path for the vice president, and I think it's important to say that there is a narrow path, but it is narrowing by the hour, as Major said earlier. But I think Democrats are starting to take stock of what's next. And what's next includes adjusting to clearly a changing electorate and a changing country. And maybe reassessing some of the things that we think are important. Ed talked about how you organize a campaign. Clearly, some of the tried and true campaign methods that Democrats leaned on, the organization, the 3 million door knocks over the last weekend, it can only get you so far. Last thing I'll say, it's very clear to me that in the last 2 years, Joe Biden never recovered from what happened with Afghanistan. It was destabilized by an economy that was stubbornly not cooperative with Democrats, frankly. And then I think Gaza kind of delivered a destabilizing blow. And when you add those things together, I think this outcome that appears that we're headed to tonight is maybe less surprising, but not less disappointing. And I can tell you there are a lot of vulnerable communities, particularly in the Democratic coalition, that feel very, very insecure at the moment. And want to also say that as well.
I appreciate that, Joel Payne, and also want to bring in now Leslie Sanchez on that issue. And Leslie, how do you see this realignment?
I think the realignment, you know, you can't discount how frustrated these voters have been for a very long time, and many of them felt unheard. And whether it was looking at kind of alternative media or they're, you know, trying to find somebody else that sympathized with the way they were feeling about their pocketbook and their financial situation, I think Donald Trump tapped into that. When there's a lot of conversation, you're talking about Elon Musk. Elon Musk spent a tremendous amount of time talking about freedom of speech, freedom from censorship. And in many ways, this is a populist, working class, middle class America that wants those, Gail's word, guardrails removed so that they can have less government interference and continue to thrive in a strong America. That's where they feel left out. And I think that's what it's tapping into on both sides. And I think Democrats and Republicans kind of, the traditional Republican Party, reconcile this is a new party and a new way, and it's deeply diverse. And it will continue to be, I think, for the next several election cycles as Trump continues to redefine the Republican Party.
Leslie Sanchez, thank you. And when we come back, we're expecting Donald Trump to take the stage in Florida. CBS News, America Decides, election 2024. We'll be right back.
Have to stoop down to understand concerns over immigration, over the economy. And guess what? The American people sending a very
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Haitians are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, gal.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
I want to make sure that my voice is heard, but also lift up other voices. Hey, give me some love, baby.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Republicans appear to be on their way to controlling the White House and the Senate. Scott McFarland covers Congress for us. And Scott, what's the state of the race in the House?
A fascinating dynamics unfolding, Nora. We do have the possibility, this rare prospect of a triple flip. The White House changing Democrat to Republican. The Senate already projected to flip from Democrats to Republicans. Democrats could still win a majority in the U.S. House and flip it back from the Republicans. These are the 30 battleground seats. These white chairs are the ones we deem toss-ups and particularly competitive. As of this hour, we have not projected a winner in any of the 30. They are uniquely competitive. If Democrats can net 4 gains, win a net of 4 seats, they get control. They've had some luck in New York. They're optimistic about what happens on the West Coast, but this may not surprise you, Nora. They've hit trouble in some of the battleground states, the presidential battleground states. Republicans are giving a lean edge in this race. The Pennsylvania 7th District in Allentown. The Republican challenger is Ryan McKenzie. The incumbent is Susan Wild. To the north in Scranton, Republicans have a lean edge in this race, trying to oust the incumbent Matt Cartwright. Rob Bresnahan is the Republican with a possible advantage there. Same deal in Michigan, in the state capital in Lansing. This is the seat vacated by Alyssa Slotkin as she ran for the U.S. Senate. The Republican is Tom Barrett with an edge over Curtis Hertel. That leans Republican, too. Let me bring you to New York and quickly walk you through where Democrats have made some possible inroads. This is a lean Democrat in the New York 4th District. That's Nassau County. That's Long Island, Laura Gillen. And in the New York 19th, in the Catskills, Josh Riley with an early edge over the incumbent Mark Molinaro.
Scott McFarland, thank you. Let's turn now to Major Garrett and Anthony Salvanto on how the numbers are looking in Nevada, the last of those 7 battlegrounds, to have the polls close there. Good evening, gentlemen.
Hi,
good
Nora.
Morning, I should say.
Hello. Well, good morning. That's right. We lose track of time. All right. The data have told us over and over a discouraging story for the vice president and a delightful story, if you will, for former President Trump. Nevada is absolutely no different. Let's look at Clark County. Just under 70% of the vote in Nevada comes out of Clark County. You see Kamala Harris, 52-48. Compare that to 2020, running well behind Joe Biden in Clark County, where, again, as I said, just under 70% of the vote in Nevada comes from. Let's go up to Reno. That's Washoe County. Again, running behind President Biden. We go through this process. What does Kamala Harris need in Nevada? 55%. What do we project she will collect? Based on the outstanding vote, 45%. That gap is deeply discouraging news for the vice president. Also very happy news for former President Trump. Nevada, we don't have a rating on it. We still regard this as a toss-up, but all the underlying dynamics, all the underlying data point in the same direction all the other battleground states, with the exception of Michigan right now, have been pointing in Trump's direction, and that's why.
And what about Arizona?
Sure. Arizona is moving a little bit through its process. The last time we talked at the board here, Nora, was 51%. It's 53%. We'll go to the straight needs category, 51% for Vice President Harris, 50% right on that edge. She's running in Maricopa County, which accounts for about 60% of the vote in Arizona. Historically, compared to Joe Biden, a little bit ahead. That's a slightly encouraging sign. Pima County, that's Tucson, running a little bit ahead of that. That's also encouraging. So Arizona, very much competitive, but as we've looked at the rest of the map, it may be competitive. It may actually end up in the vice president's column, but in the end, it may not be determinative.
All right, Major Garrett, thank you. I want to have our control room just show pictures of the rally for Donald Trump in West Palm Beach and Ed O'Keefe, given those numbers. And we're expecting to hear from Donald Trump in the celebration that's going on in West Palm Beach. What do we know?
Well, we know that the path for Vice President Harris has narrowed considerably, maybe beyond her reach tonight. There are other news organizations that are now awarding this to the former president, and he is set to take the stage here in the coming minutes and will address the world and likely declare victory, because it appears to be heading in that direction. What's also happening, though, Republican Senate candidates winning across the Midwest as well. A very good night for Republicans.
All right, we're awaiting former President Trump, as Ed just mentioned, at his West Palm Beach, Florida campaign headquarters. We'll bring that to you when he takes the stage. You're watching CBS News America Decides, Election 2024. We'll be right back.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that?
Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, Gail.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
I want to make sure that my voice is heard, but also lift up other voices.
Hey, give me some love, baby. We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. At this hour, Pennsylvania leans toward Trump. North Carolina and Georgia are already his as one of the closest presidential elections hurdles toward a finish. Let's go to West Palm Beach, Florida, and CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns, who's at Trump election night headquarters. Caitlin, what's the mood there right now?
Hey, Lindsay, as you can see this crowd gathered behind me, this is an extremely jubilant crowd. Just on the monitor, I don't know if you can see behind me, they're playing Fox News, and Fox News has called Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, and thus they have called the presidency. And so I'm saying that because when that was coming up on the screen, this crowd went absolutely wild. We're expecting the former president to come here to this election night, essentially a watch party. He has been watching the results nearby at his resort in Mar-a-Lago. He's been there with family and friends, including Elon Musk. But we're also seeing a lot of his supporters who are at Mar-a-Lago kind of trickle in here as well. We've seen some senior advisors come here as well. So we're expecting the former president to speak, as Fox News has already called the entire race for him just a little before 2 a.m. I would also note that the Trump campaign had been anticipating this race to be called on election night. I mean, technically we're, in the wee hours of the next day, but essentially at the conclusion of the election, they had been adamant about that. And so that's also kind of notable here that so many races have been called when we were expecting a longer, stretched out election week.
Caitlin, I got to be quick with you on this, but are you hearing any other reaction to other GOP wins tonight, such as the fact that they flipped the Senate?
Lindsay, this is going to be such a big deal. And again, we're waiting for a couple other Senate seats in Wisconsin and in Michigan and in Pennsylvania. If those go the way of the race there, those are candidates who hugged onto Donald Trump very tightly. He would have a majority in the Senate as well.
Caitlin Huey-Burns at Trump election night headquarters in West Palm Beach. Thank you so much. You're watching CBS News America Decides.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
That's right.
Let's do it. Let's go. Let's do this. I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, Gail.
Yeah, boy.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Ooh, it's hot. That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Welcome back to CBS News Election Night headquarters in New York. It is 2 a.m. in the East, 11 p.m. in the West. Former President Donald Trump is having a very big night, and we're waiting to hear from him as he prepares to take the stage at his Florida campaign headquarters. In the Senate, CBS News projects Republicans will take control there, flipping from the Democrats. In the race to the White House so far, Donald Trump's received 246 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 194, and it takes 270 to secure the presidency. In the biggest battleground state of all, Pennsylvania, CBS News rates that as lean Republican. It has been a toss-up through much of the night. Other networks have called it for the former president. Pennsylvania one of what they call the blue wall states. Alongside Pennsylvania, CBS News rates Wisconsin as lean Republican as well. Michigan, at this hour, a toss-up. In the South, CBS News projects Donald Trump will win North Carolina and Georgia, while Arizona and Nevada are rated toss-up. And let's turn now to Gayle King. Gayle?
We're going to bring in CBS political contributor Joel Payne now. Joel?
Hi, Gayle.
Hey. So I just want to say, when Jim Clyburn was here earlier this evening, he said that there was still a path, but the path was thorny. I think now we can even see that looks like the thorns are bending to the side as we sit here. When you were here earlier today or yesterday, and now my days are all running together, you said the conversation about black men was being exaggerated, that you didn't think that was the case. Are you still, as you sit here today, an hour ago you had hope. Do you still have hope yourself as you sit here now?
Well, Gayle, I got to have hope, but also I got to read polls and data, and the data certainly suggests that things aren't going well. My point about black men was, I think it's a complex story. I think top line, Harris actually mostly held Biden's vote share nationally with black men, but she lost them in key places and in key states and key localities where she needed to have them. And I think also there's a story with Latino men as well that I think my colleague Leslie speaks to so well. But I think that, Democrats have some soul searching to do here. This coalition that Democrats have relied upon is changing and has to change. And there has to be some introspection as to why are working class voters missing some of the messages that we're putting across. I actually don't think that working class voters don't like Democratic ideas. I think it's sometimes the packaging. You look at the House tonight, Democrats actually have a chance to win back the House. So it is voters keep firing people. And I think we have to understand why voters keep firing people.
Joel, is it, and I even hate to ask this question, I'm asking as I'm clutching my pearls, could it be a woman issue? When Barack Obama suggested it, people thought, some people were offended that he even raised that issue. But do we have to realistically think about that? We've had Hillary Clinton now, and now maybe even Kamala Harris. Do you feel that this country isn't ready for a woman president?
I think we have a country where people live in different silos and don't have one shared experience. And I think that experience, it seems like the gap is widening between the experience of people based on education, based on gender, based on location, based on their pocketbook. And that is creating a real fissure in how we think about our political coalitions. And I think that is the best explanation late on a Tuesday night, early on a Wednesday morning that I can give you right now, Gayle.
Joel Payne, this is Margaret Brennan. I'm just wondering, as you sit here, I'm thinking through what a Trump presidency would mean for the legacy of Joe Biden, what the question is about what the vice president could have done differently to say she was not Joe Biden and actually a change candidate, what she could have articulated. Tell me about some of the missed opportunities that you think are there.
So I think every defeat, obviously, there are a lot of people that want to start pointing fingers, and I think that's already happening. I think Kamala Harris actually, for what she was handed sometime in the middle of July, ran a fairly competent, good, durable campaign. Clearly, based on what we're seeing tonight, probably is not going to be enough. But I don't know if this is something that you can point to infrastructure or design of a campaign. I think these are stubborn issues. Message. Yeah, I think these are stubborn issues that go back to the beginning of the Biden administration. I mentioned Afghanistan earlier. I mentioned a stubborn economy. Let's not forget COVID, right? The country was coming back from COVID, and I think that's a real impact here. And I think maybe the country is still dealing with some PTSD from COVID as well. So there's a lot of reasons why we're here today. I think in terms of message, folks are going to fight about the different types of messaging that they could have gone to. Joel, but yeah.
I apologize. Stand by. CBS News has a new projection for the battleground state of Pennsylvania and its 19 electoral votes. CBS News projects that Donald Trump will be the winner of the state of Pennsylvania. That is a state that Biden carried 4 years ago, but Trump won in 2016, a major projection, and that essentially closes the pathway for Kamala Harris and the presidency. Robert Costa.
So much disappointment among my top Democratic sources tonight, just in the last few minutes, about Pennsylvania. There was promise for Democrats in 2022 when Governor Josh Shapiro, Senator John Fetterman were able to appeal to working people in Pennsylvania. Shapiro famously campaigned on trying to integrate people without college degrees into the state government. You see him urging the Harris campaign for weeks to appeal to working people and union members. For Vice President Harris not to be able to stitch together the Fetterman, Shapiro, Biden coalition in Pennsylvania, suburban centrists, union workers in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, voters of color, a massive disappointment for Democrats tonight. Pennsylvania, yes, part of the blue wall, but it's central to Democratic power in this country.
And of course, it's where Joe Biden is from, Scranton, Pennsylvania. Yes, I mean, Joe from Scranton. I mean, the other interesting thing as we wait Donald Trump, and we will take his remarks as he is set to appear before supporters, is the soul searching and, of course, the questions about strategy that Margaret was just raising. The question about whether Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party made a mistake by not choosing Josh Shapiro as his vice presidential pick for the reasons that Robert just outlined about the inroads that he made. And also, as has been noted, that Vance's vice presidential debate performance probably made a number of Republicans comfortable with the ticket, because remember, they were huge ratings, 50 million people that saw someone that had moderated his message for that national audience.
And just quickly, not to get ahead of it, I know we're still in election 2024, but people close to Josh Shapiro tonight are encouraging him to think about running for president in 2028. There will be a reckoning inside of the Democratic Party should Vice President Harris be defeated tonight. And whether it's Governor Newsom in California or Governor Shapiro, there are already donors in the Democratic Party, strategists, trying to think through what does the future look like.
Or Governor Westmore in Maryland, too.
Or Westmore, Maryland. We could go through a list of about 20 or 30.
Yeah, yes, we could.
And there is a first mover's advantage here for any Democrat who wants to speak to their party in this moment of uncertainty and wobbliness. So, what you're describing is real, because all of these future ambitious politicians have a moment that they can seize to try to define what the Democratic Party is going to need to be in this new era.
We also see the same thing on the right, because Trump has said this is his last campaign that he will ever run, and is ready to hand the torch to J.D. Vance. Is that them? Oh, I thought I heard. I heard crowd cheering. Excuse me.
That was the people on Times Square.
That it does hear like there is some commotion, and we did get what they call a 2-minute warning, which is a cue to the press and others that the former president of the United States is going to be walking out to the stage. And as soon as he does, we will take his remarks live. I'm struck by the conversation that we had earlier, which is what Trump will show up. It's interesting that we still ask that questions after having him on the national stage for more than a decade.
Well, and of course, we remember that after the speech that Tony referred to after winning in 2016, he gave the inaugural address about American carnage. Right. So it didn't last. It didn't last long, and he has been affirmed in this campaign that his instincts and the way he wants to be is the way he wants to be, and he's been affirmed, it looks like, in this race.
And we should just step back for a moment and think that a 78-year-old American from Queens is about to win the presidency again, which is so unlikely in American history. Someone who grew up working with his father here in New York, learning from Roy Cohn, the infamous lawyer, about never accepting defeat, becomes an apprentice, the reality TV show star, is a famed figure on the national wrestling scene, professional wrestling scene, dallies with politics in 1987, thinks about it in 1999, finally runs for president in 2015 after questioning President Obama's love of country and credentials, wins in 2016, leads a pressure campaign against his own vice president in 2020 and 2021, then is embraced once again by the Republican Party for a third nomination. How unusual it is to be a nominee 3 times for any national party. He is a seismic force in American history. Whether you dislike him, hate him, loathe him, love him, or indifferent, This is a figure now who has been a nominee 3 times and potentially winning the presidency twice after all of the convictions.
Yes.
All of the challenges.
Impeachments.
He might be back.
You know, it's interesting, Bob, when you mention The Apprentice, there's a movie out right now, The Apprentice, starring Jeremy Strong. And they were saying that training under Roy Cohn, the mantra is when attack, 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 deny, 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 never admit defeat, and never apologize. And people seem to think that that is what he continues to do in all areas of his life when he is faced with a problem. And that seems to have served him well as we sit here tonight. You know, it's interesting, when we started the night, guys, we kept saying it's going to be a long night. We're not going to know anything today, certainly not Pennsylvania. And now we're sitting here a little after 2 o'clock, and it looks like that this race is over.
And that we were bracing collectively, I think, as a country for Donald Trump to preemptively declare victory. And I don't know that this is so preemptive at this point.
And while he doesn't have everything he needs to win, should he win, he'd be the oldest man ever elected and the second man to be elected at different times, joining Grover Cleveland.
130 years ago.
Yeah, someone who served 2 terms at different times.
And as we await the former president, I want to check in with Caitlin Huey Burns because she is there in West Palm Beach, Florida. Caitlin?
Hey, Nora, we have been covering the former president's campaign all year, and his supporters believe this is the night that they had anticipated all along. His campaign had been telling us that they expected results on election night, and it seems like they will get them, even though we are technically into the next day. I want to pick up on the significance of Pennsylvania just quickly, because I essentially have been parked there for much of this cycle because Donald Trump himself has been parked there. He has been calling it the whole ball game for several weeks and months now. And remember, it was in Butler, Pennsylvania that he survived an assassination attempt. And afterwards, you saw not only the Republican Party coalesce around him, but also a sense, at least in my reporting from talking to voters on the ground, that they were kind of coming out of the shadows a little bit to voice their support for him. And I think there are so many moments throughout this campaign that were seen perhaps as controversies or liabilities for the former president, including those 34 felony counts that ended up endearing his party further to him. And that kind of base of support, I think, is significant. Now, we have talked about how that base could have been limited, but the campaign also made a big gamble, trying to expand beyond that base to low propensity voters, especially younger men, Latino men, black men. We're awaiting final numbers, but that gamble seems, at least at this point, to have paid off. But he will have done that without changing anything about who he is or what his message is. If you think about it, he didn't make any overt overtures to these kinds of demographics. Instead, his message was, my message on the economy and immigration will bring you in. And that was the pitch that he would make to women voters, despite a vast gender gap and controversies surrounding the way he talked about women. But that was their theory of the case, that they could tap into this with the former president's message and with his personality. And we saw that especially in the closing days of this campaign, in which he veered off message, leaning into those instincts. We can assess kind of what this coalition looks like as it starts to come together. But there are significant gambles that have paid off. I will also say, just spending so much time over this year talking to voters on the ground, talking to voters of all parties, all kind of walks of life, there was really an uncertainty in this electorate, this feeling of a world on edge, an economy that just wasn't working. And Donald Trump tapped into that, perhaps in a more dark way. His rhetoric was much more harsh, but their theory was that this is an America that is not in a good place. And their theory was using those instincts and his personality and the kind of campaign that he's been waging for nearly a decade would bring those voters into the fold.
Looks like we are just moments away from Donald Trump taking the stage in West Palm Beach. Want to bring in Republican strategist Leslie Sanchez. And Leslie, your thoughts at this moment?
I think for many Americans, they're really excited about a change in America that they fundamentally believe in. You know, I was looking at something Senator Marco Rubio was writing about, that it's not so much we were talking about ethnic identity as much as coming together as Americans. Now, some people aren't going to buy that. I think there's going to be a lot of sour grapes and people pointing fingers. But when we're looking at this now, this is a multiracial, working class, middle class Republican Party. It has been in the making for many election cycles, and I think Trump has leaned into that. He saw that this is where the country was going, and this is why you see that wave across America. It's in all of those communities, big and small, different identities and ethnicities, but feeling this economic pinch and also feeling this crush of immigrants across the border, feeling like there is a very porous border and nothing was done about it, and the impact it's having economically on communities across the country really felt significant, and was why you had such a passionate response from so many people.
Hey, Leslie, do you think this is a Republican Party forever changed? And what happens to Republicans who may not be okay with the way Donald Trump behaves or some of his beliefs? Are they just totally out now?
Well, everybody's welcome, right? What's a party but a coalition of people who come together around a set of ideas? And I agree with you, Gail, because political scientists will say about every 40 years you see these big political shifts in party ID and partisanship. We believe we've been in that for a few cycles now, and you haven't seen it since the 1980s, and now you're seeing it again. And what does it look like? The party has changed. The party is more ethnic, working class, middle class, and you're seeing many more college-educated, master's degree, advanced educated, suburban communities are moving to the left. And Republicans have added that into the dynamic, into the calculation. It is a different party. Does it mean it's not welcome? No. But that's the frustration you saw in 2020. You certainly saw it in 2016. Establishment Republicans wringing their hands. This is not a party we recognize. Well, welcome to the new Republican Party.
Yeah, I ask that question because I hear so many times from Republicans who say, look, I don't like some of the things he does. I don't like the way he behaves, but I feel like I have to go along to get along, even while some of them say I have to hold my nose and hide my ears.
Gail, you remind me of one voter I heard in Bucks County in Bristol, Puerto Rican family, second, third generation, business community, represents the business interest. And we talked about some of those disparaging comments that happened at the MSG rally and said, is that going to hurt the Puerto Rican community? Is that going to make a difference? And they said, you know, there's going to be some bluster around this, but at the end of the day, it's about our community, our family, our faith, and our pocketbook. And we believe Trump's going to be better on the economy and help us get where we're trying to go, because all these families have a dream that they feel has been stagnant post-COVID, and they want a dramatic shift, and that's kind of where they're falling. That is where they fall today.
Leslie, there's a lot of talk about how Latino voters are going to have to be studied a little more. What would you say simply Republicans did right, Democrats maybe did wrong this cycle, especially with the fact that it looks like former President Trump won Latino men overall?
One Latino man won some of these counties in South Texas that haven't been won by a Republican in 100 years.
More than 100 years, since the 1890s.
Exactly. Well, yes. And he's been building on that. This wasn't a one-term shift. This is something, looking at the data, Ed, we saw that Democrat Latinos, particularly men, about 30% of them were very frustrated with the direction of the Democratic Party. They felt under current President Biden that the party was weak. They didn't like that it wasn't focused on the economy. They felt that it's lost its way.
Warning.
Mm-hmm. That the party lost way. It's the old Republican line, I didn't leave the Democratic Party, the party left me. You had Elon Musk talking about that too, and I think a lot of people felt they didn't recognize the Democratic Party anymore. And these jobs, working class themes that Trump talked about, they lean into that and tested that messaging, and it really resonated with a big part of America.
Leslie Sanchez, thank you so much. I want to bring in CBS Morning's co-host, Tony DeCopel. He's also at Trump headquarters there in Florida. Good evening, Tony.
Good evening again, Nora. As we wait former and it seems at this hour of the night, the next president of the United States, Donald Trump, we're on Trump World Celebrity Watch here within the ballroom. We've got the My Pillow guy, Mike Lindell, in the building. Tucker Carlson, former Fox News host, is seen walking through the crowd. Former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, Doug Burgum, Vivek Ramaswamy, Marco Rubio. And as I begin to think about the journey traveled just tonight from Mar-a-Lago to the convention center, you begin to think about the journey traveled in the 721 days that Donald Trump has been on this re-election journey. The day he announced his run for the White House for this unprecedented third consecutive time, the story in his hometown newspaper, the New York Post, was buried on page 26. Florida man announces unlikely bid for the White House. At that moment in time, Donald Trump was isolated in Mar-a-Lago. He was twice impeached, voted out of the White House, abandoned by many of his allies. Well, what a difference the following nearly 2 years makes. Those 4 indictments, the felony conviction in one case, that really energized his base. I've seen a lot of hats here that say I'm voting for the felon. I've seen a lot of shirts here that have the mugshot on the front. They became symbols of a certain kind of resistance for the Trump voter. And now tonight, that hometown newspaper, the New York Post, Don Deal, D-O-N-D-E-A-L. Donald Trump defies the odds again. That is the story of this campaign for the people in the room here as they await Donald Trump's remarks. And if I had to guess, based on what he said election night 2016 and then in 2020, well, 2 points. He seems to be waiting to come out around 2:30, which is the time frame in which he came out the last 2 cycles. He's a superstitious fellow. The words Grand Rapids, Michigan, were the final one spoken rally stop-wise the last 3 campaigns. There might be something to that. Additionally, you feel like there's going to be another magnanimous moment. We're not going to have a 2020 moment. There's not going to be talk of landslides and dominant victories. There's going to be. It feels like we might have a moment where we begin to stop being partisans and take an initial tentative step back to being Americans, as we are here in the wee hours of the day after Election Day, Nora.
Tony DeCopel, thank you. And I know you're going to have reporting bright and early with Gayle King on CBS Mornings. Thank you so much for being there. And Cecilia Vega, I know you wanted to add something about the question about the Latino vote, because Trump is building a new coalition, and part of that does include Latinos.
It very much does. And I wanted to address what Leslie Sanchez said, that when she says people are going to be very excited about that. And I think there are a lot of people in this country who are very excited right now, many of them in that room. I also think a lot of people are very scared tonight. When you look at the proposals that Donald Trump has laid out for a second term when it comes to just immigration alone, I'll do this really quickly as we watch to see what he takes the stage. A travel ban 2.0. He wants to end birthright citizenship for babies born in the United States to undocumented parents. He wants to use the Alien and Enemies Act of 1978 to dismantle, to deport gang leaders. That is a law that has not been used since World War II to intern Japanese Americans in this country. And we talked about his mass deportation plan. What we didn't talk about is that Tom Homan told me that that would essentially involve deporting entire families together, including children who were born in this country. So there are a lot of people who are scared right now.
And now, Donald Trump, along with his wife, his vice presidential pick, his son Barron Trump, who we rarely see.
And cast his first vote today for his dad.
He's been going to school here in New York. The family there gathered. I did hear them also introduce his vice presidential pick, along with Usha Vance, his wife.
There's Don Jr.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA. American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job, terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw all that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, there you see former President Donald Trump with his family and friends on stage addressing supporters in West Palm Beach, talking about unifying the country and congratulating his campaign managers and his whole team. It should be noted, CBS News has not yet projected the 2024 presidential contest. As you can see, we have him 4 electoral votes shy of winning the presidency with 270 electoral votes, as there are still some votes being counted, I should say. John Dickerson.
Well, J.D. Vance said it's the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States, completely, totally, and not just a comeback by a squeaker, a comeback where he has helped his party and lots of candidates win tonight, and where all of his impulses. The great question with Donald Trump is, will the office, will his aides, will traditions, will the courts check his impulses? His impulses have not been checked, and the victory is a ratification of his impulses. And so this is a new. So that.
I know, John, but why should people start checking his impulses? It seems to have worked for him. I just don't see how he changes now.
Oh no, there's no right. Yeah. I'm just saying this is the beginning of a different kind of, as Bob was saying earlier, an entirely different kind of presidency than we have
like we've
thought
never
before.
seen. Yeah.
And a new vice presidential candidate in J.D. Vance, the last one, Mike Pence, who did at times moderate him, did so to his own peril, because that is why he wasn't the running mate this time, because he stood up to him on January the 6th. For J.D. Vance, just 2 years in the Senate, doesn't have a large legislative background to speak of during that time in private equity. He will be the youngest, or one of the youngest vice presidents in history. He turned 40 during the course of this campaign, a young family. And when we're talking about remaking the Republican Party, I think J.D. Vance in many ways represents the full turning of that page. He is pro-union. He is anti-big technology. He is talking about a number of things that aren't necessarily the typical Republican platform. So when people are voting for, it's going to be better for my taxes, if you listen to some of the things that J.D. Vance says, they're not consistent with what would be a typical Republican agenda on many things, including economic policy. On the foreign policy front, he is very clearly about isolationism.
I want to bring in Scott McFarland because, Scott, what does this mean for the many criminal cases that Donald Trump is facing?
He remains charged with federal felonies for the conspiracy alleged to overturn the 2020 election results. He has said publicly that he would fire the special counsel in that case, Jack Smith, within seconds after taking an oath of office in January. So to put it mildly, that case is in a pretty fragile state. There's no trial or high-profile hearing between now and January 20th in that case. Trump is also among the January 6th defendant overall population. There are 1,500 people charged with the riot at the U.S. Capitol with an effort to overturn the 2020 election. And Donald Trump has never answered either of these two questions point blank. Would he pardon all 1,500 plus of those defendants? He has promised pardons, but never said if it's for everybody or just for some. Nor has he said if he would have his Justice Department shut down these prosecutions. There are still hundreds of these defendants who have yet to have a plea agreement hearing or yet to go to trial. There are new arrests that have occurred in just the past few days. There were people in court on Tuesday. There are more scheduled for court today in connection with January 6th. The prospect of those defendants going to trial may have just diminished through the course of the past 24 hours. What's more, the outlook for those who've been in prison, and 600 plus have served some time or are serving time right now, may have changed over the course of this evening.
All right. Scott McFarland, thank you. Want to go quickly to Major Garrett at the data desk for those remaining battleground states and an update. Major?
Yes, let's talk about Wisconsin, Nora. So, Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes. We have leaned Trump. Others have called this, why haven't we? Well, there is a segment of vote that is still outstanding. We expect it to be reported within the next 10 to 15 minutes that will give us what we believe at the data desk will be absolute clarity. But I can tell you this. Here's the model right now. Donald Trump's range in Wisconsin, Kamala Harris's range in Wisconsin. That does not look promising, for her, to put it mildly. To make it even more clear visually, 71% of the outstanding vote. We project she will get 54% of it. We are just waiting for that last bank of voters to be absolutely perfectly sure about Wisconsin before we give that to Trump at the data desk. But I just want to have the audience take a look at Wisconsin as compared to 2020. Look at the map. This is 2024. When I press this button, 2020 president, you are not going to see a huge coloration difference except the shading. Watch the shading. Red areas get a little redder. Blue areas get slightly less blue. What does that mean? That means the intensity of the Trump vote became more apparent, and Harris underperformed as compared to Joe Biden. Again, here's 2024. Here's where we are early this morning. Here's where we were 4 years ago. And that is very evident in places like Milwaukee. You can see that the vice president trailing Joe Biden in Milwaukee, a hugely important part of any Democratic victory in Wisconsin. Running behind in Dane County, that's Madison. Every county around Dane also trailing. And since we're talking about a remade Republican Party, let's go to Fond du Lac. Why do I have Fond du Lac up there? Ripon, Wisconsin is there, the modern home of the Republican Party. And Donald Trump overperforming what he did in 2020. So if it's a remade Republican Party and the Republican Party at least traces some of its roots to Ripon, Wisconsin, well, even in that county, Trump is doing better this time around than he did 4 years ago.
Major Garrett, thank you for that. And as we see, it has been a successful night for Donald Trump and the Republican Party, winning decisively in a number of these battleground states and the Senate, right, Ed?
Yes. Republicans leading in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nevada's Senate races. The Nevada one especially notable because Sam Brown, the candidate there, taking on the incumbent Democrat Jackie Rosen, in recent days was not expected to do that, but is now appearing to. The House remains too close to call. It is likely it will end up evenly divided yet again. And we should also point out, we have not heard anything from any Democrat working on the Harris campaign or at the White House or anywhere else disputing what we're seeing tonight. Nobody has stopped this momentum that is clearly going. There's no question that this is happening. Democrats up and down the ballot understand that what is unfolding is legit. We have not heard from the Harris campaign whether she has made any call to the former president, the president-elect, presumed possibly soon, whether she plans to. We should also note there is nothing on the public schedule at the White House tomorrow for the president, but a national security briefing in the afternoon that now could include all sorts of urgent matters from around the world as allies check in tomorrow. But again, no one in the Democratic Party disputing what's going on tonight.
And it is 3 a.m. in the East, and a very big night for Donald Trump and the Republican Party. Just to recap, it looks like he is headed towards re-election. The former president just spoke to reporters in Florida, declaring victory. His vice president calling it the greatest comeback in history. And in the race to 270 electoral votes and the race to the White House, Donald Trump has received 266 electoral votes. Kamala Harris, 216. You can see those white states. CBS News has not yet projected. Some of the states we are still awaiting final results from are Wisconsin. CBS News rates that battleground as lean Republican. Michigan, Arizona, Nevada are all toss-ups. And CBS News at this hour projects Kamala Harris will win the state of Minnesota, home to her running mate, Governor Tim Walz. CBS News also projects that Harris wins New Jersey. Several states voted on reproductive rights this election. Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan has an update on where we stand on those on the ballot in 10 states, right?
That's right, Nora. And we led the evening off talking about what a big bet this was for Democrats who believed this would also help drive up more voters to the polls than they would if it hadn't been there, perhaps underlining some concern about enthusiasm for who was at the top of the ticket. Well, at this point, when we're looking at the straight-up referendums, we're seeing in a number of these states, in Florida, a very high benchmark for passage. It failed there, the effort to expand and enshrine in the Constitution protection for access to abortion. So that means the current law stands. It will be restricted after 6 weeks, after 15 weeks if you were raped. You saw some other measures there. In Colorado, not surprising, it did pass. In New York State, there was a broad referendum on a number of issues, including putting in the Constitution the right to an abortion. That did pass. We have seen some lean yeses in the state of Missouri. That is significant because it is a significant policy change from what the existing law is there. Abortion is currently illegal in the state of Missouri, no exceptions for rape and incest. So this is a significant change. You see there, yes vote, nearly 52%. It will enshrine reproductive rights in the Constitution, and the General Assembly will then be able to regulate abortion after viability. Viability, of course, was the line that Roe versus Wade became defined by. We also seen in Arizona likely to pass, likely yes there in the state of Arizona. Not a huge change in terms of policy. Abortion has been legal and protected. But remember, we spent so much time talking about what happened in that state when there was a snap back to a Civil War era law. That has not been the law of the state for some time since then. But now we will see that it'll be in the Constitution, the right to abortion and limit a state's ability to interfere. They had a pretty high benchmark, 52%, but you can see there, nearly 63% of the vote.
So just to explain that if there were a national abortion ban passed at 15 weeks, what would that mean then in Arizona if they enshrined it to 24 weeks or viability?
The federal law would supersede the state. You could presume. However, the Republican ticket, the two candidates haven't been very clear on the campaign trail about what they actually want to do with this. J.D. Vance, before he was the vice presidential candidate, had said he would like to see a national federal minimum standard. 15 weeks was what Senator Lindsey Graham had put forward. Critics of that would have said that that was too restrictive. Their argument was it's actually permissive because it would protect access up to 15 weeks. The average abortion is performed in that window of time.
But recently, Donald Trump has just said, well, it's okay, just let the states figure it out.
Exactly, except for today, because he went into the ballot box and he cast a vote in Florida that said no to the ballot initiative, which means he voted for something that restricts abortion access after 6 weeks of time. Now, when he was asked by reporters, when he went to do that, and they asked him to explain the vote, he said, stop asking me about that, which has basically been the approach for the past few weeks. Stop asking me about that, because there was concern that it could hurt Republicans. But for Democrats, they had really hoped it would help them. And we just didn't see that in the way perhaps that the vice president calculated. She put that right front and center in this campaign, talking about it so much. And now you could, I'm sure, John, you could argue it another way, which is when you look at some of the exit polls, Harris voters did say that was at times their second most important issue, the first being the state of democracy.
Right, but it didn't drive their vote.
It didn't.
I mean, it didn't, you know, I'm still struck by her underperformance with women relative to events that you think under the traditional way of thinking about politics would help increase her vote with women, and given what Donald Trump has said and the way he has behaved, it's one of the stories. It's one of the stories of the evening.
Yeah, I'm also curious, Ed, about Arizona. Why is the Senate candidate in Arizona doing so well?
Ruben Gallego started his campaign by reminding voters in Arizona he's a Marine veteran.
Because he was running against Kari Lake.
And but first he was running against Kyrsten Sinema, and he was able to demonstrate pretty quickly as he launched his campaign that Sinema had no hope of running. So then Kari Lake jumped in. Big election denier, someone who had tried unsuccessfully to align herself with Trump. He kind of held distance because in the end was not a big fan. And Gallego is going to be a really good lesson to his party about how it is you can run a race in a battleground state, how you run a race that wins Latino male support. A lot of what he was doing in the last few weeks, the Harris campaign bandwagoned onto. And when they were trying to tell them, you should have been doing this from the beginning. Rodeos, soccer matches.
And, you know, we should check in now with Chris Van Cleve because he is in Phoenix, Arizona with an update. Good evening, Chris.
Well, Nora, if I can build on something Margaret was saying, we were talking to the David Schweikert campaign. He is a conservative Republican. He is pro-life and was just hammered on the abortion issue for weeks on end in attack ads. I asked them about this issue. Were they worried about losing pro-choice Republicans? And his team said no. They felt like having abortion on the ballot allowed pro-choice Republicans to vote their conscience and then vote their party. And that may be playing out here as we get more of the votes. Now, so many people vote by mail in Arizona that while we will get the total number of people who voted at the polls today in Maricopa County, for example, we understand it's about 250,000. There are hundreds of thousands of uncounted mail-in ballots, many of which were dropped off today at the polls. That's going to take several days to go through the signature verification process, to check the ballots. It also taking a little bit longer than it has in years past because in most counties it's a 2-page ballot, not a 1-page ballot. So you multiply that times hundreds of thousands of ballots, it slows the process down a little bit. So any of these races that are particularly close here could take days, if not 10 to 13 days even, to know who won, to have all of those votes counted.
Chris Van Cleve, thank you. Let's check in with correspondent Lilia Luciano. She is in Las Vegas, Nevada. Good evening, Lilia.
Good evening, Nora. Here in Nevada, what just ended was a big celebration. We are at a viewing party for the Republican Party, for the Trump campaign. I've been hearing from voters for many days now that the issues that really affect them are all economic related. Although there is a ballot question on the ballot here that so far has more than 60% of the vote to enshrine the right to abortion. I've heard from women on both sides who are voting on those issues. One tonight told me that it's the conservative values, although she is a Latina, she is a woman, that is the conservative values of the Republican Party, of former President Trump, what drove her to the polls. We've also heard from immigrants who became citizens and have told me they voted for Trump because they believe in his harsher policies at the border. But the things that we heard the most about are the price of groceries. Here, it's one of the places where the groceries are the most expensive, with the fastest rising rents and with the highest unemployment in the country. And what we're seeing right now, of course, this race hasn't been called. There's many more votes that will be counted over here until Saturday. Mail-in ballots that come in before Election Day, or rather that come in before Saturday, will still be counted as long as they're postmarked by today, by Election Day. There's also many votes that have to go through a curing process, and that could take all the way to November 12th. But from the numbers that we're seeing, A very surprising race is that of Sam Brown, who still has a chance to unseat Senator Jackie Rosen, the incumbent. What he told me, he's a Purple Heart recipient, is that he's an outsider, that he's an everyday man, that he and his wife are veterans, and that they don't always necessarily align with former President Trump. In fact, he got Trump's endorsement pretty late in the race, but that he hopes to represent, if he does win that Senate seat, the every person here in the state of Nevada. This party was very lively up until just a few minutes ago. The music came down, but I'll tell you that there's a great deal of enthusiasm from Republican voters here at this Trump campaign party.
Lilia Luciano in Las Vegas for us tonight. Thank you, Lilia. I also want to bring in David Becker, our CBS News election law contributor. And David, what do you expect in the days ahead?
Yeah, just to kind of follow up on that reporting from Lilia and Chris. In Arizona, we're hearing from Maricopa County that there's likely somewhere in the range of, say, 650,000, 800,000 ballots that are still being processed and counted. That's going to take days to do. So there might be some margins there that can be made up. And then in Nevada, as Lilia reported, there's mail ballots that came in today. Those still need to be processed. There's these around 30,000, give or take, mail ballots that had a problem with them and still could be cured. They have up until November 12th. There's the mail ballots that could still come in up through and including Saturday. So depending on how narrow the margins are, we might be waiting for a few days in the state of Nevada and obviously in the state of Arizona as well.
All right, David Becker, thank you. All right, CBS News, America Decides Election 2024. We'll be right back.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush. What do you think is driving the spike in popularity? I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Haitians are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Can see clearly.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly, more CBS Mornings.
Plus, sunshine day.
Giving you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. Eye on America, weeknights on the CBS Evening News.
Welcome back. It is after 3 o'clock in the morning, and Donald Trump has already declared victory. Let's bring in Robert Costa, our chief election and campaign correspondent. And Robert, what will another term with Donald Trump in office look like?
Nora, I've been speaking to my sources close to the former president. Spoke to him earlier today at length about how he envisions his presidency, which is on the horizon here, it looks like, if the numbers pan out for him here at CBS News. You see in Donald Trump someone who's totally different now than he was in 2016 in terms of how he perceives his own presidency. Why? Because he no longer has to run for re-election. Once he enters the White House again in 2025, should he win, he is going to, on foreign policy and domestic policy, not be constrained by the prospect of having to seek out the support of voters once again. He also has a full grasp of executive power. You are going to see him push immediately for some kind of deal with Russia's war with Ukraine. You are going to see him try to reshape American foreign policy when it comes to tariffs and economic policy, the United States relationship with NATO. All of that would be open for discussion. On domestic policy, an extension of the Trump tax cuts from 2017 to make sure the business community stays in line with the Republican Party. You could see Lina Khan, the head of the Federal Trade Commission, pushed out of her position. She has been filing suits against some of the major corporations in this country and around the world, trying to constrain the tech market in terms of their size and power. And you see in Trump someone who wants to focus on the border, and that could use the military. We could see military force now being used, as Cecilia and her colleagues and others have reported at CBS News. Most importantly, what we see from a Trump presidency is an executive branch that will be used by Trump to imprint policy that's in his image and likeness. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., someone who has been a progressive figure in this country for decades, now will have a real hand on the steering wheel when it comes to health policy in this country.
Donald Trump says he'll let RFK Jr. do what he wants with women's health care.
And this is someone who has opposed vaccine mandates. We don't have time to get into every single position of Mr. Kennedy, but you have a coalition that's not a traditional conservative coalition. And when it comes to abortion rights and other issues, conservatives might be frustrated by how Trump took this position on abortion, how he responded to reporters earlier today. But talking to my sources in the evangelical community, the Catholic community, the Jewish community, I will tell you this. Tonight, they all say to CBS News they believe they will have a seat at the table with Trump. The 47th president, they believe, will give them a full hearing, regardless of what he said during the campaign, to hear how they want to overhaul social policy, economic policy, foreign policy.
Well, Bob, you heard him tonight. Staff. Who will be Donald Trump's chief of staff?
The leading candidate, I'm told at this moment, is Susie Wiles, who you just saw on stage, someone who has become a confidant. Trump likes that she's low-key. As you saw tonight, she didn't want to speak. Chris LaCivita, who has been her partner, said a few words. I'm told LaCivita is not interested in necessarily being chief of staff. But you could also have someone from the business community. Now, you have a lot of business leaders who are angling for positions, but Trump, as he has told many people privately, essentially wants to be his own chief of staff. Kevin McCarthy, the former House Speaker, is someone whose name has been mentioned, but he is not, I'm told, interested in coming into that role.
We heard him tonight say promises
chief of staff
made.
is a real dangerous thing. Jimmy Carter tried that, and it's a disaster.
Don't they say a doctor who is his own patient or a lawyer who's his own client is a fool? But you heard him say in his speech, promises made, promises kept. And Maya Angelou used to say, when people show you who they are, believe them the first time. Do we have any reason to doubt that he won't do everything that he said he's going to do?
And more. What's so notable about this election is that former President Trump believes he has not just won an election, but he has affirmed a movement in this country that I think back, and the Democrats are going to have a moment for the next 4 years where they think about their future. I remember sitting over breakfast with Bernie Sanders, the Vermont senator, 10 years ago, and he told me that the future in this country would come down to the issue of class. Class more than anything, how people feel economic pain. And he said it's either going to be the Democrats or Republicans who speak to the economic pain people feel in this country. And he still believes, based on my reporting, that he would have won against Trump in 2016. President Biden believes he would have beat Trump in 2016 because they believe they speak to that economic pain. Biden wins in 2020 with a similar coalition trying to speak to working people. But the question now for Democrats is, can they win back some of these people? And it might not be appealing to the Liz Cheney Republicans, but appealing to those who like Senator Bernie Sanders, those who are searching. We encounter in our reporting all the time people in this country who are not seeing themselves as political, but feel pain about the future of their well-being, their families' opportunity.
But Kamala Harris always talked about the working class and the middle class and what she wanted to do.
But it was
for
a compressed campaign.
Okay.
Just a few weeks.
Did they not believe her?
It's not that they didn't believe her. So many voters I met feel like they didn't fully know her in terms of speaking to their grievances. They respected her as a vice president of the United States, but she was a relatively low vice president, low profile, with working with President Biden. And running from August to now is not easy, even if you're a perfect politician with a perfect campaign.
You know, one thing we haven't seen a delay in is the world leaders who are coming out and congratulating Donald Trump, even though he is still short of the 270 electoral votes at this hour. Two of the first conservative leaders, two of his biggest fans, Hungary's Prime Minister, Viktor Orban, one of the most problematic members of NATO, who has put his body oftentimes in between yes votes to approve more funding for Ukraine. Also, now the head of a very far right-wing government in Israel, the most far right in Israel's history of existence, Benjamin Netanyahu, coming out and celebrating him, somebody who has actually been calling Donald Trump as the president in waiting for months and making calculations, we know and have reported, about what his plans are for the future of the wars he is waging based on the outcome of what happened tonight.
And we know that other leaders have been speaking with Donald Trump privately, have visited him. They haven't been reported publicly, but many of them have maintained close relationships with him.
That's right. Leaders in the Gulf, leaders in Europe as well. The Prime Minister of Poland was deployed by the Allies to try to convince him to change his position on Ukraine. Very concerned that the vice president he has chosen would affirm an isolationist view that would indicate that there are very big problems and perhaps wind in the sails of Vladimir Putin, despite the fact that he is losing a number of soldiers on the battlefield. You know,
we didn't get a chance to talk to Gary Cohn about all of this, but when you think of two of the items in the Trump agenda, the promises he's going to keep, tariffs, 40% of the American economy is trade related. So even if Trump doesn't do the full Megillah, you're talking about massive disruption or plan for massive disruption in 40% of the economy or more, and then immigration. So much of the work, you want to build all that new housing? Who does the building of that new housing? The people that Donald Trump wants to deport. And when you think about just the economic upheaval that he's promising and how that will cycle through, you know, we've been talking about the voters who feel like he heard them and understands them and will fight for them, but the policies he's advocating for, how those match up with those expectations, that will be fascinating to watch.
I want to continue this conversation, but we got to squeeze in a quick break. Coming up, where the race stands in the contest to 270 electoral votes. We'll be right back.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean?
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly more CBS Mornings.
Plus,
sunshiny day.
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. Donald Trump is claiming victory as he nears the 270 Electoral College votes needed to become the nation's 47th president in history. Trump spoke to supporters at his election night campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida, on stage surrounded by family. Here's some of that.
It's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great.
Mr. Trump is expected to have a full grasp of power, with Republicans projected to take control of the Senate. The House has not been called. Thanks for staying with us. You're watching CBS News America Decides.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
That's right.
Let's do it.
Let's go. Let's do this.
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, gal.
Yeah, boy.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Ooh, it's hot.
That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old?
70, yeah. I'm 21.
She's the first black woman on the Supreme Court, and she's determined she won't be the last.
Morning.
Welcome back to CBS News Election 2024. Good morning. It is 3:30 a.m. in the East, 12:30 in the West. We have been on the air for 9 hours straight covering this election, and it has been a very big night for Donald Trump and the Republican Party as the former president appears to be headed for re-election. He declared victory in the past hour in a speech to supporters in Florida. And in the race to 270 electoral votes, Trump's received 266. Kamala Harris has 218. We're just waiting for some more votes to come in before calling the remainder of these states. And we want to go behind the numbers to see how Trump put together this coalition. John Dickerson and his team have been looking at the exit polls. John?
I've picked out 3 things. There's a lot of things, and we'll have plenty of days to talk about them. But let's just start. We've talked about it before. Let's just talk about the gender gap, or really most specifically the vote for president among women. So the vice president got 54% of the vote, and Donald Trump got 44% of the vote. So Kamala Harris got 10 points more than Donald Trump, but Joe Biden got 15 points more. This is a post-Roe going away, post the conviction of Donald Trump.
It's almost inexplicable.
Well, it's going to require a lot of, there'd be a really interesting conversation because remember in 2020, the number of women who were turned off by Donald Trump. Yeah. Well, they have in some measure come back. He has done better with them. So that is, that's not just an area where the vice president didn't perform, but he performed better. And again, what were considered his liabilities that he didn't bother fixing, turns out they weren't liabilities. So again, it's an affirmation of his gut instincts, which will matter when he's in office, when he's going to be following those gut instincts and perhaps listening to no one else. Now let's look at the vote for president in white non-college. This is a group that we knew Donald Trump was going to win. He won it handily, 31 points better than Kamala Harris. This is the heart of the Trump coalition, the people he says his presidency will be aimed towards. He did as strongly with them, to use a Donald Trump word, as he needed to. So he turned out his. So Kamala Harris didn't turn out her important supporter. He turned out his. And then finally, Latino voters, because, and this is a stand-in really for the growth that
45%.
That exactly 45% for Donald Trump. He got 32% in 2020.
And I remember before that, George W. Bush had the high water mark at 40%.
Right. Yeah. And so this is a part, and Trump also did well with African Americans, better with African Americans than a Republican has done before, did particularly well with African American men. This is a part of that new coalition that we're talking about, and that emerged out of his victory tonight, and that it's not just his victory, it's the Senate candidates, House candidates. That's when people talk about a realignment. This is the beginning. These are some of the elements of that realignment.
Yeah, Ed, what makes up that realignment in the Republican Party?
Well, we had been told over the last several months that in order to win the White House again, Democrats would have to hit 60% among Latinos. So they clearly weren't able to do that. And as Leslie was saying earlier, as we've seen in these exit polls, it's economic concerns. These people don't want to be talked to anymore as minorities. They want to be talked to as Americans who worry about the bottom line. And who are concerned about their jobs, concerned about their kids' future. And I remember a guy I met in Phoenix who runs a hot dog stand. We had him on the evening news who said all sorts of things about how he didn't like former President Trump's rhetoric, but then turned around and said, but I don't know if I can vote for her.
One of the things
he did. He said that all these years Democrats have asked for my vote and said they were going to work on immigration and work on improving my life, and I don't believe that it's happened. I tried contacting Aureliano today to figure out who he voted for. He hasn't told us, but I suspect it was Donald Trump.
If you talk to many fervent Trump supporters, one thing that they will say, in addition to liking his economic policies and some of his bravado or machismo, whatever you want to call it, they've also said that what they don't like are the quote-unquote woke policies of the Democratic Party.
Yep.
How much does that play into it?
It's good. If you look at all this, the fact that they couldn't win women, the fact that they couldn't hold on to their Latino coalition, there's going to be a big reckoning about whether or not there was too much discussion about that over the last several years. Yes.
I know. So, Ed, what is the lesson, do you think, for the Democratic Party from what happened in 2016 to what is happening today in 2024?
I mean,
what are the lessons here?
Well, they were identity politics.
Right.
Yeah.
But I will say, Kamala Harris really shifted the way that she campaigned for Latinos, to target Latinos.
Yeah, no, it just struck me in the minute, forgive me, is just as soon as I said that, I had forgotten that if you look at how much money the Republicans spent on that issue about transgender.
Yes. Although,
did that weigh with women or non-college educated?
It weighed with Latinos. They did one of the few ads they did in Spanish language was on this issue, and that sells.
Although
and it ran during football a lot, right? Football.
Although as bad as Harris's numbers are in other areas, when the exit polls asked, are Kamala Harris's views too extreme, only 46% said yes, 51 no. For Trump, the extreme question, 55 said yes, 43 no. The thing is, for Trump, there are a lot of people for whom some of his voters, I haven't seen the crosstabs, who would say, well, extreme is fine. Being too extreme is fine. Can I just say one other thing, one other dog that didn't bark? Republicans for Harris. Kamala Harris spent a lot of time, campaigned a lot with Liz Cheney. Only 5% of Republicans in the exit polls voted for Harris. It was 6% for Biden in 2020. All of those Republicans that were going to come over to the Harris campaign.
She brought them all to Pennsylvania. They were in Bucks County, weren't they? They were all on stage with her.
I was there.
Yeah, I remember that.
But I think
the Bucks County. And look, you got to understand about the people the traditional Republican in Bucks County. I grew up watching these people. Is that they vote with their wallet. They are economically driven. They have business jobs at suburban office parks in Princeton, New Jersey. They go to New York City on New Jersey Transit every day, or down to Philadelphia.
Bring bagels back for the weekend.
Everything
all of this
toasted with cream cheese, maybe a pork roll and cheese. These are people who care about the Eagles and care about their financial interests, and they care about their communities, but they are Republicans. And they're Republicans because they want to pay lower taxes, and they move to Bucks County, not to Philadelphia, the city, or not to New York, because they want to have a good standard of living and they want to pay lower taxes. They want to not have to spend a lot of money.
So Bob, where was that secret women Republican vote we kept hearing about? That they're going to say one thing to their friends and their spouses, but they're going to get in the booth and they're going to make another decision.
What happened to them?
I never saw it. Yeah. I never saw it.
You never thought that was the thing.
Well, it didn't. That's why.
You never thought it was a thing.
That's why Harris.
I didn't think it was a thing. I never saw it.
That's why Harris only won women by 10 points.
Yeah. It's going to be one of the biggest miscalculations. She could have been spending time on this. Somebody pointed out today, there are 9 HBCUs in North Carolina. Do you know how many of them she visited? 1. Imagine if she'd been spending time doing that instead of hanging out with Liz Cheney in the Midwest. Could have been a different story tonight. And there are going to be all sorts of conversations about that. Should she have doubled down on the base and not worried about fighting Republican women?
But I don't even know that they could tell you what the base is tonight, Ed.
Right.
Clearly.
I think if the strategy was to double down on the base and you pulled the, Sochi from Harris's campaign, they could not tell you who that base is right now.
Well, look, I said this, to Gail when we were on your show yesterday morning. The fundamentals of this race have always favored Donald Trump. 2/3 of the Republican Party said that this country is headed in the wrong direction. When that's the case, they throw out the incumbent party, and that is the Biden-Harris administration.
Look, I just want to say, throughout this, our CBS polling from Anthony Salvanto's unit has been on the money to say it will be the economy, the economy, the economy. Economy, comma, inflation, actually, not just economy. And that would be such a driving force, and the border. And he had warned us for months that the momentum the Democrats thought they were getting off of abortion had tapped out weeks ago, that they weren't seeing that. And yet we heard from the Harris campaign, no. We also heard from the Harris campaign, no, you are wrong, when you see that the support has tapped out on the issue of the state of democracy. That was something late in the campaign they transitioned back to. That was the closing argument alongside Liz Cheney. So it's like people were just reading completely different signals.
The democracy point, I'll show some self-awareness here. I spent a year of my life digging into January 6th. I believe, based on my reporting, it was a very serious moment in American history. You had a president of the United States work to pressure his party and his vice president to overturn the election. Working with Bob Woodward, we reported that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff believed President Trump was in serious mental decline. It was in threat of misusing the military in the final days in a way that was somewhat comparable to Nixon and concerns in August '74, but far worse in the eyes of Milley and others. January 6th, for Congresswoman Cheney, for others who have studied it, the January 6th committee was this explosion in American democracy. But as a reporter, I must also acknowledge, even if I found this to be serious based on my reporting, when I was on the campaign trail in 2024 and in 2022, when I was talking to Republican voters, centrist voters, Democratic voters, even though Democrats took a bit of a different view, many voters did not process January 6, 2021 as a grave moment in American democracy. And because of that, a lot of Republican voters are not turning on the character and conduct question.
How is that possible, though, Bob? When you look at those pictures, I think that's what many people are grappling with. You look at January 6th, he characterized it as a protest of love. He characterized it as patriots. Yet, you're right when you say that is not how people saw that. How is that possible?
It's possible because there are many people who amplify Trump's point of view.
Yeah.
They thread the needle between separating him, Donald Trump, from the people who carried out the violence. That's what you often hear mainstream Republicans say.
I'm wondering,
prosecute those who broke the law.
I'm wondering kind of what flows from that, because one of the things that we have heard about the people surrounding Donald Trump is the idea of retribution, and he has talked about retribution. There has even been a so-called secretary of retribution, where all of those who have wronged Donald Trump will face retribution, punishment, whatever it may be, from the former president, future president, and the White House. How will the Justice Department in some ways be changed and perhaps weaponized against those enemies?
I mean, he has. I just was pulling some of the things he said in the last few months on perhaps even the least threatening end, and this is threatening revoking broadcast licenses for broadcast networks, including the threat to revoke this one. Going after what he calls the enemy within of his political rivals by name, Biden, Pelosi, the entire, quote, Biden crime family. He says he would fire special counsel Jack Smith within 2 seconds of taking office. And as we were saying earlier, he called for the televised military tribunal of Liz Cheney. We started this conversation, John, when you questioned whether the checks in place would keep him in check. I wonder if there's anyone left around him right now who would even impose some of those checks. The John Kellys and the Mark Milleys are gone. Those are the people who were the checks before.
All of the list of retribution things he will perhaps not get to, not because he's checked, but because he just doesn't want to bother with the follow through. I mean, some of these things are actually hard to follow through. He may just have other things to do.
And there's a lot of bluster that comes with things that Donald Trump says.
Signal sending, too. What I wondered, Bob, is the Liz Cheney wing of the party big? Is it even big enough to fit on an airport shuttle bus, or does it even exist anymore? I mean, do we need a new language to talk about that portion of the Republican Party?
Well, those shuttle buses have at least 14 seats.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, an airport shuttle bus. Are there enough? Are there 14 seats, Bob?
The way we think about the shape of the Republican Party and how small that is and kind of what role it plays.
It's not even about whether we should rethink. We are being forced to rethink.
Yeah. So what do we think?
It'd almost be like if you talked about the Republican Party today in terms of all its positioning and went back to Theodore Roosevelt or Lincoln, or if you were a Democrat today talking about John F. Kennedy. The Republican Party of Mitt Romney is not the Republican, and George H.W. Bush. And George W. Bush is not the Republican Party of Donald Trump. Donald Trump has stolen the issues from the Democrats: trade, manufacturing, this foreign policy approach, which is the opposite of a muscular interventionist approach.
An isolationist policy.
He wouldn't term it that way, but yes, I mean, America first, as he puts it, which is an echo of what we heard in the 1930s from Charles Lindbergh. You're seeing a total overhaul of the Republican Party. And when you're the nominee 3 times That's like a hammer against the head, politically speaking. They're banging the point again and again that it's not Romney's party, Cheney's party, Bush's party. And we've covered this.
No, but is it dead? Is it dead? Like, yes,
it's
we knew
dead.
it was like Monty Python ages ago.
It's dead in the sense of the voters we've covered believe that party is dead and they don't want to support it anymore.
And this is an excellent conversation for a podcast, but in a moment, when we return, more from our amazing team. You're watching CBS News, America Decides.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Nations are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will.
You go, gal.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
I want to make sure that my voice is heard, but also lift up other voices.
Hey, give me some love, baby. We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Sunday morning, a visit with the Wayans at...
It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that.
You should.
And a calm Donald Trump tonight in giving his remarks there in West Palm Beach earlier tonight and declaring a victory. Our CBS News data desk has a race update now. Nevada is lean Republican. That is the 7th of the battleground states, which was the last to close, and that is lean Republican. There's also a key Senate race in Nevada that I would love to see what those numbers are now. It could result, there we see Sam Brown, a veteran, a West Point graduate who you can see was injured and then is running for the United States Senate, spoke at the Republican National Convention in a very tight contest there against Jackie Rosen. Want to go to Major Garrett at the data desk. Major?
Yes, Nora. So let's walk through Nevada and why we have created this lean Trump designation for Nevada. Let's go to the model. Show you what the model is right now. It shows, as you can see at home, a very, very narrow band, almost an impossible band. But we still don't have quite enough vote in to make an absolute declaration. But the needs of Kamala Harris in Nevada are pronounced. 66% of the outstanding vote is what we estimate that she needs. And Well, you can see the sizable gap here. This is a lean Nevada, but it is moving very, very much in the for Trump and confirmed category. We're just waiting for a little bit of more vote to come in on that for absolute clarity. You mentioned the Senate race, Nora. I will jump to that very quickly to show you where things are statewide. We'll show you the needs for Jackie Rosen, the incumbent, 49% of the outstanding vote. We project 35% based on our estimates. So right now, Sam Brown, the challenger, has the edge in that Senate race, and that would be a significant pickup for Republicans, and that's putting it mildly.
Really interesting to see that contest there in Nevada. All right, and what's the very latest in Arizona?
So Arizona is, as we have, Chris Van Cleve has talked about this, David Becker has reinforced this, we're just getting slight tick-ups. In the last, I would say, hour and a half, we've gotten 3% more of the Arizona vote in. This is the Senate race. Let me clear that and get back to President real quick. Okay, we have 48% for the Vice President, 50% former President Trump. Let me go to the outstanding votes so you see where it is. Maricopa County, how much is outstanding in Maricopa County? You see 1 million votes there. How about in Pima County with Tucson, 260,000? That's why we don't have enough. But let's clear that and go to the model. What's the model we have in Arizona? See, a very wide range, could go in lots of different directions. That's why we haven't had a call yet, but we do have a sort of needs-based thing for the Vice President in Arizona, 52%. We have her at 50%. So again, that is not trending well for the Vice President. It hasn't been for the last hour or so, but again, the vote is just trickling in, so we don't have a substantial alteration in the projection for Arizona, but it is not looking well. And Arizona tends to trend off of Nevada, and the results in Nevada certainly do not look good for the Vice President. Arizona beginning to trend ever so slightly in that negative direction for the Vice President as well.
So, Major, what battleground state looks good for Kamala Harris tonight? I know, you're thinking through them.
No, there is no really good answer for that right now. I mean, even Michigan, which theoretically looks okay, 66%, 53%, okay. That's sort of in the ballpark, but nothing really looks that great in terms of the remaining toss-up or lean states. Let's go to Wisconsin. Needs 78%. 62% is our estimate. I mean, it just doesn't look that great. Pennsylvania's already gone. Arizona, I've already worked through Arizona, Nevada. I just went through Wisconsin, Michigan. They're in a theoretical range, but only theoretical. There is no uncalled state that form the backbone of the uncalled battlegrounds that look positive or even slightly positive for the Vice President at this hour. The only one that is in that category would be Arizona.
Truly remarkable, what looks like a sweeping victory for Donald Trump, and certainly he will claim the mandate from the results tonight. Let's bring in CBS News political contributor Joel Payne. Joel, as you see these numbers, your take on the soul searching that's going on in the Democratic Party?
Well, I'll get to the soul searching in a second. Just going back to what Major was saying, in these states, Nevada in particular, I was looking at that none of the above vote, which was something that I was tracking before this race. It looks like at the Senate race, it could have a real impact. I believe it's somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 2.5% of the vote. Right now, none of the above, which in a state like Nevada you can do. So I think that that's something to watch and something to track there. Also, just the impact of third parties. It was a big discussion earlier in this cycle. I think obviously we got to count more votes and see how that comes out in key places. But I've talked to folks on the ground in Michigan who said in places like Dearborn, Jill Stein appears to have shown up strongly. We know that Jill Stein had an impact on the 2016 race. It seems like, she's had some sort of impact in 2024. Whether that's determinative in the final, winners and losers, we'll see. But wanted to also just remind us of the impact of third parties in this cycle as well. It's
an excellent point. Joel Payne, thank you so much. And just to remind everyone, Donald Trump appeared before many of his supporters in West Palm Beach earlier tonight, promising to fix everything in his word. He praised his supporters as the, quote, greatest political movement all time. He spoke after he was projected the winner in the state of Pennsylvania, that crucial